This could have not happened at a better time. The year was 2009, about a week before Halloween. My sisters and I got a call that our grandmother's health had taken a turn for the worst, and that the doctors were calling the family in. My grandmother was in the LaGrange hospital, and we were in Newnan. It would take us 30 to 45 minutes to get there. Each of us 4 girls took off from work, and we all met at my house, where we would ride together to the hospital. Being in such a hurry, neither of us took the time to use the bathroom, so by the time we got to the hospital, me and my baby sister were about to burst. We got parked and Kelly, my baby sister, and I ran into the hospital looking for a bathroom. The entrance that we took, we had to walk through double doors and turn slightly to our right, then slightly to our left before heading down a long corridor. The corridor led us to a gift shop that sat on the right. Just before the gift shop, there were 2 small bathrooms, one for men and one for women, to the left of the hall. My sister and I were racing to the bathrooms when we saw an elderly woman in front of us. She was about 25 feet away from us. She was stooped over a tad and wore an old, outdated black coat and an old black hat with a flower attached to the side of the hat. It was not cold enough outside to wear a coat. The old woman entered the bathroom, and my sister and I raced in after her. The bathroom was so small that it only had 2 stalls and 1 sink, and 3 people would be considered a crowd. My sister beat me to the second stall, after she saw the old woman enter the first stall and heard her lock the stall. My sister and I were laughing at each other, and we were talking to each other while my sister was in the stall. I was play fussing at her for beating me to the only available stall. So here I was standing outside the first stall, waiting for the old woman to come out. All of a sudden, the door to the first stall slowly creaked open, and I stepped to the side so that the old woman could get out. Told you the bathroom was very small. After a few seconds, no one came out, and I peeked around and pushed the door open a little bit more. I was scared that I may find the poor old lady sitting on the toilet, and she had let the door come open on her or something, and we would both have an awkward moment. I looked into the stall, and no one is there. My sister was still in the second stall, and I said, "Kelly, wasn't that old woman in this other stall?" My sister replied with a yes and why. I said, "Kelly, she's not here." Kelly asked, "What do you mean she's not in there? I saw her go in." And I replied with, "Well, she has either gone down the toilet or she has disappeared." I remember Kelly asking me, did I see her go out? And I said, Kelly, she would have had to bump into me to get out, and no, she did not go past me. The conversation went on like this for a few more seconds, ending with my sister coming out of the second stall, fast as lightning, with her pants half buttoned. Flying towards the door, she turned to me and asked if I was coming, and I responded that I have business to take care of. Of course, my sister left me there alone while I took care of business in the first stall. I was either feeling brave or stupid that day. After I came out of the bathroom, my sister was waiting by the gift shop. We knew we just had a ghostly encounter. Retelling the story to the rest of our family members had them thinking we were off our rocker. I retold the story again to the nurse, who was assigned to my grandmother, and she confirmed that there had been several ghost sightings in the hospital. One day, I had an appointment at Clark at noon. I finished the meeting with my client early, and being near Orchard Road, I went shopping. By the evening, I got ready to go back to the flat. The same flat which is in my story, an invisible housemate. I was filled with dread due to the previous experiences there, and as I boarded the train for NS from Orchard Station, my friend Louise called me on my cell phone. We talked for a while, and she invited me over for a movie and dinner at her house. As we were longtime childhood friends, I was delighted to spend some time with her, and with that, I changed the train. Earlier, I was going in the opposite direction in the NS line,
And now I boarded the train to Semabwag on the same Ennis line. I reached Toapeo station and loads of people rushed to catch a seat. While the train started, I could see from the window a middle-aged woman standing at the platform, just looking inside the compartment. She was wearing a kemba, kind of a bluish-grayish-white clothing. She had unkempt but jet-black hair. I kept on staring at her because she looked pale white, as if she had severe anemia. I think her face looked almost the same as her blouse. I kept staring at her, as I thought it was very unusual for any woman to be so pale. And then the train sped away, and I got back to playing Subway Surf on my cell phone. I was distracted by the people getting up to get out at Bishan Station. As the train halted, I saw the same woman on the platform. I got shocked as I clearly saw her on Toapeo platform, and she was here again at Bishan at the speed of the train. It was highly unlikely that she reached Bishan Station so fast, and I kept looking at her. But she just stood on the platform without fidgeting when people passed her by. The train doors closed, and she didn't board the train again. And I wondered why she traveled from Toapeo to Bishan without any intention to board the train and just stand at the platform. I kept staring at her. She was still standing at the platform, from the window, and the train started in full swing. I again went back to another game of Subway Surf, when the lady sitting right next to me elbowed me while opening her purse. I looked at her and she apologized, but that's when I looked towards the right side of the compartment, and to my surprise, the pale woman was standing inside the compartment, near the door. Now, at this moment, I still can't explain to myself how that woman defied the laws of physics, as last time I saw her, she was outside on the platform. The train doors are obviously closed shut before the train starts to speed away. Then how on earth is it possible for her to board the train? And she was clearly standing outside on the platform and no way in the train. And I could see her outside, except when she disappeared from my view, from the window's edge, while I sat there in total shock, rethinking what I am seeing. I still kept staring at her. The passengers near her seemed indifferent about her presence, and she had the same expression throughout the time she was standing there. And her hair, which seemed unkempt from the front, was nicely tied in a loose hanging bun, which came until the center of her shoulder blades at the back. But from the thickness of her hair bun, it seemed like she had long hair. Except for when she caught me staring at her, she moved her head to left to look at me. Her movement seemed as if someone was turning a puppet's head on its neck. At that time, when our eyes interlocked, I felt the dread that I have never ever felt in my entire existence. Her eyes' color were the lightest shades of gray. It was like the meanest of all the eyes I had ever come in contact with. I was filled with the emotions of grief, or something on the lines of envy. I lowered my eyes and fixed it on my cell phone and tried to refocus my mind. But I kept looking at her dress's bottom, and then another electric shock ran through my body. I couldn't even see her feet. Normally, someone who's wearing a kabaya, you can see their feet. But it seemed she didn't have any feet at all. And then the train halted at Ongmo Kyo Station. I managed to look up to find out whether the incoming passengers can see her or not. And as I looked up, she already left. She was gone. It looked like a nanosecond for her to disappear, even before the train doors had opened. At that moment, realizing that it's impossible to get out without the train doors opening, and that she vanished in the moment, I rolled my eyes up to look at her. I just froze in terror. I looked around to see if anyone else also saw that or not, but nobody seemed to be influenced by the woman. Or maybe they couldn't see her. At this point, I was horribly scared. This was the second incident for me in which something, in this case someone, vanished in thin air. Though I didn't see her vanish, but she was there at one moment, and like a microsecond later, she wasn't there. It wasn't even humanly possible to get out of the train or get into the train in that moment. So I put on my headphones and music and closed my eyes shut so as to not see anything else. I got out at Semabwag station. At first, she joked that I rode with a Pontiac, and I gave her a smack on her arm. A Pontiac is a bloodthirsty ghost of a woman, and quite popular ghost in Southeast Asia. But after calming me down and realizing that I was actually frightened to my core, she told me that the pale woman could be the white ghost of Angmo Kyo MRT station. And when I checked it on the internet, I found out that almost all the stations I crossed today on my way to Semabwag are supposedly haunted, and yes, White Woman is one of them. It was rather amusing, as how can ghosts haunt a train and station for that matter, but it was written that white ghosts targets lonely people. But I was in a filled compartment, so why did I only see her?
Paranormal is a part of everyone's life, but not everyone noticed it. My first encounter was around 18 years ago, when I was 10. It was Christmas morning when I lost my father. It was a devastating loss for all of us. Since then, I don't want to celebrate Christmas. Anyway, let's get to the point. The day after the funeral, I was sitting in my room. I was bummed. I didn't want to accept the truth. And then it happened. I heard my father's voice, calling my name not once, not twice, but 3 times. I couldn't believe my ears, and I raced out of my room into the kitchen. My eyes were starting to water because I didn't see him. I started to cry and headed back into my room. Then I realized that it was very bright winter's day. I mean, it was freaking December 26th, and then I saw him. My dad was standing before me, smiling, surrounded by that light. I stared at him for what seemed to be hours. Then suddenly, light started to flicker, and I heard him talking directly to me. He said to me, "I'm sorry. Be good. I have to go now. Goodbye." And then he disappeared with the light. That was the last memory I had of him. The next experience was 4 years ago, when I was in my neighbor's house. My neighbor, let's call her Z, lived with her father, let's call him A, who by the way was a creepy guy. However, Z was gifted. She could see the future through cards. I was stunned when she told me things known only by me. I went there often times, but every time I took even the slightest look to A, my head started to hurt like hell. When I shared that to Z, she told me that I was sensitive. Every time, when I get a headache, I was in a way cleansing the negative energy. I shook it off because that couldn't be true. After the seance, you know the cards. She told me that I have a big hole in my heart, a hole full of pain and sorrow. She started to cry and told me that soon, very soon, I will lose someone very close to me, and I needed to be strong at that moment. After that, I stopped going there, and a week later, she died, leaving behind her awful father. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but he was evil. I can't explain how I know, I just do. 10 days after Z's death, A got ill and died. I know my stories aren't as exciting as the others, but they are true. Just letting you know that the person who I was supposed to lose was my mother, who died a year after Z and A. You may say it's a coincidence, but it's not. Every time I pass Z's house, I get the same headache, and I get the feeling that someone is watching me through the second floor windows where A lived. I'm 28 now, and I still get that feeling.
The first strange experience I had was during my sister's 10th or 11th birthday party. At the time, my family lived in a house in a blue-collar town in New Jersey. The house was set up where the front door was, up a flight of stairs. Once inside, there was a landing that led to another flight of stairs upstairs and another leading to the lower level. Downstairs was a long hallway with a doorway leading to the garage. At the foot of the stairs, which formed one end of a long hallway, there was a closet under the stairs. There was a laundry room at the end of the hallway, and finally large living room. My sister had invited all of her friends, and everyone was having a good time. After eating cake, the grown-ups went upstairs for coffee, and the kids stayed downstairs to play on their own. At a certain point, we all decided to scare each other by telling ghost stories in front of the laundry room. My sister and I had always thought of it as the creepiest spot in the house, and it proved to be the perfect spot to tell ghost stories. When you opened the laundry room door, you stared down a long dark room with a shaded window at the end. The doorway to the laundry room was a small recess at the end of the hallway. The house quieted down as we started talking about scary things. After a few of those stories, everyone started to get into the spirit. My sister and I were sitting at the end of the hall, looking down its length. From our vantage point, we could see the wall along which the door leading to the garage was. We were midway into someone's ghost story when my sister suddenly noticed that the door leading to the garage had suddenly popped open just a bit. She remembered that the door was definitely locked. We walked over and closed the door and made sure to lock it again. By then, all of us were terrified and thoroughly petrified in our own little recess. As little kids, not one of us wanted to move out of our spot or make a noise. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, which made everyone jump 3 feet, but was enough to kill the moment. Everyone started laughing. Our house was new when we bought it, and nothing strange had ever happened to anyone in my family there. Now that we're older, my sister and I still bring up this incident with my sister, and we both have a good laugh. She still swears that she locked the door. Growing up, I spent a lot of time reading true ghost stories and still do. When we were little, my sister and I would borrow the ghost books from the library. The best were the ones with real pictures. I remember reading one of those ghost books when I was in middle school. It was right during the time when midterms or finals were coming up, and I had a pile of school books on my desk. A ghost book was tucked away there somewhere, and for a break, I'd pull out the ghost book. At the time, I was part of the school basketball team and proudly received my practice jersey, which I still have, that I kept hung on a hook at the back of my bedroom door. That night, I was studying for finals with the bedroom door closed. My desk faced the wall, and the door was 4 feet to the right. I had my Walkman on, do you remember those things? And started getting into the rhythm of doing my English homework to the tunes of rap. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I was distracted by some movement. I looked up to see my jersey swinging back and forth on the hook. It looked just as if someone had tipped the hanger to one side with a finger, causing it to swing. Right away, I checked to see if the door was locked. Maybe my father had opened the door after I didn't hear him knocking. I didn't want to be bothered while studying, so it was logical that I would have locked it. When I checked, the door was definitely locked, and there was no noise behind the door. All the while, the jersey continued swaying back and forth, eventually stopping after losing speed. Next, I checked to see if the window was open, but it was November, and the windows were all closed to keep out the cold. Right before I noticed the jersey swinging, I just put down a very large, hard-covered dictionary onto the desk. The dictionary was about 10 inches long and 3.5 inches thick. I thought maybe it made a slight wind as I put it down, but no matter how many times I tried,
I couldn't cause the jersey to move from 4 feet away. I didn't feel scared and just continued studying with the Walkman on. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but I can't explain what caused that jersey to swing. One of the most bizarre experiences I've ever personally had was with my family while staying at a hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It happened around 1997, and I was lucky to have most of my family there to experience it with me. Atlantic City is an interesting location for strange experiences. The casinos draw many from the New York area and beyond, but along with this brings the good and bad of social ills that come along with games of chance. The summer of 1997 was a typical one. Like we did many summers before, my family drove down the shore to spend a few days enjoying the beach and casinos at Atlantic City. As usual, my father arranged the trip and found a new hotel with a very reasonable price. The name of the hotel is called the Flagship and is still located at the northern end of the boardwalk, far from the other casinos. After a long, cold winter, my family was anxious to see the ocean and asked the front desk for an oceanfront view. We were told that the only room available wasn't facing the ocean, but with 2 queen-size beds, the room was very comfortable and that we could see the ocean from the side of the balcony. It was the perfect size for my parents, my sister and I, and we agreed, and the man at the front desk gave us 2 door cards. Our room was on the 10th floor. Looking back, none of us recalled running into many guests in the hotel at all. However, we thought that since the hotel was new, it was just beginning to attract customers. Once we found our room, we used the room card to open the door and went inside. Right away, things went wrong. The room was very dark. The curtains for the sliding door to the balcony were pulled, and extremely cold. It was a typical hotel room, except for a small kitchen area right in front of 2 queen-size beds. At the foot of the second bed was a sofa bed. Then beyond the second bed, there was a sliding glass door leading to a small balcony. Although we were facing the interior of Atlantic City, just as the front desk mentioned, we could see the ocean on one side of the balcony. Very soon, we found out why the room was so chilly. The air conditioner, which was located on the wall above the sofa bed, was turned on full blast and wouldn't turn off. As I mentioned this to my father, I saw my mother fidgeting with the front door's electronic lock. Like she often said, and did, she checked to see if the door was locked when closed from the outside. It wasn't. Inside the door, there was a sticker that explicitly stated that the door was always locked on the outside. Not so. We also realized that the stove in the small kitchen wasn't working. Then we saw that there was a small leak coming from the mini fridge as well. My father called downstairs, and soon a repairman came up and fixed the AC, the stove, the refrigerator leak, and even the front door. He mentioned that the lock should always be locked from the outside and seemed puzzled by the device. We gave the man a big tip and then quickly made our way over to the casinos. When we arrived back to our room, well after dinner, we immediately felt how cold it was in the room and turned off the AC. After washing up, we watched some television before turning in. I remember one of the programs was about ghosts, and we watched that one for a while, not realizing what was to come. My mother and sister were the first to go to bed and turned off the lights. They slept in different beds, with my mother in the bed closer to the kitchen area and my sister in the one near the balcony. I stayed up reading on the kitchen table with the dim light on. I had some trouble falling asleep that night since the sofa bed mattress was new and was still covered in plastic. I must have felt lazy because I left it on and suffered because it was very hot and not very conducive to a good night's rest. At breakfast the next morning, my sister told us about something strange that had happened during the night. All night long, She said she felt someone brushing past her bed as if trying to walk to the balcony door. At the foot of her bed, there was about a foot of space between her bed and the end of my sofa bed. She said it felt exactly like someone was squeezing through the tight space and rubbing against her bed. At first, she thought it was me trying to get outside the balcony. Then when she looked up, she saw my father and I still sitting at the kitchen table reading. At the time, none of us really believed her, and we went out again for a day of walking on the boardwalk and then gambling at night. That night, I stayed up later than everyone else. I talked to my sister about what she experienced the night before. I also told her to let me know if she felt it again. As soon as she got in bed, I sat down by the kitchen table to read, glancing over towards her bed every once in a while to see if anything happened. After a while, I gave up and continued reading before getting up to wash up in the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, my sister was sitting up in bed. She said that she again thought I had squeezed past the bed to go to the balcony, but then she opened her eyes and saw me come out of the bathroom at the other end of the room. I was positioned on the sofa bed so that my head was right next to the little space at the end of my sister's bed. If someone walked past, I would have surely felt something, but that night I didn't notice anything at all. As usual, it took a little bit of time for me to sleep. I listened intently and tried to feel any wind or changes in the room, but eventually gave up and slept. I had by then taken off the troublesome plastic cover and finally had a good night's rest. The next day, my father woke me up early to rent bikes for an early morning boardwalk ride. Then he went to my sister and woke her up as well. As soon as he did this, my mother, who planned to sleep in, suddenly sat up in bed and turned on the lights in the TV. We asked her why she didn't want to sleep, since it was still only about 5:30 a.m. She told us that she wasn't very tired and that she felt like waking up, which is unusual since she usually likes to sleep past 11. We all thought this was pretty odd. My mother loves to sleep late. She kept giving us vague reasons about why she wouldn't go back to sleep, and even turned on the television. Later on, she told us the reason why. At breakfast, my mother told us about the strange incident that happened that night. She had woken up in the middle of the night. It was late, and she could hear all of us either snoring or breathing the natural rhythms of a very good night's rest. She was sleeping on the right-hand side of the first bed and was lying on her side facing inwards, but gradually she realized that she felt the sensation of someone's back lying against her own. At first, she was convinced that it was my sister, but she was pretty alarmed to realize that my sister was in the other bed, 4 feet away. Slowly, without opening her eyes, she moved closer to my father. The feeling was very real, but very slowly, the other person's back gradually went away. My mother said that in the morning, she hadn't expected my sister to go riding bikes with us, leaving her all alone in the room. After we left, she tried her best to stay awake. She turned on all the lights and turned on the television, but eventually she fell asleep anyway. As my mother told us this story, my sister chimed in saying that the person walked past her bed all of last night as well. This time though, she also felt her sheets being gently pulled away to the corner of the bed towards the balcony. For some reason, whenever she turned to face the balcony, it would stop. When she turned back around, she would feel the bed bulge a little, as if a person were rubbing past it. Also, she felt energy waves from the foot of her bed. After we came back to the room from breakfast, all of us were not so sure about our room anymore. Despite this, we still had a day of vacation and fun to look forward to. After we got what we needed, my father went downstairs early to get some brochures. Then my sister and I walked to the elevator while my mother got some last-minute things. We were both standing there by the elevator doors when we heard my mother anxiously calling us back to the room. When we got there, she looked a little shaken, and said that the front door wouldn't lock from the outside again. She said that all the while, as she was rifling through her suitcase looking for something, she had a bad feeling and couldn't wait to get out of the room. Once safely outside, as an afterthought, she turned the handle to see if the door was locked from the outside. Once again, it wasn't locked. This time, we went downstairs instead of calling for a repairman. The front desk seemed puzzled about the lock. They said that the lock should always be locked from the outside. They were at a loss as how to fix it, and finally recommended that we get another room. Everyone felt very relieved, and we quickly gathered our things to get out of the room immediately. We got another room upstairs, and this time, our new room was perfect in every way. Not surprisingly, the rest of our trip was pretty relaxed, but we sometimes joked about what would happen to us if we stayed another night in that room. All of us agreed that there was something in that room that wanted to be left alone. It didn't want to scare us, but instead just gently showed us that we had to go. For some reason, my mother and sister feel that it was a child or a little boy. If this is true, perhaps something happened to the boy in the room. Everything seems to point to the balcony where things seem to emanate from. Perhaps the boy fell off the balcony, or maybe someone died in the room. Maybe the spirit felt an affinity to the woman, as opposed to my father and I, who didn't experience anything. The flagship is now a luxury timeshare condo. I'm not sure if it's still partly a hotel. While we were there, the hotel operators aggressively tried to sell us a timeshare, but of course, we turned them down every time. I wonder who bought the timeshare for that room on the 10th floor, and if anything similar happened to them. I have a brother who works in Hong Kong. Many of his clients are from this area in China. One of his clients was a Hong Kong businessman in his 40s. This client often went on frequent business trips to Shanghai and Beijing for his company. My brother was very familiar with this man, as were many other of the people working in my brother's office. My brother worked closely on him on several large projects, and they often made small talks during breaks. On one occasion, he told my brother that on one of his visits to Shanghai, he was staying in a hotel and had just returned to his room at night after a long day's work. He washed up, turned down the lights, and then got into bed. He had drifted off into an exhausted sleep when he was violently awakened in the dead of night. In the pitch darkness, he felt the ice-cold hands of a woman clasped around his neck, strangling him as he tried desperately to break free. After a few seconds, the hands finally let go, and the man jumped up and turned the lights on. As he scanned the room, he found himself absolutely alone. The room looked just as it had before he got into bed. Upon his return to Hong Kong, he was profoundly shaken by the incident and consulted with a very good fortune teller that his family knew well. The fortune teller told him that there was a woman following him around. He didn't know the reason, but that was the case. My brother's client was a businessman, and in spite of what had happened to him, scoffed at the idea of some mysterious ghost lady following him around. My brother and his client had a good laugh about this during their break. Still, my brother warned him to be careful and to make sure he was a gentleman to the lady ghost. A few months had passed before my brother heard what had happened to his client. Many of my brother's colleagues were talking about it in my brother's office when the topic came up. They had heard that the client had died in a hotel room in Shanghai. The cleaning lady had discovered his body in the room, alone and lying in bed. We sometimes wonder what really happened to this client. We wonder if he just died of natural causes, or if those cold hands returned during the night. If so, who was she? I don't know, but it's a strange story.
About 20 years ago, when we lived in Navy housing on Oahu, Hawaii, my daughter and I experienced something that still haunts me. Honestly, I'm not sure what it was, and that I'm not sure if it was a ghost. At the time, we, my husband, our two daughters and I were living in Navy housing. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, and we didn't entertain such stories or thoughts in our home. It was a summer sunny day. My husband was at work, my oldest daughter was out surfing with her friend, and my youngest was at home with me. We had just finished lunch and decided to watch some TV. The TV room was just off the living room, dining room, and filled with windows and 2 doors, one to the kitchen and one to the backyard. There was a wall composed of 2 large sliding doors that separated the living and dining room from the TV room. Against that makeshift sliding door wall was a love seat that my daughter was sitting on. I was sitting on a chair opposite the love seat. The TV was to the side of us, on a low bookcase below a bank of windows. While sitting there watching TV, something shimmery, a staticky, sparkly, flashing sort of mass passed between us and the TV. It had entered from the living room into the TV room and then moved across the room and out the back door. Within seconds of seeing it, we turned to look at each other. She then jumped into my lap, and we sat hugging each other tightly for a bit before either of us could speak. I knew by her actions and the panic on her face, she had seen what I had. With fear in her voice, she asked me, "What was that?" I had no idea what it was, but I tried to reason it away. Staying as calm as I could, I told her it was probably the sun reflecting off a car passing the house. With a trembling, soft voice, almost a whisper, she replied, "But all the blinds are down." Not wanting to give in to the panic, I told her that the shades don't fit the window so tightly that light can't find its way in between window frame and shade. I then changed the subject to picking up my oldest daughter and going for shaved ice, a Hawaiian snow cone, but better. Other than telling family and friends for the next few weeks, we didn't and haven't talked about it since. We put it behind us. Fast forward 2 years later, my husband, reassigned back to Rhode Island, had moved back to the mainland to open our old home and get it ready while the girls and I were still in Hawaii. The girls still had a few months of school to finish, so he went ahead without us. The last few days on the island, I spent alone, cleaning our base housing. All our household belongings had been moved out the day before, and we were on our way back to Rhode Island. While I cleaned the house, readying it for inspection, my girls enjoyed their last few days with friends on the beach. I had cleaned the kitchen and laundry the day before and was now cleaning the bedrooms, bathrooms, and on into the living room and dining room. The whole house was floored with floor covering, which I had to sweep and mop spotless. I was mopping the living room and dining room area. The only thought in my mind was how warm it was now that the air conditioner was gone. Then, out of nowhere, appeared that same shimmering, sparkling, wild flashing mass. It crossed the room right in front of me. Being all alone and startled by what I was seeing, I packed up and left. I still hadn't mopped the TV room, nor finished the living or dining room. I didn't care. I was out of there. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, my purse, and locked the door. I left the mop and bucket with the curbside trash and got in the car and didn't look back. I have never ever seen anything like this before or after Hawaii. I've also since become more open-minded to ghosts. Once back in Rhode Island, I started watching the many supernatural and ghost hunting shows that had since started appearing on TV, and although I am open-minded now, I haven't seen any real proof. I say that because I'm still not sure what I saw in Hawaii. I still feel like there might have been a logical explanation. I'm still waiting to come across someone, somewhere, who has experienced the same thing. Someone who can tell me what it was that my daughter and I saw.
I'm an amateur UFO researcher. I say amateur, but I think some might consider me an expert in the field. Anyway, I'm writing here to record what's already occurred. I'm too afraid to post on the forums I usually frequent when discussing my findings because I really don't need the extra attention right now. I'm afraid that something is going to happen, and I have to document it somewhere. So here it is, and I hope you enjoy my story.
I know what you're all thinking, no doubt. I'm probably some nutjob that sees airplanes flying at night and thinks they're aliens, and I can respect that train of thought. My purpose here isn't to get people to believe, it's purely selfish. Now, I'm not really in fear for my life. Well, I am, but that's not why I'm writing this. It's my research I'm concerned about. All my years looking into extraterrestrial life, I've had a number of experiences, some more notable than others. I've seen orbs in the sky maneuver in ways aircrafts never could, and I've picked up radio waves with no point of origin on Earth. Those types of things I've looked into, but no real proof has ever come out of it. But what happened the other day changed all that. I live out in California, pretty much the middle of nowhere, out in the desert. Gotta be close to the action, you know? At night, I routinely go out in my pickup and see if I can get a glimpse of anything. I've numerous outposts I go to where I've had experiences and where I know people have known to have seen UFOs. I was at one such place, sitting in my truck in the absolute darkness of the desert, sipping my coffee, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bright light streak up into the sky, like really bright. It was coming from the middle of a rock plateau in the distance. Naturally, I revved up the engine and headed over. I parked about a quarter mile away and walked the rest. I didn't want the noise to scare off whatever it was, so I snuck up and wormed my way in between the rocks to get to the middle where the light was coming from. I peeked in, and in an instant, everything I've ever believed was validated. I saw two creatures, pretty short but humanoid, no doubt. They had big eyes with no pupils, pure white, and I could see that their flesh was moist and scaly. I could hear them speak to one another. Their language is difficult to describe. I can't really put into words what it sounded like. It was high-pitched and echoed, though that was more their voices and not the language itself. Hearing an alien language sent chills up my spine. I was so excited. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. There were two pods behind them, and they were both standing around some sort of metallic rod stuck in the sand. That's where the light was coming from. It was shooting out the top, like some sort of beacon. I assume it was transmitting back to the mothership, but I don't really know. To me, it appeared to be sucking something out of the earth. I could hear the device humming. I inched closer for a better look, but I cracked the rock, and they both turned to me in unison. I froze, their eyes cut through me, and my excitement turned to terror. I was so scared, but in that same moment, I could see in them the same thing, fear. One of them reached out and touched something on the rod, and the light exploded out, blinding me for a moment. As my eyes adjusted back to normal, all I saw were the two pods jet straight back up into the air. There was no noise made, only the sound of the sphere ripping through the air. Now, as much as I'd like you people to believe what I've just told you, that's not really my concern. Because when they left, lying on the ground was the rod. They'd forgotten it or dropped it. I don't know. All that matters is that I have it. Actual proof of intelligent life. And if you looked at this thing, held it in your hand, you know it came from another world. I mean, with how bright the light on top can get, there's nothing on Earth that could power something like that. You'd think I'd be on top of the world, and believe me, I was. Until the next day. I woke up to a knock on my door. It was early that afternoon, but naturally I was sleeping in. The knocking was persistent. It didn't stop, just a slow-paced knock, over and over, until I finally got to the door. I opened it to see two large men standing in front of me. They were both bald and pale, with no eyebrows or eyelashes, and they were wearing crisp black suits. Everything from their ties to their shoes appeared to be brand new, like it was the first time they'd been worn. The man on the left was the only one who spoke. He introduced himself as Agent Quinn and his associate as Agent Reed. Then he addressed me by name, my full name. I didn't think it was odd at first. I mean, he was at my house. I'd buy he knew who I was. But then he asked me the question that almost made my blood freeze. Where's the rod you procured last night? There was no emotion in his words at all, almost robotic in tone. I immediately looked at both their sides and noticed they didn't have guns. I thought it was strange for government agents not to carry weapons, but I was also sort of relieved. I denied knowing anything, saying I'd been at home all night. Agent Quinn, however, didn't seem to have any interest in talking about whether or not I had what he wanted. As far as he was concerned, I had it. It is your best interest if you simply oblige us and gave us the item we have come for. I can assure you it would make life much easier for you. But I stuck to my guns and told them to leave. I stood firm and raised my voice, getting upset with them. But when I said leave, Agent Reed reached out his hand and grabbed me by the arm. Now, I'm not a strong man. I don't work out or anything like that, but the strength in his grip was inhuman. I've no doubt about that. He held me in place while Agent Quinn got in my face, our noses almost touching. I was staring in his eyes, and I could see how lifeless they were, like what made him human had been stripped away. It is unfortunate that you have chosen to lie to us, he said. My sincerest hope is that you will reconsider, and soon. Agent Reed then released me, and the two of them walked back to a black van that was parked out on the street. That was the other day. I'm freaking out. How could they know that I have it? How do they know about it in the first place? I've heard the stories, stuff similar to this, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me because I'm not going to compromise myself and give them what they want. I was smart enough the night before to hide the rod, but I'm hesitant to say where. But I do want to. I want someone other than me to know where it is, but I have no family or friends, so I've turned here. I'm not really looking for advice as to what to do, but I'm not adverse to it either. I only want to have what is happening to me be out there. I can't let them cover this up too. As long as they don't find these posts, I'll keep posting about what's happening. I need it documented. Alright, things have gotten pretty crazy. I'm not much of a drinker, but I've since took up the habit. I'm 2 drinks in as I write this. I appreciate the comments and advice I've been getting, but I don't really have any intention of handing the rod over. I've dedicated years and years to investigating UFOs and extraterrestrial life, so to finally have something and just hand it over just isn't an option for me. I left a good job paying and another life to come out here to chase my passion, and that's what I intend to do. After posting the other night, I waited a few hours until a little past midnight and decided to head back out to the rock plateau where I originally encountered the life forms. It had been a few days, and I wanted to get a second look at the site, but after the agents came to my door, my mind had been in a different place. But I refused to let fear change the way I live my life. I went out and crept out, got into my pickup, and headed towards the desert. I half expected to be followed, so I couldn't help but glancing back to my rearview mirrors the whole time. But it seemed I was alright. I got out into the desert, no problem, but as I got closer to the rock plateau, I could see it was illuminated. Not by some extraterrestrial technology, but like the lights you see when they're doing construction late at night on the highway. The entire thing was encased in what looked like a white quarantine tent. I parked quite a distance away and got out my pair of binoculars to take a closer look. The tent seemed to be surrounded by black vans, the same that I'd seen the agents leave in. There were men similar to the agents all around, no hair and in the same fine suits. I have no idea what they were doing, but I got extremely nervous as I watched them. Some were going in and out of the tent, while others stood motionless, as if they were on guard like statues. There was no way they could see me from the distance I was, so I decided that even though it wouldn't be that clear, given my range, I thought I'd record what was going on. I got my phone out and zoomed in as far as I could. It wasn't good enough to see what exactly they were doing, but I could see one thing that didn't show up in my binoculars. The eyes of every single person there were glowing, like some sort of bluish white, but I could see it very clearly through the screen. It sort of disturbed me, but I didn't really know what it meant. Some of you have commented that you have thought that the agents were themselves aliens, and I didn't really think that until seeing that. Though I do also believe they work for the government,
There's no way they would be able to churn out an operation like that without people having questions and them having the right answers. I have in the past heard some of the crazier UFO researchers make claims that our government has been working with extraterrestrials for as long back as the 50s, but I never put too much validity into those claims. Seeing this, however, made me question everything. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked again. I recorded them for about a half hour for no real reason other than I thought something more interesting might happen at any moment. You couldn't tell what they were doing at all, so it was a half hour of guys with glowing eyes walking around and standing. I would have just kept filming, but all of a sudden, I could see that two of the eyes had turned and were staring out into the distance towards me. I didn't think much of it, just that he had moved, but then slowly I noticed the same stationary eyes turned towards my direction. It wasn't long until, on my camera, it was a wall of eyes staring. I immediately jumped in my truck and peeled out of there. As I rushed home, I kept assuring myself it was nothing. There was no way they could have seen me. It was pitch black out there, and I was so far away. I assured myself something else had to have caught their attention. I got home and rushed inside. I just stared out the window for about a good hour, expecting a black van to show up or something along those lines, but nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief and opened up my laptop to transfer the footage from my phone. I hooked it all up and opened the file, and much to my dismay, the video was fuzzy. And not like a normal fuzzy video. This was like the black and white fuzz you'd see when the VHS tape stopped running, something I'd never see on digital video. To say I was pissed is an understatement. It had recorded so smooth, it makes no sense that it was corrupted like that. I was shaking. I was so angry, so I decided to get a drink to calm my nerves, and I just kept drinking till I woke up the next morning, or I guess afternoon on my couch with a splitting headache and a bad taste in my mouth. I looked out the window, and sitting in front of my house was a black van. All the windows were tinted. I couldn't see anything. I was pretty scared, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I had things I had to take care of, and to do that I had to leave my house. I mustered up the courage and walked outside, or I suppose ran is more accurate. I wanted to get into my truck as quick as possible, but the moment I stepped outside, the van drove off. I was relieved, but I knew there had to be more to it. But I didn't have time to worry about it. I had things I needed to do. So after a few hours of running errands, I came back home to my door being wide open, pulled in my driveway, and took a deep breath before heading in. The place was a mess. Furniture turned over and ripped up, books and knickknacks thrown about. I turned my couch back right side up and just sat on what was left of the cushions, looking at everything I owned, broken and beaten. I knew that they thought they'd find, and I knew it wasn't there, so they gave me a bit of relief. Then as I sat there, I remembered the rest of my research. I went back to my bedroom, and sure enough, everything had been tampered with. Cords had been yanked out of my computer, boxes of documents emptied out all over the floor. But as I looked at everything, I noticed nothing was missing. It was all there. They hadn't taken anything. I did notice, however, there was an envelope amongst the mess. I didn't have anything that I kept in an envelope, so I knew whatever it was, it must have been them who left it. I opened it up, and inside was just a single piece of paper, typed up. It said, "It has come to our attention that you are not only continuing to hinder our investigation by keeping what we desire from us, but that it appears that you have begun an investigation of your own. What you saw the other night was not for your eyes. To continue on this path you appear to be on would be unwise." Now I'm just sitting here, 3 drinks deep in what used to be a nice and tidy house, typing this, wondering what to do. I'm at a loss. I don't know how far they'll go. Right now, I think they're just trying to scare me into doing what they want. And since I know I'm not going to, I'm nervous as to what's coming next. I work night audit at this semi-swanky hotel next to the airport. One night, I get a call from a lady in 204. She says there was arguing, loud banging, and crying coming out of 206. Check the computer. No one has checked into that room due to maintenance issues. What the fuck? Called my supervisors to see what to do. She tells me to call on site security and follow them up with a key. I decide to be the bigger man and go up anyways. As we get off the elevator, we can hear the crying. It's loud. My heart starts racing as we near the door, so I hand the key to the security guard. The next 5 minutes seem to happen in slow motion. He opens the door and immediately flicks on the light. Keep in mind 206, we're on the second floor, only door was by me, and this is at like 3 a.m. and there was no one around. As we enter the room, the shower is on, steam is coming from under the door. There is only one lamp on in the room. It's super cold, and there's a lady in red, lacy bra, black panties, with super red hair curled up crying in the bed. She was facing away from us. As Frank approached her, he asked if everything was okay. She sorta just stopped crying and rolled over. When she did, a wave of horror came over me. She was super pale, covered in blood, and was just staring behind us. That's when we realized the shower had stopped and the door was open. There was a man about 6'5" standing in the doorway. As we turned around, cops tased him and arrested him. Turns out he was a rapist who hides in hotel rooms, kidnaps women who stay there, and cuts them open. To this day, I will never go to a hotel again. I'm currently a janitor at a gym. We have a stairwell that leads down some stairs to a door that doesn't open because we lost the keys years ago. One night, there was a loud banging sound coming from the door. Sounded like someone was banging it every second for a couple minutes. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened and watched, and it stopped. It started up again a few minutes later. I went back up there to see, and it stopped again as soon as I got there. Told my manager the next day and had a locksmith come in. He got the door open, and it's just an old supply closet that's empty. Every so often, someone hears a banging sound coming from the door at the bottom of the stairs. Third shift gas station attendant. My first night alone. I'm out cleaning trash around the pumps and refilling the windshield fluid containers. Cop pulls in, drives by really slow, staring at the store, doesn't see me standing near pumps, parks, and walks into the store really fast. He's clearly looking for an attendant, so I walk into store. He jumps when the door opens and I say, "Hey, what's up?" The Dunkin' Donuts, 2 streets over, just got hit and the guy doesn't fit any profiles. We think he just likes to shoot people, so we're letting people know. He gets in his car and drives off. Was sitting at a desk in front of a good-sized window, reading a binder. Sort of had that feeling like someone was watching me, so I looked up, and there was a face pressed to the glass. No idea how long he was there before I looked up. Ran out to the foyer, where there was a glass door on the porch that should be locked. It wasn't. He started shaking the door trying to get in. Ran to the next room, and he just followed me around the house while I was on the phone with the cops. Watching me through the windows, they didn't catch him. That night, he came back the next night. They caught him. Creepy as fuck. Surprise. Sometimes patients come in for other problems and don't mention that they sleepwalk. There have been a few occasions where I've been sitting in my office, watching vitals and writing reports, when I turn around to get something and a patient has sleepwalked into my office and is standing right behind me. At 2 a.m. in the dead quiet, that gives one quite a shock. Right out of college, I got a job as a nanny for 2 elementary school aged girls. For their anniversary, the parents went on a week-long cruise, and I stayed home with the kids. The first few nights, the 8-year-old would come into my room multiple times a night and wake me up. It was obvious she hadn't pre-planned what she was going to give me as a reason for waking me up, so she would stumble through an excuse on the spot like,
I just wanted to make sure we are still going to the park tomorrow, or I think I forgot to brush my teeth and wondered if I should do it now or wait till the morning. I figured she was just missing her parents and feeling out of sorts, so I let it slide at first. But by the fourth or fifth time, knowing I needed sleep to keep up with two active kids, I told her that she wasn't to wake me up unless there was an actual emergency. I got a couple more hours of undisturbed sleep, but wake up with a weird feeling around 5 a.m. I turn over and nearly piss myself. The girl had brought over a chair right next to the bed and is staring down at me. It didn't help that she had long, dark hair, and this happened a few months after The Ring came out. Her explanation? I just thought it would be fun to watch you sleep. I didn't wake you. Touché, kiddo. It was the summer of 1992. I was 20 years old, and I had just completed my junior year of college, and I was staying in the same city as the campus to take some summer classes. I also worked a couple of part-time jobs to handle living expenses. One of my jobs was as a fast food delivery guy. We cooked and delivered steaks, chicken, and burgers instead of the usual pizza or Asian food. One night after completing my shift, I was bored and for laughs, decided to check out an adult movie and novelty store that I had seen sometimes in the course of all my driving for that job. I parked amongst several other cars and got out of my car to go into the store. I saw a middle-aged man with a pasty appearance, with greasy dark hair and receding hairline in the car parked closest to the store. I approached the car on the way in, and he raised his hand hello to me. Not wanting to be rude, I raised my hand in return. As I walked directly by the driver's side door, he said hey, and I said hello. He leaned his head out of his window. He said, "You want to get it off?" I browsed about, and put off by the sheer seediness of the place, quickly left. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guy in the car in a different parking space. I got into my car and started out of the parking lot. As I got to the road, I saw the guy start his car and start to come out as well. Hoping this was coincidence, I turned out of the parking lot to go home. It wasn't coincidence. Suddenly, this guy was following me very closely and blinking his high beams at me every few blocks. I tried to lose him at some traffic signals, but was unsuccessful. I decided to go an alternate route at that point, not wanting to direct this creep to where I was living. Luckily, my delivery job had made me familiar with a lot of the roads in the city. I headed for a particularly labyrinth neighborhood, turned in, and took as complicated a route as I could, and quickly as I could, and finally lost him in there. I thought that was the end of it. A few weeks later, during work at the takeout place, I stopped at a convenience store in the course of delivery to get a soda. After I checked out, I saw this same guy. He smiled and raised his hand hello again. I hurried outside to my car, but this time I was in my shirt and hat from the takeout place. Now he knew where I worked. By the time I left the convenience store, he followed me again. Fortunately, I was able to lose him again, but spent the rest of the summer afraid to see him pop up at the place of my work, or worse, order food and bring me to his house. Thankfully, that did not happen. But skeevy guy who likes to follow people, let's not meet again.
You believe in ghosts? If so, then boy, do I have a real ghost story for you. Being so involved with the paranormal from an early age on, you tend to open yourself up to experiences that you've never previously had before. I'm of the belief that if you commit to actively hunting spirits, they will start to manifest and make themselves known to you. However, if you close yourself off to this realm, the chances of finding yourself in a paranormal situation are slim. A lack of commitment will result in most spirits ignoring you. Just think about it for a second. If you have absolutely no desire to see paranormal activity, why would a ghost waste their time trying to communicate with you? It would be just like talking to a wall. Just like the saying goes, seeing is believing, or in this case, investing is believing. This story I'm about to share with you, though just a story, is undeniable proof that ghosts are living among us in the human world. These experiences occurred late in September of 2005, and at the time, I was 15. My mother tragically perished in a car accident the year previously, and that left my dad to care for me alone. It was an absolutely miserable existence from then on, as this was the love of his life. My dad ended up being so depressed that I would often find him crying alone in his room at my house every single day for the next month and a half. I personally have never seen my dad suffer so much, and although I was also hurting, I was more concerned with my dad's well-being. It was then that I would start praying for Mom to return and give us a sign to at least help comfort my dad and let him know that she was okay. However, all that praying didn't seem to help. All of the nights begging God to send her back down to us for a message almost seemed futile. I remember doing spirit sessions alone to frantically contact my mom, using a Ouija board, a spirit box, anything I could get my hands on to help. I never got any signs, and the house stood silent, as quiet as it's ever been, except for the faint sounds of my dad crying most nights. It made me start to doubt and think that ghosts and God were imaginary. I lost my faith in nearly everything. I remember angrily saying to myself that God and ghosts don't exist. My dad is hurting so much. I wanted to connect with the afterlife so bad, and yet nothing is coming through. Show me something. I remember saying that in utter and complete frustration. Still nothing. But all that was soon about to change. I remember one late night, I could once again hear my dad sobbing in his room after a hard day's work. He came back later that day, around 10 p.m. He was lying on the bed, and to comfort my dad, I went to sleep with him in his room. We had a bed across from my dad's that I would sleep in. I reassured Dad that everything would be okay, even saying, "Dad, I can't lose you too. Please. You have a daughter to raise. Mom wouldn't let you go on like this." My dad simply smiled and told me that he would never give up on me or his life. So he fell asleep. I tried to fall asleep as well, laying in the bed across from me. This was the moment when I was finally going to see a sign that I had been desperately seeking. Although, this was not the sign I was looking for. An hour or so passes. I was drifting off to sleep when I saw a shadow, outlined in the form of a person. This wasn't a good shadow, because I felt a very negative energy. There were no features, except a shadow person looming over my grieving father. I then got up, turned on the light, and that shadow was gone. I went to wake my dad, and he wasn't waking up. I screamed so hard for Dad to wake up, but nothing. I went and called the ambulance immediately. They rushed him to the hospital. This nightmare just couldn't get any worse. I had already lost my mother, and I was on the verge of losing my father as well. So I waited, and I waited in the hospital. My aunt and uncle swung by to give me the most gigantic hug I've ever felt in my life. We were all waiting on the word for the status of my dad. As the doctor walks out, he has a very somber and stern look on his face. "Your dad suffered a heart attack in his sleep. We are doing everything in our power to make sure he recovers from this." What they didn't tell us in the moment was that he was fighting for his life and receiving life-saving emergency surgery. It turned out that he also died on an operating table, but came back. After hours of surgery, thankfully, my dad recovered and eventually woke up. The crazy part is, years after this incident, he finally told me that he experienced an out-of-body experience and said that he felt like he went to heaven. He remembers being able to see the doctors working on him. Then suddenly, he was in a sunny field with roses and daisies, all these beautiful flowers surrounding him. He then saw my mom in a blue dress, just smiling at him from a close distance. My dad saw his grandfather, who he had been really close with as a kid. He also saw his childhood dog Spike, and he was running around the field. They both waved at him, gesturing him to come forward. He felt nothing but peace as he moved forward. Everything just felt great for a moment. As he approached Mom, he gave her a great big hug, and my grandpa as well. He said he didn't feel like leaving this place at all, but he knew he couldn't stay. Grandpa said with a great big grin on his face, "We will see you later." Then suddenly, he woke up back in his body in intense pain. That same night my dad was having that episode, my uncle took me back to his house. As I waited for my dad to recover, I had a dream. I dreamt of the Grim Reaper, and he was literally trying to drag my dad up into this dark room with red wallpaper. I remember screaming, "No, I need you, Dad," and trying to physically pull my dad away from the Reaper so he wouldn't take him through the door of the strange room. Eventually, the Reaper gave up and disappeared. My uncle rushed in to hug me, and I told him I had a nightmare. Years later, when my dad told me about what happened to him, I told him my nightmare as well. My theory is that the whole incident, the Black Shadow, the heart attack, the out-of-body experience, and my nightmare, they were all connected. Something dark and sinister was trying to take my dad away from me, and I feel like my dad's grandpa and my mom were somehow stopping this from happening. My uncle believed that my dad was just so worn out and hurt by the loss of my mother that it caused him to have a heart attack because of a broken heart. He does admit, though, that what my dad told us in the nightmare were very eerie, too coincidental to be one. The fact that I was praying for a sign, then challenged something from beyond, and then demanded one, made me feel like I really angered some sort of evil entities. I also believe that in those dark moments, good and evil were fighting for my dad to stay alive. My theory is that these dark forces are trying to take him away from me. I also know that because we're surrounded by so much darkness after we lost Mom, these dark spirits were taking advantage of us in the worst possible way, and I think they were feeding off of us. This whole time that I was hoping for a sign, it was there all along, and I should have realized this. Maybe we were consumed by a dark energy that whole time, and we needed a priest to bless this house. Eventually, that's what we ended up doing, and all felt pleasant and better. My dad slowly started feeling like himself, and the rest was history. I know this sounds insane, but I swear that all this happened, and it is 100% true. Thank you for my long story. Update. Fast forward 10 years. To my surprise, I recently found out that my old house, which was built in the early 1900s, was built on old Indian burial ground. I went to a psychic witch who did a reading on me, and we found out some fascinating things. That I could be surrounded and attached by spirit guides, one that represents good benevolence, and the other which is bad. She said that these two clash with one another, and when the bad spirits get through, they have the power to influence the entire mood of life, and the events occurring. All this could have played a factor into what happened to my dad. She said this, plus the entities that are living in our home, including that dark forest cloud that I told you about, seem to have a spiritual clash, where the good could be fighting evil. Now, I know this sounds wild, and maybe the witch was just making educated guesses, but after what had happened, I truly believe that there was something going on there. She suggested that she come to the house to perform positive rituals with her group of witches, as sort of a good omen to ward off the bad spirits, even though we seemed to get rid of them. The psychic also stressed that, because I still have these attachments, it is very possible that these things could continue and come back. She also suggested that the road my mom was driving on when she passed may have been cursed. She told me that just in case, they could go to the area of the accident to perform a positive healing ritual for the road. We also invited a group of witches to visit my dad in our old home, so we could defeat whatever darkness looms in our home. Well, they ended up showing up to our house late at night. 3 of the witches showed up, and me and my dad participated in the seance as well. We also used a Ouija board. First, we gathered around the kitchen table and held hands as the witches channeled for the spirits. They encouraged them to appear. They stated that they didn't mean any harm, and they wanted to figure out who exactly lives in this house. The main witch, Cynthia, who gave me a psychic reading and told me about the clashing spirits, told me that she felt a tightness in her chest as soon as she walked into the kitchen. She did not sense any good vibes from the kitchen at all, even though the entire first floor, living room, felt more comfortable and at ease. She called out, "Who is the spirit that is choking me and making it hard to breathe?" That's when the kitchen cupboard opened by itself and slammed shut so hard that it startled all of us. That gave us the confirmation that there wasn't a positive ghost that resided in the home, or at least one of them. It was only seconds later that I heard a voice say "go away" in a very low and guttural tone. It was more of a whisper, but it immediately sent shivers down my spine. I turned to the psychic, who was sitting right next to me, and I asked her if she heard that. She said no, but that she could feel the presence of a dark shadow standing between us both. Cynthia then told us that she was getting messages in her mind that the spirit was named Tim, and that he used to be a very angry man, about middle-aged. What we were able to confirm next was crazy. We used a Ouija board and asked about Tim, and the Ouija board both confirmed that it was exactly him. Cynthia was right. She then said that Tim was a very lonely man after his entire family died in a house fire. We later found out that the house we lived in had been rebuilt shortly after. We asked the Ouija board to confirm, and to our surprise, the Ouija board spelled out yes. We then asked about Mom, if she was still okay, and if she passed on. We never actually got any answers from the Ouija board, nor did Cynthia. However, a few days after the whole incident, and I'm not sure if this was just a coincidence or not, but I ended up getting a random text from some unknown number. The text literally showed up with a YouTube link to the song "Found Out About You," a song by Gin Blossoms. That was my mom's favorite song. The song is also about grieving for the loss of a loved one, so it really seemed to be a direct message that tied into me and my family and what we experienced. Anyway, incredibly lengthy story, but I couldn't leave any details out. Thank you so much for reading. Today, me and my dad are doing great. Stay safe, everyone. This is my first, but not my last experience. I'm a slight skeptic and a psychology major, so I believe in scientific explanations first and foremost when it comes to aliens and ghosts, before classifying it as a ghost story. I've always been overly curious about my family's lineage and who's related to who in my grandparents' tiny town, founded by my grandfathers and grandfather. I was adopted into the family, and I always felt like a bit of an outcast with no background of my own, so I linked to adapt my family's history, despite our lack of blood relation. One day while my father and I were visiting, he asked my grandmother if she wouldn't mind taking us to the graveyards around the tiny town and showing us around.
She took us to the family graveyard, another family's graveyard, who's apparently not related in any way, and finally she took us to a large church in Soldier Shared Graveyard. I was struck by how large this place was, and immediately wandered away. It was about 99 degrees that day, with very little wind and high humidity. What happened next could have easily been caused by the heat, but as a half-skeptic, I'm not sure. I decided to tidy up around the headstone, believing it wasn't fair to neglect someone in life or death. As I traveled around emptying out dirty vases, straightening flowers, dusting dirt off headstones, I came across 4 neat little graves in a row. The graves were old, moldy, and worn. Each one had a little weather-worn clipped tulip in front of it, and each one bore the same title, Infant. I don't like to talk about it, but I suffer from an anxiety disorder that causes me to be emotionally numb. It's extremely hard for me to feel empathy or sympathy, but looking at those little graves, I felt my heart break in my chest. I run my fingers over each one and whispered a little prayer for them. I walked away to continue my volunteered grave cleaning duties, and feeling a little strange tug to go back to the little ones' graves and stay there. After a few moments, I stopped under a large tree for a rest, drenched in sweat. Someone had hung a wind chime over another grave. On the same tree, I blankly studied it, listening to my grandmother and father talking across the graveyard. I could see the infant's grave out of the corner of my eye. I reached up to touch the chime. When I froze in place, a cold feeling slid down my spine and consumed my stomach. Without thinking, I turned quickly towards the infant's graves and stopped cold. A woman was standing beside the second stone. She had ebony black hair down to her thin waist, and she was wearing the old-fashioned blue dress that looked straight out of the 1900s. But that wasn't the most remarkable thing about her. Her face was smooth, round, and pale, and literally blank. She had no eyes, lips, nose, nothing. I gasped, involuntarily took a step backwards, flinching at the sight. When I recovered, she had vanished without a trace. The last thing I wanted to mention about the cemetery is another night I actually went back to the cemetery on my own, and I noticed something that was really alarming. What I noticed was something so alarming that it literally made my face turn pale. Now, I'm not saying this was a ghost, but I saw a group of people who were in a circle around a gravestone. Even creepier, they all had what looked like brown robes on and hoods on. It was like some sort of cult. That's why I can't immediately just say that it was a ghost or a group of ghosts, because it's pretty obvious that it may have been something else. Maybe it was just some sort of evil ritual that they were performing out there. But I didn't want to last long over there, so I bolted. How's that for a couple of crazy encounters with some spiritual entities or some cult-like figures? Anyway, I really hope you enjoy these pair of stories. They weren't the longest in the world, but I think they were very effective. What do you think? Let me know.
When I was 4, I shared a room with my mother. I slept in a toddler bed that was low to the ground. If I laid on my side, I could see under her bed. One night after she turned out the lights and got into bed, I happened to look over and see these red eyes staring at me from under her bed. I was so scared that I couldn't move and just continued staring at it. The eyes were close to the ground and did not blink. I finally started to scream and cry. My mom jumped out of bed and turned on the light. She looked under the bed, and so did I. There was nothing there. She turned out the light and got back into bed. The eyes were there again.
This happened 3 times that night, but never happened again. This is where it gets really freaky. When my oldest daughter was 4, she was playing in her room alone. When she started screaming, I ran in and asked her what was wrong. She told me that there were red eyes looking at her from her toy box. I had never told her what had happened to me. Well, I completely flipped out, and we ended up running from the room. She never slept in there again. I recently asked her about this, and she told me that their eyes were looking back and forth, but didn't blink. I wonder if this is some kind of demon or something. When my middle daughter was 4, she told me that angels talk to her at night. She's 5 now, and it doesn't happen anymore. My son is about to turn 4 next month, and I'm terrified of what supernatural thing will happen to him. My only consolation is that it should only happen when he's 4. This is not my actual personal experience. The house that I currently live in is extremely old and has a lot of history. My aunt had once lived in this house before me and my family. She had never experienced anything out of the ordinary. She had just come back from the hospital, having just given birth to her newborn daughter. The night she had returned home, she had done everything as normal and had gone to bed. The baby's cot stood just across the room. She woke up in the middle of the night, simply terrified by what she saw. A ghost with a small figure at its side stood looking into the cot holding a knife. My aunt first lay frozen in her bed, not knowing what to do. She finally worked up the courage after several minutes and ran to grab the newborn baby and ran out of the house. The room in which this occurred is now my room, and I can honestly say I've never seen an apparition, but I've heard many things during the night, such as when I once heard the banging footsteps of someone climbing the stairs. This had really frightened me, so the next day, I'd asked my sister if she had heard the noises. She replied yes. The weird noises continue up until this day, but we are now used to this, so we never really get scared, as we had done years ago. But just several weeks ago, my sister lay in her room watching TV, and all of a sudden, a black figure emerged in the corner of the room. The figure vanished, and we have never heard or seen anything unusual since. My name is Sam. I've been interested in ghost spirits and other unexplained phenomena for years now. When I was young, between the ages of 6 to about 13, I had experiences in the house I grew up in. I'm now 29 years old, but I know that something happened, and that there are things that we as people can't even explain. My story takes place in Tallahassee, Florida, home of the Seminoles. I was about 6 or 7 years old. I always heard footsteps walking down the hall of my house, and sometimes it sounded like the floor was just simply creaking, like old wood, I guess. The creaking sound moved down the hall like footsteps, though. On several incidents, I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear footsteps in the hallway. I never saw any apparitions, but I'm sure they exist. There is a sleep paralysis where you can wake up from your sleep, but not be able to move. I've seen many accounts of this on your website. I've personally awakened plenty of times in my youth, and could do nothing except look around in my room. I've never felt as if someone was holding me down, but I'm 100% positive I was wide awake, and I couldn't move. On one occasion,
a Saturday morning. I woke to the sun shining through my window. I wasn't scared, mainly because it was daytime, about 10 a.m. in the morning, when I was frozen solid. I tried my hardest to move my legs, my arms, and just talk, but I couldn't do anything. In the past, I would just lay there, and in time, the paralyzing feeling went away. This morning, I decided to lie in bed and just wait. What seemed like minutes was only seconds when I heard whispering just above and behind my head. My bed was against the wall, and my dresser was a foot or two away from the head of my bed against another wall. In the corner, the whispers came from that corner. It sounded as if two people were telling secrets just behind me. At this point, I snapped free from my frozen state and immediately jumped out of bed and dashed into the kitchen where my mother was cooking breakfast. I know something was there, but I was so scared that I didn't look back. I clenched my mom's legs, and she asked me what's wrong. I explained to her what had happened, and she kind of blew it off. There's no solid evidence that anything had happened, but I know what I experienced. That wasn't the only thing to happen. If you live in Florida, then you've experienced a hurricane. Hurricane Kate hit Florida in the mid-1980s. My mother was a single mom at the time and was trapped at City Hall during the hurricane. She worked for the city, so during the bad storm, they didn't want to let them drive in the weather and asked the workers to stay until the storm let up. My brother is about 5 years older than me, so my mom called and asked him to watch out for us until she could get home. The hurricane soon knocked the power out in the entire neighborhood and probably in several parts of the city. She called again and asked my brother and I to sit in the hall where there were no windows or doors until the storm stopped. I, being the younger of the two brothers, felt comfortable with my brother and soon dozed off to sleep. When I fell asleep, my brother said he began to hear footsteps walking up and down the hall. Sometimes the footsteps walked right past us. He also said, no matter how hard he tried to wake me, I wouldn't wake up. So we had to endure the steps and freaky sounds alone. He said it sounded as if 3 or 4 people were in the hall walking around. When I woke up, city workers were outside working on the telephone pole, trying to restore electricity to the neighborhood. My brother was curled up by the front door, almost relieved to see light, even if it was just lights from the work truck and light from the sparks of labor to the transformer on the pole. At this time, my brother told me about the footsteps he had heard and how happy he was the lights were coming back on. Other incidents happened, but nothing really worth talking about. I just wanted to share my story because the site is very interesting. I have 2 experiences that I know are so unusual that I thought I might share. It's a little short, but I know that these were some freaky ghost occurrences, and I simply can't not tell it. My eyes don't play tricks on me, and I wasn't tired or hallucinating. In fact, this first story, especially my friend's experience, was also very real and happened at school. I was about 8 years old. I was riding my bike in trails of the woods near our house. I'd been riding for so long that I lost track of time. And being an 8-year-old kid, of course it was the time of my life. I ended up getting lost in the woods and the trail for quite some time. It had to be a couple hours, and it started to get dark.
So as the sun was setting, I tried to make my way back the way I entered. As I was going through the woods, I ended up going through a cornfield, and from a distance, what I saw couldn't be ignored. I saw a short figure of a man just standing in between the cornfield bushes. It almost looked like a leprechaun. Obviously, I know leprechauns aren't real, but it was the best way I could describe this ghost. It was a scraggly looking thing, and stood 3 to 4 feet tall. It disappeared after a few minutes, and was gone. I am the only person who ever saw this thing. There was never any mention of a ghost near these cornfields. For a while, I didn't even want to say anything, for the fear of looking crazy. Plus, at 8 years old, who will take what I saw seriously? Today there are houses where I saw it, so the cornfield doesn't even exist anymore. Another weird thing that happened to my friends at school. Between the Christian middle school and high schools in town, there are some woods here. I never saw this, but some of my friends at the time did. One time, they looked into the brush and saw a pale-faced man in a hoodie or a robe of some sort. I'm guessing that it was some sort of ghost monk or something. They looked lost, but he didn't move at all. He was just squatting in some brush. When I was told about it, it made me realize that my experience might have been tied to this one, and that I wasn't as crazy as I thought. What happened was just odd. It's possible that the guy in the robe just could have been a creepy dude spying on the school. Personally, I think the one at school was just some weirdo, but the leprechaun could be something. However, I wouldn't just write it off, as I know that'd be hypocritical in doing so. Thanks for listening. Let me know what you think. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with my friends that had a history of strange sightings and stories. I personally had never seen anything there, but had somewhere else. That was about to change. I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only 2 people in the house at this time. The kitchen door was slightly open, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a gentle whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady walk past the door, wearing jeans and trainers towards the front entrance of the home. At first I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans, so I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. We bought my father's-in-law house with the understanding that he was to stay with us so we could take care of him. He was in his mid-70s and not in the best of health. Before we moved in, we turned the 2 upstairs bedrooms into 3 bedrooms. My husband was upstairs taking the panels off the walls and called me upstairs to figure out how and where to move the heating duct. As soon as I got to the top of the stairs, my husband hung his hammer on a nail that was sticking out of a stud. We were standing right next to the stud the whole time I was upstairs with him. We were the only 2 upstairs. When we were finished talking, he went to grab for his hammer. It was no longer hanging on the stud. We looked for it for about 15 minutes before finding it under a pile of panels about 10 feet away from the stud it was hung on. We just gave each other a raised eyebrow look and didn't say anything about it. The TV would always turn on and off by itself. It was my father-in-law's TV that was sat in the living room. It was the only TV in the house that did that, no matter what outlet it was plugged into. I would turn it off, and by the time I would walk into the kitchen, it would be on again. I would have to say something like, "I don't have time to play right now," before it would finally stop. I was at work the night my father-in-law passed away. It was 3 a.m. on a Monday morning when one of the high-low drivers broke a main water line that caused all the presses to be shut down. I'd been working there for 2 years and had never seen or heard all of the press operators being sent home, as there is always something else for us to do. I went straight home and straight into my father-in-law's room to check on him and tell him what happened. We had a close bond and talked about everything. He was gone. His estimated time of death was 3 a.m. It may have been a coincidence, but man, what a coincidence. After my father-in-law passed away, I experienced only one more thing. I was up in my room and heard my son call me from the kitchen. I was at the top of the stairs and he was at the bottom of the stairs. He asked me what I wanted. I asked him what he meant because I heard him call me. He just shook his head and said, "Oh, not this again." I came home from work early again one night, about a month after my father-in-law had passed away. I walked into my son's room to see if he was home yet. He was lying in his bed with the blankets over his head. My son was 18 at the time. I whispered, "Are you still awake?" He popped out his head from under his blanket and told me that he heard footsteps in his room just a few minutes before I got home. Could have been the cat, I told him. No, definitely human, he said. But when he looked to see who it was, there was nobody there. My oldest brother heard me and her brother talking downstairs and came down. She told me about an hour before I got home. She thought she heard someone walking around downstairs. She thought it was her brother. She heard footsteps from his room to the bathroom. She went downstairs and peeked her head in his room. Not in there. She walked to the bathroom, but the door was standing open, so she knew he wasn't in there. She was spooked, so she went upstairs and didn't come back down until I got home. We moved to a big old farmhouse in 2004. In my former residence were myself, my husband, and my teenage son lived. There were lots of paranormal happenings. All three of us experienced strange things, but the one that was the most bizarre happened while I was asleep in my bed. My husband had gone away on business for a few days, so I was alone this particular night. My son was asleep in his room down the hall. I owned a large male cat named Bing, who almost always spent the night on my bed. I also had a hamster that was kept in a cage in my son's bedroom. The cage door was broken, so we tied it up with baggy ties. She had escaped once or twice, so I had planned on buying a new cage the next day. As I lay sleeping in my bed, I could remember hearing someone yelling in my ear, "Wake up," several times. I then found myself standing in the hallway, and to my disbelief, my cat had the hamster cornered and was about to pounce. I screamed for my son, and he came to the rescue before anything could happen. Someone had made sure that I would wake up in time. That's for sure. I know I heard those words "wake up" repeated several times. I was not terribly afraid at the time because I figured that this entity had to be friendly. Before I moved into the house on Willoughby Lane, I never had given the slightest thought to paranormal activities, and had always dismissed it with a wave of the hand and an offhand comment of how such things are scientifically impossible. However, all that changed a few years ago when myself and my newly acquired husband decided to buy an old farmhouse in upstate New York. The real estate agent while giving us a tour of the home, had in fact related some disturbing information to us. She told us about 20 years ago, a young woman who had lived there with her 2 sons and her father, who apparently was an alcoholic, as well as an abusive parent, had gone missing. Her remains had never been found. There had been almost certain proof that her father had murdered her, and was shortly thereafter tried and sentenced to 10 years in prison, where he had almost died. I thought nothing of this, except for the fact that one day I might be gardening and dig up a little bit more than dirt. However, this did not stop us from buying the home, which was gorgeous, with green shutters, a post and beam barn which was in good repair, and a drive that was lined in grand old maple trees. But my friend, who was indeed a strong believer in the supernatural, strongly advised us that there might be what she called restless spirits residing in the home. Again, me being convinced that there was no such thing, did not take her warning seriously. After a long day of moving all of our possessions into a newly bought home, I'd fallen asleep in what was soon to be the living room. The movers had helped me bring in our couch, as well as an old rocking chair we had found in the barn. Both my husband and I thought we were able to save the old thing, which was made of oak and not damaged, except for the fact that the seat itself was no longer there. I was snoring away on the couch when I awoke, drowsily, to a consistent creaking. My husband, who was at work, and the movers, who had long since gone home, were absent, leaving me alone in the home. As I looked around, I noticed that the rocking chair was moving, as if someone was in it. Needless to say, I was incredibly scared, and proceeded to throw a book I'd been reading at the chair, or running out of the home. As the weeks passed, more and more of these types of things would happen, all ending with me rather frightened. Things would disappear and reappear without notice, some of which would never be there in the first place. Some of these items consisted of a wide collection of women's jewelry that I occasionally would find in what we found out later used to be a bedroom. Though we converted it into a study, I would hear knockings. Doors would open and shut for no apparent reason. We would occasionally hear the faint creaking of the rocking chair, even though I had insisted it be placed back in the barn. Occasionally, I would hear hushed voices and see flashes of what appeared to be figures out of the corner of my eye. This behavior increased as time passed, till I was starting to get used to it. I even admitted to talking with the spirit whenever I was alone in the home. I would always be rewarded with an abrupt cease in all abnormal activity. On the evening of the housewarming party me and my husband were holding, one of my friends came to me in a state of anxiety. They said that they had been in the basement when they saw a woman standing there, staring at them, then turning and vanishing. Myself and a few others hurried down to the basement, where we looked all over, trying to find the woman. What we did find was a hidden cupboard with what was later confirmed to be the remains of Sue Hoover, the woman who disappeared nearly 20 years ago. After this finding, the noises and sightings immediately stopped, and we have yet to hear the slightly disturbing creak of the old rocking chair, which we eventually moved back into the home and repaired. However, I will never forget my experiences that year, and never again doubt the existence of spirits in the physical world again. I am a great fan of your site, and have submitted some of my own stories. The other day, I remembered an experience my sister Christy had many years ago. Although I was not a direct witness to this,
I was there when she came home in hysterics. She was in such a state that we all thought she was attacked, and we could not get any sense out of her. The story goes like this. Christy had been walking home from a friend's house down a long lane called Langley Lane. On the right-hand side of this lane, there was a field which was used for cattle from a local farm. There was also a book with a large tree hanging over it. The summer before. I think this happened later in the year, as it was quite dark early. A young man had hanged himself from this tree during a fit of depression. I recall that other people have hanged themselves there too. At least one other one that I know of. I think I was about 16 at the time. I'm now 36, and Christy would have been about 11. Anywho, myself and my brother were sat in the house one evening, and that's when we heard Christy loudly banging on the front door to be let in. She was crying hysterically and was trying to talk but couldn't. She was obviously very distressed, and we thought that she had been attacked. When she eventually did calm down, which was sometime later that evening, she told me what had happened. She said that she was walking down Langley Lane when she looked over at the tree and saw a figure hanging from it. She said that the figure was glowing white and had a bend in its neck, like its neck had been broken. She then proceeded to run all the way home, which was a distance of about a quarter of a mile. She did not want to tell her brother, as she thought he would not believe her. Having had experiences myself, I am open-minded and certainly don't feel like she made it up. She has always stood by her story. I was looking at your haunted places in Houston, Texas. I grew up there. I came across the Jefferson Davis Hospital, and it reminded me of something. Once after a good night of hanging out, a group of friends and I decided to go and check it out. When we got there, I immediately felt unwanted. My skin crawled with fear. I kept telling everyone that we were not welcome there. We were only equipped with several lighters, so the shadows were unbelievable. We kept hearing people talk, thinking it was someone else in the hospital. Someone would call out, but nobody would answer. I kept feeling something touch my back, thinking it was my boyfriend. I turned around, but he was a couple of feet away from me. The entire time I was there, I kept telling him that we needed to leave. My friends got annoyed with me, so we decided to leave. As we were leaving the building, I was holding my boyfriend's hand, and something shoved me. I fell so hard that I twisted my ankle. It was swollen for weeks, and my doctor couldn't tell me why. Nothing was broken. It finally healed after 6 months. I still have problems with my ankle to this day. I have an experience that I would like to submit to the website. I've attached it below. After my encounter one late night in August with my sister, I found out that we'd always been around ghosts. My family has moved 5 times, and in every place, there had been at least one ghost there with us. When I lived in Texas, I moved from Houston to San Antonio. In that move, a ghost that we'd had for a year followed us to our new apartment. After living there for about a year, we discovered a new ghost. This one would hold the bathroom doors closed and knock over items we had on display. The event that completely changed my view of the paranormal happened in August of 2001. It was the early hours of the morning, about 4 a.m., and for some reason, I couldn't sleep. My older sister was on her computer, and she found a bunch of old music files she had downloaded for her history of rock class. Then she came across a Britney Spears parody song downloaded from a radio station's website. The song itself was actually an E-clip, about 30 to 40 seconds long. We played it, and for some reason the file was corrupt. The words were garbled, playing in a slow, deep, incomprehensible voice. I had chills listening to it play, and when I looked at the counter, it had been playing for over a minute. My sister finally turned it off. She was just as spooked as I was. We moved on, laughing about the look on each other's face. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard 3 soft, solid pounds in the back wall, in the far back of the apartment. Neither one of us said a word. We just listened, trying to explain away in our minds. We lived on the 2nd floor and shared only one wall, and that was not it. Another couple seconds passed by, and the banging jumped to the one long wall we shared, still towards the back of the apartment, but getting closer. We couldn't help but to stare at each other. After that one, we finally decided to ask others if she'd heard that. Of course we heard the same thing, and not a minute later, the banging jumped to the room next to us, on the same wall. 3 solid bangs escalating in amplitude. My heart was racing, waiting for the next set, afraid of where it would jump next. A couple of minutes passed, and just as it began to calm down, and blame the banging on the maintenance worker that we shared the wall with, the banging suddenly jumped forward to the wall behind the computer. I looked above me to see the ceiling light shaking. Moments later, the banging shot across the room to the balcony. It sounded as if the entire wall was pounded on with one giant fist. 3 echoing pounds later, everything stopped. I checked the sliding doors, and they were locked, thankfully. We both ran into my mother's room, and somehow she was still sleeping. She hadn't heard a thing. That was something I never understood. My baby brother was in the same room with her, door closed, and he heard a soft rumble, and my mother heard nothing. After that experience, I've always been a little on edge. I always think about what would have happened if I'd left the sliding doors unlocked that night, and what the thing was trying to get in. One thing I know for sure is that my ghost from Houston left that night, and the one already there seemed to get more active. Everyone started to hear their name being called, even when no one was around. Luckily, no one ever attempted to communicate with whatever it was. As a matter of fact, we rarely began to answer unless we saw the person who was calling us. 2 years later, after I finished high school, we moved to Iowa when I was accepted to college, and so far, we have not had any strange paranormal occurrences. "8 years ago, myself, my husband, and my brother lived at this home. We were told by the neighbor that no one ever lasts, and we didn't either. Not because of the haunting, but because we needed to come back to Massachusetts for family reasons. Anyway, we lived in this house for 9 months. We were told the AC was broken, and in the Valley of Folsom it gets very hot, but not in our living room. It was always very cool in that part of the home. On one occasion, I was in the bathroom, and after my shower, I was looking towards the mirror, and I saw an orange blur over my shoulder. I turned to look, but it wasn't there. It looked as though it was a face, and it would have been standing at the right height, to where a head would be on a grown man. After a few weeks, I mentioned it to my brother and my husband, and my brother relayed a story about one night, while sound asleep, he was awoken by a very large thud on his bed. He said it felt like a bowling ball had landed on the bed, like someone sat down. He said he was too scared to look, so he fell back to sleep. After a few more months, we found out that the house used to belong to the town doctor that treated inmates from the Folsom prison back in the 1800s. After putting all the info together, we realized we were living in a haunted home. I was hoping to see other stories about the house on this website, but maybe my story will start to flow. When I was 11, my father died from a heart attack in our home. Because of the trauma on my little sister, she witnessed people trying to resuscitate him. Our mother decided to move. We ended up moving just a little bit further down the road into an older house that had been built in the early 70s. The owner of the house also died in the house many years before. It was a 2-story house, and the bottom level was made of cinder block. I'm guessing because of this, it was the reason that it was always cold downstairs. Luck or unluck would have it that the bottom level would be mine and my sister's rooms. It always was a creepy feeling downstairs. It always felt like you were being watched, but I always just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Me and my sister both felt uncomfortable in the downstairs area. It consisted of our 2 rooms, a laundry room, and a cellar. One morning, when I was 14, I was standing in front of my dresser and putting on my makeup. Then, I heard a voice come up to my right ear and whisper my name. The fact that on my right side was a wall really freaked me out. I ran upstairs and asked my mom had she called for me. She told me that she had not. I hated sleeping in that room from that time on, and always tried to sleep with the light on, even though it drove my mom nuts. My sister had a similar experience. I was staying at my friend's house one night, and my sister went upstairs to make sure the door leading outside was closed. She said that as she went to place her foot on the bottom step, she said something came up to her and whispered my name. She said that she also experienced things being thrown in the dark when there was no one to throw them, such as a sock. My mom lives there by herself now, and as far as I know, she has never had anything odd happen to her. But whenever I visit, she knows that I will not sleep in the lower bedrooms. I still feel odd in the lower level, but not as bad as I used to. If anyone has any thoughts or suggestions on this, I would love to hear it. Feel free to email me. Hi, I'm 40 years old, and this story is very true. When my brother, sister, and I were young, about 7, 8, or 9, maybe even younger, we used to see what we would call the brown man. He was brown from head to toe. We came to the conclusion he was a shadow spirit, but with a literal brown look, not tucking skin, but visibly brown. His hat, his face, his clothes, and his shoes were all brown, different shades, but all brown. We would see him periodically and take off running when we did, but our parents never would see him. We'd walk from the kitchen and turn the corner, and he'd just be standing there. Sometimes we'd hear the toilet set drop, just little things. After we grew up, my sister was about 25 when she had her first child. She had a girl. My sister's daughter used to what we thought talk to herself when she was about 2 or 3 years old, and my sister decided it was time to ask her who she was talking to, and her daughter told her, Mr. Burgess. This went on for some time. She would play, have tea parties, and sing with him just about every time she was in my parents' home. Well, one day, My niece asked my sister why Mr. Burgess wore brown all the time. Needless to say, that really shook us up because we thought we saw the brown man. We would tease each other and say, "The brown man's behind you," and get a real kick out of it. I've since had 3 children, and my sister another daughter, but they've never come in contact or ever seen the brown man.
We live in a haunted house. It is really not bad once you get used to it. In fact, at times, when there's no activity, you can actually get a little lonesome for them. We moved here in 1982. It wasn't long after we settled into our new house that we bumped into the former owner at the local church. She asked us if we had seen the ghost. We didn't know what she was talking about. She said it sometimes appears in the front bedroom, our daughter's room, as a shadowy figure of a woman in a rocking chair. Our daughter overheard us talking about it and she said, "Oh, that must be the lady who sits in the chair at my desk at night. She doesn't bother me, just sits there kind of watching after me." We had noticed some strange things in the house, but put them off to natural causes such as the reoccurring footsteps in the hardwood floors after we went to bed, the strange way the television would turn on and off by itself, other electric appliances doing funny things, and objects disappearing then turning up somewhere else. But we dismissed the idea of it being ghosts until one late night. My wife woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, so she went to the kitchen to get a drink. When she got to the living room, she saw someone in the shadows in the middle of the room. Thinking one of the kids had gotten out of bed, she hollered, "Get your butt back in bed." The figure streaked off and disappeared. It didn't go around the sofa, it went through the sofa. It didn't walk, it glided. It was the figure of a woman with long black hair. The kids were sound asleep in their beds. My wife came back to bed without her water. My first experience with her was about 10 p.m. one night. I was walking home from next door, and as I approached the driveway, I saw a figure of a woman walking in the drive. She was cutting across the edge of the lawn on the north side of my shop about 20 feet away. The light on the north side of the shop was on, illuminating her faintly. I could make out no details of her, only a dark figure of a slender woman walking briskly towards our house from the west. As I got in range of the motion detector light on the east side of my workshop, it came on. The figure vanished. This phantom female I saw matched the description of the dark woman other family members have seen in our house. But the dark woman is not the only spirit in our home. We have discovered there are others. Some are shy and reclusive. Some are a little mischievous and playful. They like to play with stuff, just to let you know they are there, I think. They hide things. You put something down and a minute later it is gone. You search all over and then find it right back where you laid it in the first place. They turn things on and off. TVs, radios, just about anything. Even water faucets. One morning, my son went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Dad, come here. I went into the kitchen to see what was wrong. "What's this all about?" my son asked. He was standing back from the sink, pointing to the faucet which was running full blast. My wife was standing beside him. "The knob is turned off, but it's still running," he said. We stood and watched it for a minute. Figuring a faulty valve, I started to walk towards the sink to try to turn it off by myself, and suddenly, it just stopped. Turned off all by itself. I looked it over, turned it on, and then turned it back off again. It worked fine. I checked the valves the next day, and everything was functioning properly and has worked fine since. TVs are a real favorite. I was waking up from a nap one evening when I heard the television on in the living room. I assumed my son was home and was watching a movie. As I arose, I heard the television turn off. When I went into the living room, the lights were off, the television was off, the door was still locked, and my son was not there. My wife and I were the only people in the house, and she was still sleeping. I turned on the television, and the same movie I had heard from the bedroom was playing. Radios are popular with them too. On another occasion with my wife, my daughter and I were watching television in the living room. All of a sudden, the CD player comes on and starts playing a CD at high volume. My wife got up and turned it off. Reaction from all of us was very casual. "Go to grandma's if you want to listen to music. We are watching TV," I jokingly said out loud. At the time, my mother was living in a mobile home behind the property. My sister was staying with her. I found out the next day they took my suggestion to heart. My sister called. "I went out to go to work," she said. "The radio in the van was playing. I thought someone left it on. Oh great,
Now the battery will be dead, I thought. Then I realized the radio doesn't work unless the key is on. I was holding the key in my hand. That's weird, I thought. I unlocked the door, and I reached in to turn off the radio, and it was already off. It quit playing when I touched it, so I put the keys in the ignition and turned on the radio, and it came on. I turned off the ignition, and it went off. Ignition on, radio on. Ignition off, radio off. Does not work without a key. How was it playing without the key in the ignition and the knob turned off? She asked. We have all gotten used to our ghosts now. Our children have grown up around them and have their own stories. Their friends and ours have all been scared out of their wits a time or two, but are accustomed to it now. New friends take a little time to get acclimated, though. My son was in his teenage years, and most of his friends knew about our house. His new friend Jason did not, though. My wife and I had gone out for the evening, and my son was having a party. All his friends were over. Everyone was having a good time but Jason. He was tired. Jason was new to Tommy's parties. Jason was also new to our house. If he had known about the things that happened here, he might have not left the main group and gone to the game room where it was quiet. Most of our friends know and have experienced eerie things while here with enough frequency that it really doesn't surprise them. But Jason was new, ripe picklings from a mischievous ghost. So Jason left the party and went into the game room by himself, where he laid on the floor to get a little rest. My son and his friends were only a little surprised to see Jason run into the living room pale and frightened. The pinball machine, Jason said. Flash Gordon, it came on all by itself and started playing itself. There's nobody in there, and it just came on and started playing. Yeah, so? Responded my son's other friend, who was so accustomed to such things here. Flash was Philip's favorite machine, my son explained casually. Philip was our nephew who died in an accident a short time before. He was probably just enjoying a round of pinball, said my son. He is a nice guy. He won't bother you. Everyone went on about having fun, except for Jason. He stuck close to the group for the rest of the night, but he never came back to our house. There have been times when these spirits have saved the day for us. We once awoke to find a fire had started on our patio by a candle left burning when we went to bed. About 15 square feet of one wall covered in rattan was charred from the flames, but somehow, mysteriously, it had gone out by itself. The dry rattan, though very flammable, had just stopped burning. This was not the only time. It had only been a couple of weeks since we buried my wife's brother, Virgil. Tragically, he was killed by a car while walking home. My wife had been cleaning out his mobile home next door. A terrible task, but she faced it with courage and fortitude. Sometimes I think she is operating on automatic pilot. She came home and told me, I saw him, Virgil. He was just standing there in the doorway of his trailer while I was sorting out his things. He said nothing. Then he disappeared. A few days after that, my dad came into the shop where I was working. Do you know the door on Virgil's mobile home is open? He asked. No, I replied. I'll check it out. The home was vacant since Virgil died. We were watching his property while probate proceeded. I walked over and saw the front door ajar. I feared the worst, that the vacant home had been broken into. We were careful to lock the door, and no one else had a key. I carefully entered the premises. The overwhelming odor was unmistakable. Propane, strong. I had to exit immediately. A gas leak. The house was full of it. I went to the rear of the home and found the main gas valve. I turned it off. Covering my mouth, I entered the home again. Quickly, I began opening windows. I could not stay in there for very long. I can't believe this place didn't blow up, I said to myself. It's a good thing the front door was open, but how did the front door get open anyway? Sometimes they go with us. Sort of a spirit field trip, I suppose. In 1998, my wife and I took on extra jobs. I was managing and bartending at a local hotel bar, and my wife was the cocktail waitress. I guess they got lonesome for us. No one at home to pester and all. Maybe just bored. So they started going to work with us. We were at the lounge. It started out small. TV on, TV off. Glasses doing funny stuff. That sort of thing. We had closed for the night. It was clean up time. I was walking to the kitchen when I heard a noise from the juice box. The pages of cards, which show the selections, were flipping on their own. Page after page flipped, all in one direction, then it would switch and go back the other direction. This was just the start. They seemed to prefer after hours at the bar. We were cleaning up one night when we decided the small table and chairs would look better if I moved them farther away from the pool table. I moved them over near the dance floor. I proceeded to clean the rest of the bar. When I turned around, the table and chairs we moved are back in their original positions by the pool table. The next night we decided to mess with them. After closing, we rearranged the entire setup in the bar, tables, chairs, everything. Then we went to my office, got our stuff together to go home, and walked out to find everything back where it was originally. What had taken us a couple of hours to do, they had accomplished in a few minutes. We have lived here in the magic spot about 25 years now. I have notebooks full of activity, notes about ghostly occurrences, sightings, etc. We've never tried photography, but being an artist, I've done paintings of some of the entities we have here. We also experience really odd weather patterns, most often in the winter. Radios and televisions, actually just about any electronic device, is likely to act up when used here, and we have learned more about the history of this area. A local Native American medicine man once told me this place gives them the willies. Teenagers refer to this place and the surrounding area as the magic spot and have many stories about it. Over the years, we have actually had a good relationship with our ghosts, though at times mischievous. For the most part, they just go about their own business and we do the same. We do at times bump into each other, however. Sometimes it is as much surprise to them as it is to us. Sometimes it is nice to have them around. Other times it can be quite frightening. I was actually surprised one late night, and it and I streaked off in opposite directions. I don't know which of us was more surprised. They have become as much a part of our home as our family members. It wouldn't be the same without them. As the youngest of 5 children, all boys, and the son of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, supernatural followers will know that means a white witch. I've seen many strange things. I and my brothers grew up in what would be described as a haunted house. At a very young age, I loved to play in my parents' bedroom, which overlooked the landing, first 2 steps, and small landing at the top of the stairs. On an almost daily basis, I saw shadows walking along the landing. They were not ordinary shadows. These were floating. They were not cast on the wall, but were in midair, but I could see through them. As I got older, they seemed to happen less frequently. I still see these shadows occasionally, out of the corner of my eye. In the early 80s, my brothers discovered the Ouija board method of entertainment, which heralded some very interesting results. On one such session on the Ouija board, the spirit known to us as Paraga put us in touch with a chap called Ray with a message for my father. I can't remember the surname that we were given, but we passed the message on to my father, who accused us of conspiring with my mother to try to persuade him that Ouija board works. Of course, this was simply not the case. It turned out that his friend Ray had committed suicide while my eldest brother was very young. Therefore, it would be impossible for us to know anything about it unless we were told by someone. We simply had no knowledge prior to the session of events that had taken place so many years before. On another occasion when I was 11 or 12, we had a very strange encounter. My mother and father were out for the evening, and my brothers were left to look after me. The session took place in the dining room, which had one exit into the kitchen. From the kitchen, you could exit to the hall towards the front door, or a door latch with one bolt lock to the back garden and side entrance to the property. There was a window looking into the garden that the strange phenomena took place in. It was a strange session that seemed to pick up an angry persona. All of a sudden, there was a bluish glowing light out the back of the house, and the window started to shake violently. As we made a mad dash for the kitchen, the door to the back garden also started to shake violently. We all ran for our lives out the front door and scattered in all directions up and down the road. There was snow on the ground, and I was dressed in PJs and no shoes. It was almost half an hour and much deliberation before we returned to the house and went in. There were no signs of any strange happenings. We used playing cards with letters drawn on the back and yes and no written on separate cards and numbers in the middle of the table in a row, and some excellent shaped wine glasses that were virtually impossible to push. In an early experiment, the glass zoomed round and round with great speed. All of a sudden, it left the table lifting up to the top corner of the room and smashing into small pieces. Even the stem and base broke into pieces, the biggest the size of your little fingernail. Anyone who has ever broken a wine glass will know it takes a tremendous force to break the stem and base to that extent. In 1985, at the age of 15, I was walking home to the family home around 10 p.m. from a friend's house. It was a wet and windy night, and I walked with the collar up on my coat with my chin tucked into the top of my zip, only looking up every now and then to see where I was going. There is a small village in the outskirts of the city, just down the road from the family home. I was walking towards the village, where I would have to turn right to go in the right direction to get home. Approximately 1,000 yards before the road I was walking along came to an end, there's a 10-story block of flats, and next to that, a retirement home. As you get nearer to the end of the road, approximately 500 yards from the end, there was a row of tenant bungalow flats going along the road I was approaching and intending to turn right towards home. To the left was a large grass area between them and the main road. I passed the end bungalow flat, heading to the T-junction with the grass area to my left and approximately 100 yards of space all around me to the nearest object, some small bushes. All of a sudden, I saw a pair of brown shoes come into view a couple of steps in front of me. Startled, I looked up to see an elderly gentleman in front of me. I took a step sideways and went around him. Something struck me as strange, and after a few more steps, I turned around to see nobody behind me. There was absolutely no way that the old man walking slowly with a walking stick could possibly have moved quick enough to get behind something to obscure him from my view in such a short time. In fact, the distance between me and the nearest object was too great for Ben Johnson at his prime to reach before I turned around. It wasn't until I thought about it while walking home that it struck me what it was that was so strange about the gentleman when I first laid eyes on him. Despite being quite persistent, rain and strong wind driving the rain, the man was dry and there were no drops hitting him. He was all dressed in brown shoes, suit, and flat cap. I can't remember the color of his shirt or if he was wearing a tie, but I will never forget his face as he smiled a gentle smile of thanks as he moved out of his way. His features were very clear. I've never seen him since. This village was quite a friendly community where most people knew everyone else, but I did not recognize this gentleman. There were many strange things that happened in the family home, from power cuts that were localized to just our house and the whole street. We had electricity meters that took coins to pay for the electricity supply. If the electricity went out, it should need to be topped up by popping a coin in the slot. Even after putting money in the meter, the electricity would not work. It would be found to have been switched off, and in those days, there were no such things as circuit breakers that would trip the switch. When my father knocked out the dining room window to put in a patio door, we found 3 patio negatives of an old gypsy man. The first of him, out the front of his caravan. Another of him stood on the caravan steps, and the last of him laid out dead. We intended to have them developed. They were missing from the place we put them. We assumed they fell down behind the kitchen cabinet where they were left. When the kitchen was remodeled, there was no signs of them, and other things we assumed had fallen down behind the cabinets. On many occasions, I've told certain people to answer the phone because it was for them, and it was. The problem was the phone had not actually rung until after I had told them, but within a few seconds. I can't explain it, but it still happens. It was in October of 2004, around 3:30 in the morning. I was slowly waking and was in the state where I could hear the TV, but wasn't quite awake. I remember having this eerie, scared feeling, and in my sleep started singing Jesus Loves Me, the old childhood Sunday school song. Anyways, I remember feeling a presence on my legs, real heavy, and I felt something was watching me. I snapped awake and moved, and the thing made a swooshing noise, and my cat even looked up in the air where this went over my head and out the door. I was on the couch and the front door was behind me. My cat was acting funny even before this, and at times, I would come home and feel a nervous, scared feeling like someone was in the house. That's when I saw it. It was the silhouette of the Hat Man. I looked petrified, and I couldn't just shake the feeling. It was almost inside my head, like it was screaming voices at me. The voices released from the Hat Man into my head were all mumbled, so I couldn't really understand any of them. A split second later, there is silence, and the Hat Man slowly fades into the abyss, actually fading into the TV screen, once and for all. I don't know if this has anything to do with the paranormal, or if I'm just losing my mind. Was it sleep paralysis? Was the Hat Man real? Or was it just all in my imagination? I have no idea, but I'm kind of hoping and praying to God and Jesus that this doesn't even exist, and that I'm all hallucinating this just to make myself feel better. As I previously stated, my cat has even noticed weird things that have occurred in this house, and I'm just not sure what to trust anymore. Are my senses going crazy? Am I just in touch with the paranormal? Am I opening up another portal to the paranormal dimension in which beings and spirits, including the Hat Man, come to greet me with demonic images and voices in my head? I don't know, but I'm just hoping that I will never find out the true answer to this mystery. Thank you so much for reading. I know it's short, but thank you. In my life, my family and I had numerous paranormal incidents. There were always heavy footsteps, sounding like a person in boots upstairs in the attic. Sometimes I heard them coming down the stairs or on the front porch at night, but oftentimes I had trouble keeping them. They said the TV kept going off and on. One said she saw a man in the attic through the window. My boys were afraid to sleep in their room alone sometimes because they saw people in the backyard. There were two very strange occurrences that happened in the winter of 1991. I was married at the time to a man who was abusive to my children and myself when he drank. One night, I smelled something burning in the bedroom, and the bed was smoldering. I woke up my husband, and he pulled the mattress off the bed. There was a burning area right in the bottom of the top mattress. He had not been smoking in bed, and wouldn't have been there anyway. Another night, I took the kids to get ice cream. When I got back, the doors were all deadbolted and windows locked to where I couldn't get in. I looked through a crack in a curtain and saw my husband lying unconscious on the floor, and the heavy dining room table was turned over. The phone was dangling from the wall. I pried open a window and climbed in. I called for an ambulance and called the police. My husband was taken to the hospital, and the police detective was totally baffled. Later, my husband said that he was talking on the phone to his mother when he was hit hard from behind and knocked out. His mother called to check in on what had happened, saying they had been talking, she heard noises, and he was no longer there. I felt like maybe we had a ghost that was protective towards us, but angry with my husband for his actions. I usually felt safe in the house, but on occasions, I was very frightened. After my husband and I divorced, I felt the need to move. While checking out the history of the house later, I found that it was originally owned by a doctor who kept his ill patients in his home with him. This was in the early 1900s, around 1907. After he left, there was a terrible train wreck just outside of town where some Mexican immigrants and a couple of local workers were killed in a train collision. Their bodies were badly burned and thrown into a massive grave, which turned out to be in the back acre of our yard. I feel certain that we had multiple spirits, though before this time, I never believed in ghosts. I was visiting California on a school trip. My friends and I were hanging out in the hotel's hot tub. We were playing Truth or Dare. I was dared to leave the hot tub and dive into the cold pool, then run back to the hot tub. I got out and went to the edge of the pool. Looking at the clear water, I dove in. Next thing I knew, I was face to face with a dead body. He was face down at the bottom of the pool. It was like it was slow motion. He turned to me with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes and stared into my eyes. He was missing his left eye. I was scared. I breathed in to scream and breathed in water. I pushed through the dead man on accident, and in my struggle to get to the top, I was thrashing around quite a bit. A friend came and helped me out. Panting, I said I didn't feel like playing anymore. Me and my two friends went back to our hotel room. One friend was taking a shower, and my other friend was watching TV. We noticed our phone blinking. We checked the messages. We had 362 messages. We were only out for an hour. We had no way to trace the calls. No one even knew our hotel phone number. We listened to the first few messages. They seemed like they were all blank. Finally, we heard something. One word, hell. This freaked me out. I haven't told about the man at the bottom of the pool. I tried to downplay the message. Later that night, we went to sleep. I don't recall any of this next part, but my friend said that at 3 a.m. I got up, turned on the curling iron, and turned on the faucet. I then hit my head really hard on the headboard of the bed and went back to sleep. I woke up that morning with nothing but an eerie feeling, which was soon forgotten since the next day we went to Disneyland. A week later, we drove home. The thought of this man still terrified me. I just pushed it to the back of my mind and continued on. I did not believe he wanted to harm or scare me, though. Weeks went by. I remember doing chores around the house. I was putting laundry away in my mother's room. Her dresser has a huge mirror.
After placing the clothes in the drawer, I looked up into the mirror. Standing behind me in the back of the room was this man. I could see him very clearly. He was young, long blondish hair. His skin was grayed and almost green, waterlogged, and a little wet looking. His good eye was brown, and where his other eye should have been was just a hole. It seemed to go on forever. It was almost hypnotizing. I noticed this all in an instant, because when I turned around, this young man turned and walked away. I sensed that his name was William. I didn't see William for a very long time, although I felt him following me. Our house began to change. Radios would turn on when they weren't even plugged in. A music box would start to play randomly. Shelves would fall off the wall. Everyone noticed it. Everyone was afraid. I wasn't. Years went by. I started to feel a difference over me. At night, I would wake up to voices in my room, like a crowded room where you could hear only a few words that made sense. I tried to ignore the voices. Sometimes, I would wake up with a single voice in my ear talking to me. They seemed to never make sense. It was like the end of a sentence or the beginning. I remember waking up one night. I felt scared for the rest of the time. It was very late at night. I knew no one was awake. A blue light was outside my closed door. My door began to shake very violently, but the beads on my door didn't even sway. I kept all of this to myself. Who wanted to tell their friends and family they heard voices in their head and see people in swimming pools? I don't think so. Later that year, I moved out and started going to college. My family said that since I left, the strange happenings seemed to have moved out when I did. Strangely, my roommate said that since I moved in, strange things started happening. Pictures falling off the walls, TVs turning on, shadows, and the feeling of being watched. I still heard voices at night, but never anything scary. I learned to live with it all. Now, in 2009, I'm married. I still hear voices at night, but they're making more sense now. Sometimes the voices say things to me like, "Get out, I'm not kidding, get out," and laughing followed. Evil laughing. I tried to go back to sleep. One night, a few weeks ago, I woke up feeling like someone was in the room with me, a different energy than my husband's. I looked up and saw a dark figure standing over me. My dog started barking and growling like crazy. The dark figure turned his head and walked out the closed door. I went back to sleep and woke up to a voice telling me, "Your destiny will be at the Valley of Thunder, then all the voices shall be heard." I haven't ignored that one. Sometimes, I will go to Yosemite National Park, the Valley of Thunder, and see what my destiny is. It just doesn't seem right yet. 2 nights ago, I had a dream. William came to me. He didn't say anything, but I sensed he was telling me it was okay, not to be afraid of him. I feel as if since I've met William, I've become sensitive to spirits and energies. I've met other spirits beside William. I feel as if now I have the ability to read energies and sense thoughts. I almost regard William as a friend. As an avid EVP researcher and long-haul truck driver, I've had many opportunities to get EVP recordings from all over the country. My research has revealed some startling results lately. On the 20th of January this year, an EVP has attached itself to me somehow. Now, no matter where I am or where I go, this EVP named Desmond Heathers is in every recording I make on my Olympus digital voice recorder. Even when I'm traveling down the road at 65 miles per hour, Desmond is there ready to talk when I turn on my recorder. I know a lot about them and where he is now. One startling development occurred when I asked Desmond if he knew anyone that I knew. He said, "Yes, Joe." I said, "Joe, my brother?" He said, "No, Joe who is with me." I asked him if Joe was with us now, and he said, "He is in you now." So I asked, "Joe, are you there?" And I got this voice in the recording that was very deep and gruff sounding. I can only say it sounded like Mr. T from the TV show The A-Team. Joe said, "Go away, leave me alone." Well, I don't communicate with those who don't want to, so I just do what I always do with the ones I get who I don't think deserve my attention. I just ignore them. Here's where the story takes a strange turn. The week after that, I was talking to my doctor about a fatigue problem I've been having lately. Nothing serious, just tired during the times of the day I don't think I should be. He asked if I was sleeping okay, and I said I tend to wake up several times during the night. He recommended I get a sleep study done. After finding the only sleep research center within 100 miles of where I live, I was told the study would cost in excess of $1,600 for one night. Well, I thought this was ridiculous, so I figured I would do it myself. I was on the road the night I decided to do my sleep study, and set up my digital voice recorder and DV camera on the sleeper of my big rig. I fell asleep within 15 minutes. When I reviewed the recordings the next morning, I was so startled at what I had recorded, I could hardly listen to it. The recording revealed that I snore rather loudly. What was startling, though, was that EVP Joe was using my snoring sound to speak to me in my sleep. With every rattling snore, he formed words. He said things like, "Don't you know you love me? Don't leave me. Don't wake up. I'm not done yet. Don't you remember me from the Navy? You know you're listening to me. You know you love me. How did I get in here? What happened to me? I need you. I'm just jealous of you, Tony. Tony, please, help me." Not just that night either. Every night I've recorded, he's talking to me in my sleep. It concerns me because I don't know if there may be some subliminal influence with him talking in my sleep like that every night. I think I know him. I vaguely recall a friend I had in the Navy named Joe back in 1980. I remember feeling sorry for the guy because of his drinking problem and was always trying to help him when he got in trouble. I used to buy him gifts for his birthday and Christmas because his family wanted nothing to do with him. Other than that, I can't recall very much about him. When I asked him how long he has known Desmond, he said about 5 years. That's how long Desmond told me he's been dead. Actually, Desmond didn't even know he was dead until I convinced him he was. He kept trying to tell me he was alive. So I asked what it looked like where he was, and what did he see around him. He said nothing but a faint amber and turquoise colored light that was all around him. He desperately wants out of there. He says he can see me sometimes. One day, when I was sitting at my office desk at home, I asked him if he could see me, and he said he could. So I reached in my pocket and pulled out a $20 bill and asked if he could see what I had in my hand. He said $1. Thinking it was just a lucky guess on his part, I dropped the bill and picked up a Bic lighter. I then asked again, "What am I holding in my hand right now?" And he said, "A light." I reached in my desk for it and had my hand closed around it so I couldn't even see it. How did he know? Many times Desmond will ask if I can see him. I've never been able to do so I got out my digital camera and asked if he would let me take pictures of him. He said, "I will try." I told him where to be in my living room at home while I snapped a few dozen pictures. Nothing showed up on review, so I asked if he would mind trying something else. I explained what white noise was to him, and he was already familiar with it. He helps me to adjust the levels and spectrums of white noise to be able to hear him better. I explained that I could generate a different type of noise that is not audible, but that I might be able to see him with. So I set up my DV camera to form a video feedback loop with my Sony Trenton 32-inch TV, manually adjusting the focus in such a way that the feedback picture was focused on the pixels on the screen, as it oscillated slightly due to some technical reason I can't explain now. After talking with Desmond during the setup and adjustment period, I told him where I thought he could best try to show himself. Desmond appeared to me only once for about 2 seconds in the video. He had very plain symmetrical features and was shown from the waist up. He seemed to be in his mid-30s with dark sunken eyes. He was wearing a bowler hat and a 1940s type jacket with wide rounded lapels with an open shirt that had no collar. Further research with Desmond shows he can see me and some things around me when his energy level is high. For example, I can give him instructions on how to travel somewhere. One time I showed him a map on my Microsoft Streets and Tips and showed him the same roads and satellite photos taken from Google Earth. With this information, I am able to ask him to get a specific place and get information I desire. One time I sent him to the Powerball lottery drawing headquarters located at Urbandale Drive in Urbandale, Iowa, to see if he could see the Powerball numbers being drawn 6 hours before the draw. I have reason to believe he is not bound by time as we know it, and thought he could travel through different threads of time and different timelines. Well, I asked him to go and do this one for me, after about an hour of instruction of what to look for and how to get there. Then, when I asked if he was ready, he said, "I'll try. Then, I'll be right back." He returned in approximately 30 minutes and gave me some numbers. I was all excited and purchased our ticket. Later the next day, I went to check the ticket and realized I had sent him on the wrong day. I explained to Desmond how sorry I was for the mistake and how much time and energy we wasted. I asked him what the numbers were he gave me because he was there 24 hours too early to see the actual drawing and realized he must have witnessed one of the practice draws they do to check out the machines. Lately, I've been having some other problems. I injured my back seriously at work and have not had the desire to record anymore due to my pain and medication. I've been recovering well and expect my research to continue. My new job doesn't offer me as much travel and time to do the things I'd like. I just hope when I start recording again, Desmond and Joe will let some other people talk to me. I wanted to share my experience with you guys. I'm not sure what it means or anything, but if you do make it to the end of the story, you can decide for yourself and let me know what you think. One night when I was 13, I couldn't sleep, so I tried to turn the other way, on my side, to try to get myself comfy. As I turned around, I saw a figure of a woman against the wall in front of me. She was kind of a black figure, and she seemed to have a hunchback and a hump on her back from the way she was standing. This, of course, freaked me out, especially since I was only 13 at the time. I lay in shock and not knowing what to do, and after like 2 seconds, I put my head under the covers and called for my mom. She came in, and I was really afraid to tell her in case she thought I was crazy, so I just told her that I had a really bad dream. I was definitely not asleep. I couldn't sleep for a few nights as it freaked me out so much. This kind of went away after a few weeks, and I was gradually able to sleep again. However, a few weeks after this had happened, I was getting pains in my back and I went to the doctors to get scans and things. I then found out I had sclerosis, curvature of the spine. I eventually started getting a slight hump in my back because of this. It has been 10 years since I saw this woman, but I can never get it out of my mind. I've since told my mom about this and she seemed freaked out about it as well. I'm not sure what this means or if it was a ghost or spirit trying to tell me something. I have no idea, but it really did freak me out. This is just a short experience I had at about 17. A group of 4 friends and I were sitting at my house, bored out of our minds. My buddy Joey, not his real name, was literally banging his head against the wall out of boredom. Tommy, also not his real name, was reading a book he brought. His sister Alexis, of course not her real name either, was teasing my dog with a flashlight. Henry had his earbuds blaring. Finally, my friend Annie was on my laptop looking for something that might be fun. Annie came across a story a few guys had posted on a ghost website about an abandoned local farm. They posted how they went exploring the farm and got the hell scared out of them by a black figure. Annie is into the paranormal and asked if we wanted to investigate it. I said sure, better than sitting around waiting for my dog to bite Alexis for teasing him. The others agreed, so we hopped into my truck. It's a single cab with 3 seats. The girls rode in the cab with me, while Henry, Joey, and Tommy rode in the truck bed. I didn't believe in ghosts. If someone told me they saw a ghost, I would have to say stop watching Scooby-Doo and return to reality. Annie told me how to get there with the directions the guys posted on the ghost site. When we arrived, we all hopped out and walked up to the gate. We hopped the gate and started talking about where to go. We agreed to split up. Tommy and Joey were with Alexis. They went to the old barn, while Annie was with Henry and I. We went into the 2-story farmhouse. I looked in the upstairs window. All the glass looked like it had been smashed out of the windows. The house looked wrecked. It looked like whoever lived there had been a hoarder. While Henry and I were exploring, we heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. We were intrigued, so we took off upstairs. When we got to the 2nd floor, it was empty. While walking down the stairs, I felt like someone had been pushing me. I was mad. My right shoulder was cut thanks to the old wooden steps I had twisted my ankle on. I asked Annie and Henry, "What the hell are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to kill me?" Annie said she and Henry were in the bedroom to the right, looking through some of the old junk when they heard me scream and they came running. Henry held me up, and we were about to leave when we heard something slam hard in the kitchen. We went in and saw a toolbox we had seen on the table on the floor with various tools around it. Henry said no way in hell that toolbox had a damn padlock on it. We all looked around the lock. It was on the table now, besides where the toolbox used to be. Henry tried to get in the toolbox earlier, but the lock prevented him. We heard footsteps upstairs again. Annie said screw this and ran outside along Henry while I hobbled out. The jerks left me behind. When we were out of the house, we saw Alexis, Tommy, and Joey. They were panting out of breath and looked terrified. We asked what happened. Alexis said that they saw a black figure with red eyes and it charged at them. We all heard a loud snarl like a big dog, and we took off towards my truck on the way there and said, look. In one of the upstairs windows, we saw two glowing eyes go from the middle of the window to the top. Then they separated. One went left and one went right. We all hopped the fence and peeled out of there as fast as everyone could.
I am not currently experiencing any hauntings, but I do have a tale of a spiritual encounter. I will begin by prefecting story with the events leading up to the event. My grandfather passed away in hospice care in July 2000. I spent his last night on earth with him, holding his hand and reading the Bible to him, which was his favorite literature. He was an artist and a carpenter, and spent his last remaining years up in his home carving beautiful artwork out of wood. He loved his simple life and carved because he wanted to, never once selling his museum quality work. He would only give it away to anyone who truly appreciated it. At 88, he was about 80% deaf and completely blind in one eye, and nearly blind in the other. After a stroke 6 months earlier, his health declined quickly, and he simply gave up on life. As he lay in the bed, I sang to him, although he probably could not hear me or even knew that I was there, and he was in a coma-like state with his eyes open. He had stopped eating, and he was severely underweight, and it was hard for me to see him like that, knowing how much he loved life and living. Many times he cried in his last few years, saying that he loved his life and didn't want to die. During his last living moments with me, I looked down into his distant, foggy eyes, knowing he couldn't hear or see me, and told him that the baby goose that he held at my house the last time he visited had grown up now and had 4 babies of her own. His eyes filled up with tears and turned red, and his mouth began to quiver as if he was trying to say something. He hadn't spoken in nearly 2 weeks. His love for animals and nature transcended through his limitations that night. I knew he would probably die that night, so I sat next to him with my hand on his chest, feeling his every breath and heartbeat. He didn't pass away until the next day, after I left. He was alone, which is what I didn't want. I didn't want his spirit to leave his body and to look down at an empty room. That bothered me for a long time. In an attempt to comfort ourselves, we turned to his Bible. He was much more dedicated to the word than we were ever, but knowing that it was so close to his heart, we thought it would ease our minds. My mother said to read something that he had underlined or highlighted, which is something his Bible was full of. I read the first thing I opened that was underlined. You do not have to understand the Bible to feel the power behind these words, which read, "For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Where there, comfort one another with these words." We all felt a chill run through us. At his wake, I waited until everyone left, and I cut a small lock of his beautiful, thick white hair and placed it in an envelope. As myself and my friend walked to the vehicle to leave, I opened the door, and a mourning dove flew into me as if trying to enter the truck with me. It injured its wings, and I brought it home. I rescue and rehabilitate small animals all the time, so I mended its wing and let it go about a week later. I took that as a sign from my grandfather, as we had that bond of loving all creatures, great and small. A couple of weeks later, in August, my best friend was at my house, and I was showing her videotapes of Papa. That is what I called him, because she had never met him. I wanted to share with her the kind of person he was. For nearly 2 hours, we watched him talk about God, Leonardo da Vinci, his childhood, his 24 brothers and sisters, his beloved mother, and we saw him play his guitar and sing old, sad songs about homeless children and hobos, songs that made grown men cry, including himself. After the tape was finished, I got up to go to the kitchen for something to drink, and my friend went to the restroom. At that moment, we both heard a loud musical tone that sounded like a doorbell. Since I do not have a doorbell, we both said, "What the heck is that?" We both re-entered the living room where we had been watching the tape and searched everywhere where the sound had come from. My heart sank as I realized what it was. About 2 years earlier, I had one of those cheap doorbells that you plug into the wall, using a battery-operated button at your front door to operate the sound. I became so irritated by all the neighborhood kids ringing it that I just took the button off and put it in my piano stool. The battery had gone bad anyway. I never unplugged the part that rings. I had forgotten it was there because it was hidden behind a chair. That was eerie enough, but what really got me thinking was when I explained to my friend that I had the ringer set to only ring one long tone. To change it to the traditional two-tone ding-dong, you had to take the back off of the unit and set the switches according to the manual. Needless to say, it did ring in the ding-dong fashion. Oddly enough, it was my friend who said, "Maybe it was your grandfather saying hi." It hadn't even occurred to me. Shortly after that, I was explaining what happened to my mother on the phone, and it happened again. She could hear it, and we both fell silent. He was letting me know that his fears of leaving his family behind were pointless, and that he was with the rest of his family in heaven. I believe he was thanking me for being there for him when no one else could. It has been 3 years since his own death, and the doorbell has not rang since. Hey, my name is Maddie. Today, me and my best friend Summer had a strange encounter with a malevolent spirit. Let me explain what happened. A few months ago, me and one of my other friends, Alicia, met an 8-year-old spirit named Reese through a Ouija board. She seemed like a very sweet and innocent girl. She told us at her own will, and I repeat her own will, how she met her death. She apparently got beaten to death by her abusive father. Then a few weeks went by, and I introduced Reese to my now best friend Summer. They got along very well. It didn't seem like she had any sorts of problem with her or anyone she met. The next day we were playing when we got a call from my friend Amy. Long story short, she had an encounter with a spirit named Sarah. She claimed that Sarah was a very stubborn spirit. It took her hours just to get her to say goodbye. Amy also stated that Sarah seemed like a very lonely and clingy spirit who did not want to let her go. Then we made an attempt to contact Sarah through the board. It was a success. After we talked to Sarah for a bit, we asked her if she knew Reese. Sarah suddenly stopped moving the planchette. We asked her if she was alright. She answered no. She also said that Reese isn't Reese. She said that Reese is actually a man named Roger. Sarah also told us that Roger was the one who killed her at the age of 27. The final thing she said about Roger was that if we ever told him that she was the one who told, that he would send her straight to the gates of hell. We tried to contact Reese, Roger, on December 10th, 2016, around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We successfully contacted Reese. At that period of time, he didn't know that we knew who he really was. Then, we did something that we both regret. We asked if she was hiding anything from us. He responded this in his own words. "Fine, You fucking caught me." Then right after that he said, "Who told you two idiots?" We simply responded the internet in hopes to keep Sarah safe. Then Roger responded by saying, "You are a liar." Then the planchette started to circle around the alphabets counterclockwise, excluding the letter M. It did not touch the corners whatsoever. Summer and I started to panic, wondering what it was trying to do. I thought he simply lost control over the planchette, but Summer thought it was something more, because at that time, it was spinning around continuously for about 30 seconds. So I suggested that if we put pressure on it, it might stop it. It just kept going even with pressure, but just slower. But after we lifted the pressure, it continued to spin and got even faster. After a while, it just randomly landed on Dubai. Maybe it just got tired or got sick of us panicking. I really need to know your thoughts on this, and if this occurrence was really legitimately something evil, because I don't know what to explain it for. Thank you for reading. I didn't believe in the Ouija board because they sell them at Toys R Us, so I didn't think they would sell something dangerous to kids and adults. I've read stories about the Ouija board, but I don't know if it's true. People do make up stories, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Some people say the Ouija board is just a game. Others say it's not just a game, and some say it's dangerous. I had to find out for myself if the Ouija board is really dangerous. On Sunday, I decided to go to Toys R Us to buy the board. I drove my car in the morning to Toys R Us, and I was just looking around at first for about an hour. After looking around, I went to the game section and I purchased the Ouija board. I drove back to my apartment and put the board in the closet. The same day, about 10 p.m., I decided to try it out. I took it out of the box and put it on my bed. I didn't have any candles, so I just dimmed the light. I put the board on my lap and the planchette on the board. I put my fingers on the planchette and I started around in circles for about a minute. I stopped and I started saying, "Is anybody out there?" I kept saying it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then, all of a sudden, I felt a strange presence right above me. I was so scared that I ran out of my room, and I threw the board in the garbage. I was very shaken. I went back to my room and turned the lights on, and I didn't sleep at all. And that's why I don't mess with Ouija boards. I have had several experiences, but I will tell you two of my most frightening. A friend and I had started playing with the Ouija board, and it ended up turning our lives upside down for the span of around 2 years. One night, my friend Judy, her husband Luke, Loma, and myself were watching a movie called Witchboard right in the middle of a winter storm. All footprints had been covered at this time, and the streets were empty. About halfway through the movie, the front door blew open, and we heard running footsteps come into the house, up the stairs, down the hall, and into the bedroom where Judy's 2-year-old lay sleeping. We were all just sitting there frozen in shock and fright when we heard a loud slam, which turned out to be the bedroom door, and the poor little boy started screaming, "Monster, monster." Luke took off up the stairs, only to find a very upset little boy, and nothing or no one else. As things started to calm down, Judy and I went to shut the front door, and there were still no footprints in the snow. The only snow that had come into the house was blowing from the wind. It was around March now, and one day, as I laid down for a nap, I felt the bed start to shake under me. I was uncertain if I had really felt what I thought I had, so I was not frightened, but I got up anyway. That was only the beginning. Not long after that, it became a constant thing every time I tried to lay in my bed. The shaking started to get more violent, and it also felt as if someone was punching up at the mattress from beneath. I complained several times, and no one believed me. It was now to the point where I was afraid to go to bed.
I began sleeping at my friend Loma's house because her bed didn't shake. After staying at her house for 2 weeks, my mom said it was time to come home, and I did agree, but not until she promised to spend the first night sleeping in bed with me. That night, we had only been in bed for about 10 minutes before the bed started its usual shaking. It was very minor at first, so my mom started to make excuses for why it was happening. By the time 5 minutes had passed, it was now undeniable, and I could tell my mother was getting scared, but was trying to stay calm for my sake. The last straw for my mother was when the punching started. It was harder than I had ever felt before. We laid there for a moment while my mother mustered up the courage to peek under the bed. Of course, she didn't find anything, and we promptly left the room and set ourselves up in the living room for the remainder of the night. My bed continued to shake and punch for some time thereafter, but it eventually quit. However, once in a while it will start, to this day, and I just get up or ignore it, and it stops. This encounter involved a Ouija board, and possibly my guardian angel. Years ago, a friend and I were goofing around with a Ouija board. Being a bit ignorant of the unknown, I mistakenly asked it how old I would be when I died and how. It replied that I would be 16 and that I would die in a car accident. A month or two after I turned 16, I was asked if I wanted to go out with my parents the next day to run errands. I said yes. That next morning, I woke up to discover that my parents left without me. I was annoyed. An hour after I woke up, my mother called me from the hospital. They had been hit by a transport truck an hour before. When I asked why they had left without me, my mom replied that her and my dad had tried for a half hour to get me up, and then they gave up. What makes it so scary is where the truck had hit. My one brother has to sit behind my mom, and my dad does not wear a seatbelt. Had I been in that car, I would have been sitting behind my dad with the seatbelt on. The transport truck hit the car on the driver's side, almost imploding on the driver's and left backseat side. That's where I would have been sitting. Guardian angel? I think so. I was celebrating Halloween around my best mate Felicity's house. We usually have a laugh and a joke, but neither of us had played with a Ouija board before, so we gathered about 7 friends from the neighborhood. First, we lit candles, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 clear. Fliss had purchased the board from an old shop in the Stoke Town Center. We sat down in her dining room and placed the board right in the middle of the dining room table. We all placed our fingers on the gold planchet. I was the reader, so I asked the questions. At first, we did not get any response, so we all giggled and made fun of the silly people who got themselves worked up about these silly boards. About 5 seconds after we stopped giggling, we heard a massive bang on the floor. I thought it was one of the boys playing a trick, so I suggested that we all sit legs crossed on the chairs. I made sure we were all cross-legged, and I said, "If it was a ghost that made the bang on the floor, can you please do it again?" And it did. I spoke again. We will now try to communicate using the board. So we started to use the board again, and I again asked if anybody was present who wanted to communicate with us. The planchet moved to yes. I asked for a name, and it replied, "I am unclean." Fliss's uncle had passed on, so I inquired if we were talking with her uncle Ian. The response was no. Again, the planchet moved to the following letters, "I am unclean." We had made contact with an apparent demon. We decided to say sorry for disturbing, and we thanked the spirit for its presence. However, it did not go. The spirit of demon flung Fliss back into the wall. Then it came for me. I had a vision of hell itself at that moment, and I remain grateful to this day that it did not hurt me. In telling the story, let me assure the reader that it was passed to me by my grandmother, Eileen.
Eileen is in failing health, but her memory is untouched, and her ability to spin a tale is uncanny. This particular story is about her father Joe, his first wife, in a house that will never be forgotten. My grandmother is a devout Christian, but she believes these tales of the unexplained to be completely true. Judge for yourself. In the late 1800s to early 1900s, it was common practice in the coal fields of Kentucky and West Virginia for a miner to spend the majority of the week at the mines while leaving his wife at home alone. This is exactly what Joe, my great-grandfather, did during his first marriage. After a hasty marriage, Joe bought a small, quaint home for himself and his new wife Sue. Sue quickly alerted her husband to a potential problem. The house was directly across the road from the local cemetery. Joe, being a firm disbeliever in such superstitious nonsense like ghosts and spooks, had a good laugh when Sue begged him not to make her stay alone in a house so close to a graveyard and told her to get used to it. When Monday morning arrived, he left her alone and laughed as she sobbed on the porch. That night, after completing her tours, she settled down in the bed for a good night's rest and doused the lamps. As soon as she had climbed into bed, a strange noise became apparent outside. As she pulled the covers up around her head, she could hear something like barrels rolling or horses galloping around the house. She tried to sleep and eventually, as the sunrise drove the mysterious sounds away, found some comforting slumber. Every night, the noises started getting louder and louder, seeming to get closer to the house, and, on Friday night, Sue heard 3 knocks on the door. In a terrified fit, she screamed, "Leave me alone," and suddenly, the noises faded. The next morning brought Joe's return, and the first thing Sue did was beg him to let her leave the house, telling him of the haunted noises. He laughed unsympathetically and told her to get over this stupidity. In desperation, she bitterly screamed, "Joe, I hope to God it gets you." Joe wasn't the least bit frightened and told her that it was Cheryl's local men playing tricks on her. Later that night, Sue slept well in Joe's arms, but some subtle suspicion began to eat at the unbeliever. As he drifted into a shallow sleep, he was startled at a loud crack coming from the fireplace that startled him, and as he sat upright in the bed, he saw the apparition of an elderly woman staring at him from the rocking chair at the foot of the bed. My grandmother says that Joe knew exactly who the woman was, but he took the knowledge of her identity to his grave because simply, she had been dead for 6 months before they moved into the house. Joe shuddered with fear and her bony, cold hand stretched to clutch his ankles as she latched onto his foot and began pulling him towards her and the footboard of the bed. Joe fainted with fright as he felt his foot slide down to the foot of the bed in the dead hand of the spirit. The next morning, Sue roused her pale husband and sat up in the bed as he opened his eyes and screamed with terror. The footbed of the bed was broken and the rocking chair had been toppled during the night. Joe immediately promised his frightened wife that not another night would be passed in this restless house, simply telling her, "Sue, whatever it was, it got me." Thank you for reading my grandmother's story. I hope you found it entertaining because, well, I thought it was pretty frightening. See you later. I have told this story to people who are not there to witness the actual event, and some look at me as if I am just telling a story to get a good laugh, but I find nothing funny about it. Everything I'm about to relate is true, and I guess in some bizarre way, I feel that by retelling this story to anyone who is willing to listen to it will bring me some comfort. On July 6, 1990, a high school friend shot himself in the head with a rifle in a nearby local baseball dugout. The act shocked and saddened everyone, especially his parents, of course, who did not want to believe their only son would take his own life. The days that followed his death were happening, for me, as if in a dream. Fearing this act would spark some sort of chain reaction, school's counselors were sent in to help the students grieve and discuss their feelings of loss. Days went by, and there seemed to be a cloud of despair and confusion hanging over our entire high school class. If he had lived, my friend would have graduated from high school with the rest of us that same year. When he died, he was 2 months away from his 18th birthday. About a week after his suicide, I was visiting my best friend at the time, we'll call her Anne, in her home. We were both still very affected by the death of our friend, and we began to talk late into the night about his possible reasons for taking his own life and how crazy and unexpected it was. We had been discussing the whole chain of events and basically trying to make sense of something we couldn't even imagine when I suddenly became very uncomfortable talking about our deceased friend. I was sitting at the time in a desk chair across from Anne, who was sitting comfortably on her bed facing me. She was looking directly at me, and she could see the discomfort on my face. She assumed I was just overreacting, and our discussion had gotten to me, so she stood up and moved towards the door of her bedroom and gestured in a sweeping motion with her arm for me to follow her into the kitchen down the hall. There was a single small desk light on behind me when she made this motion with her arm, so that when she moved, her body created a shadow on the wall. This is going to sound ridiculous, and I'm no physics expert, but when Anne swept her arm up into the air, gesturing me to follow her, her shadow did not follow her arm. Instead, there was a strange kind of delay, and I saw her arm move, and about 5 to 10 seconds later, the shadow of an arm moved, mimicking the same gesture she had just made. I, of course, thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and ignored the shadow, and I would have kept it to myself if only Anne had not turned to me and asked, "Did you just see that?" I answered yes, of course, and we fled out of the room and into the kitchen. Anne's house was large, and our frightened voices bounced off the columned walls, but nothing ever occurred after that. My friend Anne and I no longer speak, and I am sure that if she knew I was relaying this story to strangers, she would think I was crazy, but I remember the death of her high school friend as if it were yesterday, and I can't help wishing that the shadow we saw was indeed a sign from our friend, but I will never be too sure. I write this story in his memory, and in the hope that he is in a place where his problems have been all taken away. Thanks for reading. This story I'm about to tell you has been talked about in my family for years. Now it has been passed down to my own daughter, who tells it to her friends at slumber parties. It begins with the first time I ever saw anything, when I was around the age of 7. It happened in a house that we lived in years ago in Western New York. I shared a room with my sister. We both had the feeling something was always watching us, but being so young, we never really worried all that much about it, until one night, while I was trying to sleep. My bed was up against one wall, and my sister's bed faced the other. I turned, so I was facing the wall. When I opened my eyes, after getting that feeling of being watched again, there, standing in the wall, was a woman. She was a young woman, dressed all in black, high white lace collar, wearing a cameo, and hair pulled up neatly in a bun. She stood there with her hands folded in front of her, smiling sweetly at me. Now mind you, I was 7 years old, so I pulled the covers up over my head and then down again to take a peek just to see if she was still there, which she was, and this time with a bigger smile. I got so scared I jumped from my bed and ran across the room to my sister's bed. I landed right on top of her, waking her up, of course. I told her there was a lady in my wall, but when we looked again, the woman was gone. The next day I told my mom about it. She said it must have been just my guardian angel and left it at that. She refused to talk about it any further, or even years later. Then recently, my brother and I got to talking about that house. He said, "Don't you remember what the neighborhood kids used to say about our house?" And of course, I didn't remember a thing. He told me that apparently a couple had died there years ago. Then he asked me if I remembered the time that he and I were in the backyard and we saw the old man in the attic window. And all of a sudden it rushed back. Bam. Right when he told me about the old man in the attic window, I had a major flashback and remembered it like it was yesterday. I don't even have to tell you, even after all these years, it scared me. Well, many years have passed since we lived there, but I still have dreams about that house, and I wish the dreams would stop. I have many other scary stories to tell, but I freaked myself out telling this one, so the others will have to wait. This incident happened about 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, working at a restaurant motel in Old Saybrook, Connecticut called The Castle. The scariest thing about this place, besides the low pay, was the old story of what happened to one of its original owners. From almost my first day working there, I was told that one of the members of the family who built the house had killed himself on the grounds. The story was that one night, the son had discovered that his fiancée was cheating on him with one of his close friends. Deep in depression, the son climbed to the tallest tower of the castle, tied a rope to some type of pole on the roof, and hanged himself. The next morning, as the parents were leaving the home, they saw him hanging. They immediately sold the mansion, and it has been a hotel ever since. Many employees said that they had heard and seen things, yet I, as most people believe at first, didn't believe the stories. That is, until one night, I was working a late shift with a friend of mine named Katie. We were cleaning up the dining room after closing when we heard the kitchen door slam shut. I had popped them open, but as the wind off Long Island Sound is pretty strong, I figured they had been blown shut. Katie yelled at me to get over there and look at the kitchen. When I arrived, I saw a weird green light pouring through the round window of the door and flooding out the crack at the bottom. Still unconvinced of any supernatural going-ons, I tried to open the door, but it was not happening. I thought someone was in there, and I knew if the place got trashed, I would get fired, so I reared back and tried to put my shoulder through the door. At the time, I was about 6'2", 200 pounds, played football and lifted a lot of weights. The door should have popped right open, but not this time. Katie and I peered into the window, and there, plain as day, was a man dressed in antique clothes with a noose around his neck looking right back at us. He walked by and the green light left us. We instantly figured, forget the boss, it's quitting time. We ran outside and could barely light our cigarettes. Our hands were shaking so badly. From then on, I was a believer, and I knew I would never, ever doubt ghosts ever again. My aunt and uncle had a passion for restoring old country houses, the last of which had been at an end at the turn of the century. The house sits on 50 acres at the top of a hill, next to a historic old church with an equally historic old graveyard. I can't claim to recall for certain, but I think the church was used as a field hospital during the Civil War. My uncle would tell us the stories about the months after they moved into the house. Their bedroom was on the second of 3 floors, near the large, almost spiral staircase that emptied into the foyer to 2 sitting areas. Late in the evening, while they were in bed, my aunt and uncle would hear what sounded like a distant crowd of people in conversation. Living in quiet country houses most of their lives made them fairly light sleepers. The local volunteer fire department changed that over time. I'll get to that. My uncle would get up to check out the noise and find nothing, but since it was an old house with a boiler, and that it was more or less near town, there were many possible rational explanations for the noise. Still, over the course of a few months, the noises grew louder and louder until it sounded like a party was being thrown in their own house, and my aunt and uncle weren't invited. This had grown so gradually that my uncle was much more annoyed than fearful. One night, he went to the stairs and shouted for them to shut up so we can get some sleep. That seemed to scale back the noise enough to satisfy him, although it didn't go away completely. The next weekend, he took a walk for the first time through the local graveyard and noticed many of the stones were overturned and some of the plots were neglected. He righted the headstones and cleaned up some of the plots that weekend and never again heard the noises in the house. My uncle passed away in that house 1 year ago this October. Subsequently, I spent a great deal more time there last winter than I had before taking care of a few things for my aunt. I slept on the top floor across from the game room. Many nights an air raid siren would go off, summoning the local volunteer firefighters to the station house. I never did get used to sleeping through that. Then one night, the siren wailed at about 2 a.m., and I was having a hard time going back to sleep. I was wide awake when I heard something. It lasted only an instant and seemed to me to be a crowd in the distance that had just been told the punchline to a very funny joke. Whatever it was, it reminded me of one of my uncle's stories. As an epilogue, I should mention that my aunt is trying to sell the house. So far, the most likely buyer is the local funeral home. While sitting around looking at photo albums with my grandmother, we came across some newspaper clippings. The clippings were from a newspaper in Indiana. They were about an old brick house being torn down. Since we live in Mississippi, I found it strange that my grandmother would have these clippings, so I questioned her about them. She then told me one of the eeriest stories I have ever heard. In 1946, my grandmother lived in Mobile, Indiana, with her husband and their child.
They lived in an old brick house that was built before the Civil War and stood on the outskirts of town. It was a large house with very high ceilings and wooden floors. In the master bedroom was a closet with a heavy wooden door that did not have a knob, only a wooden latch to keep the door closed. My grandmother would shut and latch the closet. When she would leave the room and return, the closet door would be standing wide open. She would shut the door again and go about her chores. When she returned, the door would be open. She did this several times a day. She said the door stayed open more than she could keep it closed. She was more annoyed than scared by this strange event. About 8 months later, she and her husband divorced and she moved to Mississippi with my grandfather. The house she had lived in did not cross her mind until 10 years later when her Aunt Bonnie wrote her a letter and sent her the newspaper clippings. The clippings talked about her old house and reported that it had been torn down. While they were tearing down the house, a hole was discovered under the closet floor. They had found the remains of a man in the hole. It was believed to be the body of a soldier from the Civil War. After lurking around here for ages reading everyone else's story, I finally got up the nerve to post one of my own. My story isn't as dramatic or interesting as some of the other stories posted here, but I feel confident enough to post it because 3 other people have had experience in this particular house, so here it goes. This happened a few months ago while I was visiting a friend's house one evening. I'll refer to my friend as G. A mutual friend of ours, Jay, was also present. This was my first and only visit to the house, and no one else was home at the time apart from the 3 of us. The house in question is an old wood villa, which would be, at a guess, 80 to 100 years old. It's a rather large one-level structure with 2 long and connected hallways, one that leads from the front door to the back of the house and another that spans across the back of the house. Together, the hallways form the shape of a T. While eating dinner in the kitchen, dining room area located in the back portion of the house, something drew my attention to the right, so I glanced down to the top section of the hallway. As I watched, a dark shadow moved across very quickly from right to left, as though it just moved up the other long hall, through the center of the house, then straight ahead crossing the top hallway. I didn't say anything at the time, although I was curious about what I had seen. I have to say that while I definitely believe in ghosts, I didn't want to get too excited about something which could have a very logical explanation for. After dinner, G invited us on a tour of the house, and while exploring the rooms off the back hallway, I carefully checked to see if there were any windows that could have let car headlights in to cause the shadow I'd seen, but I couldn't find anything to explain it. Sometime later, G left the lounge to make coffee and, while she was out of the room, I whispered to Jay that I had seen a shadow cross the back hall. She surprised me by telling me that she too had seen a ghost moving from right to left in the same exact place, only she's seen it twice before in broad daylight. We were intrigued and quite excited about this, but didn't say anything to G as we didn't want to frighten her. Interestingly enough, G approached Jay recently to ask her opinion about ghosts because a young woman who also lives in the house claimed to see a shadow move up the hallway. She was concerned because she too would be spending several weeks alone there, and understandably, she was frightened. G explained that while she hadn't seen anything herself, there was one occasion when she was walking up the hallway and she felt like she accidentally pushed someone out of the way, even though she couldn't see anyone there. I've been in various places before where I've been able to sense unseen presences. I've had one experience where I used to get a feeling of overwhelming fear every time I went into one particular room in a house my parents owned. With the shadow that Jay and I saw, we didn't feel any strong feelings or emotions connected with it. At this moment in time, I haven't heard any more events in that house. When I was about 12 years old, my brother, sister, and I moved into my grandparents' house. Ever since we could remember, we heard stories about the house being haunted. Nothing too big, but strange things happened a lot. Rumor had it that there used to be a horse track room stable where my grandparents built their house, and a little boy had been trampled in there. We have never actually checked into this story, but it is what we heard. At least it is what we were told. Anyway, all of us grandkids were petrified of going upstairs.
It was always so cold up there and just freaky, but that was where all the bedrooms were, so when we moved in, we had no choice. Actually, I had no choice. My little brother and sister had beds set up downstairs and I slept upstairs. When I was about 4, I'd taken up smoking cigarettes, but no one knew about it. I used to turn off my bedroom light and smoke cigarettes. I turned off my light just in case my grandparents happened to come up the stairs. They always turned on the hall light to help their way up the stairs. This way, I would know how to put out my cigarette and spray air freshener. One night, I was upstairs alone smoking when I heard someone coming up the stairs. It was late and everyone had been in bed. The hallway light never came on, but all the same time, I butted out my cigarette and waited, but no one ever came up. This happened quite a few times, and I just got used to it. This house is about 50 or 60 years old. The doors are the old latch type and made of nothing but wood. They are solid. To close the door, you have to lift the hook and latch it onto the other part of the door. To open the door, you have to lift the handle and pull the door open. On my bedroom door, I also had an eye hook lock to keep my room locked and my little brother out. I would be laying in bed at night watching TV and my bedroom door would just pop open, but it would never open all the way because of the lock on my door. I never thought anything of it. I just thought it was a breeze until my brother and I started sharing stories about what was happening in that room in the house. I've since moved out and my brother moved into my old room. We have all grown up and started sleeping upstairs, and we have gotten over our fears pretty much. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs and they were set up weird. The house was square, 2 bedrooms on each side of the house with a staircase up the middle. To get to the 2 rooms, you have to walk through the main 2 ones. When my little sister finally decided to move upstairs, she moved into the room behind mine. She swears to hearing a little boy crying in her room at night. Recently I bought a Ouija board and have been using it at my new house. One night my cousin, brother, sister, and boyfriend were using it when my cousin and I started talking about how we used to use the board when we were younger at my grandparents' house. My cousin remembers talking to a little boy who died at this location, and she remembers the little boy telling us his vision of the story of what happened to him. He told us his name was Brandon, and his father beat him in the tack room, and that unlike the story being passed around, he hadn't been trampled at all. Which story is true, I don't know, and I guess we'll never know. My little brother is the only one of us left living with my grandparents, and he is now living in my old bedroom. He has heard the footsteps coming up the stairs when he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. He has heard whimpering, and he has talked to this little boy. Not literally talking, but questions will pop into his head that he already knows the answers to, like, what year is it? And he will answer out loud. He will not even be thinking about a certain thing, and then all of a sudden, he'll have a question. The door pops open on him, but he doesn't have the latch, so it pops open and closes again. Now, here's the last we have heard from the spirits in our grandparents' house. He was sitting in his room talking to his girlfriend on the phone when he heard someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. He hung up with his girlfriend and went into the hallway, but nobody was there. Now, what happens next makes us believe that the little boy was beaten to death and not trampled as everyone had been told. The footsteps were heavy ones, definitely not of those of a child. When my brother realized no one was there, he just assumed that it was the father because of the heavy footsteps. He told the father that if he didn't leave Brandon, the little boy, alone, that he was going to kill himself and haunt his butt down. He would then beat him to a fine pulp, then come back to life, yeah right, dig up his grave and burn his mangy hide. My brother has become attached to Brandon and has not heard anything from him about his father or heard his father around the house.
I'm here to tell you about the strange occurrences that happened to my mother at the Lawrence family mansion on Teddington Park Avenue in Toronto. The first thing you need to know is that my mom is a down-to-earth, no-nonsense type, and she believes that the house was, as all its tenants have believed in the past, that it is haunted. My mom lived in an apartment, dirt cheap because it was haunted, at the top of the mansion. It was, she says, extremely beautiful. High vaulted ceilings, many rooms, and spacious too. In the kitchen, there was a mirror called the talking mirror. This was because anybody who stayed in the kitchen long enough started randomly talking to themselves in the mirror. My mother says no matter who passed it, they started to babble. My mom even talked to herself without realizing it, until something brought her attention back to where she was and what she was doing, making her realize that she had been talking to herself. On the bottom floor, a German man named Hans, I don't know how to spell it, he was the most serious man my mom had ever known. My mom visited him sometimes, and oftentimes she would go into this bathroom that was there and just study the CLW footed tub that dated back to the 1930s. She got the most creepy feeling looking at it, like she could almost see a body lying in it. She compared it to the Portrait of Murder of Merritt, which is a painting of a man with his throat and wrist slit. She told the man, and he said that he heard noises coming from it at night, and that he knew it must have been haunted, because he said you could almost see the outline of a body in it. They looked into the history of the home, and sure enough, somebody had hurt themselves in the tub around the 1950s. Another thing near the bathroom was a hall, where people would say they felt a deep desire to run to get down it, and that before going down it, you had to stop and brace yourself, getting up your courage, like there was a wall there stopping you from going that you had to get through. Another place in the house was a great living room. It was in the apartment of a policeman and his girlfriend. They always argued, mostly in that room. And one night, the girlfriend took the man's gun and held it to his head as they argued. People always reported that happy couples would always go into that room and just start arguing. Cold spots were numerous in the house. I could tell you many other stories about various spots, but I have to get going. My mom says the house is sold for over $5 million, and that she suspects that someone tore the house down to get rid of the hauntings and built a replica. My name is Lindsay. I've lived with my family in this home for 4 years now, and ever since we've lived here, we've experienced some things. It seems though that most things have happened in my bedroom, and I often thought my parents did not believe the things I had told them about. The first month of living in my home, my mother awoke in the morning to find a painting of a woman. This painting was lying on the floor in the closet. It appeared overnight. She had questioned all of us in the home, and nobody had seen it before. The music boxes would play randomly in the middle of the night. Doorknobs, turning seconds before turning them yourself. My bedroom door always sounded like it was opening by itself, when it was really shut. It wasn't for a while when I actually started to see people, or should I say ghosts, in my room while I was sleeping. I have seen a translucent woman wearing brown rags several times. The first I'd ever seen her, she was standing at the foot of my bed with her mouth wide open, as if she was screaming, but I never heard a sound. It felt as though my heart had stopped. I was frozen with fear. I had rolled over and told myself it wasn't actually there, and that I was seeing things. Then about a month later, the same lady sat in my chair, in my room, just watching me. I then covered my face with my pillow and went back to sleep. In the morning, I told my mother about both times this lady being in my room, and she just mocked me. She just kind of laughed and joked about it. She told me that the first time that the lady was there, it was because her teeth hurt, because I'm planning on becoming a dentist after schooling. I didn't think my mom believed me at all. Sometime after that, a tall man stood next to the head of my bed, once again, just staring at me. When I awoke, I started screaming, and my mother came running into my room. She told me it was just a dream and to go back to bed, but I knew it wasn't. She was just saying what parents would say, just to make me feel better. It was strange how my room was the only room I'd ever seen them in. My family would just make fun of me and would make stupid jokes about the ghost in my room. Later one night, my sister was across the hall from me sleeping when she woke to a flash that lit up the room at 1 a.m. This was when she was 20. She then ran into my room and slept next to me. She was not sure that it was a flash from a camera, since we were upstairs and everyone was sleeping. We never figured what the flash was. When my mother was away on vacation, and I was the only one home, I was sleeping, and when I woke in the middle of the night, I found myself eye to eye with a young girl who had to have been at least 10. She had a wound in her head where I had been. Terrifyingly, there was a hole through her head. It was the right eye that had been gone. This was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen. I once again couldn't do anything. I was the only one home, so I laid there and went back to sleep. Once again, I see the woman lady, except this time, I find myself fighting her in my dream. The weird thing was, a mobile that was hanging above me on my ceiling had fallen and hit me in the stomach while I was sleeping. I still found that my parents didn't believe me until one night, my dad went downstairs for a drink at 1 a.m. That's when he heard some girl humming a song. He thought it was me, until he realized that he and my mom were the only ones home that night. Later the same night at 3 a.m, my mother awoke and had to use the restroom. While she was walking down the hall, she heard a lady talking. My parents told me about this when I arrived home the next morning, and now they believe me. We don't know about who these ghosts are, but we are trying to find some history about our house, as it was built in 1890. Maybe the history will reveal who these ghosts are and why they are there. I grew up in a typical Maryberry-ish small southern town in southeast Tennessee. Our home was less than 80 feet from the Norfolk Southern Railroad line. The tracks were on a rise in the hill, and from the second-story window of our home, you would be parallel with the tracks. The town I grew up in was once a coal mining camp, and then grew to be a coal mining town. Point of fact, the town's name came from the original proprietor of the first train depot. It was called Daisy, after his only daughter. From my house, the original train depot was situated just about a mile north, and the area of the train tracks in between was often referred to as Black Track because there were several curves in the railway, and coal was often spilled in these curves, leaving the soil covered in the black, chalky coal residue. It is purportedly haunted, and there are several ghastly and ghostly tales attributed to that area of track. From what I'm able to gather, one story is that a female slave was once accused of leading other slaves to freedom via the train tracks, and when her trajectory was discovered by her owner, she was tied to the tracks until a train came through, chopping off both of her feet. Once this was done, she was carried to the slave quarters as an example of what would happen to all others who attempted escape or assisted others in escaping. Slowly she bled to death, despite the other slaves' best effort. I know several people who have laid their hands on the Bible today and testify seeing her feetless body in the area. Other stories about a train wreck that happened about 15 yards from the back door of my old home. In southern Tennessee, we do not get much snow, but we can get quite a bit of rain. Apparently in the late 30s, a weather front came through, bringing a lot of rain and flash flooding to the area. One night after the rain had slowed to a drizzle, a fully loaded train was slowing to stop at the depot, not knowing that the ground below was giving way under its weight. During the initial wreck, several railroad workers and hobos were trapped in the rubble. Many of the rescuers were local farmers and residents who perished as the mud shifted under the weight of the debris, and ultimately, a large land and debris slide halted all rescue efforts. As many as 50 people perished, and the old-timers would say that they could hear people moaning and screaming for help for days after the wreck, and how help never came. Some people swear that they could hear the sorrowful screams and moans of the trapped on bright, still nights. Lastly, another story about the area tracks has to do with teenage hormones and stupidity. Along the section of track is an old paved road that weaves back and forth across the tracks. In the 50s and 60s, this area of road was used by teenagers to prove the muscle in their machines and the guts in their drivers. More than one person has perished in their efforts to outrun the train. Many people say that those untimely deaths are the culprits of strange flashes of light that are often seen in that area. I am new to this site, and I've read many of the stories posted. I wanted to share my experiences. For the past 5 years, myself, my son who is turning 6, and my daughter who will be 2 this fall, lived in a small cottage-style house with a full basement. The first weekend that I moved in, I of course had a party. My son stayed with my parents for the night. I also had a roommate for the first 2 months that I moved into the home. She had a cordless phone in the basement, and I had a regular phone upstairs. After our guests left for the evening, I took the cordless phone upstairs to make some calls. When I went to bed, I left the phone on the floor in my room. The next morning, I heard someone walking up the basement stairs. My bed was on the other side of the wall that led to the basement. I heard the footsteps walk through the kitchen, small dining room, and into the living room. I had my bedroom door shut, and I tried to call out to my roommate to tell her to come in. I thought that she was looking for the phone. It was then that I realized that I couldn't open my eyes, move, or even speak. I heard the footsteps pass through my doorway. The door never opened. I noticed that the closer they got to my bed, that the floor appeared to be shaking, hence the shaking ghost. The only auditory comparison I can give is it sounded like when my dad would do laundry and tried to cram 20 pairs of jeans in a washer that had 5. The whole machine would shake, and you could hear it all over the house. The bathroom floor would even vibrate. That is what it felt like to me. I realized that whatever it was standing over me, and soon I felt a hand resting on my hip. It was just a gentle pressure. I think that he was trying to see who was in the house. At that moment, I was extremely terrified and still couldn't move, speak, or even open my eyes. There was a banging on my window. The noise stopped, and whatever had touched me let go. I jumped out of bed, and there was nothing in the room. Apparently, my dad had been standing outside for 10 minutes banging on the door. I never heard him pull into the driveway, which is right outside my window, or knock on the door. He also said that he tried to call us, and I'd never heard the phone ring. I never had this happen again, until just 2 nights ago. My daughter and I share a room, and around 2 in the morning, She woke up. I could hear her cry out, "Mama," and I tried to get up. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move anything but to lift my head off the pillow briefly. I realized that the floor was shaking again. I tried to open my eyes to look at it, and I couldn't. I believed that it was looking to the crib at my daughter. I didn't feel anything evil, but I don't think it wanted me to see it. After about 5 minutes, the shaking stopped, and my daughter was back asleep. It all happened so strange that I even considered that I was maybe dreaming it all. When I checked the crib, my daughter seemed fine, and nothing was out of place. Some other just normal haunting things I've experienced are footsteps in cabinets open when I know that I'd left them closed. The ghost seems to like my kids and likes to check up on them. I smoke, so during the winter when it is cold, I go down into the basement and smoke by the back cellar steps. I have often heard footsteps go from one bedroom to another, but they never go back out of the last room they entered. Also, when my daughter was in her baby swing, anytime I went downstairs, I would hear footsteps walk over to the swing and stop. They are always too heavy and slow to be my son's. Also, whenever I hear them and go back upstairs, he is soundly asleep in his room, so I know that it was never my son. There have been a few times, though, that I felt that I was unwelcome in the basement. I feel like I'm being watched in there, and that something doesn't like me to be there. I have also felt that feeling walking past my kitchen at night. It's like something is standing there watching me, and this thing seems very cold. I have never been harmed or felt completely threatened by anything. My son has complained of being scared, but if he has seen or heard anything, he doesn't tell me. I just wanted to share my story. We are moving in a month, so it'll be interesting to see if the people that end up renting my house have any experiences too. When I was about 6 or 7, I woke up in the middle of the night for a strange reason. I had a loft bed, and I had looked down in my closet. As I was looking, I saw my bead curtains that were hanging over my closet starting to sway. I then felt something brush the side of my arm. I flipped out and almost ran into my parents' room. About halfway to my parents' room, I came to the realization that maybe my fan was on. When I went back to my room, I noticed that my fan had been unplugged the whole time. I knew then that my curtains were definitely moving on their own. I didn't even own any pets, so I had no logical explanation for what had happened. I remember always seeing someone in the corner of my eye. I would turn to see who it was, but when I did, no one was there. Things would disappear, such as homework and school supplies. Then they would reappear on the kitchen counter and on my dresser. I would always feel someone is watching me. Then I turned around to see that no one was there. I remember one time in particular, I had a friend sleep over. We were up in my tree fort, and it was dark out, and we were hiding inside. We had dared each other to turn off our flashlights so that it was pitch black. We were getting ready to open the side door when a pair of red eyes appeared on the door window. We rushed inside and started to shake from fright. I have moved from that house 5 weeks ago and have lived in that house for 7 years. I'm glad not to be in that house anymore. I feel a presence here, but I don't know if it's good or bad.
My name is Julie, and I'm 32, mother of a wonderful 4-year-old son, which I would give my life for, married to a wonderful, incredible man. We live in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. When I was about 8, I believe, I had my first terrifying experience with the dead. My great-grandma had passed away a few days earlier, although I can't really recall the event all that well. One night, a few days after her death, I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was just in front of my bedroom, separated by a long hallway that went basically across the part of the first and only floor. Beside my bedroom was my parents' bedroom. My bedroom to the bathroom was only like 3 feet to walk across the hallway. As I walked towards the bathroom, for some reason, I looked into my parents' bedroom. What I saw terrified me. Across my parents' bed, I saw my great-grandma lying on her side, holding her head, with her left arm looking at me with these black, see-through eyes. I will never forget. Very young and innocent, I didn't really ever think that ghosts really existed. That made me aware of another world that we were not taught about in our upbringing. When I got a little older, we had bought a house in Hawkesbury, Ontario, that we stayed into for I would say 5 to 6 years. I was about 16 at the time. We had just purchased the house, and while my father was renovating the upstairs, the whole family would be sleeping in the basement. One night, as we were spending a little time together, we heard this funny noise upstairs. We thought someone, for some reason, had entered our home, so my father went up to see what was going on. To all of our surprise, all 4 rings of our ceiling light had just fallen on the floor. Not one at a time, but all 4. We could hear footsteps in the house, and when I was alone, the front doorknob would turn, and nobody was even there. I was so terrified. I did not know what to make of these events. At night, I would hear someone open the fridge door and close, open pantry doors and close loud. I would constantly feel a presence. I would barely have any sleep in the house. Sometimes, I would go and sleep with my brother. It is a terrible feeling as a child to be afraid like this. It's not okay. I don't think in any way that this is a funny thing. When you're a child, you get confused and don't understand the logic of these things. Actually, because there is no logic. When I got older in my early 20s, my grandmother passed away. God, I adored her. She was my best friend, and to this day, I miss her like crazy. Not long after she had died, maybe a few nights after, she appeared to me while sitting on the side of my bed, late one night. She appeared right next to me. She had her arm around my neck, and she looked at me saying, "Julie, don't be sad. You know that I'm not really gone." And she disappeared into thin air. I felt such a relief that she felt my sadness, and that she loved me enough to come and comfort me. I will never forget that precious moment. For you, Grandma, I love you. Julie. To start my story, my father and I pretty much had a decent relationship most of my life. Of course, when I was a teenager, I did the usual teenage crap and rebelled, and we grew apart. I had moved out and ended up with an abusive boyfriend. I ended up moving back home, and Dad and I renewed our relationship. Those 9 months before my dad's death were great. We actually got a chance to really talk, and I think my dad knew his time was short. He kept telling me that I would find the right guy eventually, and I would make a good mom someday. On February 11th, 1997, Dad passed away after a long illness that we would discover later was periodontitis. Things didn't start happening right away. It started after I met the man who would be my husband later, and I became pregnant with our son. About 4 months into my pregnancy, we started noticing little things around the house, mostly having to do with noises and objects that belonged to my father. After my son was born, and he was about a month old, my husband and I were watching television in the living room, and the baby was asleep. My mother's room, we were staying with her, due to after Dad died, she couldn't pay the bills on her own, was right off the living room. She had went to bed, and after about a half hour, she said she had seen a white orb about the size of a softball traveling between the bedroom door and her vanity mirror. No light source constant. Her room was pitch black because she kept tinfoil and trash bags over her windows to keep the light out. Then, when we were getting things ready for the wedding, It seemed like all hell broke loose. Objects being thrown, kitchen drawers opening and shutting by themselves, strange noises. You name it, we had it. Then, the wedding day came. I wasn't nervous, because I knew Dad was there. I wore his turquoise ring I gave him for a Father's Day present, for something blue. Everyone at the wedding and the reception said they could feel him. Even some of the pictures taken at the reception were questionable. A couple have what appears to have a mist in them. My son is in most of those photographs. Then we didn't really have anything happen for a while, until my son started getting old enough to talk. Then in the evening, when only me and my son were at home, watching TV most times, he would get all excited, as if someone had just come home. He would run up to the baby gate, wave, and yell hi, and I would go up to the gate and look down the hall to see no one there, and I would ask him, "Who are you talking to?" And he would look up at me and smile and say, "Grandpa, Mama." He never met my father. My son was born on 2100, and Dad died on 2/11/97. After he did this for a couple of weeks, I invested in an EMF detector. After running a few test runs to get readings from the hallway on basic electrical outlets and whatnot, I waited for my son to say hi to Dad again. Sure enough, about a week later, it happened again. This time I ran into the hallway to see if I could get a reading. I did. A perfect circle about 2 feet in diameter, smack dab in the middle of the hallway. I knew it was Dad. We have since moved, but my son still says hi on occasion to Grandpa, and my sister and I can still sense his presence. I'm 19 now, and most of my experiences have happened recently. Although I remember a few from when I was a child, I'm a student at a Big Ten university and stayed in the dorms my first year here. My roommate and I were soon to find out we had another roommate. One night, I was dreaming that I was lying in a bed across from another bed, and a girl was pacing in between. Well, my dream soon faded to reality when I noticed myself blinking. We had lofts, so the floor that was in my dream was now gone, but the girl was still pacing, about 5 feet in the air. I don't know what came over me, and I didn't mean to say anything, but I blurted out, "What are you looking for?" The girl stopped and looked at me. Her eyes were just dark holes, and then faded away. I wasn't scared of her. I just went back to sleep. During other nights, I would be startled awake, what sounded like heavy books being thrown to the floor, and in the morning, nothing would be out of place. Things would go missing, only to end up in the middle of the floor, days later. My first touching experience took place there also. I was taking a nap on the futon with my boyfriend when I felt what I thought was my boyfriend's scruffy chin rub on my forehead. It woke me, but I didn't open my eyes. It happened again, and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. I looked up, expecting to see his face, and there was nothing there. He was about 2 feet away from me, with his back towards me, fast asleep. My roommate, however, had the creepiest experience. She rarely had any, but hers, I think, didn't happen to me. She came in the room from the shower, down the hall, and went to her mirror. When she noticed she had a drop of blood on the tip of her nose, she wiped it off onto her finger, expecting to see a pop zit or something, but her nose was clear. She showed me the blood on her finger and told me what happened, so we checked her arms and legs, everywhere, to see if she had cut herself shaving. We checked her towel, robe, slippers, everything, and there was no blood anywhere else. We still do not know where it came from. Last night was my most recent experience, which made me want to read about stories online. It was at my parents' home, which we all think is haunted by some man. I was ready to fall asleep when I was startled awake by a loud pop in front of my face. Minutes later, I heard dripping water. That ghost mostly bothers my brother, whose bedroom is in the basement, where most of the activity takes place. I would like to share my experiences with someone who doesn't think I'm crazy. When I was 5 years old, my mom, dad, and I moved to a house in Crownsville. It was about 7 years old and had originally been built as a summer home only. My dad did a lot to the house over the years to renovate it. When I was about 10 years old, he finished a new bedroom on the front of the house, and he and my mother moved in. I got their old bedroom at the back of the house. I'm not sure if this bedroom was on the house originally, because it was built on a concrete slab, and the rest of the house was over a basement. My mother claimed to see a ghost materialize from the heating vent into the room. We all laughed it off. Later on, I didn't think it was so funny anymore. My parents were very strict and didn't leave me alone in the house until I was 13. After they left, I was really creeped out by the feeling in the house. I felt as though I was being watched. I wandered into the kitchen and heard a really weird sound. Then I noticed that the cupboard doors were moving. It looked like they were vibrating. I recognized the noise. It's the glasses in the cabinets all vibrating against one another. I ran back to my room and stayed there till my parents got back. One time, I got this brilliant idea to bring a Ouija board into the house. My grandmother had lots of junk in her backyard, and as I dug around, I had found the board wedged between two small buildings. If I'd been a bit older and a bit smarter, I would have left the damn thing there. I shoved it into the back floorboard of my mother's car, underneath my jacket. Somehow, I snuck it inside later on, without being seen. It was just the board and the planches, the Parker Brothers kind. I put it in my underwear drawer, all the way at the bottom, hoping to play with it later. I had failed school that year, so I had to go to summer school. I knew I would have to get up early, so I went to bed early. I was wakened sometime later, after my parents went to bed. I thought I heard a rattling. I listened for several minutes, heard nothing, and went back to sleep. I woke up again, a little while later. Again, I thought I heard rattling, and this time, I thought it had come from my dresser. I was slightly freaked out, but I heard nothing after a few intense minutes of listening, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. I woke up a third time. This time, I was angry. I still heard it when I woke all the way up, so I hurried and turned my light on. I saw the dresser drawer move for a few seconds, then it stopped. There was no more sleep for me to be had that night. The light stayed on, and I stayed sitting up in my bed till dawn. Then I got into the dresser, snapped the board in pieces, and threw it out my back window. The last thing that happened while I lived in the house occurred when my best friend stayed the night. We were supposed to be sleeping in my bed, but being kids, we were up talking. We both shut up at once and looked out my bedroom door. It was the kind of house where all the doors line up. I could look out of my door and see clear to my parents' bedroom door. In between were my old room, the kitchen, and the living room. We both saw glowing orbs floating around in the living room. There were about 5 of them, and they were way brighter than any of the lamps we had. She and I stared in awe for a few minutes, and then they faded away. She and I are still friends, but we never have talked about the glowing balls floating around my living room. Thanks for listening. I have been able to explain what happened the night of the Ouija board rattlings. For all I know, it could be the workings of an overactive imagination, but it sure seemed to be real to me. The terror of that night never has faded. Hi. I've owned this large, 3-story, late 1800s building for the past 25 years or so. The first floor has 2 storefronts, and the second and third originally had 3 apartments per floor. I converted 2 of the second floor apartments into one large apartment for myself. When I first bought the building, I had a great deal of work to do on it. My mother would occasionally visit, and she would ask me who was in the back room of the main store. There was no one there, but she would insist. I never thought much about this until later in life, and she now sees non-existent people nearly everywhere. Sometime after gutting the building and making it partly usable, I was working on the first floor and saw a young boy running through the store. Since the place was locked up tight, and there were 7 alarm systems, and only one was off, it was impossible for the child to hide from me. No child was to be found. Over the years, I, and many others have seen a child running through the store. I've seen the occasional person while looking in a mirror, although this doesn't happen often. Many years ago, my friend Scott shared the apartment and had a rear bedroom of his own. One evening, he came out to see me when I got home and complained that something had sexually assaulted him. He found the event very painful. I somewhat dismissed this as folly on his part, but never forgot it. A few years later, I rented that same room to another fellow, and he had a similar experience. He moved out the next day. I rented a room to a fellow who was gay. He never had problems until his friend came over to visit. They were alone in the bed at the time. They were in the bedroom when the bed lifted a few inches off the floor and fell down. Then the bed moved a couple of feet from its location. Finally, the tenant had a set of barbells sitting on the floor. They were tossed up in the air several times, hitting the floor with a bang. After this happened, I began to read up on getting rid of spirits in the building. I placed a pentagram with proper symbols in the room above the tenant's room and went through the ceremony. From that day forward, nothing else happened in the building. That is, until the roof leaked above the room, and I bought up a tarp and bucket to catch the leak. The tarp covered the pentagram. Since then, people, including myself, see things in the building, mostly visions of people. Some people leave the building immediately when this happens. Over the years, nothing has ever happened to me physically, and my sightings of spirits are rare. I'd like to mention another place in Buffalo. It is on West Avenue, near Ferry. The location was originally Buffalo's hanging grounds, and now there are houses on it. My friend Paul owns the house. Occasionally, when no one is in the house, there will be loud screams coming from inside the house. Police have been summoned by neighbors on several occasions, but couldn't find anything out. Thanks for reading. I had a couple of strange experiences at a cemetery in Vancouver as a teenager, about 15 years ago or so. Everyone I've told the story to over the years seems to get a chill run down their necks from hearing it, so I thought it would make a good addition to your website, which I enjoy reading through on occasion, as I'm interested in hearing about other people's experiences with the unexplained. Back in the late 80s, I hung around with a group of friends who I'd hang around with and mostly get into trouble with. I guess looking back, we didn't really have any beliefs or interest in the supernatural or spirituality, and I suppose we were kind of like teenage nihilists in a way, getting into trouble with the police and partying a lot, not conscientious about school or the future. So what would happen at the cemetery would all seem the more strange. Well, anyways, one school night, we were out looking for something to do at around 10 or 11 at night, and we couldn't really think of anything as it was midweek, and most people our age only went out on the weekends. We ended up just driving around with no destination in mind, and at one point, someone suggested we go to a local cemetery, just because we had nowhere else to go. This cemetery is cut into the forest on the side of a mountain, and is basically just a giant field surrounded by trees, and all the headstones are just flat plates on the ground, so that if you didn't know it was a cemetery, it would just appear as a big empty field upon entering it. The point is that there's absolutely nothing to obstruct your view or cast strange shadows in the cemetery. To get into the cemetery, you have to drive through a 40-meter winding road that runs through trees and bushes, etc. And this road eventually branches out so that cars can access different parts of the cemetery. There were 3 of us in the car, with myself driving, a friend in the front seat and one in the back. As I pulled the car into the small entrance road, I slowed the car right down and put on the high beams and drove the car at a snail's pace towards the cemetery. As we made the last little bend in the road and entered the cemetery, the high beam suddenly illuminated the entire field, and it was at this point that I suddenly and violently jammed my foot on the brakes, because about 15 meters in front of us stood a group of about 30 to 40 people. I think I recall my friend sitting next to me, saying something to the effect of, "What the hell is going on here?" I don't know. I answered maybe some kind of midnight burial or something, and then cracking some jokes that maybe they were druids. I remember my friend in the back seat suggesting that we back the car the way we came in so as not to disturb whatever was going on, which I declined doing, saying it would be a better idea to make the first turn and come around as it's a narrow road. At this time, probably about 20 to 30 seconds might have passed, and I took my foot off the brake and we proceeded forward. After the car had moved forward, maybe 15 feet, and I was staring intently at the group of the people the whole time, there strangely now seemed to be less of them, which confused me. Although I remember slight movement within the group, they didn't seem to be bothered by the headlights, and I don't recall any of them looking directly at us. Well, by the time the car had reached about half the distance to where they were standing, and this is the odd part, there was no one left standing there, just an empty field, and it was at this point, when I hit the brakes again, I can remember the intense feeling of my scalp feeling like it was covered in goosebumps and shrinking, because it was only at this point that it clicked into my mind that something ghostly and unnatural had occurred. I drove the car up to a spot alongside where the group was standing and rolled down the window to have a closer look, but there was no explanation for what we had seen. At this point, someone suggested that we get the heck out of there, and we did, quickly. I can think of no possible explanation for what happened, and even went up there a couple weeks later with the same car, but a different friend, to see if maybe we could duplicate the feat and try to come up with some explanation, but we were unsuccessful. Strange thing was that all three of us saw the same thing from different vantage points, and there was nothing that the headlights could have refracted off to cause an illusion against the windshield. And anyways, the groups were clearly standing at a distance of 50 or so meters in three-dimensional space, so there's no way it could have been a reflection. When I tried to duplicate the experience in the same car, nothing happened. I suppose it was this experience that has caused me to have a belief in a greater reality than we see in our everyday lives. Something else happened at that cemetery months later, not quite as strange, but strange nonetheless. But this email has turned out longer than I intended it to, so perhaps I'll submit it another time. I've had a family member who was buried at that cemetery since that time, and the experience has helped me to believe that perhaps some of them is still with us in some way. I would like to share the experience we've had, my husband and I, with the ghost of a dead boy. We had some pretty scary moments. A few years ago, we moved into our new home. An old lady had lived there for years and had passed away 2 years before shortly after she moved into an old people's home. The house had been left empty since she moved out. We were the first ones to move in. It was the beginning of springtime, so it was a little cold inside. As we turned on the central heating system, we heard a noise as if a kettle was whistling. We thought it was just a little dry, as it had not been used in the last 2 years. This was just the beginning. When you entered our house, you would see a hallway surrounded by the living room, bathroom, bedrooms, and closet with the central heating system inside. As time passed away, we did not take any notice of the heating system making noise. I must say, I felt kinda awkward when I passed the particular closet. Next thing happened was on our clock. The pendulum would stop at different times. I would give it a swing, and it would keep going for days. It happened many times, and looking back on it, our cats were always looking at things we weren't able to see, especially into the direction of the clock. Then our candles. We used to burn them every night, at 2 places in our living room. We never had any problems with drafts, but suddenly, we noticed our candles were burning unsteadily. All these things happened in our living room, and we never thought anything of it, until one evening, the pendulum stopped, the candles started flickering, and a cold chill went through the room. The temperature dropped instantly, and suddenly, the noise from the central heating system didn't sound like a whistling kettle anymore, but like a stream drain running right through our living room. We looked at the TV, and suddenly, we saw the display changing numbers, and the screen turned to snow. It looked like it was trying to find a channel to display something we did not want to see. My husband rushed to the thermostat to turn it down, so the central heating would stop making noise. The TV went back to the channel we had been watching before, and everything went back to normal. Except for the two of us, we were scared to death, and we realized that something was haunting us. As we thought back at all the times the pendulum stopped, the noises from the central heating, the uncomfortable feeling we got from that closet and the candles, something or someone was trying to scare us out of our home. I told my husband that it was time to take some action, or things could get worse. As we decided to go to bed, the central heating started whistling again, and as I passed the closet, I yelled at it, "Stop it, and shut up." Believe it or not, it did stop. Relieved as I was, I rushed into the bedroom to find a halogen lamp flickering heavily, and the whistling started again. I decided to take a run through the hallway, back into the living room, to turn the thermostat off, so the noise would stop. My husband was too scared to get out of bed, and I'll tell you, I wasn't happy either, but I managed to do so, and I was glad to return to bed, hiding under the sheets. The next day, I decided to call a psychic called Jan, who's well known for leading ghosts into another dimension with the help of his guide, Layla. Through Layla, he was told that a young man in his early 20s had been living here before we moved in. He had died, jumping or falling off a bridge in Rotterdam. We were never told his name, so we could not do any research on this guy. Layla led him into the light, and all went quiet and peaceful. We moved out of the house a few years later, and we were glad we never encountered anything like this again. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Kind regards, and good luck with your website. I'm not sure if you'll understand my English, since it's been a while since I studied it, so if you have any questions, let me know. It happened when I was in my early teens. I think first, I should describe my room to you. It's the very smallest room in the whole apartment. The bed was placed facing the door, and the piano was on the left side of the door. That day, my sister was sleeping in the room, on the floor. I don't know exactly what time this incident happened. All I know is that it was scary. So, I woke up in the middle of the night, opened my eyes to see a Grim Reaper with a scythe just standing there. His face was hidden under the hood, but the face under the hood was glaring with a very weird greenish light. My body was paralyzed. The only parts of my body I still had control over were my eyes. Suddenly, he started laughing, but it was a silent laugh. The most unusual thing about this, though, was that I could still hear him laughing, even though it was silent. His laugh would be best described as something evil and demonic. It was just cruel. I closed my eyes because I couldn't look at it any longer, and if I did, my heart would have jumped out of my mouth. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. I could still hear his laugh. It's weird that I fell asleep after that. After this incident, strange things started happening to me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my body stiff and be afraid of nothing, even if I was alone in the room. Or I'd feel like something's trying to touch me. Having dreams about people I don't know, and they always tell me that they're dead. This happened some 7 years ago, in 1996. The office building where I worked then used to be a hotel. I was told there were 2 ghosts in the building. One, on the 7th floor, was supposed to be the ghost of a murdered hotel maid, but no one could tell where or what the second one was supposed to be. I shared an office on the corner of the 3rd floor, and my colleague and I would often look up from our work, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. We both felt that someone had walked through the office door, which we kept open for ventilation. An old office building such as this one did not have air conditioning. We talked about this and discovered that we each had this experience on several occasions. Sometimes we were alone, sometimes when we were both in the office. We eventually decided that we must be hearing someone walk along the corridor past the office, and after this, our imaginary visitor did not make their presence felt nearly so often. Then one morning, as I came back from the small area known as the tea bay after making myself a coffee, I distinctly saw a man enter our office doorway. When I followed a few seconds later, there was only my colleague there. He insisted that no one had come through the door, and he said I must have been seeing someone going around the corner. I maintained that I had distinctly seen someone in the light coming from our doorway, and that the corridor beyond our office was dark at that time because the lighting was being replaced. A few weeks later, I saw the same man going into the tea bay, which is no more than an alcove with a water heater, refrigerator, and cleaning facilities, and when I got there, it was empty. There was no way he could have come out again without passing me. There was no other exit. I told my colleagues, and they said I must have seen someone going into either the men's or the women's toilets, which are on either side of the tea bay. I maintain that I saw someone going into the tea bay. If they had gone into the toilets, I would have heard the doors closing. There are none on the tea bay. Hello there. I've never thought of myself as being sensitive to paranormal things, but I've had too many experiences that I cannot explain easily. I would like to take this time and share two memorable experiences with you. Mind you, most of my experiences were feelings of not being alone, hairs of my neck rising, feelings of being watched, getting overwhelmed with sadness, hatred, and anger suddenly. I'm going to start off with my brush with the Martin House, listed in the Haunted Places Index under Panama City, Florida, at the age of 8 years. In 1978, it was owned by the paper mill company that was located across the street from the house. The Martin House sat on a huge amount of land and was surrounded by trees with moss hanging from them. There was a waterway running past the right of the house, looking at the front porch. The paper mill would rent this house out to various groups for parties. At the time, my father was in the Air Force, and his maintenance group rented out the house several times. I kind of felt safe on the lower floor and around the house grounds. I always made sure that my sister, 7 years old, and I stayed with a group of people at all times. For the most part, kids were running all over the lower section of the house, and we had plenty of places to explore. We were told from the beginning not to go upstairs because it was not safe. A group of us, me included, decided to explore the upstairs area after we ate some food. I led the way up after the first 5 steps and stopped. I was looking at the top of the stairs and had the feeling of being watched by someone very bad. I let the boy behind me go first. We all started up the stairs and I stopped again, feeling very uneasy. Couldn't seem to catch my breath. I was pushed out of the way by the other kids who went up the stairs. I went back down a ways until I was in the light that was shining from below and waited there still uneasy. Then the kids started to scream and came running down the stairs with me in front and told their parents that a very scary man was staring at them. Our parents went up to look around and could not find anyone. We all got punished. Each time we went to find that house, I was always looking up at one set of windows overlooking the waterway. I felt like I was being watched by something. Last, the ankle grabber. I was 23 years old and visiting my sister in Marietta, Georgia. She lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. The 2 bedrooms were located on the left side of the hallway, with the bathroom right across the room. I would be staying in with my mom. This room had a faint, nasty odor that got stronger towards the closet. My first 2 nights there in the room, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, and fell asleep watching the closet door. I had a restless sleep, and I always woke up looking at the closet door. The 3rd day, I helped my sister get some extra boxes put away in the closet. It smelled like rotting flesh. It was extremely cold and unpleasant being in there. My sister said that she had tried everything to get the smell out, but nothing worked. That night, my mom decided to sleep out in the living room. I fell asleep the same way, eyes on the closet. I suddenly woke up to the feeling of someone rubbing their thumb down the length of my right foot very hard. It then went into spasms. I looked around the bed thinking it might have been my sister. Nothing. But that closet door was slightly opened, and it was not how I left it before I went to bed. I wasn't able to go to bed the rest of the night, and my daughter slept soundly. The next day was uneventful, except when my daughter was taking a nap. Strange sounds were coming from her baby monitor. I went down the hallway with a feeling of dread, and went into the room to look around. Nothing was out of place, and I even checked my daughter for marks. There were none, but I did take her out of the room to finish her nap in the living room. That night, I was hot and decided to sleep on top of the covers. Again, my mom slept in the living room. I placed my daughter's playpen in a safer part of the room. I slept in the middle of the bed, with my right hand on the middle of the pillow. I woke up in terror when my ankle was grabbed and I was jerked 6 inches off of my pillow. My right leg was hanging off the end of the bed and my left leg was bent. I got up, picked up my daughter, and went to sleep in the living room. In the morning, I asked my mom about any unusual experiences in that room. She said she didn't have anything funny happen to her. Just then, my sister let me know that her former roommate had complained of hearing footsteps in the room when no one else was in there. The room, by the way, was carpeted. Unusual sounds, bad smells, and being watched. I asked my sister to move out of her apartment. My daughter and I spent the rest of the visit sleeping in the living room. On the last day, I went into the room, threatened if it ever hurt my family members, I would be its worst nightmare when I died, and called it every dirty name in the book. I figured I'd take my chances and say it anyway, even if I sound ridiculous and yell at nothing. I would like to thank you for your time, and thank you most of all for allowing me to share my experiences with you. I know the paranormal can bring a lot of skepticism into this world, but I also know there are things you just can't explain. I believe in the paranormal. I believe in the things that go bump in the night, and I certainly won't dismiss something just because someone thinks it's something crazy that may not be existing. Keep an open mind. Don't be so dismissive, because you never know when something may lurk on you, and you never know when you're being watched.
Here's kind of a creepy story. I go to school at Lalu, and my school, mind you, it is a private school. There have been a few suicides and drownings. We are on a lake, and other things such like that. Well, many students here have seen the Lalu ghost, and apparently, we have more than one haunting. One of my friend's sisters was being followed around by it. At one part of the school, there are wooden steps, which makes lots of noise when you walk down them. She started to walk down them, and she heard loud footsteps behind her. She stopped. It stopped. She looked around. No one was there. So, she kept going, and the footsteps kept going. That, from what I heard, was the last time I know that the ghost had been sighted, until 2 weeks ago. It was a late Thursday afternoon when my friends Kai, Clover, and Jess walked down to the Pine Room, which is basically our storage room in Lost and Found, to get a binder or something. When they went down there, Clover had started to feel a presence. Kai saw a flicker of light, and Jess saw the entire figure of what she could only explain as a ball of white light. All three of them just got what they needed and left, talking about this ghost. This is how I found out. I overheard them talking, and so did my friend, Jake. Jake is the most skeptical person I've ever met in my entire life. He doesn't even believe in luck. I had told Jake about this, and he basically laughed, and we went to go see Kai, who seems to be the resident expert on the occult here at Lalu, and find out what happened. Dave, who is also a skeptic, was laughing at her for saying this, and wanted to see it himself. Kai told all three of us not to go down there. It will just make him mad, and I trusted her, mainly because I believe in ghosts and the supernatural, and everything like that, and I stayed. Where Jake and Dave went down to the Pine Room to try to see it. They came back empty-handed and laughing. We talked a little bit more about the ghost, and what it could potentially do to you
if it was mad enough. Then, Jake and Adder decided to try again. By this time, about 10 other people found out and wanted to see it too. Everyone went down, and everyone heard a loud bang, but nothing else. Then everyone went back up, but for some reason, Jake was called back downstairs. He was just inside of the door when he saw this ball of light pass in front of him to the adjacent corner. Scared, he ran as fast as he could back up to where me and Kai were waiting. He told us of this story, and David overheard as well. So, being the idiot that he is, Dave went back down there and, yet again, didn't see anyone or anything. Dave then went to go see Clover, who was waiting in the stairwell down the hall to where we were at. We started to follow, slower than him, and about halfway, we all had the same feeling as Dave Giuliano did in his story. The hairs on our arms sticking up, and an uncomfortable constant shiver. At that time, in unison, we all asked, "Did you feel that?" Then, the creepiest thing happened to me. A feeling of soft, very, very soft hands, almost like wind, only solid, ran across my arm. And later, I found out that every time that Jake had walked by that spot and that feeling happened, his legs started cramping up. We went to the stairwell and we talked with the two. Kai was shouting at Dave because it was challenging the ghost to its face, and then she moved over a little, and both me and Jake saw it. We didn't see anything, really, but we knew it was there in its exact movements. Move over from the exact spot she was standing, right over to where Dave was squatting, and, after David challenged the ghost again, we left. After all this, I found out from Kai that it was a different ghost, and that when Dave challenged it, she had saw it laughing. Within 2 days of this sighting, my friends Ben and Jamie were playing with the camera to use up the film, which only had 3 pictures left, and it was disposable. Ben's had looked through the viewfinder and saw a ball of light behind Jamie and took the picture. They developed the film, and it was caught on film. Hi, I'm from Ireland, and I haven't seen many stories from here. Well, my experience started in 1997. I was 15 when we moved to the house. We moved to a little village in Wexford. Our new house is over 150 years old, but has been done up and looks modern. Anyway, about 2 weeks after moving into our new house, I was trying to go to sleep one night when I heard someone calling the name Martin. I shared a room with my younger sister at the time, and she was fast asleep. I was wide awake, and whoever was calling the name called it about 5 or 6 times. The next day, when I woke up, I went down to my parents and asked who lived in the house before us. They told me don't be stupid, and that I know. Then, I asked who lived in the house before the people we bought the house off of, and I was told a man's name called Jimmy Martin and his wife. At first I thought this was a coincidence, and I never said what happened the night before. I soon started to feel someone was watching me all the time, especially in the sitting room. It is hard to explain, but even though I could not see anything, I could tell you there was an old lady standing in front of the sitting room door, and this is where she always stands. I was afraid to go to sleep some nights, as one night, when I was laying in my bed, something kept hitting me on the back of my head, as if to try and wake me up. Well, I was wide awake, but I was too scared to look, as I was afraid of what I could see. Another night, I was just dozing off, when someone decided to sit on the edge of my bed. This frightened the life out of me. I had kept all these experiences to myself, as I thought if I told anyone, they would think I was mad. I had an ensuite in my room, and one night, the toilet handle started going up and down by itself. Everything was getting to me, so after 3 years of keeping it all to myself, I started telling some of my friends what was happening to me. They thought it was scary and asked me what my parents thought. They couldn't understand why I wouldn't tell them, but I just said they would think I'm mad. Anyway, More stuff started happening, but nothing serious. I went out for a few drinks with my mom and one of their friends, and when the night was over, we all came back to my house and had a cup of tea and a chat. They got into the subjects of spirits and started talking about past experiences they had. I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to tell them about mine. I started with my sentence with, "You're going to think I'm mad, but," and then I started to cry. I told them everything that was happening to me, and to my surprise, they had their own experiences. My dad was sitting in the sitting room one night, reading the newspaper, when a woman started whispering his name and started running her fingers down through his hair. My mom has heard them walk around upstairs, and she could hear them call her name sometimes. And when she was in bed one night, it was like someone was blowing cold air into her ear. My brother woke me up one night because there was an argument going on in his room, and to his surprise, there was 5 spirits in his room, bickering at each other. His room is across from mine. My mom and dad were annoyed with me because I never told them what was happening to me. We have 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. Me and my sister used to share a room upstairs, but she has now moved out, and my brother, who has also slept upstairs, has moved out now, so I'm up there by myself, and some nights, I can feel there's someone there, and it would take me half the night to go to sleep, as I would be terrified, lying in my bed. I'm 21, and the eldest of 4 children. Now that my brother and one of my sisters have moved out, my little sister, 13, looks up to me and likes to do stuff together. She's often asked me about my experiences, which are still happening today, but I won't tell her too much, as it would frighten her. To end my story, I will tell you about a reading we held in our house. A man came to our house who can see spirits, and he gave about 10 of us our readings. I was first to get mine done, and as I sat down, the kitchen door opened. As I got up to shut it, the man told me to wait a minute. He then told me that he isn't now, and that I should shut the door. This sent a shiver down my spine. He told my mother how I can sense spirits, and how a bad spirit entered the room with me. He said that he got rid of him, but there is a spirit that follows me around, but it's a good spirit, and this is the one that I can sense around me all the time. He said that there are a few spirits in my house, but they're good, well except the bad one he got rid of. Well, that's my story, and it's going on today. The good news is, I've just learned to live with it in the sleepless nights at times. Hopefully I'll be the next to move, because the terror drives me mad sometimes. Thank you. First off, I'm 19 and have believed in ghosts my entire life. Now, I don't have a sixth sense, but I find it fun to discuss ghosts and all sorts of unexplained occurrences. I'm a pretty athletic guy and played football through high school, and am pretty strong too. I can bench 280. I'm not saying this to sound like I'm bragging, just to say I'm not afraid of that much, but what happened to me 2 summers ago left me pretty shaken. I was about 17 at the time, and had found out about a haunted church through my mother. She had gone when she was younger. Nothing happened, except she had a really weird feeling the whole time she was there. Well, finding ghosts fascinating, I wanted to go, but didn't want to go by myself, so I told my brother about it. We decided to go on a Saturday night. Maybe we'd have a story to tell at the parties. My brother at the time was 15, and he wanted to bring some friends along, so I agreed. Altogether, there were the 5 of us, me, my brother, my brother's friend, and 2 girls they wanted to impress. The layout of the church goes like this. The church is in the middle of a field, surrounded by woods. All around the church in sort of a U pattern are graves. The graves start a little ahead of the church and meet in back, forming the U. There is no space between the graves and church for a few people to walk. In front of the church is a stone wall about 3 feet high and 2 sensor trigger lights on each side of the stone wall. We parked in a little dirt parking lot right in front of the church and got out. Me, being the oldest and assumed the bravest, went over the wall first. As soon as my feet hit the ground on the other side of the fence, I got a really bad feeling, and my hair stood on end. The first thing we did was go up to the front steps and hang out for the first couple of minutes. The thing that struck me was that there was no noise at all inside the wall, no crickets or anything, which is strange because it's surrounded by woods. Once we got bored of sitting around, we decided to go around back. That's when the really weird stuff started to happen. We were walking in a straight line because none of the younger kids wanted to be last. It was me, my brother's friend, the two girls, and my brother. That was the order from left to right. We were walking so that I was closest to the grave, and my brother was closest to the church. About halfway down the length of the church, we all heard a whooshing sound. My brother's friend and I to the left, and my brother and the two girls to the right, like we were being surrounded. Everyone asked each other if they heard the sound, and we all answered yes. After that noise, Mike, my brother's friend, and the two girls wanted to leave, but my brother and I convinced them to stay. Not that I wasn't scared, I just wanted to see more. I forgot to mention that me and my brother both had flashlights, which gets important. As we made our way to the back of the church, we all heard a loud hum, kind of like electric wires, but no one were around. This sound kept getting louder. Also, this went on through the whole entire time we were there, and probably would have scared us enough, if not for what happened next. At about the same time, I heard a noise. I saw a black ink blot, like shape move from a grave to behind a bush. I tried to follow it with a flashlight, but it was too fast. However, Mike saw it move from that same bush to behind another tree. From that point, we would hear sounds and directions all around us, and when my flashlight or my brother's was aimed at the spot we heard the sound, we would just get a glimpse of a shape going back the way the light came to, too fast for us to follow it. Now, there had to be more than one of whatever they were, because as me and Mike were going through this on one side, my brother and the two girls were doing the same on the other side. All of a sudden, I heard my brother and the two girls scream. My brother is a pretty tough kid himself, and I never heard him scream like that in my entire life. Never mind the girls. When I turned to see what was wrong, the three were sprinting out of there at a very fast pace. When I heard them scream, I almost panicked, but got my nerves under control. Mike, however, took off like a world-class sprinter, leaving me by myself. Not wanting to be the only one there, I backpedaled as fast as I could, so I could see whatever it was, if it was coming after us. At this point, the humming was almost deafening, and that's when I got the impression that whatever was making the sound was coming closer at every very fast pace. At that same moment, my flashlight went dead, and then I did panic. I turned and ran faster than ever before in my life. When I reached the stone wall, I saw everyone else in the car waiting for me. I just jumped the stone wall. As soon as my feet landed, the flashlight went back on. The humming stopped, and I heard, guess what? Crickets chirping. Also, all the feelings of fear I had disappeared, and everything was calm. I got in the car and asked what my brother and the girls had seen. They said it was the body of a little girl floating inside the second-story window. At that time, the sensor lights went on, meaning something was coming towards the gate. Remembering the humming sound, I took off as fast as possible. There have been other stories about how people have seen the little girl, or heard her playing the flute, but none to the extent of ours. After this happened, I did a little research, and this is what I found. In the 70s, a man raped and murdered 5 young women, and buried them in the back of the graveyard, behind the church. I don't know where the little girl comes into the picture, but that is what everyone sees. Later, when I asked my brother why a little girl scared them so much, he said the face looked mad, like it wanted us out, and he just got a bad feeling when he saw it. And this is the only ghostly experience, and hopefully the only bad one I'll ever have, and this story is 100% true. Hi, not sure if you are interested, but here's a couple of stories from the place I live in Tasmania, Australia. My boyfriend and I live in Daisy Cottage, an 1832 brick and stone house in Marquis Street, South Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. Daisy Cottage was originally built as a 9-room hotel by an Irish stonemason. He built an almost identical house right next door for himself, which has been empty the entire time we have lived in Daisy Cottage. Legend has it that he witnessed the stabbing murder of the local policeman and testified against the killer in court. The killer was sentenced to lashings, followed by hanging death, and apparently it is he who haunts the house. Strange things have happened, but only one of us is in the house. The first thing happened to Chris, my boyfriend. He arrived home from work one day and checked the mailbox for an important letter that he was expecting. He took it out of the mailbox, opened the front door, and headed upstairs to the bedroom to get changed. On the way, he started to open the letter. Once upstairs, he realized it was raining, so he put the partially open letter on the bed and went downstairs and out into the back courtyard to take the washing off the clothesline. Once he got back inside, he went back to open and read the letter, and it was not there. After about 30 minutes of searching, he called me out of frustration. I arrived home and helped him look for the letter, turning the house upside down. Eventually I said, "Are you sure you took it out of the letterbox? Maybe you should check." Sure enough, there it was, sitting in the letterbox, partially opened. Second strange thing happened 2 days ago. I was alone in the house, doing some painting. It was getting dark, so I turned on the hall, bathroom, dining room, and kitchen lights, and had not ventured upstairs at all. I finished, cleaned up, and started turning off all the lights, getting ready to leave, as we currently aren't staying there during the renovations. I got to the front door and realized that there were lights still on in the house. Every single light upstairs had been turned on. As I left, I noticed that there was a light on in the upstairs of the empty house, next door. The one thing that really got me though, as I was looking towards that house, I noticed some kind of print, like a handprint there. When I say handprint, I mean a floating hand. It was very faded, and then it just disappeared. Well, I guess he needed some light in the house. Thanks for reading.
It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and lay there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right. The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I had just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I had managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, When I heard the 3 knocks again, my heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine. I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle, and yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days of my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry reminded me of a punk rocker, although this was not so. I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together.
We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated a stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere, and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry, and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven, and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again, and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kind of laughed it off, and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen, and it was gone again. I decided to heck with it, and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar, where we had found it. We left that day, and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy, and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in, and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby, and one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of that house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents.
I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the 2nd floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of.
A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington state. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington state scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there. My brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne, and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we are all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake. Apparently, because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was, and still is, a member of AA, so he invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law, holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well. So we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated, and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch, across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her, with glowing red eyes, and leaning up against the bar, right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again, and then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me."
She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me, just loud enough for me to hear it." Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow. The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourd served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, you know, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face. Even though this part of the building was barely heated, when he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room, between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it,
As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room, if you turned left, and to the right, was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remembered was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album a key to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, For the staircase was dark, with no railing, and carpeted, so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom, late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghost started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, she didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. his image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night, and some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, my wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. And then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely have been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, in the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again.
Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I have had frightening experiences with spirits. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallway to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and it didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed was a light blue glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night, my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware where I was hiding, stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard a younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign? The stop sign is located next to the gate." After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused and was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the sign both looked exactly like me. It all began around the 1st of June this very year. The incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's home. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998. I didn't know that those last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I had spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and it felt like I had actually gotten a little closer to them both, but particularly my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother, informing us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings. I would feel like touches on my back, My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattling and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Diminutive objects would fall from midair, such as paper, hair clips, and coins, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast. So fast, in fact, I would hear a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, money, to name a few, usually belongings that I would use around the house. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I'd been sound asleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadowy like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else that he would approach me. I'd never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that maybe nobody would believe me or listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed in before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted when I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and my brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I'd said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking first, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience, and it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. It felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping on the living room sofa that I felt appeased, albeit this has not been my first experience. Ever since the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all of the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were several rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away. So my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife on a trip to California got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am to this day, too. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things, too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. When I was in high school, my family lived in a rented farmhouse in the country. I was 17 and dating a very nice gentleman who had come to visit me for the evening. My mother worked nights and usually got home around 11 p.m. or so. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the floor in the living room, leaned up against the couch watching TV, when the kitchen door opened and the light came on. We both heard a thump like my mother had put her purse on the table, and then the bathroom door opened and closed. We both thought that was odd, because usually my mother would not have turned on the light, because my dad is a light sleeper, and the light would have woke him up, and my mother would have at least said hi to us anyway. My boyfriend noticed that it was getting late, and he needed to get home. We had expected snow, and he didn't want to be caught in a storm. I got his coat, and we walked to the door together, and stood on the back porch watching the snowfall. As my mother pulled in, my boyfriend made us both wait on the porch as he searched the house from one end to the other. No one was in there other than my sister, upstairs asleep, and my dad, who was sound asleep in the back bedroom. Many other things happened there. One night, me and my boyfriend decided to play the Ouija board to summon the spirit that was residing in the house. I remember it was a blizzard that day, and my entire family except for me were in another state visiting my extended family. We were asking questions about the spirit. At first we asked its name. Nothing happened. Then we asked if we were bothering him. Still nothing. After nearly 20 minutes of continuously trying to get in touch with someone, my boyfriend angrily grabbed the planchette and Ouija board and threw it out of the window. He said he had enough of this make-believe and that he was really starting to get tested. I told him he shouldn't have done that he could really upset whatever was living in the house. My boyfriend mockingly says, "Sure. Why doesn't this stupid spirit just possess me if it even exists? Make some real noise." My boyfriend gets frustrated and ends up sleeping on the couch because he was tired of playing games. Later that night, around 3 a.m., I was awakened in the middle of the night to hear my telephone landline ringing. The only problem was, there was no landline telephone here. We all had our cell phones, and they were on silent. Seconds later, I hear loud pounding on the door to my bedroom, and it's slightly opened. I yell out to my boyfriend, but there was no answer. I hear the phone ringing again, but I couldn't locate the sound. Then, everything fell silent. Not a second later, I hear a gargling noise coming from the living room, mixed with prayer. It was coming from my boyfriend's mouth. He was violently whispering in his sleep. What really got me, though, is I went to see my boyfriend on the couch. There was this very dark cloud floating above him for a few seconds. It disappeared, and then I heard my boyfriend choking, so I ran towards him. He was literally pale in the face, almost as if he stopped breathing. That's when I realized he did seem to stop breathing. I frantically shaked him, yelling at him to wake up. I started getting scared, and I cried. This time, my phone went off, and someone was on the other line. All I heard was what sounded like a low voice saying call, and the phone call disconnected. This was on my cell phone. I then called the paramedics. They arrived. Paramedics were in my house,
checking my boyfriend's pulse. That's when he wakes up, delirious, but confused. He asks me what's going on. After talking with the paramedics and my boyfriend, they were convinced that he had a panic attack in his sleep, and they ended up leaving. But he told me something very scary. He said that while he was asleep, he had this odd dream that someone was trying to get him to go to the afterlife with them. There was this hooded figure who said nothing to him. He was just motioning towards the sky, and then all of a sudden, he was in a cemetery and saw himself in a coffin dead. I told him, this all makes sense because you threaten the spirits. This is 100% true, and all I have is my word. But believe me, these events happened. I can't explain the mysterious phone call. I'm sure that my boyfriend challenged the spirit to make some noise, because it certainly made some noise.
I'm 14 years old. Even though I may be a teenager, and some may not believe me, please listen to my experience. When I was young, I was not scared of ghosts, nor did I really believe in their presence but slightly. One day, I went to a Japanese shrine with my parents in Japan. This shrine was close to my mother's house she grew up in. I was very attached to my mother. I was all just 7 or 8. I was a crazy little child. Soon it was time for me to leave. As a Japanese tradition, I threw in 10 yen. My mother gave me to throw in and make a wish. Because I was really attached to my mother, I could sometimes feel the sadness of how much she missed her parents. Since I didn't really know my real father, I cared a lot more about my mother than anyone in the world. I threw the coin in and made a wish. I wish I could once meet my grandmother. I had heard many stories of her from my mother, so that was why I was so anxious to meet her. But the only thing was that she had passed away when my mother was around 21. After I made a wish, I saw a box with a whole bunch of paper in it. I ran over to my stepdad and anxiously asked what it was. He told me it gives you wisdom to your wish. So, as a whiny little child, I begged my stepfather to get me one, so gave me money, and I put it in the little slot. I slowly put my small hand in and grabbed a piece of paper. To my surprise, it really did give me wisdom to my wish. I remember exactly what it said. If you wait, nothing will appear, but when you least expect it, I shrugged it off and went on with my life. About 2 weeks later, I returned from my second country. I went to the washroom in the middle of the night. Normally my wishes never come true, but I was in for a big surprise. There, I saw an old lady who looked exactly like my grandmother in the picture my mom had stood there. She was smiling at me. She had a long white dress, and she was all white. Well, obviously, since I was small, I ran at a speed that could make me the fastest person alive. Or at least it felt like it. I didn't have to go to the washroom after that. But that's when it all started. After that, I've been having strange experiences. I've seen my future self twice. Once in grade 4, and the other I forget. In grade 4, I innocently walked to the washroom, and that's when the weirdest thing happened. That's when I saw the 12 to 13-year-old version of myself. I would say that maybe it's a doppelganger, but I'm not sure. And I know this sounds a little far-fetched, but it did happen. I told my mother, but she said it was probably my imagination. Many years passed, and many odd experiences had gone by. I'd moved during those years to Japan and back. This time, I was in a different building. It was in 6th grade. It was about 11:30 p.m.
I went to the bathroom and washed my hands. I'd grown up a bit. I'd opened the door to only see a younger me. It looked as if it was in grade 4. Again, a ghost. She was staring at me, and I was so freaked out. I stood there in shock, unable to move. The only thing was, I was able to stare my younger self in the eye. Finally, I had the guts to run off. I couldn't help but notice that the younger me was wearing normal clothing. Then it hit me. When I saw a young woman, my grandmother, the very old version of me, they were all wearing a white dress. That must have represented that they had died. Just last year, I saw my stepdad's grandmother, who is healthy and alive, staring at my picture of when I was young, exactly like she was when she visited from Japan. Exact posture and everything. I thought I was dreaming and pinched myself many times and tried laying back into my regular posture and sitting back up to see if she was still there. She was gone. Next morning, I told my weird experiences to my mother at the exact time she was thinking of her. My mom told me this. Maybe you see some of my thoughts. Tell me some experiences you had from the past. I told her one of the experiences, like how I saw a young woman, and described how she looked. My mom stared at me with shock. That description fit exactly her best friend's friend, who offed herself. In fact, a couple of months ago, I saw a faceless figure standing over my bed watching me. Earlier that day, my mom was imagining that and thinking how to see that it would be unpleasantly scary. Last but not least, at camp, I had this scary feeling inside myself. I'd never been so scared for so much a small thing. I knew that was fake. I fell asleep that night, having a dream that was extremely mysterious. I was playing capture the flag with everyone at camp. I wanted to go to the other side, but I saw a very pretty girl my age. She had a ponytail, beautiful skin, hazel eyes, a fit body, and she was wearing red clothing. She was blocking my way, so I decided I should run past her. I tried, but she was after me, so I decided to run back to my side. I ran as fast as I could, and finally got to my side. She was on her side, but slowly came into my side. All of a sudden, everyone was gone. It was only me and her. She was starting to feel like an evil presence. I was scared she ran after me, and finally, I could not run anymore. I couldn't walk. I was too scared. Then, right when she got in front of me, she gave me an extremely evil smile. I didn't feel good. I couldn't move. Then, right before something was going to happen, she started fading. Then, only her hazel eyes were left, except those pair of eyes were brownish white. They were staring at me, just staring. I woke up in shock and was scared so much. I've never experienced such an evil dream. Then, I turned to see right beside me, the girl from my dream fading, and just watching me. Then her eyes disappeared. I can't make this stuff up. I woke up and told my cabin buddy, who I was really great friends with. I told her what happened, and she happened to live in the area. She told me about a girl who had gone missing a while ago. The description fit her. A few weeks after camp ended, my friend sent me the newspaper about her missing. I saw her picture. It was her. Was she telling me something? What caused me to see all these things? I believe it was the shrine I visited in Japan, and it started there. I'm extremely scared of ghosts now. I sometimes consider visiting the shrine again, wishing I wouldn't see a ghost again. I will try my best to try to make a long story short, which is something I've never been good at. I moved into a second-floor flat in South Utica, New York, in January of 2000. My husband was living in Watertown with a friend finishing up college. I always had an uncomfortable feeling in that house. When I would come home from work, it would occasionally feel as if someone had been there. You know that feeling. I thought maybe the psycho downstairs neighbor, Maria, had a key. One night, I think in March, I woke up to what sounded like someone walking up in the attic. I thought maybe it was Maria, the psycho downstairs neighbor. But she had a bad knee and was morbidly obese, and I would have heard her climbing the stairs to the attic. I shrugged it off. My husband moved in for good in May. There were always those little things that we shrugged off. For instance, the cupboard doors would all be open in the pantry. We would just figure it was the other person, mentally get mad at them, not wanting to waste the time or energy to discuss how irritating this was. In the winter of 2001, we had come home from partying all night. Yes, we were pretty wasted when this happened, and that is why we just forgot or never talked about this after that night. I fell into bed and passed out immediately. My husband brushed his teeth, turning off the dining room light, and shut our door to the dining room. He climbed into bed and drifted to sleep for about 5 minutes. All of a sudden, we both opened our eyes, and the bedroom door was open, and the dining room light was dim. It was the kind of light that had a dimmer. You had to push it on to turn it on and off, and it was on high when it turned off. We looked at each other, kind of read each other's minds, and dismissed it. It had to be the partying. About a month later, I was sleeping on the couch with my head on my husband's lap. All of a sudden, he got up and ran for a knife in the kitchen. He said he saw a man walking in the back part of the kitchen. He was terrified. Don't ask me why he would run towards it. I would be out of the door, but that's just me. He was shaken up for quite a while. No partying this time. He swore he saw a man out of the corner of his eye. I told him he was nuts. About a week after that, in the middle of the afternoon in February, he was home listening to the TV playing loud in the living room while typing a paper in the computer room. He said that he heard a loud slam, walked out, and our bedroom door, which is hung up on a throw rug, was shut. All the windows were closed, as it is as cold as the North Pole in February in central New York. I was at work when he called me, and he was really worked up. I'd never seen him like that. That was when we really became suspicious. I called our landlord and told her not to think I was nuts, but did anyone ever die in that house? She told me that her husband's godfather did back in the early 1930s, and it was of throat cancer. She wanted to know why I was asking. I told her what had happened. She then said that she thought they had taken care of that problem. She told us that the last tenants moved out suddenly after seeing the apparition of a man in his 60s, sitting at the kitchen table and reading. She told me that they had a Catholic mass to help Frank move on. He must have really loved this house. The downstairs tenants after Psycho Maria moved out also had experiences, but I promised a short story. We moved to Syracuse almost 3 years ago. I didn't want to live in a house where someone had died. I actually made a point of it. My very good friend told me the first time she walked in this house and that she felt as though she wasn't alone. I told her that was impossible. A couple months after my son, Peyton, was born, in September 2003, I was sitting downstairs typing on the computer. I had the video monitor on. I heard this strange, muffled, non-English whispering. I turned to look at the monitor, and his mobile was gently moving. He was too little to reach it, and again, no windows open, no air on. I ran upstairs, and his mobile was still, and no noise. My husband was gone on business, and no one died in this home, so I assumed that I must have been seeing things. Then, there was a picture of my son, Peyton, which I sent a copy. This was taken around November or December of 2003. My 7-year-old stepson came out of his room a few months ago and told me there was a boy in his room. He was wearing jeans and an orange shirt. He told me that the boy looked at him, then walked through his bedroom door. Lastly, the top to the kitchen trash can has fallen off, and my stepson in my presence twice. Lastly, the TV station has changed itself twice. And that's all I have to say for now. Thanks for reading. This story starts a long time ago when I was about 8 or 9. I was watching TV when I looked up, and I saw a man watching me. He had a blue coat on. He smiled at me and faded away. I didn't feel alarmed in any way. I even told my parents, and they believed me completely. Every time I was by myself or scared or sad, he was there, and he would sit by me and his presence would make me feel better. Then one day he just disappeared. When I was 12, he appeared again. I was home alone and cleaning the kitchen. We had one of those musical globe things that played music only if you turned the key that's under it. All of a sudden it went off, and we had not messed with it in years. I had put a bunch of napkins in the stove by the burners, heard a voice in my head say stove. I looked at the stove, and it was on. I feel chills run up my spine when I think about what could have happened. I guess the blue man was still there all along, still watching over me. The year was 1947, and the place, Isle of Wight. It's off the south coast of England, a holiday resort. I'd been taken there for a week's holiday with my brother and my parents and aunt and uncle. There was nothing special about the hotel or its surroundings. I think it was the 3rd day of our holiday, and we were all in the dining room at the hotel for our evening meal. I was sitting next to my brother with my back to the windows, and consequently, was able to see the whole room. I would mention at this point that the walls were lined with large mirrors, fashionable at the time, and the effect was rather fascinating, as no matter which way one looked, one would see just about any other part of the room in reflection from one or another of the mirrors. As far as I know, this place is still the same now as it was then, except the owners have changed. In those days, especially when there are 4 adults with you, children were seen and not heard. So as far as I was concerned, any conversation around me was ignored. During our meal, several guests came and went, as one would expect to happen. At some point, I looked up and a man entered the room and sat down for his meal. There was nothing special about him, and my alarm bells were ringing. I didn't and couldn't see why he looked so ordinary. Eventually, it really dawned on me what was wrong. I couldn't see him anywhere in the mirrors. Impossible in that situation. I tried to whisper to my brother about this, but was told to be quiet and eat. I watched this man until he left and checked as we went out that no one could see his image in the mirrors. At the time, all this left in my mind was a question mark. How? The next day we were down at the beach, enjoying a rare, warm, sunny day. My brother had gone in for a swim, and I was lying on the sand watching him and others, simply enjoying the sunshine. I looked around and saw the man from the night before coming down the steps to the beach. He was some way away from us at this point, and started to walk along the beach near the water's edge, heading in our direction. I think I sat up as the scene I'd witnessed in the dining room came back to me, and I watched him as he walked. He had no shadow. I checked that everyone else's shadows, including mine, were as they should be, and could find nothing else amiss. I never spoke to him, nor have I any idea who he was. I never saw him again after that day. This is a story that my mother told me and my sisters. Back in the 40s, my dad accepted a job in Atlanta, Georgia, and my parents moved from Chicago, Illinois to Atlanta. For several weeks, they stayed at the Biltmore Hotel in Atlanta while looking for a home. One night, my mother, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, was alone in the room by herself because my dad was on a business trip. She said that she woke up at about 3:35 in the morning and saw a man standing beside the bed and looking at her. The man was well dressed in a suit and smiling at her, but she knew immediately it was a ghost because although she could see him plainly, he was transparent. She could see through him. When she was growing up, the woman who had raised her told her if she ever saw a ghost, to say the Lord's Prayer, and it would go away. She pulled the sheet over her head and said the Lord's Prayer, but when she looked again, he was still there. She would close her eyes and open them again, but he did not go away. She fell asleep with the sheets pulled over her head, and the next day she found out at the front desk that a man had died in that room at that exact time she saw the ghost. She described the man she saw to the clerk to ask if she knew him. She felt like the ghost meant her no harm and was there to make himself known and protect her. Her and her sister lived in an old house in Champaign, Illinois, and they both told me that they encountered ghosts several times in that home, and one time they both woke up and saw one standing in their room. So far, I've never seen a ghost, but I'm convinced that they do exist. I've worked as a registered nurse at Henry Male Hospital for many years. There are so many reportings there that I'm not sure I can list them all, but here are a few. The TCU, Transitional Care Unit, is probably the most haunted unit. It serves patients who are not acutely ill, but are also not quite well enough to return home. So consequently, a lot of our elderly patients have spent a great deal of time there, including one that never quite made it home and died on the unit. There have been reports of a walker moving by itself down the hall at night. One room in particular, don't know the number as I didn't work there regularly, has a reputation for the call light repeatedly going off at night when it is empty of patients. So much so that the engineering has refused to come fix the bell when the nurses plead to have it silenced. I only worked there one night and had a heavy fire door slowly swing open in front of me and another nurse, as if someone was going into the room. No windows or doors were open as they were bolted shut, and the door is extremely heavy. The other nurse, terrified, screamed at me, "Close the door! Close the door!" That same night, I had a female patient who had been in her room for a few months and said she felt like she was going batty and that she was so thankful for her TV. Shortly after, it went to static, and I couldn't turn it off with the remote, nor by pushing the power on and off button on the set itself, and finally had to get a chair to flat out pull out the cord from the outlet that was situated near the ceiling. One night, one of the nurses was working a very late shift at night, and she went to go grab a mop after she spilled her drink all over the lobby floor. She went down to the storage area where she knew nobody was there at the time. As she opened the door to the storage closet, in the darkness, she swore she saw what looked to be the face of an elderly woman from the other side of the room, and two glowing eyes, barely lit. It was all just bright enough to be seen with the naked eye. She immediately turned on the light and ran all the way back. She refused to go down there the rest of her time working there, and even change careers. It was that devastating to her. On the medical surgical unit too, there are ghosts up and down the whole hallway. The end opposite the nurse's station is especially bad. Rooms 148, 146, and 142 are the worst. Oftentimes, patients who are dying are put in these rooms, and shortly before they do die, patients often report seeing a little blonde girl in their room at night. They either ask the nurses to get her out, or at the very least, ask who she is. I had an aide one night open up a utility locker at the same end and saw the girl. She was crouched behind a walker, scared, looking up at her. Sometimes machines won't work in those rooms, even if you trade them in several times from the supply department with different ones. They suddenly will start working again. Myself and another nurse witnessed shadow people at the same time walk past the nurse's station window while the computers and lights dimmed simultaneously. You saw the same night one shadow person standing in a doorway, just staring at him. He looked up and asked yes, thinking it was a nurse aide willing to ask him a question, only to realize it wasn't an aide. Aides have seen patients that weren't there earlier in the evening suddenly lying in a bed, and thinking it was a new admission, brought the vital signs machine back in to take their vitals, only to have the patient gone and the bed still made. Med-Surg 1 is next to Med-Surg 2, and though it isn't as bad as 2, I've had a patient complain that she felt little kids poking at her and pulling her down all evening. Med-Surg 1 was a pediatric unit for 1 year when the hospital was first built, but was shut down as it wasn't financially sustainable. The elevators near the cafeteria that lead down to the morgue are just plain creepy at night. I've known people that have had them slam open and shut closed several times before finally shutting and going down to the morgue. I personally would have had them open for me almost 100% of the time if I was pushing a gurney and didn't have a free hand to hit the button, saying thanks to stay on whatever's good side. Besides, it is kinda nice, except for the creepy part. These are only a few of the stories off the top of my head. I myself have only worked on a few of the units, so I'm sure there are many more. I made a dark joke one day to one of the old-time doctors that the hospital was built in an old Indian burial ground, as it has so much activity there. And he responded that indeed it is. Who knows if he is right, but All of Santa Clarita is that Indian tribe situated throughout the valley for thousands of years. In fact, we were one of the main trading hubs, if not the main trading hub, from tribes spanning down into Mexico, all the way up to Canada. I can't validate the Indian burial ground part, but the stories I related to you here, I either experienced myself or spoke with the Asian person firsthand, who had just experienced something themselves, except for TCU. But there again, I used first-hand accounts. I grew up in the great state of Utah. As many know, this state has a rich and glorified history of Native Americans who have lived on the North American soil for generations. I'm going to tell you about my experiences with a ghostly apparition, a series of unusual chants I heard while camping at the famous Uneta National Forest, and even a ghost dog. The climate of Utah is more diverse than you would think. We have areas of lush vegetation, forests, and other greener parts of the state in the north, and in the south, we have dry, barren deserts. This first story is about what my grandfather witnessed when he was driving late at night on the road. This was in St. George, Utah. My grandfather was always a very straight-laced person. Never drank, never smoked, always got enough sleep, and had a good head on his shoulders. The reason why I'm mentioning this is to explain what he saw that night. He was driving late at night, where there were barely any cars on the road. In fact, it seemed like he was the only one driving on this road. It was pitch black, and the only visibility he had was from his headlights that shine across the road. He had been driving on the same road for about 15 minutes, a road that was completely isolated in the middle of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he saw what looked to be a Native American man standing in the middle of the road from the distance. He slowed down immediately after he saw this, fearing he would hit the man. As he got closer, the Native American man disappeared. Now, he knew it wasn't his imagination. The man looked real to him, at least from afar. His mind wasn't playing tricks on him, and he swore to this day he wasn't tired. He knew what he saw. My grandfather was so floored by the whole event, he had to pause for a second and pull off to the side of the road. Where he stopped was where he saw the man. There was absolutely nothing and no one there. No homes in the area, just desert and a long winding road at night. There was no way he could explain it. This was also in the 1960s, and St. George was way smaller than it is now, a population around 5,000. My grandpa's still alive, in his 90s, and he hasn't given up on the authenticity of his story. He swears he saw a real ghost, and I'm convinced he will take his story to his grave. As for my experience, my family went camping in the Uneta National Forest, where we set up a tent deep in the woods. I remember it was a fantastic time. Just me, my dad, and my brother. We heard nothing but the sounds of nature, and were truly enjoying our time alone from civilization. It was getting later in the night, and so we set up a campfire. It might have been around 11 p.m. at night, when my brother, my dad, and I all heard what sounded like a ghostly chant, almost sounding like a group of Native Americans. It sounded almost as if the chants were as low as gorillas chanting to us, which was unusual, because gorillas definitely don't live in Utah, and I couldn't think of an animal that could make such a deep voice. And not only that, but multiple voices chanting at once. What made it so eerie was that it wasn't frantic. The chants had a peacefulness to it. But of course, we were all freaked out. It was definitely not a comforting chant, but it wasn't boisterous. So anyway, my dad told me and my brother to get into the tent to sleep at night, because my dad was genuinely concerned that maybe there were dangerous people out there trying to scare us. The chants only lasted for about a minute, and it eventually went dead silent, and we never heard it again. I think my dad must have waited outside the tent with a campfire for an hour or two, just to make sure everything was okay. He eventually went back into the tent himself. However, that night of bizarre events were far from being over. As we were sleeping, my dad said that he was awakened by the sound of rustling leaves. He woke up and noticed from the inside of his tent a shadow on the other side, as in when you are in a tent and you see someone or something shadow move by. He immediately jumped out of the tent to investigate, but there was nobody there. He thought nothing of it, and then went back to bed. On the third night after camping, we went to bed as usual, and this time, I experienced the same occurrence. Instead of it being a shadow of what my dad thought was a person, it seemed to be of a creature. My guess was a dog, because the shadow shape looked to be of that. It could have been a bear, because the shadow was small from seeing it move from inside of the tent. I immediately woke my dad up, and he went out, and again, nothing. Not sure what to make of all these events, but I'm certain there's more than meets the eye. I had a strange thing happen to me once when I was in the Philippines visiting family. The home I stayed in was part of a group of 3 homes around a central courtyard and a shared restroom and shower facility with the other 2 houses. My family showed me around the place the day I arrived, and then told me to be careful when going outside at night, because there was a ghost that haunted the area. My reaction, of course, was yeah, right, because I just knew they were messing with me. My third night there, I wasn't feeling well, and needed to go to the restroom a lot more than usual. Don't drink the water in the Philippines, by the way. So I ended up going out to the restroom facility late at night. The restroom facility was on the far side of the courtyard from the house I was staying in, and around the side of one of the other houses. And it was very dark, because the lights were out in all of the houses, and the nearest street light was pretty far away. I was on my way back from the restroom, and just as I walked into the courtyard, what felt like a force grabbed me from behind. It was such an odd feeling, like a major resistance pushing me back, almost like going against gravity. To clarify, I don't mean literally. It was just an overwhelming pressure, but I could feel the energy around me so strongly, it's hard to explain exactly. I ended up turning around and going in the opposite direction to an empty field that bordered the courtyard, because something was almost pulling me in that direction, like there were hands on my body. I say something because it felt like a force grabbing me on my arms. This force seemed to disappear when I got closer to the field. I shifted my body around, and all of a sudden, I saw this solid black human shape from a few feet away, not moving, just a black mass silhouette that I could identify as a human, if that makes sense. I took off running towards the home and looking over my shoulder again, and the black shadow was gone. I burst into the home, and apparently I screamed. I don't remember even doing it, but I'm not surprised, and I'm not ashamed, because people were coming out of their bedrooms to see what was going on. I told everyone what happened, and they all took it in stride. One cousin even said, "Oh yeah, that happens." I was really freaked out, and didn't sleep the rest of that night, and I didn't go out at night alone. the rest of the time I was there. I did some reading and asked some questions since then, and the answer I got most often was that it was an evil spirit. From what I've read and been told, these are paranormal entities that are angry, evil, and seek to harm people. Sometimes they used to be human, but others were never human. When I asked what they were if they weren't human, I hear the word demon tossed around quite often. Regardless, there are many stories similar to mine where a black shadow or human shape has grabbed a person, and I just wanted to tell you about my experience. Maybe someone else has had this kind of experience as well. I grew up in a hip stone roof farmhouse that used to belong to my grandparents. We lived in a German-American neighborhood, and many farmhouses had a quaint old country sensibility, with the main living space a flight of stairs up from the entrance. Like many older homes, ours was large in size, but broken up into small rooms. One such room was my grandmother's old pantry, just off the kitchen. My parents had turned half of it into a small home office, with a desk for the telephone, back in the day of one telephone per household, next to a window that looked out into our backyard. When I was very small, I used to enjoy looking out of our windows at night, making wishes on stars, watching sparkling waves of snow fall through the glow of our yard light, waiting for my dad to come in from his evening milking chores in the barn, occasionally finding surprises, like the summer evening that a huge green Luna moth came to rest on the window of the door. This small, close telephone room frightened me, but I enjoyed the backyard evening view, so I'd bravely venture into the room, crawl up into the chair next to the window, and look outside. One evening, I had a desire to look out the telephone room window. As usual, I was somewhat apprehensive about entering the little room, but my curiosity overcame my anxiety. I took a deep breath and prepared to step over the threshold from the warm light of the kitchen into the darkness. As I did, I looked into the window, and there I saw, staring right back at me, the wizened face of an old man, hovering in midair. He was partially bald and had a long handlebar mustache, and he had a furious, even hateful expression. I remember screaming in terror and running outside into the arms of my perplexed mother, crying that a scary old man was floating outside. I remember my mother wondering if I'd seen a frightening program on television and had let my imagination run away with me. I was understandably afraid to venture into that room for a while. The fear and the memory of that night faded away. To the extent that I remembered my experience at all, I tended to explain it in terms of a vivid imagination, and I never had another experience like that in that room. Many years later, when I was a teen, I was sitting at the dinner table with my parents as they were reminiscing about their childhoods, their earliest memories. My father said that one of his earliest memories was of his father's original home, a small wooden home that once stood a short distance away from our farmhouse. He said that he remembered his grandfather dying and being laid out in the parlor of that little home, as was a common occurrence in that rural neighborhood, even in the 20s. "What do you remember about your grandfather?" my mother asked. "He was an old man, mean and strict. We kids were afraid of him. He didn't have a lot of hair, but he did have one of those old-fashioned handlebar mustaches," Dad replied. I felt the hair rise in the back of my neck as I suddenly remembered that vision of my early childhood. My name is Lena, and I'm from Malta. I was looking at your site because I have a ghost story I wanted to share with you. About 8 years ago, I was living with my ex-boyfriend, who had recently changed the house at the time. The home was about 50 years old, and as we were fast asleep, Maybe it was between 2:30 and 3 in the morning. I began to slightly wake up because although I was not fully awake in my head, I was hearing some noises like I had a metal bucket in my yard, which was near the bedroom, like someone was dragging it. Then the wardrobe doors began like someone was shutting and opening them. The wardrobe was by the wall on the side where I was sleeping. I want to remind you that by then, I was still not fully awake. And then I could hear near my ear like people talking. Remember, I was half awake until all of a sudden, I was fully awake. And at the end of the bed, I saw two figures of two men. And although it was dark in the room, I saw them clearly. When I saw this, I was in awe. And I rose on my ankles. And these two figures, as I already told you, were of two men. One was young, and the other was older. And they were wearing white robes, and on their heads they had these white turbans, and they had no feet. They half turned and looked at me, and then they went forward like in a slow motion, and began to fade, until they vanished through the wall. I was not frightened at all. I swear that I was fully awake when I saw them, and in the morning, I told my ex-boyfriend who did not see nothing, because only me they had woken up, and he didn't believe me, but I know for sure that it happened. To this day, I don't know who they were. Excuse me for my poor English. Throughout the years, I've had many experiences with things I've never been able to explain. I'll share some of them here. This is the first one I have a memory of. When I was very small, about 5 years old, we lived with my grandmother while our house was being built. I always felt warm and protected in that home. I never was afraid. Even though my room was at the top of very narrow stairs and was under the eaves of the attic, I never feared anything in that room. One night, there was a terrible thunderstorm, and I remember dreaming that there was a fire under my parents' bed. I woke up screaming and ran into their room. I kept telling my father that there was a fire under the bed. They did their best to explain that it was only a nightmare, and that there was no fire. My father even got out of bed, pulled up the covers, looked under the bed, and promised that there was no fire. I eventually fell back to sleep in the bed with them. An hour or so later, I had the dream again, but the fire was bigger. I started screaming again and woke my parents. This time, however, there was the distinct smell of burning wiring, and indeed, the floorboards under the bed had started to smolder. Luckily for all of us, my father was able to shut off the electricity and stop the fire before it truly started. The only damage was replacing some wiring and a few floorboards. From that point on, though, my parents always listened to me when I had an unusual dream or saw something out of the ordinary. This, though, was the scariest thing my parents witnessed when I just turned 5 years old. We always had the attic stairs open. Apparently, I'd sneaked into our attic for multiple days, and when my parents would catch me playing in the attic, they would ask me why I kept going up there. I would tell them that the old man in the attic was lonely, and he wanted a friend, so I continued to talk to him to keep him company. This clearly startled my parents, and after the fire incident and the dreams that I had, they wanted to get to the bottom of this. They continuously asked me, "Where is this man?" So I would point at the corner in the attic and say, "He's staring at you. He's very mad you ignored him." It was at this point we had a priest come bless the home because it really seemed like a massive negative energy was in the home. I even remember getting a witch psychic to come and investigate, to talk to whoever the man was and get an idea. So we did get a spirit session, and she talked with the spirit. The psychic said she felt a man named Jim was burned to death in this home. With what I said about having dreams of the home burning, it was a man in his early 60s. So we got a spirit box, and the psychic asked if Jim was there. He confirmed and said fire truck 4 or 5 times, then smoke, and I was smoked. The psychic then asked the spirit if it died a bad death, and the spirit box said, "Are you kidding?" She asked again. He said yes. You can't make this stuff up. If you ever played with a spirit box before, you know that the spirits communicate with their energy to create statements through radio frequencies and whatnot. What we were able to discern was that there was probably a fire in this home, and that this old man was caught in it. We don't know much aside from that, but this whole experience was spooky. This was back in 2009. I've been reading all these great ghost stories, and now I feel it is safe to share mine. Being a paramedic literally saved my life. Before becoming one at age 34, I was always a troublemaker, getting into physical fights as a kid and early adult, rebelling against parents, doing lots of hard drugs, and ultimately doing a stint as a drug dealer. I was a real pain in the rear. I'm 44 now, and have completely turned my life around. Eventually, I got arrested for possession and spent 6 years in prison at the age of 24. Prison life was a lot worse than I could have ever imagined. It's not like they say it is in the movies. Ironically enough, though, I had a prison mate who ended up becoming one of my best friends, Sam. Sam was about 8 years older than me and did time for attempted murder. He once walked in on his sister getting abused by her boyfriend, grabbed a bat, and beat the man in the face until he became severely deformed. He ended up surviving both permanent injuries sustained. Sam was a good guy, but he had a bit of a temper issue, and it only really came out when he felt like he or his loved ones were in true danger. So, Sam was always a bit of a protector, even to a fault. Sam and I would always have these profound conversations, as my cell was next to his. The last conversation we ever had, he told me that the stuff that I was doing was too petty, and he didn't want to see me throw my life away. I remember him distinctly asking me who I wanted to be, and I always just said I don't know. He suggested a paramedic because he saw me as a healer, figuratively and literally. He made me promise him that when I got out, I would straighten my life out. When I asked him what he was going to do when he got out, he just laughed at me and said, "Kid, it's my time to go." At first, I didn't really think much about his statement. I thought he meant he was getting out of prison soon, but he got 10 years and was serving his 5. That's when I realized what he really meant. He was going to permanently exit this world. So I go to bed that night, and before I end up drifting off, I say to Sam, "Good night." The next thing he said is something I'll never forget for as long as I live. Sam said to me, "See you later." The next morning I called for Sam, but he wasn't responding. A prison guard came by and noticed that he wasn't breathing. Before I knew it, my best friend, Sam, was gone. Little did I know, though, that Sam would reappear in my dreams and as an apparition in jail. Yes, my jail cell. So, in my dream, I'm a free man. I'm in this empty, narrow white hallway, sorta hard to describe, but the entire hallway looked like it had clouds surrounding it. At the end of the hallway, I see Sam. He looks in great shape, about 10 years younger. and is wearing a white suit to match the hallway. He's just smiling. As I continue to walk down the long hallway, I approach Sam though, and that's when he slowly starts to disappear. I suddenly fall down to my knees and yell, "Why did you do this, Sam? Why? Your sister needs you." Suddenly, I wake up and I'm in my jail cell. This is late at night. Felt like it was midnight. That was when I saw a black shadow as I was adjusting my eyes. At first, I couldn't believe it, but it was the shadow and silhouette of a man. Somehow, I instantly knew that this man was Sam. I then watched as the shadow slowly moved away and disappeared down the hallway of the jail. Nobody was around at the time, and it definitely wasn't a prison guard, for the obvious reason being, prison guards don't look like dark shadows and silhouettes. So, fast forward a few years later, and unfortunately, I relapsed into a bad drug habit after getting out of prison, getting addicted to the powder. This was the last and final straw that led me to focus on my life and pursue my paramedic career. I end up taking a hit and almost dying entirely. I remember taking one last hit of the powder, passing out, and not waking up for hours. At this time, I was rushed to the hospital because I was on the verge of losing my life. Apparently, I flatlined and became medically dead at the same time, but I came back to life. In that moment, it seemed as if it was an out-of-body experience. I could see myself in the hospital bed, and suddenly, I was in this light room, just like the dream I had in prison. There was Sam again. Sam looked at me, grinned, but didn't say a word to me. My old dog Spot was right next to him, who had previously died when I was a kid. My favorite dog in the world, Spot, was a black lab. There was an overwhelming peace that came over me, and everything felt so good in the moment. It was a feeling that I didn't want to escape. Suddenly, I regained consciousness, and I'm back in the hospital bed, in tremendous pain. That's when the doctor told me I had basically died, and I was shocked. So, fast forward a couple more years, I finally became a paramedic. I turned my life completely around, and I truly believe that Sam was responsible. I believe that I did see Sam in the afterlife, through spirit communication in my dreams, and also the black outline I saw in the prison. I remember what he said about trying to be a medic, and it just sort of resonated with me. I did want to help people in the end, and it was the best decision I ever made. These days I wonder how Sam would have been if he was still with us, but I'm sure he would have been proud of me now. When I almost died, it was the ultimate wake-up call. In some deranged way, I think Sam was responsible for it. Thanks for reading my story. I know it's a bit unbelievable, but I promise you, this all happened. I know I don't need to prove to anyone that this really happened to me, but I truly believe that Sam is my guardian angel watching over me. I believe that he gave me a second chance at life, maybe because he believed in my potential. Thank you, Sam. I'll never forget you. I have one last story for now to tell you. I was born in 1955, so I went to high school starting in 1970. Needless to say, the fashion and hairstyles I liked were very different from those which my mother was used to. We frequently had clashes over these things. Also, from the get-go of my life, I'd always been interested in things like camping, fishing, hiking, and nature in general. My mother, to say the least, was disappointed, because she had always envisioned having a daughter who was interested in clothes, makeup, and flirting with boys. I just wasn't the daughter she had envisioned. I ended up working in forensics for years, and I do believe she was proud of me during the last 20 years of her life. The year and a half after my father had intentionally left this earth, and she died, were filled with sadness for us both. Looking back, if I had known then what I know now, I would have done things differently. But that is Monday morning quarterbacking. I did the best I could to take care of us both during that time, but I feel like I could have done better, and I regretted it after she had passed on. First, I distinctly remember seeing my dad's ghost sitting in his favorite chair of the old house that we lived in, and the one that I own today. One day, I was in the kitchen and looked over to the chair. That was when I saw a gray cloud literally sitting in the chair for a few seconds, then slowly disappear. I tried to blink my eyes to see if I was just imagining things, but then something crazy happened right after. The picture of my dad that I had hanging on the wall somehow fell to the ground without explanation. I was shocked, and that's when I instantly put two and two together. I took it as a comforting sign that my dad was making sure I was okay. Even if at the time, it still terrified me. Things weren't always so pleasant with the hauntings, though. I would constantly hear the sounds of boots thumping upstairs in the middle of the night, always at the same time, for weeks on and off. I wanted to believe it was my dad then too, but he never wore boots, and I don't think he would intentionally scare me off if he knew I was frightened. I remember hearing whispering in my dad's former room, and it sounded demonic, low, like multiple people talking to each other. I was always alone and by myself when these things would happen, so I know it wasn't just me hearing things. In that very same room, in the middle of my sleep, I once heard heavy breathing coming from the closet. I jumped out of my bed, opened the closet door to make sure nothing was there. I was right. Nothing at all. When I had my son at age 25, years after my dad died, he was 4 years old at the time, said he made friends with the old man in a fedora hat. This really shocked me, because my dad loved fedoras. He would wear them constantly during life, and even collected them as a hobby. My dad also smoked cigars a lot, and sometimes a light fog, would mysteriously appear in his room without the windows open. At times I would get paranoid and think that the house was smoking. Honestly though, I'm not sure if this was paranormal fog, but everything else was 100% paranormal to me. Now on to my mother. Unfortunately, I never had any obvious hauntings from my mother that were as obvious as my dad's. Sometimes I could swear I saw her face looking into the window of the front door, but because it wasn't clear, I wasn't sure if that was just my mind. One night, not too many months after she had died, I dreamt of her. Framing this photo in my dream were white and red lacy strands, as in a Valentine's Day card. As I viewed this picture in my dream, I heard her tell me I love you. Her voice radiated nothing but 100% love. It was as if she was saying to me, I know we had our differences when I was with you, but I can see things so much more clearly from where I am now, and so I want to tell you now I love you. This was a very intense dream, and I do believe it was a message from my mother. The memory of this dream has been a great comfort to me. I've been a fan of this site for years, so here's one of my stories. When I was young, my dad's mother and her second husband not my grandmother, lived in a 1920s vintage flat-top Suco house in West Orlando. My brother and I both spent nights over there. The room in which we would sleep had a bed that was, from a 4-year-old's perspective, about a mid-chest high. I remember when I was about 4 years old walking into that room one day and seeing this white-haired lady in the bed. I remember she had dark eyes and a prominent curved nose with large nostrils. I remember that she and I looked at one another. She seemed to want something from me, but I didn't know what that could be. She was not either malevolent nor cuddly like my grandmother. She seemed to be a business-like person who didn't hesitate to ask the nearest person around to help. In other words, a matter-of-fact person. I believe at that point, I turned and left the room. To the best of my knowledge, my grandmother never had anyone like this stay in her home. As I got older, I remember my mother talking about my step-grandmother's mother, who had lived with them for some time. During one of these conversations, I said that I remembered her, thinking of the older lady that I'd seen in that bed. My mother said there was no way I could remember her, since she died before I was born. I never brought this up with Mother again, and since then, my mother has passed. I still can't help but wonder who that lady was. I've been to Church Road with a group of my friends. It's located at Church Street and Burt Road in Michigan. It is haunted. Where the house used to be has been torn down. The temperature will change about 10 to 20 degrees. We tried to test the ghost, so we put my friend's Jeep in neutral, and it was pushed uphill by something. The red eyes are true. If you walk outside your car, he will follow behind you. We also had handprints down the side of our vehicle. We went out there every night for a week and experienced something every night. I've lived in Hillsdale County all my life, and my friend lives right down the road from the cemetery on Burt Road. The truth, it's haunted. I've never seen the sign change, but I will agree that the people who are buried there are not at rest. There are a lot of people who died there of murder, offing themselves, and accidents. I've seen people walk through there at night, and you just get an angry, uneasy feeling about the whole place. You also have to remember that right behind the cemetery is a gravel pit where a woman drowned while swimming out there with her friends. I love the ghost hunt, and I've seen spirits since I was little. I also know that the one on Church Road is not a nice man. I've watched him make one of the people that were in my car very sick, and she didn't get better until we got off the road. The legend is that you have to enter from Holcomb Road, and you have to exit from Holcomb Road. If you don't, he will follow you home. We tried that one night, and he didn't follow us home, but something did. Because we woke up to a little girl singing one day, like legit singing. And then we went back. I can't make this stuff up. And I promise you, this is 100% factual. There is a ghostly presence that many have reported as a man who just lingers in that area. I haven't been out there in years, but I'm planning to go back there in a few weeks to see if things have changed, since they started building a home on the old foundation where the house used to be. I grew up in a city in southern Ontario, and I've had several encounters with paranormal activity. When I was 8 years old, my mother and my brother had moved into a single-family home that was attached in the front to a store for clothing alterations and such. The home was built in the 1930s, and I was unaware as what the history of the home was. However, There was always the strong feeling on the back of my neck that I was being watched in a way that made me feel horrid and vulnerable. There were certain parts of the home that had felt more evil than the whole house felt. The first part was the stairs going to the basement, and the upstairs bathroom made my stomach turn. I always felt eyes of anger on my neck. My little brother, who was 6 years old at the time, and I were rollerblading in the basement that was not developed enough to be a problem with the rollerblades. There was a separate room in the corner that had a glass pane door, and we had never gone into that room, as it was just really creepy. We both very suddenly stopped blading, and both looked to the glass paned window, and we both had seen a clear apparition of an older man who had the evil look in his eyes, just like we always felt, looking at the back of our necks. We ran upstairs with the blades on to tell our mom. She refused to go look, as she then admitted to having the same fear in the home. We did move out within 6 months, as it seemed to be getting worse with things going missing, and my Barbie dolls going missing for weeks, and then re-showing itself mutilated. It just felt horrid to be there for all of us. As an adult, I'd share that story with a woman that I had met, and she knew exactly which house I'd spoken of. I showed her the exact home, and she said that the home had been a funeral parlor. The home was evil, and I could never go into it again.
I live in a 2-story townhome. It was the middle of July, and it was very hot in Kansas City. I was sleeping on the couch downstairs, as the upstairs is hot in the summer months. I was sleeping, and I remember a low, heavy, dark voice saying I must help Laura, my cousin, understand. I woke up startled by the deepness of the voice. You could even say a little bit scared. My dog, which hardly ever barks, was looking into the kitchen and growling, and then slowly he started to bark. He was watching something, and when I looked in the direction he was looking, of course I couldn't see anything. The light from the outside street lamp was beaming through the window, so it was somewhat light. He started to back away and follow the presence into the den, and then to the wall that was straight across from me. He was watching something, but of course, I still couldn't see anything. But from the way I woke up, in a startled state, I was somewhat scared to move. Like an idiot, I just stayed still and watched my dog follow this presence that only he could sense. He then started to go to the door, located on the wall across from me, and which opens to my garage, growling at the door. He would back up and then move closer, and then he started to smell under the door. Still, I was too afraid to move. I just stayed there and watched. Within 5 to 10 minutes of this, the presence seemed to have left. My dog stopped growling and was going from the kitchen to the wall, into the door again and again, as if to look for something. Finally, he gave up and just curled up at my feet, which have not moved an inch this whole time, and fell asleep. Feeling now that the presence had left the room, I went to the door, which led to my garage, and pushed on it to make sure the door was closed. Once again stating what an idiot I am, I did not dare to open the door. However, I didn't really have a choice, because that was when the door cracked open just enough that I could see the face and a body of a bloodied lady in a black robe. It appeared for 40 seconds, and I saw her long enough to make out that she had to be a nun. I just remember her face looking so badly bruised and beaten, as if she was hit with a bat or something damaging enough to give her a black eye. I turned away in fright,
then opened the door completely to see that nobody was there anymore. It was like it appeared in a flash of lightning, then was gone. Just to give you some background on my house, the door that goes to my garage does not have a lock in it. Yes, this is dangerous, for if my garage door is open, anybody could just walk in, right into my house. Maybe this nun I saw was really a homeless person. Maybe it was someone who was trying to rob the house, but since they saw me, they fled. Nothing was stolen. Everything was in one piece. Feeling somewhat safe that the presence had left, I joined my dog and soon fell asleep. In the morning I awoke, went upstairs to take a shower, and dressed for work. When I came downstairs, I gathered up all my things and opened the door which leads to my garage and stood there in total amazement. My garage door was wide open. I left the door open all night and morning. I truly feel my spirit guide was trying to warn me, and I was too stupid and too afraid to listen to him. As I drove to work, I thanked him for trying to warn me, and I promised to try and listen more carefully next time. The reality sank in that I could have been robbed or beaten. Yes, today I'm buying a chain lock for that door and installing it right away. In hindsight, I wish I would have been more accepting of the events that were happening to me. If this has taught me anything, it's to stop, slow down, and listen to the ones who are trying to help me. As a youngster, I was playing with my toys in the lounge, and suddenly, I had this great feeling of fright around me. So I went running into my mother, who was washing the dishes. She told me not to be frightened, as there was nothing to be frightened of. So she assured me and took me back into the lounge to carry on playing. But as she walked back to carry on washing, she saw a figure standing still in the hallway. It looked as though it appeared to be a monk in a brown habit, with his face covered by his hood. All you could see was his feet, which had sandals on. My mother walked towards it, and it disappeared into my mother's bedroom. But my mother always said how I must have sensed the presence of this ghost. Another time in the same house, it was nighttime, and I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking into space when 3 squares appeared on the wall. I thought that it must have been some kind of light shining in from the window, knowing full well that no light normally shines through, as we had blinds and curtains up at the window. I kept on staring at the squares on the wall. They didn't move or anything, but I felt really frightened like in the other story. I must have fell asleep, thinking about the lights on the wall. In the morning, when I awoke, the first thing I did was get out of my bed and go straight to the wall, hoping in the back of my mind that there wouldn't be any kind of marks on the wall where the square was. But I was wrong. Where the squares were, there were deep lined marks, like holes that were pressed into the wall around where the shapes were. They looked almost like claw marks and definitely weren't there before. There is no logical explanation for this story, not that I can explain anyway. It was not possible for any light to come through the curtains, and there were no other kind of lights or anything on in the room or in the house. I've tried to come up with some sort of explanation, and I don't have one. And that happened about 23 years ago. I've had some strange and incredible experiences over the years. Just posted one in the last batch. Some of them I haven't sorted out how to share yet, but the following experiences are pretty strange. My roommate and I were living in a Seattle neighborhood called Capitol Hill. Our apartment building, the Ben Lamont, was built in 1910, and my apartment overlooked a little park area with a long retaining wall in the back. One night, I must have fallen into a deep sleep as soon as I went to bed. When I woke up the next day, I immediately told my roommate about a disturbing dream, that a menacing, sinister black figure had climbed out of a hole in the ground, right against the retaining wall. He seemed full of rage and anger, and was coming closer and closer to our window, and meant real harm. It was a very real, fearful thing. After hearing my dream, my roommate said she tried to wake me up soon after I went to sleep, but I was out cold. She said she heard something like a gunshot outside in the park and walked through a darkened apartment to the living room's bay window to see if she could see anything. She said she saw a man who was built like a tank, but fitting the physical description of the man in my room to a T. He appeared to be staring up at her. For whatever reason, I don't understand why she did this, considering she thought she heard a gunshot, but she shined a flashlight on him. When she did, she could no longer see him. Although she saw everything else, the trees, the ground, bushes, everything where she was standing was illuminated, but he had vanished. When she covered the light, there he was again. I guess she did this a few times until he really vanished. Very, very strange. Another time I was staying in an artist's loft in San Francisco that was in a really creepy area on Market Street and 6th. I was in bed, just starting to get that semi-lucid feeling, when I woke with a frightened gasp. The only way to describe it is a flash vision. I thought for sure my throat had been slashed with a deep, long knife from left to right, and all this blood was pouring. I remember sitting up gasping, knowing it was fatal. Then on the news the next day, chills went up my spine when the anchor person said that someone's throat had been slashed at a hotel on 6th Street, right around the corner from where I was staying. Somehow, I must have picked up on the victim's fear, anxiety, and shock. Not really a ghost story, but still weird. Another time, a friend and I had an interconnecting dream. I dreamt one part, and she dreamt the other. They matched perfectly, and since we both dreamt this right before we were waking up, we assumed we had these dreams at the same time. I think I was about 7 when I first started seeing things in my house and around my neighborhood. The first time I saw something was when my sister and I were sharing a room. I knew that I always felt something in the room, but I never saw anything, so I really paid no mind. Then one day, while I was sitting in my room, I looked up and saw an image by my door. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that I was scared. Over the next couple of days, I would hear things in my room, like people walking, the doorknob would jiggle, and things would just tip over. When I talked to my mom about these things, she told me not to be scared of them, just tell them to go away. The next night, I was sitting on my bed, and I heard somebody walking around. I did what my mom told me, and told it to go away. It didn't work. The sound became closer, and an image began to appear. At first I was kind of scared, but when I saw what the image was, I wasn't so scared anymore. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, who was lost. She was just staring at me for a while, and then she just sat down on the bed next to me. She was sitting next to me for about 2 minutes, and then she was just gone. For a few years, I wouldn't see anything, just hear things. When my older sister moved out, My sister and I finally had our own rooms. I stayed in our original room, and my sister moved to my other sister's old room. For a couple of months, things were cool, and then my sister woke up in the middle of the night and asked if she could sleep with me. The next morning, when I asked her why she slept with me, she told me it was because she was hearing people talking from the closet. Me and her had to switch rooms because she wouldn't sleep in her room. The first night, nothing happened, but the second night was completely different. I was hearing whispering and footsteps. At first, I thought I was scaring myself, but when I heard someone ask why my sister and I switched rooms, I knew I wasn't imagining it. At first, everyone thought I was making it up, but when I told my grandma about it, she looked at me as if she were surprised. She told me that I wasn't the only one in the family to be able to hear and see things. It was something that actually ran in my family. After that, things started happening more. People would talk to me. I would feel them touch my arm, face, or even feet when I was sleeping. And sometimes, I could feel someone sitting at the end of my bed. I think when I really got scared was when I decided to sleep with my light on so nothing would bother me. But when someone said turn the light off, that was it. I ran to my mom's room and fell asleep on the edge of her bed. That was the last time anything happened to me for about a year. I thought it was just something I went through, but when I turned 14, it got bad. Not only was I seeing things at home, but I was seeing them outside occasionally. I learned not to say anything, because when I would, people would just laugh at me. My family and I became aware of a particular area of a supposed haunting in the Jamestown, North Carolina area. We were intrigued by the article and wanted to investigate, even though we are people of faith. The article, which made us aware of the haunting, was in a local magazine and caught my two sons' attention after my wife read the article in a restaurant. The article described the following. In the 1920s, there was an accident in Jamestown near a certain bridge underpass involving two high school students returning from the local prom. From time to time, locals have reported driving by the area where the accident occurred and spotting a young woman dressed nicely standing by the roadside, needing a lift. The stories tell of a young woman named Linda entering the car and describing where she needed to be dropped. Upon nearing the destination, she vanishes. Of course, my wife and I are skeptical, to say the least, so, unaware of any peril, or should I say for a lack of knowledge or fear, we thought we would investigate with our two young sons, of 5 and 8 years. We arrived at the location, which is off the main road into the woods, about 100 yards. There is an old stone-blocked railroad underpass, located next to the now regularly used underpass. Both of the underpasses have been covered with graffiti in tribute to the stories of Lydia. The old underpass, however, has been overgrown with ivy and weeds and is relatively secluded to say the least. Nevertheless, we were determined to investigate despite the spooky nature of the claims. As we entered the underpass, the air became distinctly colder, which we all noticed. We all felt frightened and left after only a few moments. We got in our car and drove home. We thought nothing of the event until that evening. Strange things began to occur at about 2 a.m. Of all things, an old woody doll with a pull string began to speak in a toy box and would not stop. The electric van door opened and closed several times without any provocation. My boys thought someone was in their room. We thought we were frightened from our prior experiences, and let our logical minds control. The house still seemed strange to me, and I had difficulty sleeping, even though my male ego would not let me admit my fear. Time went by, and although the supposed haunting events were less traumatic, they nevertheless continued for about a month. It came time for the van to have a regular tune-up, and we took it to the dealership. When my wife returned with the van, the trouble ceased. I don't know what we experienced exactly over that period in 2001, but it seemed real. My wife and I still questioned the validity of our haunting, but our youngest son still maintains that Megan, as he refers to her, often talked to him and was very nice. Anyway, it's a nice little story we often tell family members who don't think we're lost on cozy evenings. Hope you will enjoy. I used to work at this daycare center that only stayed in business for 2 years. The building that we worked in had many owners and many businesses, but never stayed in business for longer than 2 years. Usually, bankruptcy would follow. Anyway, I had worked there for about a year and had always been scared of the back of the building. There was a long dark corridor that always gave me the chills, and I always felt like I was being watched. I had the early morning shift, so I had to be there at 6:30 and get ready for the kids to arrive. One morning, I had an infant who was only 4 months old and was asleep at the time of the incident. We were in our room, and I was writing out papers for the rest of the day when I saw a toy out of the corner of my eye being thrown across the room. I didn't think anything of it and played it off as my imagination until a week later when another coworker told me what happened to her. She was in the sleep room changing a child's diaper when she looked right and saw a little girl standing there staring at her. She looked back at the child she was changing and back, and the little girl had vanished. There were no children besides the one she was changing in the room with her. It freaked her out, and when she told me, freaked me out, because then I realized that the toy that I saw thrown across the room wasn't my imagination. Neither one of us had another experience, but those two were enough for us. I was a staff assistant in my sophomore year at St. Michael's. What this meant was basically, I watched the doors coming into one of the dorms to make sure that the only people coming in were the residents. I sat at a desk from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. a couple of nights a week. One night, I was making the rounds from floor to floor to make sure all was relatively quiet. I got to the top floor of the building, and that is, of course, when the proverbial strange things started to happen. I began walking down the hall, and I heard the wind howling through the recycling room on the floor. It had been a quiet night weather-wise, so this was a little odd. I passed it off as some random New England weather patterns and continued to walk on. When I stepped in front of the first resident's door, it started to rattle like someone was going to come out. I stopped and waited, but the door just kept rattling, so I moved on. Then, the next door on the other side of the hall started to rattle as I passed in front of it, and then another door started to rattle also. Now there were 3 doors all rattling away, and it only started when I walked in front of them. I hadn't done this earlier in the evening, and I was wide awake, so it wasn't my imagination. What really startled me was all of a sudden, in the midst of all this door action, I had a feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around me, and from the distance, I could have sworn I saw the fading image of a priest in all black slowly fade, but the doors kept on shaking, and the wind was screaming. So I ran the rest of the way down the hall and back downstairs to my desk. A check of the outside revealed that the weather was perfectly calm. I believe this is the oldest dorm on campus, so who knows what otherworldly beings reside there. The other thing that happened to me while I was there was sort of a strange religious experience, and I'm probably one of the last people something like this would happen to. I was driving home from my then boyfriend's, now husband's house, and heading back to my dorm at St. Mike's. I was at a stoplight, alone in the car, when I heard this deep, low, and gravelly male voice tell me that the second coming was going to happen soon. The voice filled me with dread and danger. It sounded a lot like a voice that had been altered to sound lower, like when documentaries try to disguise voices of the people they interview. The light turned green, and I drove off. I then looked into the mirror without thinking, and I could have sworn I saw the same priest from the hall sitting in the back seat of the car. I stopped the car immediately, looked back, and nobody was there. I felt like I was going crazy because I knew I saw someone in the back seat of my car. About 2 minutes later, I started to think about what just happened and got very scared. I talked to one of the priests at school the next day, and he felt this was a normal experience within the realm of St. Michael's. Partially because it was getting near Christmas time, and partially because he felt the campus was a center for both good and evil, the good being the chapel on campus, and the bad being the portal that was never shot in the boys' dormitory. He confirmed the story about the pentagram and my location discretion without me bringing it up. I've heard this godly voice once or twice since the original incident, but not to the degree that I heard that night. I once heard of an experience my boyfriend had in that same chapel. He told me that on one occasion he was alone. He walked into the chapel, and under the huge statue, he saw two figures in cloaks praying silently under the statue. He's a complete skeptic when it comes to hauntings, and he insisted that there was nobody there at the time. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was definitely afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets too afraid to move until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was outside playing with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in the window had very light-colored hair. I don't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me, so I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning, I asked my mom if she was up last night getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I had heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I did not want to go back in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to come let me out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kinda like something heavy hanging from a window bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet was a really big walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. I'm an identical twin, and often because of this, most people ask us if we share experiences. You know, they say, like on television. My answer is always the same. Sometimes. It's true that twins, on occasion, may share certain emotions, even though they may be miles apart. This is what my brother and I have known for years. But everything changed when my brother and his wife and 2 children moved into my late grandfather's home in Norristown, Pennsylvania. The history of the house is nothing spectacular. The only event of any importance occurred when my grandfather, who had been diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, decided to spend his final days at home before the cancer took him. He died in a hospital bed, which had been set up in the living room of his house later that year, and from that point forward, various members have lived in the house without any strange occurrences or bump in the night, until my brother Peter and his family moved in. The first week in their new home, my brother was excited as ever about living in such a large home compared to the meager apartment he and his family had been sharing for the past 2 years. Given the history of the house, i.e., my grandfather dying there, didn't bother him one bit, since he was the last person who believed in such tales. Then, about 2 months after moving in, he decided to clean out the basement to make room for his music equipment. He is a part-time musician, and a new washer and dryer my father had bought them as a Christmas present. While digging through the accumulated junk of a half a century, he happened upon a small Bible. Inside the front cover was an inscription denoting the Bible as a gift to my grandfather from my great-grandmother in 1906. He took it upstairs and laid it out on one of the coffee tables so that other family members visiting could see it when they visited. Remember that I had yet to hear of this find, since it only had occurred that day, but that night, I had one of the most terrifying nightmares I could ever remember. I dreamt I was standing on the landing, overlooking the living room of my brother's house in Norristown, Pennsylvania, but something was wrong. Having visited the house many times in the past, I vividly remember the layout of how it used to look when I was a child, but in my dream, I remember seeing an end table, which was never there before, on which a book was placed. I was drawn to it for some reason. I slowly descended the stairs, even now, recalling how hollow my footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor as I made my way towards the table. As I got there, I looked down and saw that it was, surprise, a small Bible. Upon opening it, I saw there was an inscription made out to my brother from our father. This is where things got really spooky. I remember hearing my brother's voice behind me say, "This is mine, which Dad gave me. Please give it back." I was too terrified to look around, because even though it sounded like my brother, there was something otherworldly about the whole thing. I finally succumbed to curiosity and turned around. This was, of course, when I woke up screaming something. I don't remember what. I startled my wife, who was then yelling at me to keep it down. The neighbors will think we're fighting or something. Later that morning, I spoke to Peter to tell him the strange dream I had, and that's when he told me about what he had found and who it really belonged to. I was startled beyond words. I told him I would be down in an hour. I live in Parksea, Pennsylvania, approximately an hour north of Norristown, to see the book. Too late, he said. Why? I asked. It's gone, he replied. The conversation went on from there about how he had placed it on the end table, an end table that he just picked up at a yard sale that day, but when he woke up, it was gone. I asked if his wife had taken it, but he said that it was impossible. They had flown back to Texas 2 days earlier to visit her folks and took the kids with her for the short vacation. After going around and around about what could have happened to it, as well as the strange dream I had and what the voice had said to me, in the end, we just didn't know what to say. I guess it was one of those things that will never really be explained. 2 weeks later, his wife and 2 children arrived back home and were in the process of unpacking when she went down to the basement to see how the cleanup had gone. That's when she asked him about the small Bible. What Bible? He asked his wife. Oh, the one in the basement near the keyboard you put there. Looking confused, I'm sure, my brother ran down to the basement, and sure enough, there it was on the door, right where he had originally found it. Picking it up, he read the inside cover again, only this time, there was no inscription at all. Did he imagine the writing to begin with? Did my weird dream that night have anything to do with it disappearing again? I don't know. Neither does Peter, but there's definitely activity in that basement, because what I saw next in the basement a few days later almost explains some things, although it was incredibly scary. I had another bizarre dream. I ended up going back to the basement to retrieve the Bible, only this time there was a red humanoid-looking creature sitting on a chair reading a book. He had horns protruding from his head, and he looked like an ape crossed with Bigfoot. His face very human-looking at the same time. Frozen in shock, I approached him. He pointed to the book, and there was an image of a car on fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and screamed. A few days later, I got a call from a guy who sounded like my grandfather. I kid you not, it sounded identical to him. All this man said to me on the phone was, "Check on your father, something's wrong with him." I later found out that my dad had been in a car wreck. The car caught on fire. He managed to escape alive. The most shocking thing
My twin brother had the exact same dream on the same night. Same exact creature. I guess they say twins are inseparable. When I was younger, I had a terrifying experience with a ghost. I was fast asleep, and then I suddenly woke up. Something told me to wake up, and I just did. I looked at the clock, and it said somewhere around 3:28 a.m. I turned my head slightly to the left, and I saw this girl. I would say that she was in her early teens. She looked very blurry, but she had a blue hue, and it clear at the same time. She was moving in slow motion. It seemed like she was underwater, or something. She had a long nightgown, and it was blowing very slowly. She was holding a short candlestick, and her hair was long reddish brown color. She looked at me, and then I looked back at her. I was surprisingly calm. I got up to tell my mom what I had seen. The next morning, I woke up and I asked my mom if she saw the lady, and she said, "What lady?" Could this have all been a dream? I'm not entirely sure. I've been deeply confused about this ever since. My house has always had extra company. It's been 13 years since we moved in here, and for a while, there were some really odd things happening. I was 10 years old when we moved in, and fell in love with the huge, empty attic upstairs. I would bring my toys and little sister up there to play with. She was around 8 at the time, so we had a lot of fun together. We brought our dollhouse up there, and would spend hours making up stories and having fun. I would go up there and read by myself a lot because it was quieter than the rest of the house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened while my sister and I played up there, and I felt very comfortable. In the far end of the room were little racks where clothing must have hung before. One day, I was up there alone playing when I discovered this old-fashioned looking gold purse with a painting of a deer and a medal on it, and being a lover of old things, I was psyched. I brought it to my mother, and she said it looked like a pocketbook from the 1920s that her grandmother used to have, sort of a flapper type style. We hung the pocketbook in the back of the closet to keep it out of harm's way. About a year later, my father and a friend of his transformed my attic playroom into a bedroom for both me and my sister. My father had left a quarter of the room where the pocketbook had been found alone, and put up a wall and a door separating the rest of the bedroom from that area. My sister did not like her bed being up against the wall of the back room. Then, what I felt next was unexpected and unbelievable. I was laying there with my eyes open, frozen with fear. I felt as if someone was watching me, but I was afraid to move. I'd never felt like this before. I was never afraid of the dark as a child. My sister said, "Can I please come over and sleep with you?" Now, I usually said no to this and stopped being a baby, but I wanted her to come over. Pretending to be reluctant, I said, "All right, but don't hug me," even though I really wanted to be. She ran over and squeezed me, and I squeezed back, and she said, "I'm scared," and I said, "Me too." And then boom, boom, boom. 4 loud knocks right on the wall, which our heads were practically up against. I could actually feel the vibrations from the wall. Then my sister, crying, said, "What was that?" I made it up. I said, "Me." I said, "Don't worry." I was trying to tell myself that it was me when it happened again,
Boom, boom, boom. We both jumped up and ran downstairs at this point into my parents' bedroom, and my father went up to see if there was anyone hiding up there. No one was. However, my sister refused to go back up there and slept with my parents. I, however, went back up there scared, but mad that my favorite place was trying to kick me out. I felt almost betrayed and hurt, so I stayed up there for the whole night, refusing to leave, but hoping it would not try to scare me. It didn't. My sister would make attempts to sleep up there later, but would always run downstairs at some point. I couldn't blame her, since most of the time I really wanted to join her, but never would. Over the next several years, I often heard whispering and the doorknob being wiggled as if someone was trying to get in. At first, then it became a game. The doorknob would wiggle really fast, and I would say, "I'm trying to sleep," and it would stop, and then I got used to the weird noises. It's 13 years later, and in that time, I've had many friends tell me that they heard whispering or tapping on the wall, or someone breathing in their ear. To which I say, I told you there was a ghost in my house. But it sparked my interest in the paranormal, in which I'm an avid believer because of my ghost buddy. I don't know if the purse actually belonged to the ghost, but the house was built in 1940, after the flapper times. But my mother did tell me that the old man who used to occupy the house had 2 wives who both passed on. Whether or not either of them died in this house, I don't know. The purse may have belonged to one of them.
There is a log cabin in Ohio, and it is said from previous owners that there are many paranormal activities and images that go on during all hours of the day and night. One family that owned the cabin between 1989 and 1994 had many paranormal activities happen in the few years they owned the cabin. They heard glass shattering, doors opening and closing, and felt the presence of something strange within and out around the house. In one instance, a young mother woke up one night and found herself to be thirsty. She went into the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea to help her relax and put her to sleep. She was then grabbed by the shoulder and thrown into an old rocker they had in their living room. She was in so much shock that she ended up fainting and passing out in the rocking chair after having a panic attack. She ended up being knocked out the entire night and could have sworn she felt like a presence was holding her down. Before she completely fell unconscious, she could have sworn that she saw an outline of a shadow right in front of her with the most evil energy, and when she was out, she had the image of a man with a dark face screaming at her without sound. It was a bearded man, and his eyes were completely black. The next morning, when her husband awoke, he found her wide awake in the chair and asked her what had happened. She asked him to check her shoulder where she was grabbed, and then he found nail prints in his wife's skin. Since then, they've moved out of the cabin, and a few couples have moved into the house, but moved out, leaving all of their belongings inside the house within a month's time period. It is said that if you go to the cabin and sit in the old porch swing, you will feel an old presence of something that doesn't want you there, and on some occasions, you will see a shadow or outline of a person watching you through the window. I want to share an experience I had when I was a child. I grew up in Newcastle, Australia, about 2 hours north of Sydney. As a child, I was very scared of anything supernatural, ghosts, monsters, skeletons, anything. When I was 7 years old,
My bedroom was at the end of a long hall. On the other end was the top of a staircase that led to the basement of the house. One night, I was woken by strong winds outside. My bedroom door was open. I always slept with the door closed. I looked down the end of the hall and saw my mother dressed in her nightgown, holding a hurricane gas lamp. She was walking down the stairs. Her robe was white, and her hair was up in sort of a reddish color. I thought that the power had gone out, and my mother was going downstairs to get other lamps for us to use. Our house was high on a hill and was often damaged by storms. Often, we would get up and check the house for damage during bad weather. As a child, this was quite exciting. I quickly jumped out of my bed and went into my parents' bedroom. To my surprise, my father was still in bed, and I woke him. I asked him why my mother was going to get the lamps. He looked at me like I was on drugs, told me to go back to sleep. I then asked if he was going to help my mother. He replied, "What are you talking about? Your mother is in bed." I noticed my mother in bed and was totally confused. I went back to my room, closed the door, and never thought of it again until 7 years later. I do not know why I did not think of it again until I was 14. I thought back and realized that my mother didn't own a white nightgown. My mother's gown for purple velvet. It was in the 70s, and my mother had short black hair, not long red hair. I told my mother about this, and the woman I described was her mother, who had died before I was born. It seems like she was checking up on me, I guess. I thought my experience was a unique event, but after reading these stories, I realized that it's a common occurrence. I started to see a girl whom I worked with, and it became a fairly turbulent relationship. We used to clash a fair bit, but our sex life was absolutely fantastic. She lived in an older house that was converted into 4 apartments. The apartment she lived in was on the ground floor. I have no exact idea of the age of the building, but it is in a Sydney suburb of Kimbilly, very close to the Sydney Harbour Bridge. It is one of Sydney's oldest suburbs and was frequented by convicts, English soldiers, and working-class people during the early days, but it is now one of Sydney's most high-class suburbs. Anyway, often I would walk into her room, and it often felt as though I was walking into someone or some heavy weight. There was always a heavy energy or weight around the entrance to her room. It used to freak me out having to get up and go to the bathroom at night. This went on for a few months. Our relationship was getting worse, and we argued more and more. One night, we were lying in bed together, both on our backs. We were not arguing, but the conversation was intense, and I was upset with her. We settled down after a few minutes, and things were fine. Suddenly, I felt an urge to leave, get out of there and run. I told her that I have to get out of here and go home. I lived over an hour away. She was shocked and did not want me to leave. I then tried to get out of bed, but then I felt a very heavy pressure on my chest and shoulders. My girl was still lying still next to me and not moving. I asked her if she could feel the weight, and she said yes. We were being held down in the bed. It is a weird feeling like no one is touching you, but you can feel your body weight pushing down in the bed. The room was dark, but I could feel someone only an inch from my face. I stared hard and back, and without fear, I asked, "What is it that you want?" Then, I felt heat all over my face and head. My body became very light and calm. It felt like I was on the ceiling looking down.
By this time, I was freaking out, but could still not move my body. My eyes closed hard, and I realized I was being shown something. I could see two men sitting in a basement around a furnace. They were cold and wet and appeared to be dock workers. I could not see the face of the one standing up, but the other guy sitting down looked straight at me. He looked really pissed off, not with me, but I think he hated his life or time. He did not move his lips, but he did say to me, "How dare you judge me? You have no idea what my time was like, and you knew nothing of my circumstance." I had to work with this guy. He's a troublemaker. I then looked down, and that man had an iron fire poker next to him. He used it to thump some bloke to death. That person that was killed is the person or spirit that held me down and made me stay. He was only young when he was killed, 20 or so. He had difficulty with his workmates and did not fit in. There seems to have been some collusion or trouble with his work on the Sydney docks. By the appearance of his clothing, it seems to be in the 1800s. Cannot specify a decade though. I then told the murdered man that I did not want to get involved. He was getting agitated. I felt bad about what I did next, but I had to do it. I cast his presence out and unwelcomed him. I used prayer and holy strength to disconnect from him. The weight instantly lifted, and the whole thing separated from me. It became like the room was cut in two. They were still there, but I was now on the living side. I feared that I had not cut them off completely and called my brother on the phone. My brother is a devout Christian and has had experience dealing with the spirit world. We both together cast the entity out. It completely went away. I went back to bed. My girl was not shocked at all by this event, which surprised me. After about a half an hour, I was drifting asleep when I dared to check in on the spirit again without engaging it. He was upset and cowering in a corner. I felt really sad for him, but I just could not get involved any further. The next day, my girl said that the spirit had been there for a while. She didn't tell me because I might freak out. Her ex-boyfriend, who was a complete skeptic, was terrorized by the same spirit until he never went back to her house. They just broke up over it. We soon broke up. She claims she is happy to live in the house, and the spirit does not harm her. Personally, I think the spirit is a jealous guy who acts like a controlling child. But hey, how can I judge someone that could be 200 years old? In 1986, I was a sophomore at Berea College in Berea, Kentucky, and lived in Pearson's female dormitory on the first floor. The dorm room was small, with a loft reached by a ladder. Underneath, we had a love couch and a couple desks. My roommate was a long-haired Pentecostal holiness church girl named Becky. Becky went to church every Wednesday and Friday, as well as Sunday mornings. She had been raised to wear only dresses and skirts and to never cut her hair. A Vietnamese-born man named Keoli, who was a foreign student photographer, went to her church. She would tell me stories of how he'd stand up to witness her in church, about his childhood experiences, and about how he was once a devil worshiper. He would go on and on about how he wanted to be saved by Christ and such. He had a very obsessive crush on Becky. She sort of was flattered at first, but he began to follow her around campus with his camera, and he'd tell her that she was going to be his wife. He wouldn't take no for an answer. She began to avoid him and eventually became frightened. This guy was stalking her big time. I remember once running into him on campus and trying to reason with him. A few minutes into the conversation,
I realized that he was really disturbed and crazy. There was not a rational way to tell him he would understand that Becky didn't want him. She eventually told a school counselor, and the campus security was alerted to the stalking problem. He wasn't allowed around our dorm. She also avoided church for a while until she heard he'd stopped going. Meanwhile, I began having strange experiences in the dorm room. I often took an afternoon nap in the loft, and my dreams began to get creepy. I had a recruiting dream that I discovered a satanic cult under our dorm's front porch, and the group noticed me looking at them and began to chase me. One day during my nap, I dreamt I was in my own dorm room, and I stood looking at Becky, who sat on the love seat. Around my neck was a huge snake, like a boa, hanging down. I said, "Becky, there's a huge snake here on my neck. Quick, get it off me." Suddenly, the snake broke up into 20 or so different snakes, hissing and moving, and they all began to slither away from me and around us in the dorm room. Becky disappeared, and I noticed I was alone. Next, the room began to swell inward around me and became alive with an evil presence. I countered this by yelling at the room, "I love you," thinking that since this was my dream, I could change it around to lightness and God. But the room responded by swelling closer around me with hate and regurgitated my words straight back. "I love you," in both a deep, guttural, and hideous voice, which vibrated in several low tones at once. I was horrified and ran out of the room, only to be chased once again by the reoccurring group of satanic people from other nightmares. A few days later, I was once again sleeping on my loft in broad daylight between classes. I began a nightmare again, this time of being surrounded by negative energy shadows who wanted to harm or steal my soul away from me somehow. Suddenly, my loft was full of stuffed animals, all floating around my head, just floating in the air alive and looking at me. A lion floated before me, smiling, right in front of my face. He just smiled this horrible, hateful, ghostly grin directly at me. I could feel the daggers of his attention. It was eerie. I raised my arm up and knocked this thing away from me, off the loft towards the floor at the base of the ladder. I looked at the floor below, and he was still there, his mangled head smiling up at me, still with that evil grin. I jumped down the ladder hard, knowing my feet would stomp him. I didn't look, but ran away, out of my dorm, without looking back. I opened my eyes, wide awake. The sound of a blood-curdling female scream rang loud in my ears, even with my eyes open and thoughts focused on being awake. I mean, this scream continued loud inside my head as I looked around me, wide awake. Never before or since I've ever experienced this phenomenon. About a week later, my roommate Becky sat talking to me in the rocking chair. We were just gossiping about people, classes, and such, when suddenly she fell to the floor in a fetal position. She was in so much pain, she couldn't move or talk. I rushed her to the hospital. After a Foley catheter was placed, numerous blood tests, an abdominal series, an examination from head to toe, with an overnight stay, they found no reason for her pain. She had screamed all the way to the hospital and through most of her ER visit. Nothing. We could find no reason. This summer came, and Becky and I split up as roommates. We both went to different towns during summer months and returned to school with separate roommates in different dormitories. This year is when something really wild occurred. Coley didn't know that Becky had moved from Pearson's Hall, so when our school semester started again, he began to stalk our old room again. The new girls who lived there were in for a big surprise when one day
He wandered into the locked female portion of Pearson's dorm and entered their room. Luckily, both were in class and the room was empty. He locked himself in that old room of ours and wouldn't open the deadbolt for several hours. He began to flip out, cursing and calling out satanic spells, cursing the room and calling out to Becky and just mumbling evil spells. Security, police, and all sorts of folk were called to the dorm room. An interpreter came to get him out of there. He was actually taken away in a straitjacket, expelled, and sent back to his country. I've wondered if all along, that years before, if all of his focused energy on our room and on Becky had caused my nightmares and her sudden unknown pain. We're being attacked by God knows what at all times. Thank God Becky, or I, or anyone were out of that room when he finally came to collect. My mother and I used to live in this old house. We always heard dogs howling in the basement, and we heard stuff moving around in this room where this couple, an old lady and her husband, were murdered in. A few months after we moved in, we found out that the couple's dog were murdered too. We thought that nothing weird would happen because we haven't encountered that much stuff yet. My mother went to work at 5:30 in the morning every day. One day, she was like, "Am I that loud in the morning that I woke you up?" I did not know what she was talking about. She never woke me up. She said, "Then why is it every morning you wake up to wave me goodbye?" I said, "Mom, I don't know. I never wake up in the morning." So the next day, when she got in her car, she saw someone waving to her in the window. So she pulled up to the window so she could get a better look at the person. Then she saw an old man with a long beard wearing overalls with a plaid shirt under. She jumped out of the car and ran as fast as she could to the kitchen, and she flew open the door. But when she looked at the window, nobody was there. She looked in my room, and I was sound asleep. I have 2 more experiences to tell you. We had this dog named Scooby-Loo. She was a big dog, so she panted a lot. One day, me and my mother were in my room talking. Then, my mother said, "Why is Scooby panting so loud?" I said, "I don't hear anything." So she looked behind her because she thought Scooby was right behind her, but she wasn't. So we looked everywhere in the house, but we could still hear panting. We couldn't find Scooby. Then I looked outside. Scooby was out in the field about a half a mile away. One night, I was awakened by a weird noise. When I opened my eyes, I saw an old lady with white hair, dressed in all white. The weird thing about her was, she had fresh blood all over her. She had stab wounds all over her. She told me not to go in the basement room. I was always afraid to go into the basement anyway, but I still had the urge to do so after everything that had previously happened. So, that's exactly what I did. I ended up going to the basement, and when I opened the door, there was a foul smell. It smelled a lot like rotten eggs. I ended up going down there, and what I saw horrified me. I had a flashlight because the light wouldn't turn on, and I shined a light at the walls. There was blood all over the walls, and there were scratch marks on the basement door. As I headed back up, I ran to my mom and told her what I had seen. She calmed me down and insisted that what I saw was ridiculous. So we both went down there. The light started working again, and there wasn't blood on the walls or scratch marks. I thought I had been going crazy, but as the years went along, I was able to conclude that it was indeed real.
and that was a ghostly experience. I lived in Indianapolis, Indiana, for over 9 years. We moved because we couldn't take the hauntings anymore. The home belonged to Bob and Mary. They were my hubby's great aunt and uncle. Mary died in the home, and a few months later, Bob died in the hospital, both of old age. The only thing was, they never actually left the home. We bought the home through the estate. The home was in desperate need of renovating. For the first 5 years we lived there, we did all of the renovations. Needless to say, all hell broke loose. In the room where Mary died, it was always cold, freezing cold. Though the room was small, it had 2 large windows, but never seemed to let much light in. On the door, in the wood grain, a face could be visibly seen of a man screaming. Also, a skeleton's head could be seen at night on the door. One night, my oldest son, who was 7 at the time, started screaming and running out of that room. He told me he saw a shadow inside of his room walk past both of the windows. He thought a burglar broke into his room. The TV and VCR would go off and on by themselves, even when we unplugged them. I watched my dish drainer in the kitchen go flying up into the air and land on the floor, breaking some dishes. I watched birthday cards that were set on top of an antique china cabinet fall to the ground. The only strange thing about this was that only every other one fell, not all of them. Our dog would constantly bark into the air for no reason. Our cat's hair would stand up, and it would start hissing and growling at nothing. Our son's remote-controlled cars would play by themselves. Things would go flying across the room. One day, when Mary's sister died, at the time she died, all of our doors in our house slammed shut. No windows were open at that time, and our relatives that were visiting witnessed this. Things would always disappear, then reappear a few days later. We always heard people call out our names, but no one would ever be around to have called out to us. One night, my youngest son and I heard a little girl crying outside of the house. It was around 2 a.m. We looked out of our windows, but never saw the little girl, even though we could still hear her crying, "Mommy." One day, my youngest son was looking out of our huge picture window in the living room when he saw a strange-looking man coming around the kitchen from the glare in the glass. When he turned around, he watched the man walk past him and towards the hallway, then disappear. Many of our friends and relatives have witnessed a lot of the hauntings in this house. At one point, one of my friends went running from the house and about broke her neck falling over the dog laying on the front porch. When we moved from that home, we vowed to never return. I'm sure Bob and Mary are still haunting the place. They didn't like kids because they never had any, and they didn't get along well with any of the neighbors. I can just see why they were trying to run us out.
Growing up in rural Michigan, I had several what the heck was that experiences. Most were minor. A moving shadow or an uneasy feeling, but one stands out. I was 8 to 10 years old in the mid-80s, and my family had just returned from a vacation. When we got out of the car, my dad headed to the mailbox, my mom to her garden, and I lugged my suitcase inside the house. All of the windows were shut, and I pulled the garage door closed behind me. Walking through the house, I passed the bay window, from which I could see my dad still on the road, and my mom picking some vegetables. The house was silent, except for my footsteps on the carpet. I walked into my room
and put my suitcase down in the corner. I heard a male voice laughing behind me, maybe in the doorway 8 feet away. It was a hearty laugh, loud and clear. I spun around, and there wasn't anyone in the doorway. I ran back to the garage, through the door, and outside. My father was just grabbing his suitcase from the car, and my mother was pulling weeds. I wasn't scared when I heard the voice, but not having a tangible body to put it with did unnerve me a bit. Following the event, I was able to forget and had no issues in the rest of the house. It was only after I got older and interested in the paranormal did I realize that I must have had a run-in with something. About 2 years ago, I bought a 126-year-old, 8,000 square foot mansion in Missouri, just outside of Kansas City where I grew up. My mother had owned and lived in the house for the previous 15 years, slowly maintaining it. She had done a great job maintaining its mid-1800s character, slowly bringing the woodwork back to life, adding insulation, and replacing all of the plumbing and wiring. I mention this because I've heard that a disturbance in the environment can cause spectral activity to begin. I'd seen the house only once, as I live over 2,000 miles away, but I fell in love with it immediately. The first night I stayed over, I woke in the middle of the night to huge blobs, about a dozen, from golf ball to basketball size, floating around the room I was sleeping in. This is the one and only time I've ever experienced anything like that. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and fell back to sleep in time. I said nothing to my mother the next day until she asked me, "Well, did you see the blobs?" One of the workers stayed down there the other night and said he wouldn't stay in the house after dark because of the blobs floating around him. She had not seen them, and still hasn't. However, the previous owner told my mother a few years later that he loved what she had done to the front room, but he could never stay in there while the house was his because of the blobs. During the summer of 2007, I went back to see my family. I stayed downstairs again and had several things happen. It is important to note that I've never felt in danger, only uncomfortable. My mom and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to bed. I stayed downstairs in the first floor master suite. For the next 45 minutes, the heavy footsteps above my head were attributed to the two of them settling in for the night. Finally, I decided I would go up and find out what was going on. The entire upstairs was dark and still. They were both lying in bed. I returned to my bedroom to hear the continued walking above me. So, I went out on the living room to sleep on the couch. The walking continued above me, although there is only one attic above that living room. I could also hear a distant, quiet talk between a man and a woman, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, and it seemed to always be somewhere else from where I was. The next morning, I decided maybe I would have a chat with myself out loud, and if anyone else heard it, then maybe it would be for the better. I sat on the end of the bed. It was now daylight, so I felt comfortable to be in the bedroom again, and said that I was the new owner and the son of the woman they probably knew very well by now. I really liked the house and hoped to continue my mother's good work, but for now, I lived elsewhere. I also mentioned something that I don't suggest, but in this situation, I felt comfortable in doing so. I told them that they seemed to have been there a long time, and so long as they agreed to stay out of the bathroom while I was in there, we could get along just fine together. The following night was as quiet as it could be. I think their interest in me was satisfied. This past summer, 2008, was my third visit back. Absolutely nothing happened. I was ready, and nothing. Hey, that's fine with me. But one side note, my mother sat down to look at an album she had kept for all these years she had been doing the refurbishing. She was showing me the huge change in the house, from walls being ripped out and then rebuilt, and so on. In well over half of the pictures, there were huge light anomalies. There were smears, blobs, and strange twists of the image. I mentioned this to my mother, who looked right at me and said, "You know, I haven't taken a decent picture since I've lived in this house. I've owned one crappy camera after another. All the pictures look like this. I have to throw most of them away because they are no good." I just smiled. Right, Mom. Every digital and disposable camera she has ever had in the past 15 years has had the same problem. I grew up with a mom who is wicked, and she is very psychic. She has told me accurately if a lover and I will break up, when, if I'll meet someone new, and accurate descriptions of people I'll meet. My mother told my roommate that the child she was having would be a girl, and she was correct. My mom, to my amazement, is the real deal. On Halloween, our house is the most popular because the altar my mother sets up outside is very real. It's very fun, and I grew up with an easygoing view of the paranormal. I do tend to be very logical, and I believe in a paranormal experience if it does not seem like someone is BSing me. I keep my mind open. My mother does have headaches if she is around haunted houses. She has migraines that will make her sick for days after being in one. She's had this happen to her several times in her life, including once when I was a kid. A few years ago, when I was 23, I started having heart palpitations and tachycardia. At one point, my heart rate went up to 181. I spent night after night in the emergency room, and I was recommended to a cardiologist. I went through that for several months before finally someone realized it was a sedative that I took that helped me sleep. The doctors took me off the sleep medication, and I soon found out that I'd become dependent on sleep aids. At the same time, I had to get on a Greyhound bus for a 2-day trip to move back with my parents because of the health problems. If you've ever traveled on a Greyhound, you know it's really hard to sleep on it. I was sleep deprived. I was told that I was sleeping, but I didn't realize it. I wasn't sleeping through the night. I was exhausted. I was depressed, and I developed a phobia of the sound of a beating heart, heart medication commercials, etc. In short, my mental health was suffering. I had to make the choice to go into a psychiatric ward because it took a month to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. I didn't want to wait that long. The ward was in a regular city hospital. All the patients were quiet and were there to heal. Nobody was dangerous. There were patients with bipolar and other types of mental illness, and nobody was dangerous. There are different levels of hospitals. This was a ward for anybody going through emotional difficulties. I started to sleep the first 2 days I was there. I was not dangerous, but they did have to give me something to sleep. I was having dreams in which in my bathroom, patients had bathrooms in their rooms. I could hear a woman crying and throwing up all night. It was horrible and nightmarish. I could never see her because in the dream, I was laying in bed. How can I describe this? Even though I was asleep and dreaming, it felt like I was aware of everything going on. It never sounded quiet. It sounded like patients were throwing fits, and that someone would go by my room and rap on the wall with a walker, and that poor woman threw up and cried. She sounded miserable. The ward was actually always quiet. Nobody threw fits at night. My mom had taught me how to interpret dreams. I figured mine showed my anxieties. I'd been through hell. I wanted to sleep, and I never gave one thought to the idea that the place was haunted or had residual hauntings. I had greater concerns at the time. However, my mom came to pick me up, and she refused to enter the ward. I didn't think anything of that either. We were driving home, and she asked me how I had slept, and if I did at all. I told her about the nightmares, and how I was completely loud, and I was still very exhausted. My mother was shocked, and it showed on her face. She said, "Sarah, those were not just dreams. This psychiatric ward used to be a cancer ward." I was getting a migraine because there are patients who have not moved on. Wow, that shocked me. I never heard doctors mention that it had been a cancer ward. The idea was never put into my head. Like I said, I wanted to sleep again and to feel happy. I was concerned for my health. I believe my mom. She's usually incredibly accurate about these kinds of things. I honestly have gotten tired of finding out if me and a potential lover are not going to work out. She's that accurate. However, I could not tell you if that ward was the former cancer ward. I simply don't know because none of the doctors ever mentioned it. I was sleep deprived and going through hell at the time. My emotional state could have been reflected in my dreams. However, if I've learned anything about the paranormal, is that it can be a very small world. The hospital in question is in Iowa. It is a regular city hospital with an emergency room, surgery room, etc. It is not a psychiatric hospital only. If a former nurse ever writes you, or even a former patient, I'm here to tell you that there may have been something to their experience. The ward in question is still open. This was a few years ago that I was there. This is just a quirky experience that I wanted to share. My story has been going on for a couple of years now. When I was 9, we moved into our house. It's a nice little place, backed by a large ditch. Behind the ditch is a large forest that I used to play in. The house itself is unremarkable. It's 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is the first room you come to when you open the front door, straight in. To the right, there's a door to the garage, and to the left is the room we use as our living room. To the right of that is the dining room, with the entry into the kitchen. From the left of the living room is the hallway, with the bedrooms and the bathroom. From the time when I first moved in, I've never liked the bedroom at the end of the hall. It has a window that looks out into the front yard. The room I shared with my sister has a window that looks out into the backyard. I'm not sure what it is about the room, but it's a creepy feeling. I was around 11 when my older sister moved out. By that time, it had been a while since I'd gotten any creepy feelings in the second bedroom. I was pleased with the idea of having my own room. I moved my bed in there, got everything set up, and prepared for the grown-up life that I wanted. The first couple days were okay. I had strange nightmares about something coming in from the ditch, something I couldn't explain. Finally, after about a month after I'd been sleeping in the room, I woke up suddenly from one of those dreams. I laid there for a while, not really sure of what woke me up. Then, I realized that the music box my grandma had given me a year ago, it was on. The music box was shaped like a carousel horse and had a switch on the bottom of it that turned the music on. I sat up and took it down from the shelf above my head and turned the switch off. I figured that maybe my cat went up on the shelf and brushed against it. I laid back down to go to sleep. It was lying there that I first saw him. I don't know what made me look up into the doorway of my bedroom. At the time, I slept with the door open, but I did, and standing there was a man, clear as day. For a moment, I was sure that someone must have broken into the house. With the light coming off the nightlight near the door, I saw that his mouth was moving quickly, and no sound was coming out. It was almost like he was screaming at me. He took a step forward and vanished. I slept in the living room that night. I finally got the nerve to sleep in my room again, after about a week of sleeping on the sofa. And that night, I had the same creepy nightmares and woke up to find a child's shape sitting on the end of my bed, staring at me. It vanished when I turned the light on. I ended up spending the next year sleeping on the floor in my sister's room because my mom wouldn't let me move my stuff in with her. I also couldn't change my room without getting the feeling of being watched. I would glance at the mirror. It's the type that sits on the dresser, and see a face staring at me, one that wasn't my own. My older sister finally moved back home, and I ended up back in the other bedroom with my sister. I thought that would make it go away, but I would sometimes see the man standing in the doorway late at night. He'd stand there staring at me, mouth moving, forming words I didn't understand. 3 years ago, some major changes happened. My oldest sister broke up with her husband, lost her house, and had to move in with my mom and dad, along with her 2 kids. My oldest sister had her boyfriend living in the house with her. The living arrangements were this: my 2 oldest sisters slept in one room, along with my youngest nephew, belonging to the first sister I talked about. My oldest sister's kids slept in the second bedroom with me, and my sister and her boyfriend had the living room. It was weird at first, but we all got used to it. The weird things had calmed down since I'd moved to the other bedroom, but it picked up again when my sister moved in. I was trying to get some sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I saw the child's shape again, but this time, it was sitting at the end of my niece's bed. I sat up, but before I could say anything, my niece woke up screaming. She said it was a nightmare, and I had a feeling it was probably the same one I had when I was younger. They moved out last year,
and things calmed down for the most part until my oldest sister moved away. I now had a bedroom all to myself. I was trying once again to get some sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping in this house, and I looked at my doorway, and the man was standing there. But this time, I could hear him whispering. It was gibberish. I turned over and pulled the pillow over my head, but the room got so cold, I ended up turning my TV on and closing my bedroom door. Another time, I was messing around with a couple of the other teenagers in the area. We were crossing the ditch and going over to the woods behind the houses. The way we cross is there's an area with 2 large pipes that stick out in the water. Surrounding the pipes are these rocky things that you can slide down, but also grip with your hands. They're kind of smooth and hard to hold when wet. We were coming back. The others had crossed just fine. I was the last one over. The first thing that happened that was really odd was my hand slipped and I started sliding down. I felt as if someone had grabbed my arm and stopped me before I reached the water. I was about to step down into the water to get across when I heard someone yell my name and say very loudly in my ear to stop. I looked down and there was a snake in the water, right where I was about to put my foot. My friend came back across and got rid of the snake. I got home okay. When I went to take a shower later that night, I looked at my arm and I had a hard handprint bruise on my arm. I don't know if it was one of the ghosts from the house, but something stopped me from falling and from getting bitten by the snake. So, I guess even if the ghosts scare me, they're looking out for me too.
Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that housed a saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12-mile northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when 2 events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the 2-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio, and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams,
was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with one bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed, including the murderer, and 1 wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklorists say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all. But after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit while they were sleeping in my grandparents' house. This is 2 days after he had died. My uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right and saw a rather tall figure wearing a hat walking in our room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house on Bayou Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body. I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then led gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of the person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move and nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to our house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something, after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I'm in, and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror across the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wounds to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work. The only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there. So in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things. I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes, as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors to the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room, and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled it back out of the cartons in my parents' bedroom and saw bloodstains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day. But I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large brass bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him.
I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen. Perhaps. But the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. I didn't call you, he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just lay kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale.
I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued the search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. But the carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken off the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary Driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, when I was reading a book about the ghost of London I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from in front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left, a figure wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother, when after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone.
There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by a paled and terrified looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone, not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. And my second story. This is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, a poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there. As they turned to leave, Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room. But I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic vase with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work.
So me and my two sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle when all of a sudden the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. This story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kind of weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking and sometimes even what kind of sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I would hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds. Odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts. So if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. Earlier this year, I attended a camp in Reuben County, Georgia. There, I was told the story of Timothy Dalton. The story is that, in the late 1970s, the Daltons lived in a rural area of Harbison County, Georgia. Supposedly, Timothy was about 11 years old, an only child, and his parents didn't really like him. They abused him in every way possible, and kept him in the basement, due to them not thinking it was worthy of a room upstairs. This wasn't even really a basement, more just like a cellar, with one small window that was about 2 feet in length and a half foot up. Mr. Dalton's wood workshop was down there, so at night, Timothy would work on whatever he could. His father didn't mind him working with his wood, because his father would take whatever Timothy made and sell it without giving Timothy any of the money. Well, one day, Timothy was at home, alone weeding the field, when the postman came. His parents had got off into the next city over to get some supplies for the upcoming fall. Now, Timothy knew that there was such a thing as mail, but since his parents didn't tell him where it came from and neglected to send him to school, he never knew what it honestly looked like. The postman approached Timothy and asked him if his father was around. When Timothy answered no, the postman handed over a package. He had never seen a package before and was informed not to open it or even shake it. It was his father's and not his. Timothy went inside the house and set the package down on the kitchen table. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he opened it and made sure that he could seal it again. Around this time, power tools started to come out, and Timothy's father figured that he should have one since he does work on wood sometimes. Timothy saw that it was a power drill and was in awe. He couldn't wait until that night to start making something. So, for the rest of the day, he just went around and collected logs and sticks so that he could make something. Once he found them, he set them by the window and at night would open it and pull them in. That night, once his parents locked him in the basement, he started to work. He worked and worked for about 3 hours until he came up with this beautiful rocking chair. He had never seen something this beautiful and never been this happy about something like this. So every night, throughout the summer and the fall, he would sit and rock in it until he would fall asleep. Well, a horrible blizzard blew through, and it was a horrible sight. All the crops of the city had died, and nothing was left of them. So one day, Mr. Dalton told Timothy to go and find firewood for the fireplace, since they didn't have electric heating. Timothy knew that all the firewood would be wet, but decided not to fight with his father. After about 2 hours, Timothy had found some dry pieces to possibly hold them over for the night, so he turned back and started to walk back towards the house. As he approached the end of the woods, he noticed that there was a smoke coming out of the fireplace. He found this very odd and didn't quite know why his father would send him out to find firewood if he already had some. So Timothy walked into the house, and as soon as he walked in, he was horrified. He saw his rocking chair, the only thing he had ever been proud of, chopped up in the fireplace, burning to little bits. Timothy snapped, that's all to say. He didn't start to yell at his dad or anything. He just mentally snapped. So he sat down the firewood and did his chores. Before he was locked down in the basement, he managed to sneak some chicken wire under his shirt, so he took it down to the basement and was locked in there. After about an hour, he knew that his mom and dad had just turned off the light to go to bed. After maybe 3 hours, he had constructed this power drill into this killing machine. He had found an X-Acto knife and bound it to the power drill so that when he turned the trigger on it, it would spin around and around. So he used some chicken wire to unlock himself and walked up the stairs to his parents' room. He slowly bound his parents' hands and feet to the bedpost and footboard. It took him about an hour just to do this without either of them stirring. So, once that was done, he just stood over his father, staring him dead in the eye with his hand and power drill behind his back. As soon as his father awoke, he started yelling at Timothy, calling him a freak, and wondering what he was doing there. So, Timothy didn't do anything, just pulled out the power drill and jammed it straight into his father's heart and turned it on. His mother was screaming bloody murder, so he pulled it out of his father and slowly walked around the other side to his mom. She was crying and was in absolute hysterics. Timmy looked over at her, then revved the power drill once and shoved it straight into her neck. He just dropped everything, didn't wash his hands, didn't even try to clean up. He didn't care if he was caught. All he cared about was that rocking chair. So he went over to the fireplace and sat down in front of it and stared into it for 3 days until the police got suspicious and noticed that they hadn't seen them for a while. When they came to the house, they didn't even have to ask any questions. They knew what happened. So they admitted Timothy into the psych ward, where he stayed until the late 90s. Now that you know the story, I can get to my experience. It's important to understand that story so you can understand the experience that happened to me. When I was with my camp, our cabin of 20 boys and girls were on a bus headed to Helen to go tubing on the Hooch. It was really rainy, so they didn't want us going in the water, so they took us to go bowling in the Habersham County. The night before, we had hiked up Blood Mountain and was told that story, so we were all pretty freaked out. Well, me and my friend Kelly and her boyfriend Jake decided to go walk around the bowling building since a lot of the counselors were already back there. So as we're walking back there was an old man with slightly grayish hair standing out there and smoking. We had been informed
that if you see anyone outside your camp, that you kindly say hello. Don't say your name, and only tell where you're from, camp-wise. The man did what any other person would do, and ask us our names. We sat down on the curb that was parallel to him, but the length of a car away from him. We told him that we were from CHH Lake Burton, and that we were here with a camp. Well, that still doesn't answer my question, he said. Kelly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to tell you our names. He looked at her and laughed a little. Well, Kelly, my name is Tim. We're all completely shocked and confused. How do you know our names? I asked. He laughed again and put out his cigarette. Let's just say that I know a lot of things. Harbison is a very quiet town, and as of last night, for you guys, it was a very innocent town too. We were all in shock and awe. How did he know that he knew about the murders? We all got spooked, and Jack led the way back around the building. But every crazy person has some parting words. Just remember this, he said to us, as we all halted to stop. I wouldn't have had to kill him if he just kept his eyes closed. To this day, it still haunts me. The wheezing laugh of that man, and the wondering of the story. Is it honestly true? A few weeks ago, my grandparents and I went to a Mormon pioneer cemetery a few miles from where I live to get a picture of an ancestor's gravestone. While driving into the cemetery, I noticed a particularly tall gravestone. As soon as I saw it, I got the chills. Normally, I'm not scared of cemeteries or things like that, at least not in the daytime. As we left the cemetery, my grandmother pointed out the creepy headstone. She said it was her grandaunt's grave, and that this lady had crossed the plains to come to Utah when she was about 8. She later went north to help settle in the town of Richmond, Utah. Then Grandma told me the following story. When my Aunt Andrea was about 15, she was home alone in the kitchen right after school. She heard a woman's voice and turned around. She saw an elderly lady in a long, old-fashioned style dress with her hair in a bun. Andrea ran out of the house and to a neighbor's, where she called my grandmother at work. Grandma thought she was trying to get attention, but told her she could stay with the neighbors until she got home from work. The same thing happened twice over the next 2 weeks. My grandma requested a picture of my great aunt from my great grandmother so she could copy it and hang it up on the mantle. It was lying on the counter the next day when Andrea came home. As soon as she saw the picture, she jumped. She asked Grandma who it was, then told her it was the ghost. Andrea never saw the woman again, but says it wasn't scary, more like a lady that wanted to help. I know this one's kinda short, but thanks for reading. I have a story to tell you of a sight which will always be engraved into my mind for life. A friend of mine and I were avid hunters, and we were returning from a duck hunting trip in a place called Dunmurry. We were trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could catch and hunt as many of those ducks as possible. As time wore on, we weren't able to find too many, but still decided to have a look by the river to check for those elusive ducks. Before we crossed the fields back to the house, we made our way across the M1 motorway at Dunmurry and had our guns loaded as well. It was then when my heart thunderously stopped and noticed something far more terrifying than a simple duck. I put my last shell up the spout and noticed a tall, light tan colored figure to the right of me. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall and off of the ground by about 2 feet and scared the crap out of me. I couldn't speak, and I warned my friend to stay away. At the time, my friend was right behind me when I saw the figure, but didn't quite understand what I was so terrified about, since he didn't see it himself. I told him to start running, and running as fast as possible, so we could be as far from this mysterious figure. My first instinct was to point my gun at it, but I urged my friend to stay away from this thing. I thought by pointing at it with my gun, I would scare the figure away. Of course now, looking back, it was a ghost, so it sounds silly now. We eventually made it out of there without incident, and explained to my friend what I saw. He called me crazy, he called me insane, but I swore to him that is exactly what I saw. A 7-foot figure floating directly at me from the distance. This happened about 14 years ago, and neither of us went hunting at night again. I told a friend of mine this story, and he explained that a figure not unlike a monk had been reported on the motorway from as far back as 30 years ago. Wish someone could have told me. Then I wouldn't be as spooked. My grandparents used to own a home in New Hartford, Connecticut, until about 5 years ago. It was a huge house, mostly built by my gramps, and it sat centered on about 4.5 acres of land. It was really nice, in the daytime, anyhow. It was a 2-story house with a huge attic and a basement as well. There were a total of 5 bedrooms in the main part of the house, and there was a 2-bedroom apartment connected to the house. Now, just as a bit of a background, my gram and gramps were some really cool old people. They traveled a lot. In fact, they've been to many different countries. They have been to all 48 continental states, plus Alaska, in their RV. A few years before I was born, they went to Haiti, and they bought this freaky little wooden statue. Ever since I was a little girl, anytime we went up to Connecticut to visit them, I hated that statue. A giant pillowcase used to have to be put over it so that I couldn't see it. One night, when I was about 13, I was sleeping in the bedroom that was converted into my gram's needlepoint and sewing room. I woke up to go to the potty. A little freaky statue man had the customary pillowcase pulled over him and was standing in his usual corner across the short, squared hall from my room. I went potty and came out. First thing I always did was I had to check and make sure that the little man hadn't moved. I ended up wetting myself when I looked and saw the pillowcase on the floor in the corner where scary statue man was, and then looked at the corner by my door, and he was there. I was only in the bathroom for 2 minutes, and that statue was way too heavy for anyone to move it, and me to not hear it. Everyone else was asleep anyhow. My older brother, the one who would have been sick enough to pull a mean prank like that, was not at my grandparents' home. He was in Bark Homestead with my cousin Sean and my Aunt Joni and Uncle Jim's house. As soon as I saw that Mr. Man was waiting for me by my door, probably waiting for me to walk by so that he could grab me and eat me or something, I immediately took off running down the stairs, which was an incredible feat for me in and of itself, if you've never seen a fat 13-year-old girl run before, and run through the family and living room, through the kitchen, into the foyer, and up 2 steps to the attached apartment where my mother was sleeping with my little sister Hannah and my baby brother Ryan. The next morning, bright and early, we went upstairs to investigate, and where was the statue? Back in the corner it was supposed to be in, with the pillowcase pulled over it. I've had many encounters with the paranormal since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I've seen ghosts, and I've even heard and seen the presence of demons. I wanted to share 2 of these experiences with you. People can think what they will, but I take these things very seriously and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are real and walk among us. First ghost to ever cross my path was that of a woman. I was 5 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a drink while my family was watching a movie on the hydro bed. I was standing there, drinking my water, when I see in my peripheral vision a woman in a white dress floating down the hall from my aunt's room right into the room occupied by my mother and myself. Being as I was a child, a thought only that this lady didn't belong in our house surfaced in my mind. Well, for some reason, I decided to throw a kitchen knife at it, and you guessed it, the knife went through it. I always believed that she was hiding in my closet as well. There would be numerous instances where I'd be sleeping in my room in the middle of the night. That's when I would hear the closet door and see it open a crack. It was very terrifying, and I didn't know what to do but to stare in absolute terror. There were more than a few instances where it felt like something was trapped inside there and was trying to claw its way out. So much so, in fact, that actually the door was splintered in a few places. My second encounter was with the Phantom Miner. Sounds weird, huh? But let me just say that this was in Sacramento, California, where gold was discovered. Sutter's Mill was about 10 to 15 miles from our house. I saw the specter in our backyard, digging in the ground. He was dressed as a miner, would have dressed in the 1840s. He even had a mule with him, loaded down with things. It was at about 10 p.m. at night. I guess he found what he was looking for, because he pulled something out of the ground, put it in a pack, grabbed the mule's reins, and started to walk away. About 3 seconds later, he had vanished from sight. The thing that was odd to me was that a water pipe that was in the spot where the phantasmal miner was searching at, that very next morning, mysteriously began to leak. Strange series of events, but I'm glad you were able to read them, and I appreciate your readership. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed.
So she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my two sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there,
I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun, because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house, because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake, because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In the same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long.
My grandfather passed away last March, and I've long since been grieving his departure. After my grandfather died, my grandmother was left to live alone in her large house just outside of Irons, Michigan. My uncle and 2 cousins came up from Indiana to visit us for a week this past summer. My sister and I were staying at my grandmother's to help take care of my cousins. One night, we were having a bonfire in my grandmother's yard, which lies right on a lake. I, the only one sitting next to the fire, was thinking about my grandfather and all the things we used to do together. My grandmother and sister were sitting back on the patio, watching the fire from there and talking to my cousins and uncle who were in the house behind a screen door playing video games. As if he were reading my mind, my cousin made a comment about my grandfather. "Will grandfather ever come back, Grandma?" he asked. The question sent a sharp pain through my heart. "No, Jimmy," answered my grandmother. "Grandpa is always with us. Even though you can't see him, he's here in spirit." Of course, my cousin didn't understand this, being only 4 years old, so he continued with the questions, then quieted and continued to play his video game. I sat still, staring at the warm fire, remembering the times I'd look at my grandfather and see him smiling at the blazing warmth. Just then, I got a strange feeling, an urge to look over at the flag, towering high over me in the fire. It was completely calm. There was no wind, not even enough to slightly blow a small leaf resting upon the ground. As I looked up at the flag, I remember when my grandfather would come out every morning and raise the flag to the top of the flagpole and salute it, smiling as he did so.
He was so patriotic. He loved his country and fought as hard as he could for it while he was in the army during World War II. I gazed at the beautiful red, white, and blue colors of our country's flag as it lay impaling, hugging the flagpole. Just then, the flag rose and spread out completely straight. My heart jumped as I knew there was no wind to make this happen. I heard my grandmother mutter, "Thank you, Carrie." I looked back at her and she just smiled. Later I learned that my grandmother had said a prayer to my grandfather. She had said, "Carrie, if you are here with us, if you are protecting over these children, please give me a sign." That was when she saw his eye had. The flag that he loved so much spread out straight. From that moment on, I knew that my grandfather was standing with me, protecting me, and I know, to this day, he still is. One of my older brothers, Tim, was born with a veil over his face. According to the old wives' tales, this means he would be able to see things that others couldn't. This was proven one April night in 1986. Being the youngest of 7 and only 18, I still lived at home when my mother got ill. My oldest sister Penny and Tim had come down to our house because they were concerned about my mom being sick. Well, the night Penny arrived, we all sat around laughing and having a good time. We all then decided to watch a movie. It was called Nightmare on Elm Street. About halfway through the movie, Tim said, "Isn't someone going to answer the door?" Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting and finally he got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting and he finally got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. About 2 hours after they left, Penny, who has shoulder-length hair, called us and said to come right away, that her dad had collapsed in the ER. Tim and I get ready to leave, but before we could, Penny called to say our dad was having a heart attack. So Tim and I got in our cars and raced down there. When we got there, Penny met us at the door and told our dad was dead and they had already taken him to the morgue. Being in shock, we didn't connect Tim's sighting of the woman in black at the door with what was happening, but Tim's sightings weren't finished yet. About a month after my dad was buried, Tim and his wife had gone to the cemetery to check on the headstone that was supposed to have been placed that week. They were checking the headstone to make sure the information on it was correct. Tim said to his wife, "Look, there's a man dressed like Dad sitting up there on that bench." My dad had been a farmer, so he always wore overalls and a straw hat if he was working outside. At first they didn't think anything of it, because the town where my dad is buried is a farming community, so there's a lot of people dressed that way. Then the man started walking towards them, but no matter how close they got, they could never even see his face, even though the hat wasn't covering it. Then Tim started to think it was Dad, so he walked towards the man and said, "Dad?" The man turned around and started walking away, and they couldn't even catch him, even though the man only walked and they ran. He finally disappeared at the edge of the cemetery, which was nothing but a line of trees on the edge of a creek with a plant, a factory, a few hundred yards behind that. When Tim told us about the man in the graveyard, everyone thought he was just missing my dad, until I pointed out that there are no benches anywhere in that cemetery. I once had a very scary experience that will haunt me for life. It was Super Bowl 96, and my family and I were at a party at my cousin's house. My cousin has a graveyard in the back of her house. She had just moved in and was telling us about stuff that had happened to her since she had moved in. we decided to explore the graveyard that night. In the graveyard, there was a church, an old abandoned church. We figured they kept the families in there who had died. We got a flashlight to look in the windows. We were looking around in the windows when suddenly my cousin gasped and looked up. We all looked up, and in the top window was a pale face looking down at us. She was so pale and sickly. Her hair was dangling over her eyes. She was faded, but we could see her. When we saw her, we bolted. We screamed all the way back to the house. After a while, we were brave enough to go back to see what happened. When we got there, the doors that were boarded up and vined were totally open. We ran back and never went back there again. And if you don't believe me, don't, because I know it is true. There are some scary things that haunt us that we will never understand, and this is definitely one of them. I'm young, but have had my run of bad luck. When I was 8, 2 of my dearest friends were shot minutes after I had left the woods. Sandy, Claire, and I were in the woods in the summer. We had fallen asleep in the treehouse when all of a sudden, I was woken up by a noise. Sandy turned to me in her sleep and told me to run away as fast as I could. I was shocked and did not want to leave, but then she screamed at me. I took off running into the woods. I stopped and turned around to hear 2 gunshots and screams. They had been shot in their sleep. 3 years later, I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I noticed my dog staring at the corner of the room where I had a picture of my friends and I in the woods. I turned and saw a shadow in the window of a little girl. I told my friend about what I saw. I kept watching. It turned to me and said, "Run, run fast." My friend on the phone asked who was that. I turned off the phone and ran out of the house just as a window was broken in the house by a man with a gun. I ran next door and I called the police. This may not be one of the more exciting tales that you've heard, but I assure you that it's true. My name is Lindsay and I'm 16 years old. My best friend has claimed to be a psychic and has proven his ability several times. He enjoys freaking me out by reading my mind and knowing what I'm doing while I talk to him on the phone. He told me that he used to have guardian ghosts when he was little that only appeared by his bedside when he was woken up by nightmares. However, as I do not know the whole story behind his ghost, I'm writing about a different instance where his powers came in handy. One more note on him. He can astral project, meaning that he can send his presence places while his body is sitting comfortably at home. He has only done this with me once, when I was upset and crying while I was on the phone with him. Now for my experience. I was on the phone with my best friend, as usual. It was about midnight, and we had been having a very serious conversation. I was getting very upset, and was curled up on my bed with the phone. We had both been silent for about a minute, when I felt a presence in my room. I said, "You're here, aren't you?" Thinking that he projected himself into my room. He told me that it wasn't him. Suddenly, I was hit with a feeling of pure hatred and evil. Though I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, I knew exactly where the thing was. I huddled into the corner of my bed as I slowly became hysterical, saying, "There's something here. Get it out. It's here, and it's bad." He told me to block my mind and that he would help me. I kept saying, it's here, until he almost yelled at me. "No, it's not, Lindsay. It's here." I've never heard him say anything that angrily. We were silent again for about 2 or 3 minutes, until I worked up the courage to ask him what happened. He said that it was gone, that he had fought it off, whatever it was. We decided that our serious conversation had probably just opened up a window to some bad karma and had manifested itself in almost physical form. For the next few days, I avoided my room as much as possible. We decided to keep the serious conversations to a minimum for a while. I've had several experiences with entities, mostly I believe evil. They seem to be attracted to me. When I was about 5 to 8, my sister had a poster of E.T. that I was deathly afraid of. Its eyes would follow me, and I feel like I saw it wink. I think it might be a spirit working through it. When we moved from the house, I had the guts to rip it in half. Incidentally, my sister told me that last year she was deathly afraid of it too, but kept it because it scared me.
Then when I was 10, I just turned out my nightlight and was starting to snuggle under the covers when I felt someone tickling the blankets around me. I was really sleepy at first, so I thought it was my mom, but the second I realized she went to bed hours ago, I flipped on my back and 2 disembodied hands started choking me. My spirit left my body. This is possible, and I ran down to my parents' room screaming to help me. When I realized I wasn't there, I was back in my bed. I was not dreaming because I had marks on my neck, and I remember the time exactly when I turned out my light. Then when I was 13 in my house, I now stay in one night, I was meditating, and when I was down, I went to blow out my candles and I looked out the window. I saw a short man all in black with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move and I was petrified until finally I ran to the bathroom. Soon afterwards, I could feel a presence in the room and I had horrible nightmares. I packed all my stuff up and moved to the empty room next door. I went back later and blessed the room in the name of my goddess and haven't felt it since. When I was 16, me and my friend, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend all went to this graveyard one night because if you went through this clearing, you can jump on top of the crypts and hang out. It was the boyfriend's idea. They were talking amongst themselves, and me and Tiffany were quiet when I heard a little girl's voice directly underneath say help me in a whisper. It kept on for a while, every couple of minutes, and kept getting louder. I noticed that every time it happened, Tiffany was looking around, and I asked her if she heard it. She said, yeah, it says help me. The guys never heard it. A little time after that, I was riding in a truck with friends, and a big swirl of fire leaped across the road. It almost looked like a tumbleweed the way it swirled. I wasn't on drugs or anything. Neither of my friends saw it. Then sometime this year, currently 19, I was riding along with a friend when I looked out the window and I saw this thing running along the side of the road. I thought it was a large black dog, and I watched as it moved ahead of the car and then darted in front. I screamed watch out, but it disappeared. My friend thought I was crazy. It wasn't just a shadow because I saw 4 legs moving, but if it was the ghost of a dog, it was a huge one. It was almost the size of a baby deer. Following this last encounter, I decided it was time to seek counsel from someone more familiar with the paranormal in an effort to make sense out of what was happening to myself and my family. I was fortunate enough to have become friends with a fellow service member whose wife had worked for a time at the Whaley House in Southern California. After relating to him some of the details of our ordeal, he assured me that she too had experienced encounters with the paranormal and would be most interested in hearing what I had to say. I made arrangements to meet with her at her earliest convenience. Cheryl was a very warm, gregarious woman and put me at ease immediately. She encouraged me to be open and honest about everything that I experienced and convinced me that she would believe everything I had to say. She had always been sensitive herself, she said, was well versed in the use and interpretation of tarot cards, and had participated in a great number of successful seance and Ouija sessions. I began my tale. After I'd finished, Cheryl immediately suggested that she and my wife and I make arrangements to meet the following weekend for a Ouija session at our apartment. She advised me not to purchase a board when I told her we did not own one. She claimed that they were dangerous and that she would create a disposable one when she arrived. As I left her, I was both anxious and apprehensive awaiting the weekend. The following Saturday evening, Cheryl arrived as planned, and she immediately asked for a tablet of paper, a felt tip marker, and a roll of adhesive tape. She proceeded to create a Ouija board, fashioning it out of individual squares of paper and taping them to our kitchen tabletop. She then asked if we had a wine glass, which we gave her, and this she placed upside down in the middle of her unique creation. She instructed us to lightly place 2 fingers on each of the bottom of the inverted wine glass, and shortly after we did as she instructed, she began asking questions to our spirit. The results were immediate and amazing. The wine glass became animated and moved so swiftly that we literally could not keep our fingers upon it. It initially traveled just inside the perimeter of the board in ever-increasing circles. As Cheryl asked questions, it would spell out the answers and then continued on its frenzied journey as before. Judging from the answers we received during the course of our questioning, We all surmised that our ghost was actually my guardian spirit and had been with me since birth. She was, according to the answers we received, responsible for every paranormal experience I and my mother had ever witnessed. Her name was Rachel, but she indicated that she preferred that everyone other than myself referred to her as Z. When my wife, during the course of our questioning, addressed Z by her given name, my guardian spirit became highly agitated as the wine glass suddenly shot out from beneath our fingers and struck my wife in the collarbone. Cheryl suggested that we immediately terminate the interview at that point. She proceeded to remove all of the paper squares used to create our makeshift board from the table and burned them in our kitchen sink. Following this, she took the wine glass we had been using as a planchet and poured a liquid into it that she had gotten from a container in her purse. She mumbled something, drank the liquid from the glass, washed it in the sink, and returned it to my wife. Cheryl then sat down with us and explained that in her estimation, Rachel evidently considered me to be her property, so to speak, and was extremely jealous of any female that challenged her authority in that regard. She stated that Rachel was very empathetic to my emotional state and would tend to display more often while I was ill or at ease, or in a state of emotional distress or confusion. She suggested that my wife's and my recent reconciliation, following a brief separation, and my upcoming release from the service were likely contributing factors to the frequency and intensity of our recent experiences with her. She was somewhat concerned, she said, about Rachel's blatant hostility towards my wife, but felt that as our lives returned to normal, Rachel would follow suit. She was right for the most part, until shortly after we moved. Following my release from the service, we returned back to the Midwest and lived for a brief period of time with my in-laws. During this time, my wife gave birth to our youngest son, and our experiences with Rachel became nothing more than unbidden recurring memory. By May of 1977, I was gainfully employed again, and by the following month, we were able to secure a townhouse which we leased for a year. Shortly after arrival in our new home, Rachel decided it was time to become reacquainted. She began innocently enough. Initially, the TV just began changing channels by itself again. Then we noticed that the water taps would shut off by themselves as we washed dishes, bathed, or showered. Usually it was the hot water that would be slowly extinguished, leaving us to wash in the icy cold water. Unless, that is, Rachel was upset with us for some reason. Then it was the cold water, scalding us until we realized what was happening and could defeat our efforts. The faucet knobs would be visibly turned to the right and be shut off. It took us a while to notice this, but we eventually did. We became accustomed to keeping an eye on the faucets so we could thwart her attacks. I should stress here that while I say we, and I did witness many of these occurrences, I was not subject to them personally. When I say we, I mean my wife and extended family or friends that came to visit us. I should also note that Rachel never harmed or attempted to frighten the kids. I did, however, feel the effects of the furnace when it began turning on by itself during the summer months and the air conditioning turning on in the winter. It got to the point where my wife and I trained ourselves to subconsciously listen for almost the click of the thermostat control, so we could react quickly and accordingly. As odd as it sounds, these daily interruptions to our lives became almost commonplace and second nature until they were brought to our attention, sometimes hysterically, by our house guests, at which point we attempted, as rationally as we could considering the circumstances, to explain the phenomenon. We were for the most part able to assuage their fears. That is until my friend Dave spent the night. Dave was a lifelong friend of mine who called me unexpectedly one cold wintry night and explained that he had been physically evicted from his apartment by his wife, under threat of death should he attempt to remain, he claimed. He desperately needed a place to stay until she calmed down and became rational, so I, of course, invited him over immediately. He arrived at our townhouse shortly thereafter, carrying a sleeping bag and an overnight case containing what little he was able to stuff into it as his wife chased him around their apartment. He filled me in on all the juicy details of the latest arguments, and then, reluctantly, I was forced to bid him goodnight as it was getting late and I had to get up for work very early the following morning. He was settled in a sleeping bag on the living room couch, watching TV as I headed upstairs to bed. I didn't see Dave for a very long time after that. When I awoke the following morning, and headed downstairs for my coffee and car keys. I immediately noticed that while Dave's sleeping bag, shirt, and shoes were still lying on the floor where he had left them the preceding night, he and his pants were nowhere to be found. Somewhat alarmed, I immediately went to the kitchen window, looked out into the parking lot, and noticed that his car was also gone. Had his wife called him at her house and begged him to come home, with the phone in our bedroom, we would have surely been awakened by its ringing, and Dave had assured me that his wife had no idea where he had gone. Had he called her perhaps? If so, why then hadn't he dressed before he left? Especially considering an extreme cold and with a foot of snow on the ground, there had to be a reasonable explanation, or so I hoped. Returning home from work that night, I immediately attempted to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. The operator informed me that his line had been temporarily disconnected. I later learned that it had been ripped from the wall during he and his wife's argument. Growing more concerned, I then called his brother and was relieved to hear that he had indeed returned home to his wife the previous night. The circumstances regarding his sudden, half-nude departure from our house, however, was going to be left for Dave to explain, but Dave made no effort to contact me at all. 2 weeks to the day later, I was finally able to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. He assured me that he and his wife were doing fine again, and then oddly asked if I would personally return or mail to him the belongings left at our house that night. I suggested that he stop by for them one evening and fill me in on the details surrounding his sudden departure, but he emphatically refused. In fact, he stated that he would never set foot again in our house if he had anything at all to say or do about it. I was extremely perplexed at this point, and it took me 2 months and a 12-pack of beer to finally pry the story out of him, during which time I held his possession hostage. It seems that shortly after I had gone to bed that night, Dave decided that he should also get some sleep. He told me that he had gotten up from the couch and turned off the television and then slipped back into his sleeping bag. Almost immediately after he had settled in, facing the back of the couch, he said that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Assuming it was me, he turned over to face where he thought it would be standing and saw only the darkened living room. As my mother had years earlier, Dave said he came to the immediate conclusion that I was messing around with him and simply rolled over to go back to sleep. As soon as he did, he said, came the shoulder tapping once again. He claimed that he jumped up and turned on the lamp at the end of the couch, hoping to catch me as I ran to hide, and was surprised to find the living room once again empty. Somewhat unnerved, but again blaming me, he turned off the light, this time deciding to face the living room. The tapping now came from behind the couch. He ignored it. It came again. He again refused to acknowledge it. Suddenly, he said, one end of the couch, with him on it, was propelled approximately 3 feet into the air and dropped to the floor. He struggled out of the sleeping bag and bolted straight upstairs to where my family and I slept. He stood, he said, outside our bedroom doorway for almost 10 minutes, torn between awaking us or fleeing. After calming down, he decided to go to the bathroom and return to his sleeping bag, having rationalized that what he experienced could be attributed to that night's activities with his wife. He returned downstairs and headed for the half bath located directly off of the kitchen. As he approached the bathroom doorway, he said that the bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself and the door slammed shut directly in his face, missing him by only fractions of an inch. That was the final straw. He grabbed his pants from the floor near the end of the couch. He would have left them too, he said, had it not been for the fact that they held his car keys, and ran for the outside door. As he ran through the snow, struggling to get into his pants, he claimed that as he looked back towards the apartment windows, the bathroom curtains parted and the light went out. Dave held true to his word and never returned to our apartment again. I delivered his belongings to him personally as he requested. This is not a personal experience, but that of a friend. Her mother had been recently divorced and decided to buy a cute little house for herself and her 2 daughters to live in. The house was that of an elderly lady who was confined to a wheelchair. Before they moved in, the place needed a good cleaning, and some of the carpets needed changing, most notably the one upstairs, which had been the woman's bedroom and where she painted with oil paints, because there had been a worn path from the wheels on her wheelchair through the upstairs room where the lady had spent most of her time. The girls took the upstairs room, and their mother was downstairs. In the beginning, my girlfriend would hear noises during the night, but would think it was either the house settling or her imagination. Then she started to smell paint for no apparent reason, with or without the windows open, breeze or no breeze, night or day. The sounds became more defined and would often happen often. She told me that it sounded as though someone was moving around her room. She would hear the squeak of wheels, and the smell of paint was so strong. I never had the impression of fear from her. She often joked and said it was her room before it was mine, and she has every right to be here. In the 3 years that they lived in the house, before they moved out of state, the carpet in her room had to be changed 3 times because the same worn marks had been there when they first bought the house. It kept coming back. When I was little, my family just moved into a house in Des Moines, and the first night we stayed there, I had to sleep on the couch in the living room, with me being the oldest and all. Well, let's get on to the point. Here's what happened. I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I came back, and the last thing I saw was my covers and my pillow. I started to shut my eyes, but then I opened them up for some reason, because I got a really strange feeling that I couldn't describe. And I saw a man right in front of me. He almost looked like an Amish guy, and he had these weird green eyes, and he just stared and glared at me. It felt so demonic. It felt almost evil. I couldn't even sleep. After that, I just froze. Then I put my head under my covers and screamed, "Mom, Dad." Just before my parents rushed in to see what was the matter, the Amish guy looked me dead in the eye, and he said one thing. He said, "If you ever tell anybody this happened, then you're going to die." The thing was, he was telepathically communicating with me. He didn't say it from his mouth, but he said it through his mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense or anything, but that's just what I felt. That was probably the most scariest ghost story I could ever tell to anybody, so I hope you enjoyed it.
I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic sounding breathing that grew louder and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went on to my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week, I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still, it was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, but now that I've experienced it and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dufresne was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend a night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same. The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do,
and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it. My stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go, because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, "I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings." The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with him. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god. Sometimes it's fun though. When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding. It is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister's, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion, I woke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story, and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway, I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening, and there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it, quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched at intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing a young woman, late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War, many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved.
I have had several dreams of past relatives that have passed, but this dream was reoccurring. Let me start from the beginning. My father-in-law and brother-in-law were fishermen for many years, and their boat was lost out at sea long before either my now husband were married. My husband, in fact, was in high school at the time. The boat or the bodies were never found. Oh, it left a lot of questions for the family. My husband never got over the guilt of not meeting them at a harbor somewhere down the coastline to make sure they got there, because before they left, they had to replace the fuel pump. Just keep in mind that even though I and my husband were married, I had never seen a pic of either of them. My mother-in-law kept them packed away. Well, years later of being married to my husband, I started having a dream about a man standing on the shore above the boats. He looked grotesque, and I knew he was not of the living, because his skin was green and slimy looking. He was wearing a black stocking cap, jeans, a flannel and fisherman thick jacket. I would get frightened and wake up. The same dream kept on happening, until finally through fear, I asked him what he wanted. Then suddenly, I was whisked away, which felt like an out-of-body experience, and I was standing on a rock in a hidden alcove along the shore. The tide was out, and there were several of these rocks that were sticking up out of the water. I looked around then down on the rock I was standing on, and I see 2 skeletons laying on the rock. Next thing I know, they came together and forming 2 skeletons, and awe and frightened. I started to see their mouths move, but heard nothing in my ears, but heard them speaking in my head. They told me to tell everyone that they are fine and happy, and to make sure I told the family to stop wondering, and to move on with their lives, and that one day they will see them again. Next thing I knew, I realized it was my father-in-law and my brother-in-law. After speaking to them and receiving the message, they fell apart and rested on the rock that they were standing, as if they never came together. Heart racing. I was shown path to a trail in order to climb up and out of the alcove. Then halfway up, I awoke. It took me a few days to sort things out and tell my husband what happened. At first, I described the man on the docks, the one with the black stocking hat, jeans, etc. He said that it described his dad the day he left for his final fishing trip. Remember, I had not seen a picture of him yet. I told my husband what he told, that they were okay and happy now. I told him the details of where I was standing and what the alcove looked like. He said the ghost card looked in a spot as described in my dreams, but never found any bodies or the boat. After telling my husband, I've never had a dream like that again. I've always known I helped my husband close a chapter of guilt that had been eating him for years. I believe the main message was for my hubby. I just recently finally got a good picture of my father-in-law, and it was him in my dreams. Just looking at the picture took my breath away. Sorry for the long post, but all that I said is true. This is an absolutely true account of what happened to me, my brother Darren, and our friend Lee at Shipley Road in Loudsborough, UK. We were all sleeping on the floor of my room as Lee was staying over, because our moms were working at the local pub together. It was about 1 a.m. Darren and I were just getting to sleep when we heard the scraping coming from the bedroom of the adjoining house. It was like someone was digging a spike high up into the plaster on the other side, then dragging it down in the arc to the floorboards. This would just happen again constantly, to the point where you thought it might actually come through. Like I said, we were awake, but Lee, who was sleeping at our feet, was out cold. We tried to wake him by shaking him, but nothing worked. Then the smashing started. It was like a grown man throwing dinner plates at the wall, one after another. Then banging and crashing started. All the time the other noises continued, until it all built up to the crescendo of the noise. The next thing that happened would haunt me even to this day. We heard a very loud, piercing scream. The only way I can describe it is a scream that was in the film Trainspotting. In it, a woman's baby dies in its cot, and when the mother finds it, she screams. Well, take that scream and times it by 100. Lee would still not wake up through all of this, which was strange on its own. Anyway, we were that worried. We got our mother up, who promptly rang the police, who arrived shortly after. They could hear all of this from the outside, but with all of their combined efforts to get somebody to the front door, nothing worked. They ended up breaking the door down, and that's when all of this got super spooky. They found nothing. The house was empty, and there was no smashed cutlery, no mark down the wall, nothing. The police left, and it all started again. This time Darren and I were terrified, and still Lee would not wake up. We just laid there wide awake waiting for sunrise. When it finally came, as if on cue, the first bird we heard that Sunday morning, all the noises stopped instantly, and at the very same time Lee woke up, wondering what all the fuss was about. This story is 100% true. Thanks for reading. I live in an old house in Lisbon. We occasionally hear strange noises. One person will hear other people having conversations when no one is around. We also have cold places in the house. On occasion, the living room or the downstairs bedroom will be 4 or 5 degrees colder than the other rooms of the home. And sometimes, my husband claims that he sees strange blurs and movements out of the corner of his eye. If we do have ghosts, I don't feel that any of them are threatening. The other day I was sitting in the living room watching TV, when I swear I heard someone yell from the kitchen. They said, "I'm waiting," as if someone was in the kitchen and waiting for someone to finish getting ready to go, and they weren't moving fast enough. and they were getting fed up with waiting. I said, "What's your problem?" Because I thought it was my husband getting home from work, and he wanted me to go someplace with him. When I got up to check it out, there was no one in the kitchen, and my husband's motorcycle wasn't in the garage, as he had taken it to work that morning. My kids, 12 and 14, will come down from their rooms and asked us what we wanted, when neither my husband nor I have called them. We have a dog, and she doesn't seem bothered one way or another. My friends and family used to live in an apartment complex called Cape Meadows. During our 2 years of living there, we all experienced a number of unexplained experiences. In our building there were 6 units. However, only 4 were rented and livable. The other 2 were damaged severely. They were used there for storage of missed items through the years. In my particular apartment, my little girl started doing strange things. She was talking to her closet one night. I asked her who she was talking to, and she said Bobby. I asked her who Bobby was, and she told me he lived out back, by the bushes in the sandbox. Then soon after, my daughter's TV started turning on by itself. Even when she wasn't home, we would hear something coming from her bedroom, and when we opened the door, her TV would be on. So I turned it off and closed the door. Sure enough, I heard the noises again and went back to the room. The TV was on again. This happened quite often. Then there was another time. My husband and I were asleep and my daughter was sound asleep, and my husband thought he felt my daughter crawl in bed with us. When he turned over to get her and put her back to bed, she wasn't there. He went in to check in on her, and there she was, out like a light. Later that night, our bedroom door slammed open, and we saw what we thought was my little girl running around on our bed. However, there was nobody there again. We got up to check on her again, and the gates in the hallway started rattling, and it was very cold in the hallway in my little girl's room. I checked the thermostat to see if the heat was on, and it was running and set on like 70 like always, but the temp gauge read 35 degrees. My daughter was still sound asleep. Another incident was my husband was sitting in the living room with the front door wide open. He saw out of the door in the hallway a smoky figure of an old man wearing torn overalls. He turned to me and said, "Check this out." When he turned back, he was gone. That same night, we went down to our neighbor's apartment and told him what my husband had seen and described the same man sitting in his computer chair. At that time, at that same neighbor's apartment, my family and friends from across the hall were visiting, and on the keychain holder next to the door was a keychain floating in the air, as if someone was taking it off the hook, but you couldn't see anyone. My neighbor said, "Hi, Bobby," and the keychain fell. At my neighbor's apartment below me, she was sleeping one afternoon when her bedroom started knocking back and forth, and the door handle was shaking. That's when she thought the wind was circulating through the apartment causing this. But when she got up, on the outside of her door was what looked like little wet handprints, but you couldn't wipe them dry, and they never went away. At my other neighbor's apartment, it was a basement apartment, and the 2 apartments above them were the damaged apartments, but quite frequently we would hear footsteps and what sounded like people moving furniture up there. These apartments were always locked and never got into by anyone. At my apartment, we would sometimes leave for the weekend and then go to my parents'. When we leave, we turn out all the lights except for a lamp in the living room. When we would return home, all the lights would be on, except for the lamp we had left on, and we never locked our deadbolt because we had trusting neighbors. We would only lock the handle lock. However, when we returned, the deadbolt locked every time. I was babysitting my neighbor's daughter one day, and when her parents came to pick her up, We were looking for her shoes she took off in my daughter's bedroom. That's when she pointed to the middle of the floor by the bed, where she had left them, but they were not there. We looked under the bed, in the closet, all over the apartment. No shoes. I told them I would keep looking. They would turn up somewhere, and I would bring them down when I found them. Oh, they left and went home. I started looking again for her shoes in my daughter's bedroom, and sure enough, they were in the middle of the floor. They were not there 10 minutes prior. We had told our landlord about what we had experienced, and that little girl was always talking to this Bobby person, and that she told us he lived out by the bushes next to the sandbox. He told us that in the 70s, a little boy about 7 years old had drowned in the swimming pool, where the sandbox is now. He said that after the little boy drowned, the pool was filled with dirt and sand was laid out over it. We'll make a sandbox, and the little boy's name was Robert. We experienced a lot of unexplained occurrences here, but none life-threatening. Things happened when I was a very little boy. At the age of 4 it started, and I'd already felt that our house had something particular. Before I knew about the existence of monsters or ghosts, I already was scared in the house. Until my 10th year, I always slept with my mother in the same room, but I never asked for that, and I never told about my fear, because such things go by themselves. One night at about 3 p.m., a big painting fell from the wall with a loud bang. My father couldn't believe it, but yet it happened. In the dark, I spotted that the ceiling corners in the room that we slept in were not always in the same. In one of the 4 corners, once I spotted something having the shape of a human head with a cap. Other times in that same corner, it was not quite there. And sometimes I could perceive a faint light there if I concentrated painstakingly on that. Another time I couldn't find my mother in the home, although she was there. My father was at work. Then seemingly she was nowhere to be seen, until I heard her sitting in the kitchen. And yes, one of the little doors of the sink unit was finger-thick opened. I walked towards, opened the door, and there she was sitting, completely together underneath the sink drain. We'll never know what happened there. The only thing my mother cryingly said, she had bumped her head. Growing older, I thought to myself, hadn't there been another explanation? But you know as well that such things are taboo to talk about. After darkfall, I sometimes could hear faint noises on the stairs and on the upper gangway, and some months later again after twilight, a thunder was coming up. There was this huge lightning strike right in front of the house, which was 10 meters in distance, with an indescribable loud blow, which made me promptly dive into bed in the room I was. Later we moved out of the house, and now I'm 61, having been returned to my birthplace, and I heard that the same house had been standing twice vacant for a long time, and the folks moving in didn't stay for too long. A broker did confirm this to me after telling him. The odd thing is, my fondest wish is to return into the house, but I can't get a mortgage. After moving out of the house, all the things in my life went wrong. Nothing but preventions and hardships. No job, no partner, etc. I think I arrived at the following conclusion. The ghosts in the house were harmless. Quite the contrary. They had been trying to warn me not to leave the house. My name is Helen, and I'm a rational wife and mother of 2. I've experienced psychic phenomenon ever since anybody can remember, saying things almost before I could talk. This is my most recent experience. We moved to our house in 1991. On the moment we moved in, I felt a presence. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps upstairs, light ones like a child running. My mother, when she was alone in the house, would also hear them. After the birth of my first child, a daughter, this increased. When my daughter started to talk, she would come into the night or cry out that Jamie had woken her up to play. Jamie is my niece, Oh, to Evie. Any girl of about 3 to 4 years with blonde hair was Jamie at that time. I wondered at this, but since she was not afraid, I didn't worry. When I was heavily pregnant with my son, I was resting in the evening. Daughter was asleep, and hubby was out, house was empty. Then I heard her wake up to get out of bed, run along the landing, jump onto the top step and call Mama. Thinking it was Evie, I replied, "I'm here, dear," expecting her to come in for a cuddle. There was no sound or movement, so I heaved myself off the bed and went to see her. There was nobody there. I looked in her room, and she was tucked up in bed and fast asleep. This happened to me quite often. Then after this, I would hear the little girl calling her mama. I went to see a medium and told her. She said the child was lost, and next time I should go to the bottom of the stairs and tell her to go into the light to find her mom, and then I should recite the Lord's Prayer. Oh, next time I did this, and since then no more footsteps, but I still occasionally feel like I'm being watched. I hope the child found her mom and is at peace now. Here are a few stories. It may be long, but it's certainly interesting enough to hold your attention. I've encountered many paranormal activities since I was a child. Apparently things like this run in my family, but I seem to be the only one who has held on to my abilities. The first encounter I can recall was in Villa Rica, Georgia. I don't remember how old I was, but I know I was really young. My mother and I were driving to my aunt's house late at night. There was a store of some sort on the side of the road, which looked to be very old. Outside the door stood a light-up frame, which housed advertisements. I noticed a figure moving around it. It had huge white glowing eyes. And the best way I can explain it is by telling you that it reminded me of Spider-Man in the dark. I yelled for my mother to stop the car because the boogeyman was standing right outside the store. She told me I was seeing things, but to this day, she wishes she stopped the car. I saw things throughout my childhood so much that most nights I'd wind up sleeping on my mother's floor. We moved to Texas when I was about 9. The hauntings seemed to follow. I could tell that there was something wrong with the house the second I entered the doorway. I guess you could call it a feeling that I had. I always had trouble falling asleep. I would hear the sloshing of boots on the wet carpet, voices that I knew were not my parents. Those things didn't seem to bother me that bad, but what did bother me was when I did fall asleep, I'd wake up and could see an apparition floating above me. It had no recognizable shape to it. I'd stare at it and watch it move for a while. Then I'd run into my mother's room where, for some reason, I felt safe. The scariest thing I've ever encountered in a house was while my room was being renovated. I slept in the living room on the floor, and on this night, there was something that jolted me out of a sound sleep. As I lay on the floor, eyes wide open, I looked towards the kitchen. On the wall to the left of the kitchen was something I'd never seen, and I hope I never see again. It stood as tall as the ceilings did. Oh, I'm guessing about 8 to 9 feet. It was wearing a robe that covered the arms and face. Oh, I never saw any kind of features. I felt threatened by this creature, but I had no idea what to do. The creature stood still as I contemplated what actions would be best for me to take. I darted up as fast as I could and ran past the creature. I looked at it as I ran by, and all my doubts of me hallucinating were gone. It reached out towards me when I managed to get past it. I took a sharp left turn into my mother's room, where I ran to her side of the bed and hit my knees. I buried my head in her stomach and told her what I had seen. No one in my family has ever doubted that I can not only see spirits, but I could hear, smell, and even feel them. I never saw that creature again, just faint whispers, the smell of something burning when nothing was, and footsteps. When I was 17, I decided to go to the Job Corps in San Marcos, Texas. This particular campus is an actual old army base. Our dorm rooms were army barracks, where many soldiers had once slept. My first encounter with the apparition was in my dorm room. The lights were always turned out, but the faint glow of the fire escape lights lit up the room. I was sleeping when my eyes bolted open. I could see a man with a rain poncho on, and he was covered in water. He appeared to be holding a lantern, and he was about 5 feet away from me. His mouth was moving, but I never heard a word. I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. A few nights later, I awoke to find the man standing directly above me. I was on the bottom bunk, and I still can't believe no one else saw this man. I could see the glow of the lantern clearly, and his poncho was a shade of green. I could see the water dripping onto him, as if he were being rained on. His lips were moving as he looked directly at me, but still I heard nothing. I never felt threatened by him. So then I rolled over and fell back asleep. Many of the girls in my dorm reported seeing 2 children, a boy and a girl, hang with a bouncing ball. I never saw the children myself, but I never doubted anyone's story either. I came home 6 months later to the house I never held too dearly. I learned to ignore what I was hearing and feeling. I didn't have any encounters for a while, until I met a guy named Tony. Tony was a strange guy, and he believed in such things as the Necronomicon. Now, some people say it's just a book written to make money, but after living with Tony, I believe it's very real. Tony used to walk around the house chanting in Samaritan, and if you've ever read the Necronomicon, it warns you not to chant anything out loud. I swear, even his cat was possessed. It used to sit and stare at me with those big green eyes. It would attack me for no reason. Once I woke up with it sitting on my chest. Falling asleep was very difficult for me, even though Tony and I slept in the same bed. I could hear demonic breathing, and it filled the entire room. There were shadows that would move across the walls. I could hear my name being called out. This happened every night that I lived there. I started having nightmares on a nightly basis as well. In my dream, there sat a demon on my chest that was talking to me in Samaritan. I could hear the weight of it as it sneered into my face. It would lower its head until it was touching me. I'd wake up at that moment. Then Tony woke up a few times, and he swears I was talking in Sumerian. I moved out after a year because the intensity of it all was becoming too much for me to handle. Nothing much happened to me until I was about 20. That was when I moved into an apartment in Spring Beach, and again, I could tell you something that was wrong with it. The moment I walked through the threshold, there were 3 of us living there. Brandon, my boyfriend, and I. Brandon took the bedroom, and Wes and I slept in the living room on a small mattress. The first weird thing happened a few nights after we settled in. That was when all 3 of us would be in the living room, and Brandon's TV came on. Just a pitch black screen. It happened all the time. One in particular night stands out. This was when I was home alone playing a video game, when I heard Brandon's TV come on. And from Brandon's room I could hear his blinds rustling around. They were closed the last time I went in. I ignored it, and then fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I decided to go look in his room. The TV was off, and the blinds were pulled up and severely tangled. That freaked me out really bad. It only happened once, but still, I'll never forget it. There would be a number of times when I would be in the bathroom, and I'd be fixing my hair, and I'd see someone walk by the door, even though I was alone. Once I even heard the front door open, and I heard a man call out my name, thinking it was one of the boys. No one answered back. I heard the door close, and I went to see what was going on. There was no one in my living room, nor was there anyone on my porch. My phone rang, and it was Wes, saying he and Brandon would be home in a few minutes. I moved out shortly after. I'm now 22, living in Blainesville, Georgia. I've learned to ignore the spirits that follow me. There are times when I see things, or even smell something funny, and I still hear my name being called out. I've started having extremely weird, but lucid dreams. Nothing really exciting is happening to me in this house, but if it does, you'll be the first to know. After my encounter one late night in August with my sister, I found out that we'd always been around ghosts. My family has moved around 5 times, and in every place, there have been at least one ghost there with us. When I lived in Texas, I moved from Houston to San Antonio. In that move, a ghost that we'd had for a year followed us to our new apartment. After living there for about a year, we discovered a new ghost. This one would hold the bathroom doors closed and knock over our memorabilia items we had on display. The event that completely changed my view of the paranormal happened in August of 2001. It was the early hours in the morning, about 4 a.m., and for some reason I couldn't sleep. My older sister was on her computer, and she found a bunch of old music files she had downloaded for her history of rock class. Then she came across a Britney Spears parody song, downloaded from a radio station's website. Well, the song itself was actually only a clip, about 30 to 40 seconds long. We played it, and the file for some reason was corrupt. The words were garbled, playing in a slow, deep, incomprehensible voice. I had chills listening to it play, and when I looked at the corner, it had been playing for over a minute. My sister finally turned it off. She was just as spooked as I was. We moved on, laughing about the look on the other's face. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard 3 soft, solid pounds on the back wall, in the far back of the apartment. Neither of us said a word. We just listened, trying to explain away in our minds. We lived on the 2nd floor and shared only one wall, and that was not it. Another couple of minutes passed by, and the banging jumped to the one long wall we shared. Still towards the back of the apartment, but getting closer. We couldn't help but stare at each other. After that one, we finally decided to ask the other if she'd heard that. Of course we heard the same thing, and not a minute later the banging jumped to the room next to us. On the same wall, 3 solid bangs escalating in amplitude. My heart was racing, waiting for the next set, afraid of where it would jump next. A couple minutes passed, and just as I began to calm down and blame the banging on the maintenance worker that we shared the wall with, the banging suddenly jumped forward to the wall behind the computer. I looked above me to see the ceiling light shaking. Moments later, the banging shot across the room to the balcony. It sounded as if the entire wall was pounded on with one giant fist. 3 echoing pounds later, everything stopped. I checked the sliding doors, and thankfully they were locked. We both ran into my mother's room, where she was still sleeping. She hadn't heard anything. That is something I will never understand. My baby brother was in the same room with her, door closed, and he heard a soft rumble and my mother heard nothing. After that experience, I've always been a little on edge. I always think about what would have happened if I'd left the sliding doors unlocked that night. And what was the thing trying to get in? One thing I know for sure is that my ghost from Houston left that night, and the one already there seemed to get more active. Everyone started to hear their name being called, even when there was nobody around. No one ever attempted to communicate with whatever it was. As a matter of fact, we rarely began to answer unless we saw the person who was calling us. 2 years later, after I finished high school, we moved to Iowa when I was accepted to college, and so far, we have not had any strange occurrences. The same thing followed me around until I finally left your father. My mom told me, after I'd finally told her about the strange experiences I'd been having. Since I was 13, something had been terrorizing me. Negative energy had latched onto me and followed me for years whenever I went. It is said that at that age, as a female, your emotions are so unstable. You become very vulnerable to the negative entities that sadly roam the earth in search of company. This entity was particularly depressed and angry. It was smothering and possessive, and sometimes lashed out at me for no apparent reason. It started one night when I awoke to breathing in my ear. It was hard and heavy, like emphysema patients sound when not on a breathing apparatus. Naturally, I was startled and tried to get up to run, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not move a single muscle. The paralysis apparently affected my whole body. I couldn't even open my eyes to scream. By now, the breathing had stopped, but I still couldn't move. Finally, after what seemed like hours of malfunctioning, I jolted upright in bed, gulping in air. That was when I realized that I hadn't even been breathing during that episode. I was determined to stay up the rest of the night until daylight, but sleep took over and eventually, I was knocked out. I awoke again to the same scenario. This time I fought back even harder, and it lasted only less than a second. When I told my dad about this, he had assured me it was a night terror, but suggested I sprinkle holy water in the corners of my room and carry a cross. I later found out that he only said that to avoid scaring me. He actually believed that I was being followed by a supernatural force. From then on, although I had not experienced an attack, I continued to see a shadow of a very, very tall with wide man in my closet. I had a rough childhood from 13 until I moved out at 17. I endured a lot of emotional and verbal abuse by my father and hadn't spoken much to my mother in years. I felt very abandoned by both of my parents. I was rebelling to the extreme. I was at an all-time low in my life when I met my boyfriend Maurice. He gave me a reason to be happy again and I fell in love. I moved in with him when I was 17 to get as far away from the abuse as possible. I still saw this shadow figure standing in my closet at night in our new apartment. I refused to sleep alone. I became very dependent on Maurice's company. Maurice, being a skeptic, thought I was just seeing things. One night, as I sleepily crawled out of bed to go to the bathroom, I opened my eyes only to see blackness. Pure blackness. I panicked, thinking I had gone blind. When I realized this blackness was swirling, I looked way up and saw that the shadow was standing right in front of me. I screamed and jumped back onto the bed on top of my sleeping boyfriend. I was crying and covering my eyes. He panicked as well and was doing the best to console me without knowing what was wrong. I tried to explain it to him over my sobbing. He became angry and yelled into the thin air for the shadow to leave me alone. Then he turned on the light for me so I could complete my earlier mission. I didn't see the shadow for the rest of the night. On another occasion, I had made the mistake of sleeping alone. My boyfriend was playing video games with a friend. When I awoke, I noticed the room was lighted red. I tried to turn on the light, but it didn't work. I suddenly felt an overwhelming, impending doom that scared me so badly. I proceeded to run from the room. That's when I suddenly awoke again. Okay, it was suddenly a dream, I thought. Thank God. But again, I noticed the room lighted red as in the dream. This time I ran without attempting to turn the light on. I got to my boyfriend and lay down to sleep on the couch. I awoke later back in my room, in the same exact scenario. Finally, I started to cry, and I ran to my boyfriend, asking him to hold me until I fell asleep. I awoke again, this time for real. I was back in my room and noticed that the room was dark now, as I remembered it when I fell asleep. I slept on the couch in the living room with my boyfriend until he came to bed with me. We moved into another apartment a few months later, in a nicer neighborhood. It was here that the attacks became more frequent and more menacing. I had visions of terrible violence in that apartment that I believe left a lot of negative energy in that place. Then, coupled with the worsening violence between me and my boyfriend and the deeper depression I fell into, it made for a very unhappy home. Strange things occurred to me almost every night. I still saw the shadow in the closet at night. I would see things move in the corner of my eye. I felt someone watching me all the time. Once the water faucet turned on by itself, I was always losing things. I would hear footsteps coming towards me when I would go to sleep alone, only for them to stop when I turned to see who it was and saw no one there. I became very afraid of looking into mirrors at night. I started sleeping with the lights on and the TV blaring to block out the sound and to avoid seeing things in the dark. Eventually, I stopped sleeping in my bed altogether when Marie started working the graveyard shift. My boyfriend complained of a corner of our bedroom that creeped him out, and he refused to go near it. One day in the throes of my depression, following a severe fight with my boyfriend, I decided I couldn't take life anymore. My boyfriend had left for hours, and I had no clue when he was coming back. I felt the presence of the shadow suffocating me. I opened a bottle of Excedrin migraine with sleep aid and downed the entire bottle. Fortunately for me, I had taken in too much of the poison, and my body rejected it. I began vomiting profusely until I was dry heaving, so badly that I couldn't even breathe. I crawled out of the bathroom in immense pain. I began to feel the effects of what medicine did make into my bloodstream. The entire time I felt the shadow's presence so strongly, it literally suffocated me until I was gasping for air again. I was so high on sleep and I passed out on the floor. I vaguely remember my boyfriend picking me up and placing me in our bed and falling asleep with his arms around me. Not too long after that, my boyfriend and I had planned a movie night together. As I walked into the bathroom to join him, I suddenly noticed a look of terror on his face. I ran to see if he was okay. He just grabbed me and kissed me and said it was nothing. I badgered him to tell me what was wrong. Then finally he says, "I saw your shadow. It was hovering behind you while you were coming into the room." Then a chill ran up my spine, and I asked him to describe it to me. He then said it was a black cloudy mist that hovered over my head a foot behind me. In the blackness, he noticed that there were two holes that looked as though they were its eyes. He was so taken back by what he saw that he blinked hard to make sure it was real, which is when it disappeared. That's when he said, "I thought you were just exaggerating about this, that you were just seeing things, but now I know. I'm sorry I didn't take you so seriously." After our year lease was up, I wanted to get as far away as possible from that apartment. The last day in that apartment, we took my son's suggestion and saged the apartment and ourselves. Then we prayed for the shadow to leave and abandon the apartment. I haven't seen the shadow since, nor have I suffered any more attacks. I have since improved my life drastically with the change in my outlook on life to help guide me. My mom believes that the shadow may have been an extension of my dad, attempting to watch over me. It makes perfect sense. It attacked me the most when my dad and I started drifting further apart from each other. In the midst of my depression, my dad succeeded in taking his life a couple of months after I'd gotten rid of the shadow. Although I miss him with all of my heart and soul, I have not felt that negative energy around me since his passing. This to me confirms my mother's belief. Despite this, I sometimes fear the return of the worst thing to haunt me in my life, the shadow. All my life I've been dreaming of becoming an entertainer. It's something that I've always had a passion for, dancing, singing, and the like. And I thought I'd mention that because, well, it may bring more context to the story and possibly explain why I saw and experienced this very unusual paranormal phenomenon. I'm incredibly nervous to share this because people won't believe my story. I know how the internet works, and I don't want to reveal myself because, well, I simply don't want to get bullied and harassed. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a cheesy plot to a terrible horror movie, but I don't know what else to say or do to prove that this is a legitimate encounter. Maybe it could have been a demon manifesting as him. You know, truthfully, I don't even think it was MJ himself, but the encounter I had with him looked distinctly like him. He's the most recognizable man on the planet. Also, please note that this in no way is demeaning or disrespecting the man in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to bash him or talk about his personal life and my personal opinions of the controversies. I've always seen him as an inspiration as an inspiring artist myself, and I have many dance videos of me practicing that I plan on uploading to YouTube over the years, so that hopefully I could be a background dancer for choreography for various pop artists in the industry. That was the purpose of those videos, and when I get the courage to do so, I'll upload them. But right now, I'm going to tell you the ghost stories of what I thought was Michael Jackson appearing to me. So let's backtrack to 2007 for a bit. I had previously moved to Japan in 2004 because it had been a lifelong dream. I'd been working at the record store back in Tallahassee, Florida, and was 25. Oh, you could really see how much I was obsessed with music, dance, singing, and choreography. I had decided I was going to take the plunge, save up as little amount of money as I could, and get myself to Japan. So this was the first real experience to get out and get a real feel of foreign culture. Also, let me just say that there is no place in the world quite like Japan. Before I had visited Tokyo and Osaka, and I loved how much karaoke is a part of their culture. Again, any form of entertainment, being able to perform in front of people and bringing love and light to this world is what I'm all about. There is really not anything I would want to do more than anything to breathe and love music. And I guess that's why I gravitated towards Michael Jackson. He set the benchmark as an entertainer. Not many people can come close to him, and I just have such reverence for him and his work ethic. I never had any real role models growing up in my own household. My dad left me when I was a child, and my mom was addicted to drugs. Well, oftentimes, I'd be bounced around my grandparents' and uncle's home. I remember my uncle first introduced me to Billie Jean, and I'd play down a cassette and watch videos of MJ in action. It was magic, and I was mesmerized. I figured no matter what he went through, if I could push myself and be who I wanted to be, I could make it in life, just like MJ. So back to Japan in 2007, it was announced that Michael Jackson would be making an appearance in Tokyo. I was absolutely gobsmacked to hear that he would be landing in New Tokyo International Airport in Chiba Prefecture. At the time, I'd been working at a cafe in Kyoto, and I decided to skip work that day so I could head to the airport to get a glimpse of the man in action. Jackson was here to host an exclusive party, where if fans paid a large sum of money, they could potentially meet the King of Pop for a couple minutes. But sadly, since I was nearly broke and young, I didn't have the kind of money to meet him, and it was a bit devastating. This was a big deal for Jackson, because of his acquittal in June of 2005. This was his first public appearance since the trials. There was still hope though, because he was hosting a fan art contest for Japanese who couldn't get tickets for the meet and greet, and 3 winners of the contest would be chosen to have dinner with him and a picture taken. The problem: I was no artist, just a dancer who loved to entertain and sing, and I wasn't Japanese, but I was living in Japan, and I didn't even know if I would qualify. Needless to say, I tried my best to paint a piece a few days before the party. I remember I made a drawing, which sadly I don't have anymore, of Michael Jackson in his iconic trademark Thriller jacket, moonwalking with the beautiful night sky in the background. It sounded a lot better than it actually looked, but I figured, what do I have to lose? Unfortunately, I didn't win the contest and wasn't chosen, but to tell you the truth, I didn't feel bad at all. I wasn't expecting to win anyway, but at least I got to go to the event he hosted, where he spoke briefly, and I got to meet some Japanese friends who really loved him. So that was that. Michael Jackson had visited. I didn't get to meet the biggest inspiration of my life, the reason why I keep going. Had I met him, I would have told him the impact he had on me, how I kept the faith throughout my life. As one of his songs put it, I just wanted to let him know how he changed my life for the better. I could have went in a different direction. I could have went to jail or worse, but instead, I focused on my life and career. Skip a couple years later, March 2009. At this point, I had made a name for myself locally as a Michael Jackson tribute artist in Japan. I would volunteer to sing at weddings and dance to Michael's iconic songs. I would also street perform in Tokyo. I wouldn't do any makeup to look like him. I just try to recreate some of his wardrobe and pay homage to my favorite artist. There were times I even got paid very little to do. And for once, it felt like I was almost making it a career. But I wanted to think bigger. I wanted to do this as a full-blown career. Like I said, the goal was always to be a dancer for artists. Well, that was what I was really working towards. This is where things got really interesting. Word got out in the press that Michael Jackson was set to announce a series of concerts, and there was an announcement coming in London. Sure enough, Michael Jackson held a press conference that month. Not only that, but he was going to do a contest to collect background dancers, and if you were lucky to be chosen, you would be going on tour with him. Hearing this news, I was over the moon. I remember thinking to myself, I could be the one selected for the shows. It was almost like God was giving me another chance. Make this all happen. Then it really hit me, not realizing my hype for the comeback tours clouded my naive judgment. I didn't have any money to fly out to LA, where he would be rehearsing, and I wasn't a professional dancer. I was gutted, because here I was, so desperate to get close to my favorite entertainer, so I could finally work with him and all the others. But I wouldn't have been given the time of day. Well, I rationalized in my mind, thought how much it sucked that even though I had the money for a plane ticket, there's no way I would have been able to go to rehearsal for an audition. I know this sounds crazy, and I sound like a wild fan, but this plummeted me into a deep depression. I was spiraling, and at a dead end career-wise. Yeah, I was doing the gigs, but I really felt I wasn't getting anywhere to advance myself. I had this huge full-body mirror in my apartment that I used to practice dance with. I mean, I converted my entire room into a dance studio essentially, and months on end, I'd always be in there when I wasn't at my day job, working tirelessly. But after the concert tour's announcement, I sort of stopped practicing and doing so much. I had ended up becoming burnt out from all the MJ stuff because I had lost hope. I needed to wake up to reality and understand that no matter how hard a person worked, sometimes certain goals don't go the way you planned, and life doesn't work out the way you want it to. Maybe I'd become too obsessed and possibly insane, but that was truly the darkest moment of my life. I just considered giving up my goals and just focused on my day job. I just lost all the motivation to do much of anything. I couldn't even listen to Michael's music anymore. I was that lost. Then skip to June 2009. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. One of my closest friends, Jenna, had traveled all the way from Florida to visit. She was my ex-girlfriend, but we became friends after. This was the week of June 20th. She was talking to me and had asked me if I was still into dancing, and I told her I couldn't do it anymore because of the tour auditions and other life problems. Even worse, I got the worst message from my brother on Facebook. June 23rd, 2009. My uncle passed away. Remember, my uncle was my inspiration and love for MJ. He's what got me into it. That message from my brother wrecked me. I was a mess, and Jenna had to console me the next couple days. It was like time froze for a moment, and the light in the world went out. I was in shock, and there was nothing I could possibly do to make myself feel better about the situation. I practically went numb. Jenna, though, was awesome. She knew how much I loved MJ, and of course the concerts were coming up in July. She had secretly bought tickets to see MJ live, and that really made me feel good for a moment. I remember it like it was yesterday. Jenna told me she would try to help me pay for the ticket to London. Was really excited, because I had never been to England before. But as we all know, this story doesn't end well. June 25th was the ultimate dagger. Not only was I still suffering from the loss of my uncle, but the news to follow sucked the soul out of me. The nail in the coffin. I just remember not being able to go to sleep the night before, until maybe 4 a.m. And I slept in until about 11 a.m. Japan time. 4 a.m. is about 12 p.m. Los Angeles time. And I just looked that up. Oh, that means that when I woke up at 11 a.m. that time,
It would have been 7 p.m., but I'm not terribly sure. So all I remember was waking up. Jenna was in the kitchen. She didn't mention anything, but her face looked of concern. I thought she was upset for me. Told her, please. My uncle's death shouldn't destroy your health too. I don't want you worrying or something. Then I just remember heading onto Facebook to check up with family. Jenna tried to stop me. She said, Craig, please don't go on the internet. And I remember asking her why. She tried to tell me that if I spent too much time on there, it would trigger my feelings for my uncle and make my health worse. Seeing pics of us together, etc. Although she was trying to protect me from the MJ news. Then, there it was. Everybody was talking about it. Friends on Facebook. Family all with the news. MJ dead at 50. I just didn't know what to think anymore. I didn't even think really. My mind was blank. I wasn't even mad at Jennifer not telling me. I just wanted to give up on life. Not so much because it was MJ, but because of my uncle and my connection with MJ. I thought with MJ being alive, it would at least be the last link I had with my uncle in a weird way. But after he died so soon after my uncle, it was like everything disappeared from me. A couple days later, Jenna had to go back home. She gave me a hug and told me to message her to let her know I was okay. I don't think I'd ever seen someone so scared for my health like Jenna was, but I insisted I'd be okay. Now here comes the part of the story where it gets incredibly creepy. The ghost parts, if you will. Again, I don't know if the reason this happened was because of my uncle, and I began to lose my mind due to all the grief. But I had some really strange dreams after Michael Jackson died. Dreams that I never previously had before, even when he was alive. Never once dreamt of him before. Then skip to January 2010. I found myself standing alone on a desolate stage. The harsh glare of a single spotlight bearing down on me. The air was thick with the eerie silence, broken only by the faint echo of my own heartbeat. It was pretty foggy. And then, from the darkness behind the reach of the light, he emerged. It was MJ, dressed in normal clothes. As he came out of the fog, he just stared at me for a couple minutes, not saying a single word. No blinking, nothing. I looked away for a second and looked back. Then he was gone. I awoke drenched in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The dream had felt so real and so vivid that it took me a moment to gather my bearings and reassure myself that it was just a figment of my overwrought imagination. But as I lay there in the darkness, the memory of that dream lingered like a shadow, casting a pall over my restless mind. What's weird is, I was thinking more about my uncle than I was MJ, and I had another dream where he was there. This time I was at a family reunion inside this huge mansion. We were talking about my uncle, but I just see Michael Jackson sitting in this chair, almost like he was just watching and observing me. It was getting really creepy. I thought about seeing a therapist, but I don't know if I was comfortable telling her about my dreams, even though they're used to hearing the craziest things. My story would have sent me to the mental asylum. I also didn't know how mental health programs worked in Japan. Oh, I just sort of put it off for a while. But things took a weird turn in the coming months. I remember one night, after a long day's work, I decided to clear my mind as best I could and go walking in the park. I know this sounds crazy, but what I'm about to tell you is 100% real and gives me the shivers to this day. The park was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of the leaves and the gentle breeze from me walking over them. At this point, it was autumn 2010. The dim streetlights cast long wavering shadows, creating an atmosphere that felt both tranquil and unsettling. I was lost in thought, barely aware of my surroundings, when I noticed a figure standing by the swings, barely illuminated by the distant light.
At first, I thought it was just another late-night wanderer, but as I drew closer, there was something about the figure that seemed off. He was dressed in a familiar outfit, a black hat and a leather jacket, but I wasn't entirely sure because it was so vague. But my heart skipped a beat. Then I realized it couldn't be. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The figure slowly turned to face me, and I was met with a sight that chilled me to my core. I swear to Jesus it was the face of Michael Jackson, or at least, it looked exactly like him. I sound so crazy saying this, but I don't know how else to put it. His face was pale, almost luminescent in the faint light, and his eyes tore into mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I tried my best to rationalize what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination born from my obsession and grief. But the more I stared, the more real he became. He stood there motionless, watching me with an expression that was unreadable, yet deeply unsettling. I wanted to speak, call out to him, but my voice was trapped in my throat and I was trembling. Against every instinct, screaming at me to run. I literally just froze there in silence. Then suddenly, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the darkness like smoke. I blinked and he was gone, leaving me alone in the silent, empty park. The cold chill remained, lingering in the air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of it all. Was it a hallucination? Manifestation of my grief-stricken mind? Or was it something more? Had my deep connection to his music and my personal losses somehow conjured his spirit? Or was I simply losing my grip on reality? The encounter left me shaken, questioning everything I thought I knew about the world and the boundaries between life and death. Whether it was truly Michael's ghost or some figment of my imagination. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, I'd been given a glimpse into the realm beyond our understanding. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what I saw that night in the park, but one thing is for certain. This event changed me. The fear, the awe, the inexplicable connection, the things I felt in those moments lingered with me, urging me to keep going, to push through the darkness, and find its meaning. It had been months since the unsettling encounter in the park. The weight of my grief had lessened, but I carried a lingering sadness. I had avoided dancing, feeling disconnected from the passions that once drove me. My dance studio with its full-size mirror had become a place I rarely visited. One night, after a particularly restless evening, I decided to return to the studio. It was late. I turned on a single lamp, casting a soft dim light across the room. I stood before the mirror, feeling a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. The reflection staring back at me looked tired and defeated. I began to stretch, trying to reconnect with the rhythm and movements that had once brought me so much joy. The mirror reflected my every emotion, and for a moment, I almost felt like my old self. I then closed my eyes, lost in the music playing softly from my phone, trying to lose myself in the familiar routines. When I opened my eyes, I froze. There he was again, the unmistakable face of Michael Jackson. His expression was somber. Michael's face was subtle, almost like a shadow, but undeniably there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from the mirror. Michael didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I don't even remember how long it was that I saw him for, but he was there. I stood there for a long time, just staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what just happened. The encounter was brief but deeply disturbing. It was as if he had returned one last time to remind me of something important, that there was something that I yet had to fully understand. My honest feelings about this whole situation is that it was a demon taking the form of Michael Jackson. That's my gut instinct. I heard that negative spirits tend to attach themselves to you during your weakest moments. So for me, I think that the demon took the things that I looked up to the most and tried to scare me with it. One last encounter that I will share. There was one night when I drifted off to sleep. I found myself in a dream that felt so different, more vivid and unsettling. I was back in my childhood home, the one where I'd spent countless hours with my uncle. The home seemed like everything was normal. In the living room, there was a soft glow of the TV illuminated in the darkness. A Michael Jackson concert was playing. One of those classic performances my uncle and I used to watch together. I could hear the muffled sound of the music, and it drew me closer. As I approached the TV, the image flickered and sounded distorted, creating an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. Then suddenly I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, and that's when I saw my uncle standing in the doorway. He looked just as he did before he passed, but there was something off. There was something unsettling in his gaze. His eyes were hollow, and his expression was a mix of sadness and something I couldn't quite place. "Uncle," I whispered, my voice trembling, but there was no response from him. Just stared at me with those empty eyes. The silence stretched on, just heavy and oppressive. Then, without warning, he moved towards me. His steps were slow and deliberate. I really wanted to speak. I said, "Uncle, what's going on? I miss you, Uncle." But there was no response from my uncle. Just a deep hollow glow, and the stare right back at me. Oh, that's where my stories have come to an end. Please don't judge me about any of the events that happened, or the last time. These were my real experiences. I'm not the type of person to exaggerate. My friends and family can back that up for you. But again, this is only my word. Thank you, Phantom, for letting me share this experience with you. I really can't wait to hear what you have for me. I'm 37 years old and was born on October 4th, 1968. On October 1st of the same year, my first cousin was born. Our parents were so excited because we were born so close together. It was my aunt and uncle's second child, and I am an only child. Our very first Christmas, the family gathered at my grandma's house. You see, my aunt and uncle were from out of town, so we were all to be at grandma's house on Christmas Eve. When we arrived, my mother realized that my cousin and I even had on the same outfits. My mother said it made sort of special after what happened. About 4 months later, my aunt had went into the hospital. My uncle, being at home with a small child and a baby, put the baby in bed with him. In the night, he rolled over on her and smothered her to death. When he awoke, it was too late. He called my grandmother, and all he could do was scream into the phone, "She's gone." Having children myself, I can only imagine the heartache. The story has haunted me for years, but in a way I cannot explain. At about the age of 17, I started to realize that when I went on vacation or visited somewhere special, I had a feeling inside of me that I couldn't explain. All I knew was for some reason I would stand and stare and start to cry. Being young, I tried to hide it at first. Then I began to wonder what was wrong with me. As I got older, I would try to really ask myself why I was feeling this way. And one day I got an answer from the inside of me. That's the only way I know how to explain it, where it came from. I don't even remember where I was or what I was experiencing at the time, but I was getting emotional again. And I heard a voice in my head say, "Go, see for me, because I can't. Take me with you." I honestly believe that she was with me. In all the things I've experienced in my life, she had been here with me. I would like to tell my mother, but I'm not sure she would understand. I always feel her, and I feel connected to her, even though I never really knew her. This paranormal event happened at the Royden, Arizona House State Park. This is my testimony of the haunting. When the Roydens lived in that mansion, they had a rather large garden not far from the house. Where that garden used to be now stands a large entertainment superstore, Hastings Entertainment. Not too long ago, I was the assistant manager of this store. One night, another associate and I braved the attic to retrieve some DVD lock boxes. I was standing on the ladder with half of my body inside of the attic, while my associate held the ladder for me. I started to throw down some locked boxes when I suddenly heard a little girl's voice. I stopped, as I just thought I was hearing things. My associate informed me at this moment that I looked like I was about to vomit. I took a deep breath and continued my duty. Then I heard it again, but this time it was unmistakable. The little girl's voice said, "Get out." I was down that ladder faster than you could say white as a ghost. Because we had a duty to complete, I had my associate climb the ladder to retrieve the rest of the locked boxes. She positions herself just as I had when suddenly both of us heard it again. "Get out." It was so loud I heard it from where I was standing below the attic. She instantly said, "I'm out," and shot down the ladder just as fast as I had. We exited the stockroom and decided to make do with what lockboxes were retrieved. Being paranormal enthusiasts, we discussed what happened at great length. Of course, when we told other employees, most of them stated, "I'm not going to encourage your quest for adventure," whatever that means. This incident sparked my curiosity about the house. I had heard Hastings used to be the location of the Rundens Garden, but rumors tend to fly around Flagstaff like undergarments at a Rolling Stones concert. I decided to look into it by taking the Royden Mansion tour, and the tour guide confirmed the rumor. He stated that the garden is where the daughters used to spend a lot of time. He also confirmed rumors of hauntings in the mansion. Shortly after I took the tour, I heard from a book department associate at Hastings that she heard the pitter-patter of feet in that area at night when no one was around her but her. The books department is just below the attic where the lockboxes are held. Months later, a stalking associate went all the way up to the attic and stood as he sorted through the locked boxes. He fell through the sheetrock and barely missed injury. Perhaps the little girl was right for trying to warn us. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my sister and I were spending the night with my grandmother who had just lost her husband 3 days earlier. My sister and I slept in the same room with our grandmother. In the middle of the night, a sound woke me up. It sounded like coffee percolating, so I got up to see what it was. I walked down the hall from the bedroom to the kitchen, and there he was sitting at the table, her husband. It must have not bothered me because I sat down at the table and carried on the conversation with him. Though, to be honest, there wasn't any mouth movements from his end. He was just silent and staring at me. That's when I thought things were getting a little creepy. And then the conversation I had kind of trailed off. Now, mind you, this wasn't an elaborate conversation. This was just me saying a couple words or something. My grandmother said she woke up and heard me talking to someone, but didn't know who it could have been. I got up from the table and walked down the hallway to the bedroom door and told her that he wanted to talk to her. She said with confusion that he was dead, and I replied, "No, he's not. He's in the kitchen." And I turned to walk down the hall, and he was standing at the end of it. A couple of minutes later, time went by, and he was gone just like that. I swear to this day, I can still hear that coffee pot gurgling in the middle of the night sometimes. And whenever I do, I get this weird feeling, like he's just around the corner waiting. I could hear him telepathically speak to me and say, "See you later" somehow. Not sure how or why, but it creeps me out. I went back to my sister, burying myself under the covers. The warmth of flimsy shield against the sudden cold that seeped into the room. But sleep couldn't come. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the wind outside, it all sent fresh jolts of fear through me. The gurgling sound thankfully never returned that night, but the memory of it and the phantom scent of coffee that lingered in the air kept me wide awake until the first sliver of dawn peeked through the curtains. My grandma, pale and drawn, had at the kitchen table a cup of untouched coffee growing cold beside her. She didn't mention Grandpa that morning, and neither did I, but a heavy silence hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired the night before. Years passed. The memory of that night faded, becoming a hazy anecdote I'd occasionally share with friends, always met with a mix of skepticism and amusement. But then a few months ago, something happened that sent shivers down my spine and unearthed the long dormant terror. I was visiting my grandma again, this time alone. She'd aged considerably, her once vibrant eyes now clouded in distance. One evening as we sat sipping tea, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows. A flicker of movement caught my eye in the hallway leading to the kitchen. My breath hitched. There for a fleeting moment, I saw a figure standing in the doorway, an old man hunched slightly, his features obscured by the dim light. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Would it be? Grandma, I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. Did you see that? She turned to me slowly, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. See what, dear? She asked, her voice raspy with age. In the hallway, I stammered, my gaze fixed on the empty doorway. Oh man, did you see him? A long, heavy silence followed. Then tears started to roll down her cheek. Sometimes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He comes back, just to say goodbye again. I wanted to share a story with you regarding ghost contact through dreams. On June 1st, 2006, one of my best friends and fraternity brothers passed away due to sudden burst of capillaries in his brain. My best friend and I, a great friend to him, found him in his room without response after he had been complaining that evening of a horrible headache. After calling 911, he went through 2 brain surgeries to save his life, but sadly the efforts failed. His death has been extremely hard on me. I've been thinking about how good of a friend he was to me, and whether or not he knew it. It has really bothered me. This afternoon after class I took a nap, because I was exhausted from staying up late the night before. In my dream I was in a hallway. Now I cannot decide whether it was a school or a hospital, but in my dream I was aware that Richie was dead. He appeared in the hallway to me, and I remember being dumbstruck and unable to speak. He appeared anxious at my difficulty, and I finally blurted out to him, "I loved you, and you were my second best friend." He looked perplexed and said no. We were brothers. In his life, being fraternity brothers meant more to him than anything, and he hated how many of us had best friends. That is all I remember from the dream. I really feel that Richie visited me in my dream to soothe my mind about our friendship. We were brothers, and he was confirming that he knew what that meant to both of us. I woke up in chills in awe at what happened during my dream. I love your site, and I'm happy to share my story with you. I'm 15 years old, and when I was about 8, I saw something I will never forget. I was watching TV with my younger sister when my mom called me from the kitchen to go and get my dinner. As I turned to go through the doorway to the kitchen, I saw a boy roughly my age standing in the hall. The thing is, I could see straight through him. I was a bit freaked out and turned to look at my sister to see if she had seen anything, but she just went straight through to the kitchen. So I turned around, and the boy was gone. I thought nothing of it, and just figured I was seeing things. Later that day, my mom asked me to go and fetch something from the upstairs bathroom. The bathroom was right next to the door to my bedroom, and as I walked by for some reason, I looked into my bedroom, and I saw the same transparent boy standing in front of my dresser. I was really scared and refused to go upstairs for the rest of the day. I haven't seen the boy since, but sometimes I feel him about. This is not the only weird experience I've had. A few years ago, I had a friend over on Halloween, and we were talking with only a candle on, while we could see each other. In the middle of our conversation, the candle went out. Well, I got up to turn the light on, but when I did, the candle came back on again. Later that same night, a glass jar full of glass stones threw itself at my friend's head. We were really badly shaken up and didn't sleep well that night. I really believe in ghosts. I know that they are real and walk this earth. I admit, I've never seen one face to face or anything, but I have a feeling that they are always around me. Well, my first encounter was when I went to sleep over my cousin's house. I was sleeping in the middle of both my cousins, hence I was the smallest and all. That night I woke up wanting to go to the bathroom. I was about to wake up my oldest cousin to tell her to go with me, because it was dark and didn't want to go by myself. I stopped and decided not to, thinking she was going to think I was some kind of a high Ken, or would get mad at me for waking her up in the middle of the night. Well, then I get out of bed and went into the hall. My heart was pounding because I was really afraid of the dark, and I couldn't turn on the hall light because my aunt would get mad. Hence they had trouble with the electricity bill. Well, anyway, the bathroom was all the way down the hall. Well, then I walked as fast as my little chubby legs would walk. When I got into the bathroom and turned on the light, I was so happy. I did my business. The worst part was opening the bathroom door and turning off the light, because then everything will turn pitch black all over again. Oh, I took a deep breath, turned it off, and started walking. That's when I heard the little rustling and the little footsteps. I was about to call out who is there when I saw a little person peeking around a corner of the hall. I stopped dead in my tracks. I swear I saw the little person give me an evil grin in my way. I couldn't tell, because I was already running to my cousin's room. I got into the middle and felt safe. Well, that's my story. Other than that, in my house, I always hear noises. I'm a night person. I am always in the last in my family to go to sleep. I stay up every night reading a book. Some nights while I am reading, I can assure you I'm wide awake and alert. I hear someone in the kitchen getting water from the sink, or someone shuffling my parents' papers in the dining room. I'm the only one with a view of the living room, and the kitchen and the dining room. It's really weird hearing those sounds, hence I didn't really see anyone come down the hall of my past my room. Other times I hear footsteps in the hall going back and forth, but I don't see anyone. I don't think it's anything evil. I just think they are ghosts who are wandering around my house, or the ghost of the old lady who lived here before us. Lady was found in the living room on the floor because her granddaughter treated her really badly. She didn't feed her. My husband and I have lived in the same condo for nearly 8 years now. It's become our home, and we're so happy with staying here until we're more financially stable to buy a house. I've never had any bad feelings here, but I've always felt like there was something around us. Our daughter used to talk about a lady in a blue shirt that kept trying to take her water she kept by the bed. She would also have guests for tea besides her stuffed animals and dolls. When she pointed out a picture of my Aunt Katie, we knew it was her immediately. Our daughter was only a little over 2 when Katie passed away from diabetes complications, but in that time they had together, she brought so much happiness. Oh, now I feel something in her room. I know it's Katie there watching over her. Other family members have had visits too. The radio will come on when a Smokey Robinson song is playing, or we'll turn to our favorite station. We have other visitors too, mostly family, I believe. My husband was laying in bed the other day, after kicking the cats out of bed and reading a bit. He works nights. Just as he was about to close his eyes, someone rattled the hangers in the closet He looked up and saw them moving. There were no windows open. The cats were out, and nothing had fallen. He believes it was his mother sending him a message to chill out, as he had been stressing all week about a job interview, to the point it was affecting our daily lives. He was the first person to pop into his head when it happened. We also have someone being mischievous here. I cleaned out my purse the other night, trying to find my wallet. I completely emptied the purse and it wasn't there. This morning, it was right in the top. My sewing things got moved. Keys that were hung up the night before across the room in the morning. Little things like that. I've also heard them too. A couple of times I'll be reading or something, and I'll hear a faint voice. Once it simply said hi. Another time it sounded like a couple was whispering. None of it has been frightening. Most of it has been comforting, in fact. I'm not sure who else is here, besides our family, or who likes to play jokes, but they are welcome. They've never scared us, and when my daughter was little, and was becoming frightened, I asked them to stop and they did. I guess we're pretty lucky to have respectful ghosts. They feel like part of the family after all this time. I'd better mention Otis or I'll pay for it later. Otis was our cat we had when we moved in here. She had an attitude to say the least, and her favorite game was terrifying anyone that came to visit by trapping them in the kitchen and growling at them. But she was always loving to us, and very protective. Sadly, she became ill, and we had to put her to sleep about 3 years ago. But she still comes around, even more now than another cat we rescued, who is the spitting image of her, but a lot more friendly. I've seen both our cats jump on the bed, only to get scared and jump off again like she was there to let them know it was still her spot. I felt her climb up on the bed when I'm reading, and when I look to see which cat it is, there's nothing there but an impression. I've even heard her purr when no other cats are around. Oh, she's still there, and still taking her claim on her favorite spots, and letting the other cats know who's boss from the other side. I grew up in a duplex home on Bolster Avenue in Lemoyne, Pennsylvania. We lived there from the time I was 5 years old until I was 15 years old. There was a steep, narrow staircase in the home. Every time you would walk down the stairs, it felt like someone was right behind you. I never turned around because I was too scared. As a child, I would always run down the stairs because the feeling was so intense. My brother did the same thing. My parents would always scold us for running down the stairs because they were so steep, they were afraid we would fall. There were times at night that we would hear sounds in the attic. It sounded like crumbling paper. There was also one bedroom that was extremely cold. It was my room first. I hated sleeping there. It always felt cold, and on many occasions the door would slam shut, or items would fall or appear in different places. The door was cracked, so it was so difficult to close by hand. It needed to be forcefully pushed shut in order to close completely. When it slammed shut on its own, it always closed completely. I disliked the room so much I traded rooms with my younger brother. He felt uncomfortable in the room too. So much so that my parents ended up using that room. They didn't have any problem with the room other than the feeling of coldness. On one occasion, my father came upstairs and saw someone standing in the bathroom out of the corner of his eye. He proceeded to the bathroom and called out, "Let me know when the bathroom is available." He didn't hear anything, and after a few minutes he looked in the bathroom again, and there was no one there. No one else had been upstairs. We never really discussed the feeling in the stairway until we moved from the home. I remember saying to my family that it always felt like there was someone breathing down my neck when I came down the stairs. After we started discussing it, we found that we had that feeling, but never talked about it. We asked some of our family and friends if they ever felt uncomfortable in the home. Everyone we spoke to with mentioned the same feeling of a presence behind them while walking down the stairs. Since I was little, I've been sensitive to ghosts. The same time I had dreams that would later turn out to be true. could tell which song was on next on the radio, knew who the phone call was too, etc. My experiences tend to happen at times when I'm either feeling low or just open towards the other side. My stories. As a little girl, I didn't like being on my room after it got darker when it was summertime. I remember feeling being watched and something wasn't right. At the same time, I was very afraid for the door leading back to our house in the stables. I felt something was looking at me and wanting to hurt me. This was from when I was around 6 and stopped when I was 12. Sometimes they would only show up once. Once I was in bed and was close to falling asleep, I suddenly heard a voice calling my name. I woke up completely and looked into the corner of my room, and there was an old woman there. I couldn't see her clearly because she was kind of blurry, but she had a friendly feeling about her. She then disappeared, and I never saw her again. When I was 17, my dog died, and I was absolutely devastated. A few weeks later, I heard him coming up to my room from the kitchen and saw him enter my room. He then jumped up on my bed, walked around 3 times before sighing, and got down. I could feel him on my bed and against my leg. When I tried to touch him, that's when he disappeared. It did, however, make me feel a lot better after he came and visited me. My parents' farm where most of the events happen is old. It burnt down once there, and there seems to be quite a lot of ghostly activity involved. In the barn, my parents got their car, and since I was little, I was afraid of being there alone. I felt something was wrong, and that something was hanging in the dark. I always felt uneasy there, until a few years ago that my mom told me that someone had hanged themselves there. My worst experience I've ever had was when I was 15 to 17 years old. My room was connected to the kitchen by a little hallway. From the kitchen, you can go directly to the living rooms. The last one I've never felt easy in. There was always something feeling unnaturally cold and just weird. One night I woke up, and my room was ice cold. I heard someone open the door from the hall to the kitchen. It was a man I somehow knew, and he was going directly to the last of the living rooms. Somehow I was there when he went there. I saw him take his rifle and mess with himself. It was feelings more than actually seeing him do it. I then was back in my body, but heard him fall down on the floor, moved a bit, and moaned before he died. The second that happened, the coldness disappeared, and I could breathe again. I told my friend at the time about it, but I was too afraid to ask my parents. One day, sort of jokingly asked if anyone had hurt themselves in that room. My dad turned around and looked at me with a strange look. Yes, your godmother's father hurt himself there. They hadn't told me because my godmother didn't like me to know. I found his grave, and it happened the exact day he hurt himself. I've had nice experiences though. A friend of my parents and their friends hurt herself. My friend was really devastated about it and couldn't get over it. One day we were in the kitchen. I saw a sort of fog that turned into a ghostly hand. It stroked her head as it soothed her. After it disappeared, my friend looked at me and said she was here. My friend then told me that she felt peace, and that the friend had told her that she was happy now. To both of us, that meant a lot. The latest year the happenings happens without any real pattern. Last year when I was at my parents' and sleeping in my old rooms, I didn't get any sleep for at least 4 days I was there. There was a presence in the room, and it was not a pleasant one. It just radiated hatred, and it was pointed at me for some reason. The next time I got home, it wasn't in there, but then I had to sleep in my mom's bedroom. I was woken up by someone slamming their hands into the bed very hard. I looked at the end of the bed, and I saw a shadow standing there, but then disappeared. Since then I haven't felt it. For some reason I knew it was male, but I don't know why it felt so badly about me. When I'm home at my parents' now, there's a young girl there. Something I can't feel what is in a man. None of these are evil, but just looking out for me. I've seen the girl from the corner of my eyes, and seen her reflected in the mirror. I think they were protecting me, and just looking out for me. Sometimes I can enter a house and know that there's more than just what the eyes can see. I felt the presence of family or just passerbyers. I think that my parents' house and me makes an energy field where they can enter, and some stay, and some do not. I got one in my room where I live now. Just a little prankster, really. Turns on my computer, opens all the cupboards. I did have an old man who loved to watch me shower. I told him that it was rude, and that I didn't like it. But since then, he hadn't been there. At the same time, there's a girl running every night on the upper floor. My brother is sensitive too, but apparently never experienced the same as I have at my parents' house. Seems I'm the only one that they get attracted to. Also felt being pushed, but that happened in my parents' house too. I don't mind having this ability, but I have to learn to control it, because sometimes it can get too much. My building was built in the early 1800s. We have had experiences within this build that are questionable. We call our presence Felix. When I first purchased the building in 1985, we used to hear a rocking chair located on the second and the top floor of the building. When I asked the previous owner and showed her the location of where we were hearing this chair rock, she stated that this was her father, and he had his rocking chair. The upstairs was completely emptied at the time. The upstairs had the latch doors, yet I would find doors open even after I knew I had shut them. Lights go on for no apparent reason. The same with blow dryers. The lower first door is a barber shop. Turns out so was Felix. We have found things moved. There are so many different things I thought I'd bring it to your attention. My building is in West Warwick. Others would swear to the things I would tell you. It's okay. Felix has been here far longer than we have, and we have no problem with having Felix around. Well, my first experience of ghosts was when I was about 12 years old, and I had gone on school to Swanage in Dorset. I'm from England. The bed and breakfast we stayed in was beautiful. It was an old house with a giant sweeping staircase, high ceilings, and so on. After we had stayed there a few days, the whole class complained of someone knocking on their doors. It was a really quick knock-knock. It happened to our room a few times, and once we actually waited behind the door for the knock-knock to occur. When it happened, we instantly opened the door, and to our surprise, there was no one there. There was no way you could hide anywhere either. Our room was the first room as you stepped in from the front porch, of which the doors were transparent. Oh, there was no way anyone could get outside and hide quick enough. Our bedroom door opened out into a huge empty reception area. There were doors all around the edges with nothing in the middle of the room. There was literally nowhere for anyone to hide that quickly. Thinking nothing of it, the teachers took us out one evening to the beach to wear us out. When we got back to the bread and breakfast, however, there were some of the girls returned to their rooms to find that all their lights were on, with the covers thrown back from their beds, and their door wide open. Nothing wrong there, you think, but every time we went out, our teachers made sure that all of our rooms were spotless, beds made, clothes away, all lights were turned off, and so on. All the doors were also on their spring hinges, so that every time you open them and let go, they would automatically spring shut. The door had been found wide open, and the owners insisted that no one had been around either. This is about the poltergeist ghost. My second experience of ghostly goings-ons happened to me a few years later, when I was about 15 whilst on holiday in the Aveline in Portugal, in the villa in which we were staying. The villa was huge, as there were about 10 of family and friends. It had 3 floors. The bottom floor was bedrooms. The middle floor was the kitchen, living room, dining room, and so on. And the top floor was again bedrooms. Me and my friend at the time had a room on the bottom of the house, which had patio doors that opened out into the swimming pool. Lying in bed at night and on more than one occasion, we could hear the water breaking as though someone was swimming in the pool. Rushing to the window, we would always discover nobody there. We would also hear the back gate squeak open. and shut at night, and again, nobody was there. The bedside lamp would also spontaneously switch itself on, but being young and naive, we would obediently turn it off and think nothing of it. On our final night in the house, my mom claimed that she woke up during the night to hear someone wandering around upstairs. It was on the bottom floor also, opening and closing cupboards. Thinking that it was one of the 10 people in the house, she dozed off back to sleep. In the morning, when my mom spoke to friends on the top floor, they claimed that they also heard cupboards opening and shutting, and also assumed it was one of us. Only then did they realize that it wasn't actually any of us at all. And now, it was about 2 years ago in this other story, I was 19 then, that me and my mom went to see a medium. Derek Akura, for those of you in the UK. Not sure if he's known in the US. Think of him as a UK equivalent to Jonathan Edwards, who was performing on stage in Swindon, Wiltshire, southwest of England, by the way. I had insisted to my mom that we go to see him, as we had avidly watched him on Living TV's Most Haunted. So my mom came not expecting much, whereas I secretly hoped that something would happen, as I think everyone does who attends those kind of things, and I was not to be disappointed. Derek came on stage and introduced himself, and then he started to contact spirits on the other side, and lo and behold, it was my mom's great-grandmother, Nanny Woo Woo, who was the first in the queue to talk. I won't bore you and go into great detail with what Derek told us, but everything he mentioned was so accurate, and it was just amazing. This man who I'd only watched on TV was now standing a few feet away from me, and my mom in person, telling us personal things that had gone on within the four walls of our home that only we knew. He knew that my granddad, Nanny Woo Woo's son, was a bit down at that time, that he was on medication. He knew that my dad had injured his knee and so many other things. He also predicted that my mom would get a promotion by Friday. We went to see him on a Wednesday, and she did. Derek also made a reference to a conversation that my mom had with my dad on the way to see him, just a mere hour before. How weird is that? Just knowing that my mom's great-grandmother, although I never knew her, is around and watching over our lives is a comforting thought. Anyway, I think I've rambled for long enough. I have a comment about the Guthrie Center in Iowa's Devil Chair. After one of my friends read your site, I was talking on the phone with him, and he told me about the chair and what happened to that one man. I'm not a big believer in ghosts per se, but I do believe in supernatural and spirits. When I first heard it, I laughed and told him that we were going there the next night. We ended up heading on over there, him, my friend, and I, at about 8:45 p.m. in the winter. It was pitch dark already. He was told where it was. You have to turn left on the second dirt road, and it's on the right towards the top of the hill. So then we went over there and I saw it. Momentarily I started getting chills, not just because of the story, but because of what it looked like, all in the cemetery. It's in the shape of logs with a drape or something over the top of it. Looked like Jesus' robe draped over the broken down cross. Along the bottom it appears to be the shape of ferns, although at first it looked like alligator tails in an old-fashioned cushioning-looking seat. The second we got out of the car, the wind seemed to have picked up, because my hair was whipping around. Just being around it was creepy, but soon enough, none of us would sit in it. So we got back in my car and drove around to the front to study it. After we sat there for a while, we soon found out we were all too scared to go sit in it. So we headed back to Paranormal, 7 miles east of Guthrie. This is the scary part. That night my friend stayed at my house. Above my bed is a window, and on either side are 2 1-foot-1 mirrors, and many sharp pieces of broken mirror in between art, stuck on by mirror stickers. Very strong ones. I tried to pull them off, and they just ripped through the middle, if they even come off at all. Anyways, they've been on there for a few weeks. We finally went to bed around 12 a.m. and she fought and won the inside of the bed, near the windows and mirrors. We finally fell asleep about 2:30 a.m., and at some time in the night, the top mirror, approximately 5 to 6 feet from my bed, fell down, hit the inside corner of the bottom mirror, right above my friend's head, but ended up to the right of the bed. Weird, huh? Anyways, the alarm went off at about 6:45 a.m. She woke up and started getting ready. I fell back asleep and then woke up at 7:30 a.m. As I was lying there, I heard a weird sound and looked up at my wall to find the top mirror off the wall. The stickers unlatched themselves. They didn't even rip, and all of these pieces of broken mirror were laying on my friend's pillow. Ironic, I think not. Those stickers were like they were promised to stay on the wall. Luckily, we didn't sit in the chair. When we first saw the house, I loved it, but I was pregnant with our third child, and there was only 2 large bedrooms and 1 small bedroom. It was an old farmhouse, and it was built in a T-shape, much like most of the houses built in the 1800s because of the central fireplaces. When we told the owner we needed something with more rooms, she said we probably wouldn't want it anyway, because it was haunted. She then went on to tell us that her husband was away on a business trip, and she was alone in the house except for her little dog. They were asleep one night when the dog started to bark. She then opened her eyes, and at the foot of her bed was a woman standing looking at her. When she rised up, the woman turned and went out the door. That incident frightened her so badly that she swore she would not stay in the house alone again. She eventually sold the house, and the new owners built a large addition onto the back of the home and did so many so-called improvements on it. After living there for several years, they went bankrupt. The house sat empty for many years. I happened to drive by it one day and saw the for sale in the yard. We went to the bank and bought it. The neighbors told us it was haunted, that they saw people in the windows and heard things coming from the home. I had a little lady that babysat for me full time. She would not go upstairs alone, and she said she felt like someone was watching her. He never went into the basement even if someone else was going. Heard people talking, and saw 2 men in the parlor. My daughter had a rocking chair in her room. One day she went into her room, and it was rocking all by itself. I found out later that a young woman had died during childbirth in that same room. We guess she was rocking her baby, my grandson. At age 4 was sleeping in the small bedroom, and told us that there was a lady in a long dress in the room during the night. No one gets too upset from these sightings. We figure that they were here before we were, and they feel comfortable with us too. They have apparently accepted us as well. I've been reading all the stories trying to find something similar to what happened when I was about 9 to 10 years old. I'm not sure what it was that I saw, but I haven't been able to explain it. Let me start by saying that when I was a kid, I slept with an old baby blanket that I had forever. One night I went to sleep with a small blanket spread out over the comforter as well. I remember waking up in the middle of the night when everyone else was asleep. My bedroom door was closed, and the foot of my bed was about 3 or 4 feet away from the door. I laid awake, then staring at the door, when 2 flat spots of light started swirling on the door. It sort of looked like when the cable goes out on the TV. That snowy effect. Anyway, it sort of looked like that, but not as bright as an actual TV, and the light was just spinning. Then it was swirling around in a circle. I thought at first I was seeing things, and tried to tell myself that it was car lights or something, but it didn't look like that, and there was no sound of passing cars outside. Everything was quiet outside. Then suddenly, the 2 flat swirling circles seemed to pop off the door and become like little men and creatures standing near the end of the bed. I don't remember too well what they looked like anymore, but I remember them being about 2 feet tall, no necks, fat little bodies. They seemed to have faces, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like, just sort of a suggestion of facial features. And they were made out of this weird light. I sat up in bed frightened out of my mind, and clutched the blankets up to my chin. They walked towards the bed and started climbing up the bed by holding onto the blankets. I could feel them tugging the blankets. When they got to the top, they began pulling on my favorite blanket. At first, I tried to pull it back away from them, but they kept pulling, and I seemed to go weak and just let it go. They climbed down the end of the bed and back up onto the floor, this time with my blanket that they spread out behind them flat on the door. It made me think of them having a picnic on it. All the while, I remember they made small sounds like they were talking to each other, but very faintly. I couldn't make out any words. They became flat, swirling circles of light again, and then seemed to vanish through the door. I pulled out the comforter over my head and just cowered there, then shaking until I guess I just eventually went back to sleep. The next morning, I had breakfast and was going to head out the door when I suddenly remembered what happened and thought, wow, what a weird dream. I went upstairs to look for my blankets. I looked everywhere in my room but couldn't find it. I even checked between the sheets and under the mattress, but it wasn't there. I asked my brothers if they'd taken it as a joke, and they looked at me like I was crazy and said, why the heck would we take your stupid blankets? I asked my mom if she took it to the wash or something. Then she said no. I checked all over the house and couldn't find it anywhere. The last place I looked was the basement, which I'd always found creepy, and whenever Mom asked me to go get her anything down there, I beat it up the stairs as quick as I could. I found the blankets hanging in the middle ceiling of the basement. It was not hanging there with any kind of fastener. One edge was just stuck flat on the side of the beams, the floor joist from the room above, with the rest of it dangling down. It looked like they put it there in plain sight to be sure I'd see it. I'd grab one corner, pull it down, and ran up the stairs. That was the only time I've personally experienced anything strange like that. I've heard many stories of unexplainable things from different people that I know. I remember once my roommate and her boyfriend were in our basement apartment, and both of them heard what sounded like someone heavy in boots coming down the stairs and knock on the door sharply 3 times. They thought it was the landlord because he lived upstairs and had the only other key to the outside door at the top of the stairs that was locked. They said just a minute, but got no answer. And when they opened the apartment door, no one was there.
When I was a small child, around 7 or 8 in the late 1950s, my parents took our family consisting of my sister and 2 families of cousins and all their parents, plus 1 grandmother, to the UP in Michigan. The reason being for this was there weren't enough bedrooms downstairs in the rented cabin, circa 1920s. That's where all the adults slept, and all of us kids were put in the sleeping bags up in the loft. Not too much time after going to bed, I felt a heavy presence and looked around to see if any of the cousins were feeling this, whatever it was. Alas, they were all sleeping soundly, except for me. After a while, I became very afraid, and a man's face appeared right above my sleeping bag, glowing like it was daytime. It was well after midnight. I remember seeing this face for a moment or two, before the face vanished entirely. I was so scared, I screamed in terror to leave me alone, waking up my family in the process. They asked me what the matter was, and I told them that I saw a face. They both tried to confront whatever it was, and told me that it was just my imagination, and that there was nobody there to scare me. All night long, I laid there frozen in my sleeping bag, unable to move. Years later, I returned to the same cabin. I was 18 years old now, and I was with a couple of friends. At this point, I'd become so fascinated with ghosts and the paranormal that I wanted to do some spirit sessions in the process. We ended up using a Ouija board to contact the spirits that I thought appeared to me years before as a kid. So, me and my friends began the Ouija board session. We began to ask it all sorts of questions,
and requested it do things for us. Things such as turning the lights on and off, knocking on the walls of the cabin, anything to get that extra confirmation. It wasn't until my friend James told me that he was getting bored of this because we weren't getting any answers, and the Ouija board wasn't even moving the planchet. It almost seemed as if the spirit had completely left, until late that night, when we went to bed. There was a rocking chair in the cabin that had been left there for years. What my friend James saw next swears it was true. I'd fallen asleep, and James had woken up to take a smoke break out on the front porch. The rocking chair was on the front porch. As James was smoking, he suddenly turns to face the rocking chair, and the chair literally rocked back and forth, as if someone was sitting there. This wouldn't stop for about 30 seconds. Then it suddenly stopped. He called me over, and by the time I had a chance to witness it, the chair stopped. This was in the middle of the summer, and there was absolutely no wind. I believed James, because he had no reason to make up any stories about the rocking chair. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't like it was the most unbelievable thing that could happen to someone. Definitely creepy, considering what we were asking for hours before. I don't exactly remember when in our friendship James said this, but we made an agreement that one day, that if either of us passes on before the other, we would give each other another sign to yet again prove that ghosts in the afterlife is a real thing. Fast forward another 12 years. James unfortunately died in a car accident the year before. It was so devastating because he had just gotten married a month prior and had a baby on the way. I was very close to his family and we remained good buddies throughout his life. Creepily enough, I had a dream that I was in the same cabin and was again playing the Ouija board with James. I then remember the Ouija board suddenly disappearing. Then, we were sitting on the couch together, drinking beers, and just hanging out. James looked at me and said, "If you only knew." I asked what he meant. He then remarked, "I wish I wasn't dead. I miss you guys so much." The dream ends, and I wake up with tears in my eyes. I've never had a dream about him after that. You may say that this was just my imaginative mind making up a dream of us together because I was mourning. However, I took it as a sign that maybe James was telling me he was still around. This was the only sign I had gotten from him, as in the waking world, I've never had any. I've also been back to that same cabin for many years after, and I never saw the rocking chair move, or that face ever again. Weird. I will start by telling a story that happened to me when I was about 13. It was very early in the morning, dark, as a matter of fact. I was half asleep on the couch in my living room, just about to wake up. In the hallway from the kitchen, I heard a growl, then a scratching sound. This scratching turned into a tapping, like how a dog runs on a hard floor. This sound seemed to rush from the hallway closer to me, when all of a sudden, I feel something hit me as I try to wake up. What happened next can be explained as sleep paralysis, but instead of just the feeling of being pushed down, I felt as if my chest was being torn open and my sides were ripped apart. The growling was still present, along with my whimpered voice trying to let out a scream. After I tried to put up a fight with whatever it was, a hallucination or some other being, I jumped back awake with tears dripping. My chest felt that pain for that entire day. The reason why I told this story, even though I'm not sure if it was a hallucination or not, is that it closely relates to another experience that happened not too long ago, almost a week actually. I was again half asleep in my bed. The same room where I've mentioned seeing a ghost lady at the foot of my bed, and another experience I've emailed, where I was practically having a nightmare. It was a strange nightmare where there were faceless beings surrounding me, ripping my body apart. It's a dream, so it's very hard to explain in words. Well, usually in nightmares, you widely awaken in fear before you go back to sleep. The most disturbing thing about this is, after I became widely awake, these same apparitions were still in my room, surrounding me, muttering and growling. I then closed my eyes, fell back on my pillow, and I let out a cry. I woke my mom up. She rushed in to see what was wrong, and she saw me laying there with my eyes wide open on my pale face. I felt sick for a week since that day. I thought hard about this occurrence when I realized that the sounds and feelings I've sensed from the first story were present in what happened in the second one. It's a rough connection, but I felt the very same emotions, and I feel like there must be a connection. They both happen in my waking stage of sleep. The spirits, as I think they are, rush and attack towards the inside of the chest and are disturbingly similar. In any case, it's something I really want to look into. I've had plenty of people spend the night here, in the living room mostly, and hear strange noises coming from that branch of the house. My room, the hallway, and the kitchen are all in the same branch of the house, which is the newer addition to the old schoolhouse building. Some of my friends who have been here late at night have felt a strange presence from that hallway too. I know I felt it as a child. I remember trying to avoid that hallway for my life. I remember when I was a little girl, my grandparents owned a colonial farmhouse that had been standing for at least 150 years. My grandmother thought the house may have been used for the Underground Railroad, because it had a few little doors and rooms off some of the closets in the bedrooms and in the basement. I wasn't allowed to go into them because they didn't have electricity, and my grandmother was afraid that I would hurt myself. Members of my family said that I wouldn't want to go in them anyway, because there were ghosts in there. Of course, I didn't believe them. I thought they were just telling me this to scare me, as any 7-year-old would. But that was all going to change one night, when I spent the night there one night. I was staying in their guest room, which had one of those little rooms off the closet. The little room was probably for extra storage, or maybe a staircase, because the back was all boarded up. And late that night, I woke up because I thought I was being watched. I looked up and noticed that the closet door was open and a small figure was standing there, glowing bluish. I screamed and ran into my grandmother's room and wouldn't go back into that room. I never saw that figure again, but I did see another ghost of an elderly farmer on the property. I was 9 this time and playing in the barn. I was upstairs in the hayloft, burrowing around in the hay. Again, like I wasn't supposed to be. Again, I had that same feeling of being watched. I sat up and looked around, and in the corner, an elderly farmer was standing and watching me. At first I thought it was my grandfather, but then I realized that his feet weren't touching the floor. As soon as I noticed this, I screamed and ran out of the barn. There have been many sightings of him since then, including one of my brothers seeing him floating outside of a second-story window. This is an experience I've had repeatedly over the course of several years when I'm in bed for the night, just falling asleep. Still, to this day, it tries to return, but I've found ways to avoid it or fight it because it scares the heck out of me. It's almost as if it were a dream,
but I'm not actually asleep when it happens. I feel as if it is when I'm on the verge of sleep, but still almost awake, like just before your mind actually lets go and sleeps. There's a place in between, and it only lasts a second, but that's when this thing happens to me. I can only speak for myself. I don't know of anyone else who has experienced this, but I've heard stories. Also, whenever I remember this, it is always in slow motion. I feel as if it is something coming at me from behind always towards my back. It's like a shadow, and it tries to suck me deeper into sleep. And if I don't fight it with all my might, I truly believe I'll never wake up again. While this is happening, I'm frozen and cannot move, yet I'm aware of my room. I'm aware of things around me and what is happening. I can even hear my TV. I can scream in my mind and barely hear it all come out of my own mouth. It takes all my might and effort to open my eyes. But once I get my eyes open, I can focus on things in my room, like my dresser or door, anything, and come out of it. But it is so strong, I sometimes feel I cannot make it, and that is why I believe I will never wake up. The entire time this is happening, I'm frozen to my bed and cannot move. Please note, it's hard to explain. It doesn't feel as if it is pulling my body. It is pulling me deeper into sleep. One time, it was pulling me so strongly that when I did get my eyes open, I actually could see my room, but it was as if looking through water or fog. It still had me, even though I was opening up my eyes. This is a true experience. Believe this, I'm not joking. I would not type this much otherwise. If I were to compare it to anything, I would say it resembles the dark figures or shadows in the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg that come and take someone away right after they have died. Please note, I cannot physically see whatever this is. I'm saying that this is my guess of what it would look like. To this day, I still cannot sleep without the TV. This has happened to me repeatedly, countless times within a span of several years. When this began, I lived in an apartment near the Piedmont Hills in the Bay Area, California. I was always uncomfortable and felt as if I was being watched there. I started sleeping in the front room with the TV on because I started having really evil dreams and was so scared to be alone at this point. I would desperately beg my boyfriend to please stay home with me, but he couldn't take any more time off because he wasn't able to use any more sick days. Sometimes I'm just too scared to be there alone, especially at night. I never used to be that way, and I'm not faint of heart. I'm actually 4'11" and 90 pounds soaking wet, but I forget I'm not 10 feet tall and bulletproof sometimes. Still, when this began, I became scared. Whatever it is that followed me when I moved, and to this day I still feel it, although it has been a while since I've struggled with it. When I go to sleep, I must have my boyfriend hold me with my back at his chest, spoon fashion, and this works, and when he rolls over, I can make sure my back is touching his, and I feel comfortable this way. As long as my back or behind me isn't opened or exposed, for some reason, it isn't as bad as when I feel my back is protected, and I'm not as vulnerable when I'm facing it. I know this all sounds strange, but it is true. I work in a nursing home, 3rd shift. For the last year, I've been transferred to the 1st floor. I, among others, have seen some pretty weird stuff. It starts like this. About 6 months ago, I started seeing off-the-wall things while all of us were at the nursing station. There are only 4 employees on 3rd shift 1st floor. People coming out of the dining room, not in wheelchairs, but walking upright and pretty darn fast. A person down one hall walking out of one room
and into the next on the same side of the hall. Both rooms have non-ambulatory residents. Water turning on in one room's bathroom. One resident that passed away about 4 months ago can still be heard laughing. I've never heard this personally, but others have. An entity that always runs in the same direction at lightning speed with arms flailing. I'm talking 28 days later style. Only 2 of us have seen this. I see it sometimes up to 5 times a night, but only when I'm down one certain hall. I call it the track runner. These are some of the real common things that happen. Now, for the ghost stories. About 3 months ago, I had a resident that is mentally with it ask me to get that man out of her room. It literally gave me goosebumps. When I asked her where he was, she said there by the mirror. Needless to say, I saw no one. So later on, I asked a coworker if she had seen anything that was different or odd. She told me to stop and went pale. About 10 minutes later, she came to me again and started talking, mainly about the things I posted above. We ended up at the nursing station in a pretty good discussion, and all of us had pretty much the same story. Fast forward to Thursday, October 14th to 15th, 3rd shift. The same resident that had asked me a few months ago to remove the man by the mirror from her room rings me her call bell. I go down and ask what I can do. She tells me to get him out of here. I ask who, the person by the dresser. She replies. Now I'm thinking too cool. I step out in the hall and get another coworker and have her wait outside the door out of sight. As I return to the room, she's now asking me, why is my husband with that stranger? My husband is dead, and I don't know that other person. I ask her where they are, and she tells me, don't act that way with me. I'm not crazy. I know what I see. Then proceeds to get verbally abusive with me. The other coworker comes in at this point after hearing what went on, and the resident goes through the same routine about her husband and the stranger with him. So we get the change nurse. Same routine. 3. About an hour later, another resident rings her call bell. At this point, 2 of us go down together, different hall. This resident is bugging us to get her out of bed. Her words, I don't want to be in bed with him. He's not my husband, and I don't know him. She was definitely shook up, so we transferred her to her chair and brought her out to the nursing station with us. While we were getting her some coffee and graham crackers, another bell rings. Again, different hall. The charge nurse got that one. She comes back out and stated that the residents that the man by her TV told her she wasn't going to be here much longer, and she insisted that he was still there, although the charge nurse couldn't see him, even after turning the lights on. Number 5. The first lady that saw her husband, and stranger rings again. So 3 of us went down and left one aide to watch the halls answer and answer call lights. This time, 2 of us stay in the hall, and only the charge nurse went in. The residents started talking about possession and demons, very detailed and very scary, to say the least. I figured with all the weird stuff happening at work and all, I would share what I've been experiencing with my coworkers as of late. I've had other uncanny things in my life at other places, but nothing with this much activity. There's so many other people that either agree with me or describe what I've seen to me first without me asking.
I have a confession to make. I'm not an ordinary person. I don't mean that I've exhibited quirky behavior in the past and I'm simply unorthodox, but I have this uncanny ability to sense things. Whether these energies that I've learned to embrace are malevolent or benevolent, I can't say, as I'm unable to clearly make the distinction. but I tend to attract unusual energies, which permeate all around me. If you happen to come in close contact with me, you may be susceptible to these energies as well. I could say that there's a supernatural component to this, but because my mind has relentlessly wreaked havoc on me, I can't say for certain what is going on. Sometimes I see things, shadows, hearing strange noises, knocks on the walls, a faint whisper in my ear, reinforcing the idea that something otherworldly resides inside these walls. All the while I'm sitting in the kitchen of my old Victorian home, and I'm the only one who lives here. I can honestly say that I don't know what is happening, but I have nowhere else to turn to. There's the cellar that I'm terrified to go into. I've literally haven't stepped foot down there since I moved in, but it's like I can telepathically hear the growls and moans coming from that dark space that I refuse to enter. I've always wanted to know if the source of all these energies came from that cellar. The thing is, I've no pets, no estranged relationships. Nobody ever sets foot in my home. I had a wife once, but she's been gone for what seems like a millennium. I don't remember what it's like to interact with anybody. I'm virtually imprisoned. I work from home. So, I became a recluse. I don't go out much these days, for fear of inadvertently transferring these energies to those who come in contact with me. Isolation is unconscionable. The fear of going insane inside my mind constantly lingers in the foreground. The helplessness of not being able to do anything about it still traps me internally. I'm mentally paralyzed. And then I have these unusual nightmares. My doctor tells me they are night terrors. So I'm laying in my bed, and the shadow opens the door. It doesn't do anything, but simply stands in the doorframe. I don't know what it wants, but I can only make out its eyes, glowing brighter than the sun. The rest the outline, a silhouette. I sweat. My body temperature drops, and I feel a cold breath on the right side of my shoulder. I look over, temporarily taking my eyes off the shadow figure, and yet there's nothing there but a mist that looks as if someone is breathing in the cold air. I look back at the doorframe, and the shadow is gone. I then lay down, staring at the ceiling. I simply just can't ignore what's going on. I want to, but even the pills don't do enough. I still see these things, hear these things, and most importantly, feel these things. I'm so scared. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I want a release. I want it all to end. I'm sick and tired of the suffering. My mind just won't heal. I don't want to feel. It's almost better if I don't, but I can't turn it off. Still, these images persist. In another moment, I can clearly see this elderly woman silently screaming at me. I can feel the terrible darkness emitting from her, and when she opens her mouth, there is nothing but darkness, almost as if it is a black hole. No sound, just the mouth opening. The woman with her old tattered clothing, not from this time period, definitely not present, Victorian times, with a black dress from that era, long black hair, matted and uncombed, This being was just standing there. I ask it what it wants from me, but it remains silently screaming for a few seconds. I blink my eyes as hard as anybody could. The figure simply won't disappear. I see a single cockroach move out of her mouth. I had to have dreamt this. This night terror felt so real. It consumes me. I can't get it out of my head. I go back and forth thinking this has got to just be a hallucination. But the more I think about these events, the way they truly never disappear, it makes me believe there's an entity in this house that I can't ignore. They are communicating to me through my dreams and through some of my hallucinations that I've had as well. The therapists, the doctors, they all tell me that I've got some psychosis. Trauma from my youth remains unsolved. But these walls inside this old home has so much history engraved into it. Tell me that spirits don't exist, and I can't prove it to you. I can only tell you about my experiences and how sensitive I am to the other side. Then I think to myself, why are we so arrogant about this other side? Why do we dismiss what we do not understand? Maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe the world wants to shield us from the fact that these beings live among us. If you truly open up your eyes and begin to understand that there's nothing that the world can't see, then you can believe. Several years ago, I was planning on moving from the USA to Australia to be with my partner, Craig. My partner and I would talk for hours on the web. What else can you do when you're 9,000 miles apart? My daughter, Catherine, who was 7 at the time, would often get in on it too. Her and Greg developed a very loving father-daughter relationship, even though he is her stepdad. One day, no different than any other, Greg and I were chatting. He wanted to talk to Catherine. I yelled for her. She was in another room, and I couldn't see the monitor. She came running and stopped dead inside the doorway. She could not see the monitor and started wigging out, demanding that Greg shut his bedroom door, which was clearly visible behind him. She wouldn't move from where she was. We tried to coax her, but she wasn't having any of it. Greg got up and closed the bedroom door. Catherine ran into my lap and buried her face into my shoulder, away from the monitor. She wouldn't even look at the monitor. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "He's mean, and I don't want to see him." Completely caught off guard, I asked her who was mean. She answered, "The mean guy in the doorway." I asked her to describe him. She said he was tall, had red hair, blue eyes, and wore a dressy shirt. Deeper voice than Greg's. Oh, and by the way, Greg's voice is already pretty deep enough as it is. I tried to get more information out of her. That was all she had, or what she wanted to tell me anyway. I relayed what she had told me to Greg, and he just didn't get it. Catherine left my lap as fast as she had flown into it, yelled goodbye Greg from the other room. I wondered if she had seen something. I had episodes like that when I was her age, and they've continued. I asked Greg if she had described anyone he might know. He looked shocked for a second, and then asked me to wait. He went into the bedroom and came out a few minutes later with a pick in his hand. He looked at me, held up the pick, and said, "Wonder if this is who she saw." I asked who it was.
and he said it was his grandfather Bill, who passed away in '92. It was 2007. Now get this. The pic was exactly the description Catherine had given. He was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, had a dressy shirt in the pic. I asked Greg how he talked, and he said that Bill was old-school Aussie. His voice was deeper than most, and with the accent, it was even harder for Greg to understand him. I excused myself and went and told Catherine who we thought it was. As soon as I said the name Bill, she smiled. She said, "I thought that was his name. That was the only thing I could almost understand." She seemed more at ease after learning it was his name. Greg, on the other hand, didn't know what to make of it. Apparently, her and Bill made peace and became friends. When I was leaving for Australia, she told me that she didn't need Bill anymore and wanted him to come over and watch over me and Greg till she got there. Gotta love kids. Fast forward a few years. Since my arrival here in Oz, I've heard a man's voice. Sometimes I can understand him. Other times, it's too deep and garbled for me to get. I ask him to repeat slower, and it gets him a little pissy. He has never told me his name, but I know it is Bill. I have that feeling. But lately, over the last year or so, I've been hearing a lot more voices. It's like being in a crowd where everyone is talking at once. I ask someone to step forward and talk only to me, but it just stays garbled. This is a weekly thing. It has gotten to the point where, when it starts, I simply say, if you're all going to talk to me at once, then I won't be able to understand any of it. What I was wondering is if anyone else has ever heard this, and if so, what did they do? Might this be more family members who saw that Bill was able to talk to us and want to try themselves? Or might it be something bad? Sometimes, not very often, I get a bad feeling when they start talking. Bill is still with me. I asked him, but he's given me nothing. I lived in Chicago up until I was 18 and had graduated high school. My grandfather lived in the house, and we lived on the first floor in the third flat apartment building we owned next door. We had the basement that was connected to the first floor apartment as well. The basement had 3 main rooms. The front room that led outside held a half bath, a washer, dryer, and 2 storage closets. This is where we kept our bikes and skates and stuff. The center room had 4 storage closets, the water heater, and the furnace. This was the room that held all my dad's and grandpa's tools. The back room that led to our upstairs apartment was where we had the deep freezer, old clothes, camping gears, old toys, etc. The center room was awful. Just looking at it, you felt like you were being stared down. Something was sending very angry energy out from that room. If you were in that room, it was just overwhelming and overpowering. It felt as if something was going to grab you and actually hurt you. None of us were hurt, but it always felt like it could happen at any time. My sister believed it to be female. I believed it to be male. This makes me think that it could have been a demon and was just appearing female to her and male to me. The stairs from the basement led to my brother's room. The stairs and the door were extremely creepy. We always kept it locked and bolted, but that didn't do much. It always seemed like someone was going to come bursting through the doors at any time. In the bedroom I shared with my sister, we have both seen strange things. I've seen a man a few times.
He would start at the head of my bed, which happened to be by the door to the bedroom, and walk towards my closet. My closet and my parents' closet shared a wall. From there, he would kind of nod his head and then disappear. I could tell he was wearing overalls, work boots, and had gloves in his back pocket. He was tall, about 6 feet, dark hair, dark eyes. I could see all of this, but I could also see the other side of my room through him. He was kind of a misty gray color. I saw him first when I was 5, then again when I was 8, and the last time when I was 14. When I was 12, I felt a pulling on my blanket. At this time, we didn't have any pets that would roam loose, and there was no way for them to get out or even reach my blanket. I feel my blanket being pulled. I kinda grumble and try to pull it back up, but I can't. So I look at the foot of my bed, and there was a boy sitting there, grinning at me, gripping my blanket. I tell him, "You let go. I'm not scared of you. Go away." And he disappears. I pull my blanket back up and go to sleep. Then we just had weird things happen. Bread would slide across the counter. Things would be moved from one end of the bar to the other. Things would go missing for a few days. These types of things not only happen in our apartment, but in the upper 2 levels that we rented out. I was in Arizona a few years back. I was at the Sonoran Desert Museum outside of Tucson. It is more like a zoo than a museum. It was summer, very few people there, and a pretty warm morning. I was in the very back of the property all by myself, taking photos of the native cactus. I was completely alone and enjoying the beautiful outdoors. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread behind me. I turned and looked, and there was an elderly Native American man standing there. He was dressed in all black, long-sleeved black shirt in the middle of the summer. His hair was snow white, and his face was wrinkled. When we made eye contact, I felt like someone tweaked my soul. I started to walk, fast. I wanted to get back to the front of the zoo and be where people were. I was really moving, and every time I looked back, the man was about 6 feet behind me. He never seemed to increase his pace, but kept up with me no matter how fast I walked. He casually started straight ahead and kept walking. I made it up to the front and walked into the gift shop. He stayed with me the whole time. I decided to get the heck out of there. I hurried to the parking lot. All I wanted was to get into the car and get away. He was still behind me. When I reached my car, a coyote was standing by the trunk. I made eye contact with that animal. I can't describe it. It sounds nuts. But that coyote gestured towards the exit with his head. Of course, he didn't speak to me, nor did I hear a voice, but I just knew that the coyote would watch over me while I drove away. As I was about to get into the car, I turned back to look, and the coyote and the man were gone. I never went back. Every time I think of this, I feel as if I escaped something terrible. It's so strange, but it's like the coyote knew me, and I knew him. Thoughts, anyone? I don't take drugs, wasn't drinking, or overheated. I swear this happened. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it did. This happened in the summer, and at the time, my horse was living on an old farm not far from the sea. The farm was from 1925, with the original stables and barn. Anyway, on this day, It was only me and my horse there, and I had him standing outside while I was tacking up since the weather was nice. Where he stood, he had the back entrance to the stables on the right side, and straight in front was the door to the barn. You had to go through the barn to get out. Everything was fine at first. Then, I got this feeling like I was being watched from inside the stable. I looked inside, thinking that maybe one of the other girls who had their horses there had come. But it was empty. I shrugged it off and continued grooming. Then, I noticed my horse had his attention towards the stables. I walked up to the door and looked inside, but again, there was no one. I got my saddle and stuff and started tacking up, and then my horse suddenly tensed up. He stood completely still, his ears forward, and all his attention on the entrance to the barn. I looked over, thinking it was a cat or something, but what I saw made the hairs on my neck stand up. In the barn stood a tractor. Behind this, I could see a dark figure. It didn't really look like a man. It was more, I don't know, liquid sort of. It stood on the one side of the tractor, partly hidden, and I could swear that it was staring back at us. It moved backward towards the back of the tractor and just vanished. Well, I hurried up with my Sadie, grabbed my helmet, and though I really didn't want to, I walked my horse towards the barn. Let me tell you, it was no easy task getting him to go inside, and when I got him inside, he refused to go anywhere near the tractor and almost ran out the other side, pulling me alongside with him. I'm having some problems with the spirit in my fiance's house again. For the past few months, the house has been dormant, and so we didn't worry much about what was going on in the home. We had one of my fiance's friends move in, and things were fairly calm and peaceful. Her friend, though, began to never stay at the house, and due to some issues, emotions got rather heated between the three of us. 2 days ago, her friend moved back after a fight, and activity has escalated in the home since then. Yesterday, I got an overwhelming sense of fear and dread while at the house, and I had an overwhelming headache come over myself. I began packing up my things and told my fiancée to pack her things because we needed to stay a few days at my house. She became overwhelmingly tired and had a headache, much like mine, and passed out. When she woke up, she wasn't herself, but quickly came back out of it. Then, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked into the mirrors from the corner of my eye, I saw something I couldn't explain. The thing was, though, it looked inhuman and comprised of only bones, I think, and it seemed to be wanting out of the mirror. I ran back, and my fiancée was packing and taking her time out, humming to the tune of an old music box that used to be in her friend's room. She started to have a play fight with me and threw a shirt at me, then casually kicked the door shut. The next thing I know, she screams and I kick the door open. She said I'd been standing in the mirror after I'd left the room. She seemed fine at the moment, and so I just watched over her as she kept packing. She began stalling again though, and I told her we needed to get going or we'd be late for dinner. She then told me that she didn't want to. She liked the house and wanted to stay there. I began to hear voices as well, other than hers in the house, and got drowsy, but kept my head about me. She finally was packed, and I got her to go outside for a brief moment to see if being out of the house would snap her out of the trance. She got rather defensive and ran off and ran under a doorway where there was a crucifix standing above the doorway. When she ran through it, she collapsed and then woke up again, perfectly fine and not remembering about the past 45 minutes
except for bits and pieces, like she had been dreaming. I've been having concerns that she may be channeling spirits by accident in her sleep and such, and this incident definitely confirms my suspicions. I'm psychologically drained from the mental strength it took the two of us to get out of the home. We're going back to the house in about 4 or 5 days, and figure it should be fine. Whatever this entity is, it fed strongly off the negative emotions that had built up in this house. I know at the strength it was yesterday, it would be much hard for me to face it and cleanse the house on my own, so we're leaving the house to settle and calm back down. By then, I feel this entity will have lost most of its power, and it would be the best time to cleanse the home and seal any portals that may have been opened in the home. I'm still a little bit apprehensive though, and if anyone could offer up some help, it would greatly be appreciated. If my fiancée is the target of any danger, I can pull through any fight normally and keep her safe, but I've been so drained, and I don't know if I can handle the cleansing of the home by myself. If anyone could please help, either physically or through even psychological support, it would greatly be appreciated. Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her, and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV. And certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were 2 spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me, as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning. But we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me,
I'll admit it. Her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises. So I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, you know, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker, circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crash into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler, yet it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and had started to shout, "Get out!" or in my way of talking back then, "Get out!" My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in Poltergeist were attracted to the little girl. You know, they wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom. And the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister. When she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something. But the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter, because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag
with a wooden frame sticking out from it, with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her, because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom, and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most, because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts. This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world, They got Fair Dinkham vampires, Highgate in London, and Tewing in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past the spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure. But yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging on a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought, as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me, if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turned around, there would be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things She then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "You heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on.
and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalist shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie, thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive, drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to the school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night
was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, 2nd floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs, when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2, winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show, Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the second season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3, soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There is something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Huntrail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawl space had moved on its own. Personal experience. Was actually in the bathtub, and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot, and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawl space. Each crawl space is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into the apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system was right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arms stand up because of the experiences with them.
In October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around,
and Steve told the other two about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on. But Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven," and was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heave some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually, as Steve said, "Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish, "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish and says, "For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable.
She was washing clothes and had to walk through the kitchen and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She, of course, thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
I'm a native of Hammond, which is very close to Maryville. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, The boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes, the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out. Supposedly it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story, in Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Pine Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night. My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or 2. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her 2 little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw 2 eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against the wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well, before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it could have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our two cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays. And when you turn the volume knob, these bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. But there was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine a light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape, which unfortunately, I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house. The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause of these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home.
One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face so the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a lime green shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green? My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't the religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was,
About a year before this all happened, my great uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she is closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs and she ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is, a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, a friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything besides the coldness in the chair, it doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch, where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog.
I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too. Just once. What everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only react to the movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away, far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, I would have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, the man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagwitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12th, 1983,
My own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost. One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shed window, smiling, but there would be 2 faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and 2 voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up,
Up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see two black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that two little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw two little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the Knights Guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college, but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so wasn't my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she didn't mind her ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There was regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of 2 minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghost had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with a bookshot straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic, but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, the talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor, which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found the site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home, in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours, and my fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, hate her, everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, and there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen, the exception with the room being the painting. In this room, the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room of the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs and the bathroom and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, the only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we were fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time, and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with gothic rituals,
practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us knowing that the home had been locked up, and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car, and the neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him, and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me
as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancée from a sleep to save me. My fiancée laid there in a deep sleep, as I could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head, with my fiancée laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. I could not make sense of this, not then and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police because, let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one, I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day. In some form, some way, it will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting or the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to?
especially when other tenants are renting the home from you. Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard, and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her. My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. Like to dress in black, and I like to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I awoke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there, so I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical. So it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away. But I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays, and my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above-average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came home one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car, that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head. So forcefully, in fact, that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared, and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with 1 screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, That's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiance drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked. You know, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it. First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. The new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming, and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash. if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know. I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up, and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there's a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom and got this very clear vision of this lady with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her, and she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it. And of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, and then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area, in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open, and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right, and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs, I could see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents to decide to move. Only 6 months after we started living in the house.
It was spring of 2003. The grass was just getting green, and the leaves were about to turn out. I was about 15 and my older cousin was 16. We were playing video games one night when all of a sudden we heard a big bang just outside of our window when it was open. Well, we thought it was just girls playing pranks on us, so we just ignored it at first. 5 minutes went by until we heard another bang, but only it was louder, so we thought, damn, these girls. We decided, okay, we'll give them our attention. We looked outside, but all we could see were the dark figures of trees being blown around in my uncle's abandoned house. We were a bit spooked, so we decided to close the window. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes went by, still in front of the video games, when we heard it again, but it wasn't as loud as the first two. We had had enough, so we paused our game, grabbed our flashlights, and said, whoever is pulling this on us is going to get it. My cousin and I made our way outside and thought we'd split up and go around the house and find the person or people responsible for the noises and scare them. We had dark clothing to camouflage into the night and had each end of the house covered. My cousin had the front end and I had the back end, both facing our room window side. There we were waiting for the culprit when all of a sudden we heard that banging sound, but only it was repeating over and over. It sounded like a hammer. We both met each other at the window side and looked around, wondering where it was coming from. As the sound was fading, we looked towards my uncle's house and saw a shadow figure in the window. We thought it was that person who was trying to scare us. We made our way through the door quietly, and again, the sound of a hammer rapidly hitting the wall was coming from one of the rooms. The sound made us jump, but whoever was in that room was going to get the total scare down. As we were walking down the hall trying not to laugh, we decided to wait for the sound to stop and jump inside the room screaming, thinking it would scare this person. Sure enough, the sound stops in a couple of seconds. My cousin and I counted back from 3, 2, 1, and then we said, we got you. We looked around with our flashlights, and there was no one in sight. Just as we were about to freak out, we saw the closet door close, and thought that the person heard us and ran in the closet. I acted like I was heading out the door, and then my cousin grabbed the handles of the closet door and opened it. There was only an old garbage bag filled with garbage. We inspected the whole house, and there was nothing but broken boards and broken glass everywhere, until we saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hallway, looking like it was holding something, maybe a hammer. But we were so scared that we didn't shine our flashlights on it. We just ran out of the house screaming. Now, my uncle's house has been newly renovated. His oldest son and family lives at that house, and so far, I've only been there once. Thanks for reading. My husband and I moved into the house about 4.5 years ago. Nothing happened right at first until about 6 to 7 months later. One night, my husband came to bed and I had awoke to go to the restroom. As I was in there, I heard this man's voice. It sounded like it was coming from the radio. So I went over to check it and the radio was off. I unplugged it anyway and still could hear the voice.
I walked into the hallway, thinking it was coming from one of our kids' room. I looked into each room to find nothing. Everything was shut off. I looked in the living room, at the stereo and TV. They were also off. I went back into the bathroom, where the noise seemed to be the loudest, and it was still there. I went back to bed, and it finally stopped. My husband also told me that he had heard that same voice many times himself. My husband usually got home from work around 11 p.m., and he would go get on the computer for a little bit before coming to bed. One night around this time, I was about 8 months pregnant, and I was sound asleep. He came running in the room and freaking out, telling me to call 911. "Someone's trying to break in our home," he said. He was on the computer when he heard a big crash on the side of our house where the garage cans were. He said it sounded like someone threw the metal garbage can against the fence. He jumped up and then heard footsteps on our porch. He looked towards the door and saw the door handle jiggle back and forth like someone was trying to get in. That's when he woke me up. The police came with search dogs and found nothing, no footprints or anything. My husband also said that whenever he was on the computer at night, he would hear footsteps in the kitchen and rustling around like one of the kids were looking up in the cupboards for something to eat. When he would go to check, nobody was there. He also said he always felt that he was never alone. Another time all the kids were in school, and I was doing laundry and my husband was in the living room watching TV. Well, our two oldest kids had shared a room at the time, which was right across from our room. They had a kid's door alarm on the outside of it. I was coming out of our room, walking towards the living room, when the alarm went off. I was nowhere near it. I looked at my husband and said, "Did one of the kids stay home from school?" My husband always took them to school in the morning. He said just no. Then he got up, and that's when we heard rustling around and something fell over. I grabbed our youngest daughter at that time and went outside. We thought someone broke in. I took the keys to the car and grabbed the phone. My husband came outside as well, but decided to open the gate to the backyard to check out the windows to see if someone had crawled in. That's when we both saw the blinds slowly go up, like someone was peeking out. Then they slowly went down. Of course, we called the police, and they found nothing again. I remember when I would have had a friend come over or something, they always said our place had a weird feeling and a musty smell. We could smell that too, but just thought it was because the place was kind of old. We moved out about 2 years ago and are much more at peace. Thanks for reading. I live with my mother in a rather rural area. Our house was built by our landlord and was built in a lot that originally held a small gas station. I don't know much about the history of this area or our home beyond that. Anyway, my mother started to complain that she was smelling an extremely foul odor in the house in late February 2009. She only ever smells it in our house, nowhere else. She describes the odor as stinking like rotting flesh and blood, and she says it's been very strong throughout the house, especially in the hallway and bathroom areas. I've never smelled anything like that, what she has described, and none of our guests in the last few months have either. Since Sunday, April 12th, she has claimed that the scent is now moving. It becomes fainter throughout the house, and at times, she doesn't smell it at all. We both started seeing shadowy moving figures in the corner of our eyes randomly that night. Yesterday, April 13th, she went into the bathroom to take a shower and get ready for work, and didn't smell the odor. As soon as she got out of the shower, she suddenly smelled it and felt as if someone was in the room with her. She immediately told it to leave the bathroom. The scent suddenly disappeared. 2 minutes later, the smell returned to the bathroom. She again said, "Get out," and the odor left, leaving behind a smell akin to dryer sheets, even though we don't use dryer sheets. 5 minutes later, the foul odor returned yet again, and she yelled at it, and it left for the rest of the night. Around 10 p.m. that night, I started hearing a scratching noise in the kitchen, which is attached to the living room where I was. I then heard a strange meow.
It sounded unnatural, almost as though it was a human making the meow sound and not a cat. I at first told myself, it's just one of my cats, and I have two, but they were both in the living room with me and were staring into the kitchen with wide eyes, so I'm not exactly sure what the meow was from. I then started hearing a light thumping noise, as if some light object was falling on the floor, coming from our back storage room, which is right off the hallway. I investigated and found a few of my candles on the floor. They had been on top of the dresser back there. The storage room door was closed at the time of the noise, and no one was in there. I sat back down in the living room and saw another moving shadow out of the corner of my eye, this time in the living room. Mom returned from work at 7 a.m. today, April 13th, 2009, and claimed she didn't smell anything unusual. After settling in on the couch, she suddenly claimed to smell the foul odor stronger than ever. I left the room. I had to use the bathroom, and when I returned to the living room, my mother laughed at me and said, "Very funny." She then went on to tell me that she heard a creepy meow coming from the hallway when I was in the bathroom, and she thought I had made the noise. She said it sounded like a girlish voice saying meow. I assured her I didn't make the noise, and I told her about the similar sound I heard in the kitchen last night. Both cats were in the living room napping at the time she heard the noise, and I didn't hear it that time, despite being only 3 feet away from where she said the sound came from. The only things I've noticed is that certain rooms randomly become quite cold, and then warm up momentarily, only to get cold again. I also keep getting the creepy feeling that I'm being watched at times, and it doesn't help when my cats look behind me with wide eyes. My cats have not reacted aggressively, but I've noticed that my younger cat is quite jumpy lately. We moved into this place in April 2007. Beyond feeling randomly uneasy at random times, I've never experienced anything here until recently. Mom has never experienced anything like this until February 2009. Between late February and April 11th, the smell was just a constant odor, as it followed her around the house. Just within the past few days, the odor has begun moving about the house randomly, and we started seeing shadows out of the corner of our eyes and hearing weird noises. My mother, being her, thinks this is all quite awesome. She's always been rather interested in the paranormal, but has never experienced anything until now. I, on the other hand, am rather creeped out and want to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Any ideas on what could be going on? Why now? What can we do? Anything at all would be appreciated. We haven't changed anything or moved anything around in the house, or done anything that could have woken up a spirit of any kind. I'm assuming it's a spirit because of everything that's happening. I'm a little afraid of its sudden active behavior as well. It was okay when it was just an odor only Mom could smell, but now that we're both seeing and hearing things, I'm a bit concerned. I should also mention that when my mother checked out the back storage room this morning, she said the air felt heavy and she had a hard time breathing in there. She immediately left the room. I went in there a few minutes later and it was very cold, but I didn't feel that the air was heavy and I was breathing fine. I do know that the previous renters of this house owned a cat who died of kidney failure in the room now we use for storage. I'd be the first one to blame the weird activity on a ghost cat. Ghost cats seem a lot less scary than unknown creepy, meowing non-ghost cats, but the meow was really non-feline in nature at all, and the shadows that we've seen seem to be tall and human in stature. That's what really throws me off. Again, any help will be very appreciated. And oh, we're not religious people. She's agnostic and I'm atheist, so calling a clergyman probably won't help us out too much. Before I moved to Vegas, I lived in a small town in Connecticut. My family moved into a brand new house in 1992. I was about 3, and I had a new little brother. I don't remember anything for the first few years because I was so young. I had my first encounter that I can remember when I was about 7. I was sitting in bed with the babysitter reading a book. As we sat on the bed, the mattress bounced as if someone was underneath. My babysitter flipped out and took me out of the room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. I screamed and my parents came in. I told them what had happened and they said it was a dream. But a few nights later, I woke up again to look over at my desk and see the image of a man sitting on top laughing. I didn't bother to tell my family because they wouldn't believe me. Another time I went to bring the dog in from outside. There was a door from the garage to the backyard that the dog used. I opened the door from the house to the garage to find a tall, blacked out figure standing right next to my dog. I freaked out and let the dog in. I told my mom, and she said a little while ago she had seen the same thing. There was also once a time when I had a friend see the man's figure as well when she was spending the night. The thing that freaked me out the most was when my youngest sister was born. She ended up in my old room and I was in another. One night, I was babysitting her with a friend and my sister was in bed. The baby monitor was on and I could hear her cooing, which was weird because she only cooed at people. I went to check on her and she was laying on her back with her hands in the air, towards the ceiling, just staring and cooing. Then her hands and her eyes almost followed something to the closet door, and then she stopped and just looked at me. A lot of other things happened in that house: noises, footsteps, and misplaced objects. We also had a motion sensor security system that would randomly go off in the middle of the night. It happened so often my dad stopped setting the alarm. Some people don't believe me and think I make all this up, but it all really has happened. It was great to log on to this website and read other encounters that sound just like mine, because I know I'm not crazy. Thank you for reading. Seriously, I really appreciate it. I was very young, maybe about 7 years old. I remember going to my friend Diane's house for a sleepover. I'd never stayed at her house before. We were playing that day, and I remember her telling me that sometimes robbers come into her house at night. I wasn't the sharpest kid on the block, but I remember thinking that was stupid and just ignored her. That night I was asleep, sharing the top bunk with her while her older sister slept below. I woke up suddenly because I was ice cold. Being it was summer, I thought the room was very cold because of air conditioning, and that since she'd kicked the covers off of me, I just needed to grab them and get warm again. However, I remember I was a very little kid who was feeling very safe because there were 2 other people sleeping in the room with me. As I glanced to the foot of the bed searching for covers, my gaze noticed something in the doorway: 2 dark figures. They were just shadows, no definition or features, but adult-sized and human-shaped. The shadows were darker than the dark hallway. They faced in the direction of her parents' room. One pointed to it, the other nodded, and the first disappeared into the room. The other turned towards me. I was so terrified at that point that I shut my eyes tight. I waited for what seemed like ages and finally got myself to open my eyes again just to see if it was gone, and there it was, right in front of my face, hovering above us. Its face was nothing but a blank shadow. I think I must have just kept my eyes shut and at some point fallen asleep. The confirmation of this event, now that I am an adult, comes unwittingly from my parents. I asked them if they remembered my sleepover at Diane's, and they said yes, because I spoke of how I'd seen something in my room that night. My parents still believe I was imagining it, but people who have experienced this themselves know it is too vivid and too obscure to be an imagined event. I know what I saw and get chills even today, even as I write. I wish someone could explain this event to me. What are these shadow figures? Are they malevolent? I suppose since, as a child, I intuitively felt scared. Thank you for reading.
This story takes place around the summer through the winter of 2013 to 2014. I don't remember the exact dates, unfortunately, or else I could have further proven that I encountered something at this location. I haven't posted it now before because I only recently found this website and don't really visit it this often. I decided to share this story though because it does fall under the category of personal encounters. As I previously mentioned in another thread, I have a strange companion that's been following me around. It's a black cat that seems to change height and sometimes even color that I can only see out of the corner of my eye. I named him Gabriel at a young age, and I often communicate with him without knowing it, though often I can sense him. I won't go into huge detail here since I already did it elsewhere. As someone said there, he seems to be my spiritual friend. However, this particular story isn't completely about him, though as always, he is involved. One of my friends had just finished high school, having to take summer classes while raising the baby she had while attending school, and had moved in with her biological father. The house seemed run down, in a run-down neighborhood, and it was small, incredibly small. It would be the perfect size for 1 or 2, maybe 3 college students to live there while attending classes at the campus down the street. One of the things I noticed instantly was the fact that tracks ran under the house. They were trolley tracks, from when the town used trolleys to get people places faster when buses weren't really a thing. A great big, abandoned brick and metal building behind it had a sign that just vaguely read, "Trolley Station," on it. The tracks didn't really surprise me. The town I live in has both an Air Force base and also countless train tracks running over roads. Most of them aren't in use anymore, but this place used to be a booming cattle town as well as a military base. It's filed under a small town, but it obviously isn't with all the things that go on. Anyway, the tracks didn't really surprise me, though they did make me feel a little uneasy. I suppose it's perfectly reasonable to believe that things could have happened on the job, accidents on the tracks, or even inside, that could have cost people their lives, but I brushed it off at first. That was until I went inside. The living room wasn't bad, just felt cramped. The kitchen had an uneasy feeling, but I refused to go into the basement. Gabriel kept standing in front of the door any time that I walked by, as if challenging something down there. The basement, as they called it, really just a room slightly lower than the kitchen level, had been turned into a bedroom for her father. One of the rooms, the one facing the street, was my friend and her baby's bedroom. The last bedroom, which was down the tiny hallway, had a window facing the trolley station, full of things that couldn't be stored elsewhere around the house, and I hated that room. I found in that room scratches along all the walls, and one day I decided to use a comparison. I held my hand up close to them and found that they were just wider than my hand, probably a man's hand that had caused these dark furrows on the wall. The wall was covered in a thick layer of paint, which made me wonder how long it would take someone to actually carve such deep scratches into the wall with their fingernails alone. They were definitely in the correct places to be the fingers of a human hand, and there were 3 sets on the walls, one of each except for the one closest to the window, as if this person didn't want to get close to it. Each of the sets had 2 marks, one for both hands, and they were just within my reach if I had lifted both arms. Often in this room, I would see something flash past the window, someone running past the blinds. As I looked though, I realized that whoever or whatever it was had appeared to be running, and there was nothing but a track overgrown with cactus plants. No one in their right mind would run through a patch of those, and even if they had, they would have at least been slowed by the sheer density of the plants. As I looked out the window, I saw the old trolley building, and it looked like a group of about 4 men were gathered around one window, staring out at me. I never looked up all the way to meet their eyes. Gabriel went running out of the room as fast as possible, and I followed. Then there was my friend's room. It was small, cramped like the rest of the house. But she was a completely goth Wiccan. That doesn't mean she worships the devil, by the way. She wanted us to paint the room gray. She also had us add black and red splatters and handprints all over the room. That didn't really creep me out. I thought it would be a nice touch to a haunted house, and my friend just loves this kind of thing. She was already upset since she had decided to have the baby and gotten kicked out by her grandfather, who'd she lived with for years, since she decided to not have an abortion. So we decided to go ahead and paint the room the way she wanted us to paint it. This friend has known about Gabriel for years, and she had always seemed really interested in something. She always wasn't liking the house much because she'd seen how I was reacting to things, and she knew Gabriel was making me want to leave this house. She began mentioning to me that she was surprised I wouldn't go buy the closet to paint, and I realized she was right. I refused to go by the closet, leaving the wall the same ugly yellow color it had been before we had painted it. I didn't know why, but I didn't like that closet. She finished painting the room over there, and after the horrible smell of dying paint was gone, I was basically moved in for the weekend to keep her company since her dad was out working and wouldn't be back for a while. He was a truck driver and was currently driving cross country. During the day, everything seemed pretty calm, but I couldn't sleep during the night. I've never gotten to sleep easily, so it didn't really surprise me, but I heard what sounded like something scratching on the door. It wasn't the dog, which was my first reaction. The giant black lab liked to wander the house and stare at corners and such, and with the room painted so darkly, I couldn't really see her. As I started to get up to open the door for her, though, I found the dog practically leaping onto me to push me back down onto the bed. She wasn't growling, but I could see her snarling and on edge, just staring at the door. I'd never seen that sweet little dog so ready to tear something apart. She was a rescue who was terrified of everything. You stepping on a creaking floorboard would send her yelping into a corner. And this behavior had happened before we'd ever brought her into this house. Needless to say, I wasn't expecting to see her like this. My friend and her baby didn't wake up. The noise was too quiet for anyone else to hear. I just remember whispering for the noise to be quiet, and it did. The dog didn't relax for a long while though. I managed to get back to sleep, and when I woke up again, I noticed Gabriel pacing in front of the closet, out of the corner of my eye. The door was open, and I realized how odd that was. For one, heavy boxes of various items had been laid against it on the outside because we hadn't finished packing everything away. And for another, that door was heavy. It opened swinging outwards to the rest of the room and was made of solid wood. It took a lot to close and open it, and it almost always seemed to snag on part of the carpet since the floor was uneven. The dog was practically in my lap at this point. I just felt scared and decided to turn on the radio app on my phone to distract myself. Static was the only thing I got, as well as strange whispered voices. I noticed a shadow stepped out of the closet itself, only to be chased back into it by Gabriel. He seemed to be calling me over, so I closed the door, pushed the boxes back in front of it, and proceeded to just go back to sleep. Nothing else happened while I was there that time, though in the morning, we found the door had marks on it matching the other rooms, and the boxes had been thrown across the room sometime during the night without waking me somehow. My friend wanted to know why I hadn't let the dog in, and why I'd moved the boxes all over the place, knowing I was a light sleeper intended to be full of pranks. I pointed out that I had a badly sprained wrist at the time and couldn't have moved the boxes without waking her, and that the dog had been practically sleeping on top of her during the night. I told her how uneasy Gabriel seemed, and she immediately went to work trying to figure out what was going on. After the weekend ended, I was glad to leave. She was still my friend though, and we visited often. Each time, I noticed that things seemed to move without explanation when I wasn't looking, and the dog refused to pass a certain point in the hallway every day. I also was becoming increasingly unnerved about the fact that the basement was getting physically darker, no matter how many lights were on inside of it. My friend explained that her dad was what she called an energy vampire, and he fed off of negative energy. Beings who also fed off of that energy continued to follow a trail, like breadcrumbs to the room where all of it seemed to be stored. Gabriel kept me as far away from that room as possible. There were more scratch marks around the house, nearly over my head, and the door looked like it had taken a serious beating. I wasn't scared to hang around the closet and even go inside it anymore. All of those negative beings had seemed to migrate to the other room and were content to stay there. I even got up the nerve to visit the other room, where the window faced the trolley station. I didn't see the strange men over in the window anymore. I didn't see anything else that seemed to be even remotely like them or the shape I'd seen dash by the window. In the direction of the room, where all the negative energy was stored, I realized. My friend said there was a portal leading to the realm of the dead in the closet, and she'd closed it. Her dad moved out, apparently not liking his daughter cramping his style. Almost all of the negative energy seemed content to follow him out, though one being apparently remained and liked to slam cabinet doors, torture the poor dog and me, as well as scratch increasingly louder on the doors and walls. Sometimes it even threw things across the room, though the activity almost seemed to grow less violent as I walked in. My friend could only assume it was because it was afraid of Gabriel or something. With this apparent portal closed, my friend moved out of the house with her fiancé, taking the dog and her baby with her. Everything was moved out of the house, and I was glad to never see that place ever again.
This story was told to me by my aunt and uncle who lived near Sung Chung Garden in Ipoh, and of course the eerie things that happened in their neighborhood. It happened a few years ago, and back then the locals were shocked with the news of a man getting shot multiple times in his very own car when he was refilling petrol. And having a tarnished reputation as a member of a triad group and a loan shark, the locals thought it was enemies avenging for his evil deeds. The investigation didn't progress much, and its case is closed at present. But the very car he died in was under his nephew and his name. Therefore, after his death, his nephew had the right to claim the car for his own personal use. Coincidentally, his nephew stays right opposite of my uncle and aunt's house. Both of them and my cousins are dog lovers, so they have a few dogs. The night when the nephew drove home the car, which was at midnight, the dogs were disturbed by a presence and all of them howled. Not only their dogs, but almost all the dogs in the neighborhood. My aunt was alarmed, and she expressed her concern to her husband, telling him the unusual behavior of the dogs. However, my uncle brushed it off by telling her it might be any female dog having a period, causing high mating desire among the males. She was not sure about his reply and went off to bed. The howling lasted till the wee hours, and they had trouble sleeping. The very next morning, my aunt went over to the opposite, and they talked about how peculiar was the dog's behavior. Soon she found out about the car and how the previous owner died from gunshots. She was terrified by the news and related the matter to my uncle. Basically, nothing they could do. The next few nights, eerie things started to happen in the neighborhood. One, a teenage girl staying not far from the nephew's home, was talking on the phone with her friend when she heard a coarse male voice interrupted their conversation. The voice was very harsh and sounded pitiful, and she was scared and quickly ended the conversation. 2, a lady was preparing dinner in the kitchen when she heard a man whispering and talking at the back lane of her house. She opened the back door, found no one. 3, a lady woke in the middle of the night and heard a man sobbing pitifully outside her house. She decided to peek from her window upstairs and saw a black figure sitting under a tree outside her house and crying. 4, continuous barking and howling of dogs towards the car. Soon the neighbors were complaining about the strange incidents and confronted the nephew's mother. She was concerned about the car too and decided to persuade her son to take the car to a temple for blessing, which her son gladly did. And after the blessing, strange incidents ended and the dogs stopped howling. How strange.
I just got home from this adventure and had to write about it for you guys. I'm a new community member to the Phantom Wagon, and this will be my first, and hopefully not last, story submitted to this channel. I haven't heard every scary story video on YouTube, so I could be wrong, but I've yet to hear any involving storm draining. For those who don't know, draining is a term referred to exploring the tunnels of storm drains or manholes. I didn't even realize it was an actual thing people did. It's treated almost like a sport. Me and my bud are both named David. We both like to go on any random adventures we can come up with. We've gone through over 20 different storm drains in or near our neighborhood, located in Silver Spring, Maryland. By the way, if anyone listening is a local, I have plenty of other stories about well-known Silver Springs legends or creepy people in areas to share, many with documented proof and articles. Leave a comment if you're from my city or close and want to hear some more. It's always fun to see graffiti tags by people from the past, or to even feel like the first people to explore a specific drain with a blank slate, but nothing creepy has happened during our 20+ explorations. That is, until tonight. If I were being honest, I've been impatiently waiting for something eerie to happen, so I'm clearly drawn to this type of stuff. David discovered a major storm drain. It was almost completely walkable without having to bend over too much as we traveled through the tunnels. He found one where we don't have to Shawshank Redemption shit crawl through like usual. This particular location was an amazing maze of twists and turns of various tunnel options. We took a bunch of photos between David's camera and my shit phone, which would explain the drastic changes in quality. Of course, like many tunnels, immediately we came upon a faded, but still in your face graffiti tag that pretty much says "Welcome to Hell," or in this case, the hellhole. I love graffiti, so seeing a collage of shitty tags from different decades was a cool start to that adventure. I really want to say the noises I heard were only from the people above ground that could be heard faintly, or just the echo of our footsteps in running water creating weird noises. But this would be impossible because it's midnight on a weekday, and there was literally no one outside before we got in. Like I said, it could all have a reasonable explanation, but these sounds were too, the best way I can describe it is that they almost sounded like they didn't belong. Not just the noises itself, but it was separate from all of the natural sounds occurring. And I've never heard anything like it. And we've been in plenty of drains like this before with those normal noise combinations of echoes, splashes, and crap. It all started off far away, sounded like a fast wind. This wind sound wasn't steadily creeping up to me, but instead, just suddenly burst a large gust of air directly into my right ear. Keep in mind, it is impossible to be even windy down here. I wasn't even hit anywhere else, only directly right into my ear. It actually hurt. For just a second, my ear felt like it was plugged full of water. That feeling came and went pretty fast. I now have a headache, but didn't even think too much of this. I didn't feel scared, but it was creepy. And once you reach that area of a drain where you're too far from a nearby manhole to pop out of, you do feel trapped. I mean, you really are. If you are in a hurry, there is literally nowhere to escape to. I'll admit it, this kind of adds a rush to the experience. I kept walking when that wind blow happened again, but this time with some accompanying whispers. I didn't make out any actual words, but at the moment, I didn't realize what was happening. The combined air pressure and fainted muttering were now happening sporadically. I started to feel a bit uneasy. In the back of my mind, I thought I was seriously hearing the voices of people. I do believe in ghosts, but I don't always jump to conclusions, so I tried rationalizing the situation. It definitely sounded like whispers smashing in and out of my ear, but I also thought it could have been a weird side effect to a headache, or that I was just having auditory hallucinations. The noises were happening every 10 awkward steps I would take in the puddles. I called down to David to see if he had heard them, but he hadn't. David isn't too much into believing paranormal things like me, so maybe the force was more connected to me because in a way, I wanted to hear it. I don't know how that really works. I've experienced things like this before, but I've only felt emotional responses, such as an unwanted feeling of dread or even a sense of calm. But this time, the feelings were more physical than mental. It was penetrating my eardrum and giving me a migraine. Now, yes, I did feel uneasy, but only because I didn't know what was going on. This now almost rhythmic pattern of intense voices eating my eardrum lasted for at least 5 minutes, but then the further and further we got into the drains, the noises stopped. What was odd were the graffiti surrounding me during this 5-minute hellish ordeal. Every area of tunnel was coated with terrible anti-Semitic and just plain out racist and ignorant tags. What is extremely fascinating was as soon as we passed through a manhole stop and entered a new connecting tunnel, not only were these walls completely clean from any paint, but the voices and ear pain stopped, and I mean instantly. What was creepy about this area, aside from the racist crap, was its specific location throughout the entire drain system. It wasn't even close to any of the other tag tunnels, but just in a random area of the drains deep within the tunnels, almost like it was on purpose. After walking through these naked walls, we eventually came upon one of the many options of getting out without having to pop a manhole. We walked out of the hellhole back into the stars and neighborhood lights. We looked around and realized, damn, did we travel far or what? It was unbelievable. It didn't feel like we walked that much distance. In fact, we usually feel the opposite with opposite results. Of course, as soon as we came crawling out of a sewer in the middle of fricking night in a shady part of Wheaton, Maryland, some dude was standing at a bus stop and we obviously terrified him. I started to speak out loud to David and pretended like we were looking for our dog. I'm quick to try and make myself look less shady than I already do. I've been told I give off that vibe sometimes, because I always have a pulled-down wool hat, visible tattoos, battle scars, a Newport in hand, and now a dirty face with dripping soaked boots. I swear I don't mean to do it on purpose. I only mention this because the dude started to pick up his phone, and I was thinking, dang, I didn't even tag this time, and I'm still gonna get locked up again. But overhearing the conversation, I think he was doing exactly what I was doing. As soon as it felt like we could stick around, David and I took our time and started to try and trace above ground where we travel below. David has the technology and is also very good at mapping, so we knew where he was going, but before we made those moves, we had no idea where we were and started off in a housing complex, and the more we walked and followed our trail, we eventually figured out exactly where we were. We were now in the area of where the strange noises and ear damage were most active. That is when I started to tell David what I was experiencing there. He believed me. He's a good friend. We continued walking while looking down at David's phone, but then we stopped dead in our tracks, looked at each other, and couldn't believe it. We were walking dead center under a funeral home. I tried to rationalize it as best I could, but knowing the events that preceded this, I came to the conclusion that this couldn't be a coincidence. I think I was experiencing those creepy, painful whispers because that exact tunnel was literally crossing right through the undergrounds of a funeral home. Whenever I'd been to graveyards, which I do not do anymore, I for the most part always felt a positive vibe. But during this experience, these departed souls did not want me there. I think the offensive graffiti even added fuel to the fire, and this is why I experienced a painful ear and headache. So while nothing extraordinarily scary happened, at least from my version of what scary is, that was definitely a creepy but cool situation. As I write this, it does sound like the perfect idea for a fictional scary story. I mean, come on. Walking in a storm-drained tunnel, literally under a funeral home, and being surrounded by paranormal sounds. It doesn't get more unique than that. I'm sure a more elaborate, embellished, made-up story would be more exciting, but I think this whole discovery in general is exciting enough anyway. David and I also plan on purposely walking under the drains of a funeral home right down the block from our neighborhood. We've been in those tunnels before, but popped out of a manhole before we even reached the boulevard. If my locals are listening, that funeral home in particular is called Collins on University Boulevard. These tunnels are a tighter squeeze, but it'll be worth it, I hope. Thanks for listening. Sure, it could have all been one big coincidence. Maybe it is just an overactive imagination, but I like to stay paranormally optimistic. Is that even a real term? Whatever. Time for a cigarette. It all started in 1967 when my dad had a stroke in the front room. I was then 10 years of age. My parents bought this old cottage in 1963. The house was built in 1740. There had been no problems in the house prior to 1967. When my dad came out of the hospital, he was paralyzed down the left-hand side and was unable to speak. That's when things started to happen in the house. The first thing that happened was my parents were in bed, and suddenly all the blankets waved and rolled completely off the bed. Also, the wallpaper in the bedroom would become soaking wet for no apparent reason, then bone dry next day. As the months passed by, my father regained most of the use on his left side, but never regained his speech. Also, my father after the stroke became nasty and violent towards me. I had to put a bolt on my bedroom door, as he would wander about in the middle of the night and come in my bedroom and just stare at me sometimes, waving a fist. One night, I was in bed, and I woke up to the bed rocking on its own. I put the bedside lamp on and jumped out of bed screaming. I unbolted the door, shouting to my mother. As she entered the bedroom, the bed was still jumping on its own accord. In front of us, we both ran downstairs, and my father knew nothing as he had some sleeping tablets. We walked a while to calm down, then went back to check. It had stopped by then, so I got back in bed and left the lights on. I had no choice. We did have a third bedroom, but to come and go, I had to pass through my parents' bedroom, and as an 11-year-old boy, I was scared of what my dad would do next, so I had to stop in that bedroom. One night, me and my mother were watching television. It was about 11:30 p.m. when we heard a terrible screaming coming from the small cast iron window, which led into the back garden, near the television. We didn't dare speak to each other, and that stopped after about 4 minutes. The next thing I knew, the television, which was on 4 screwed legs, began to walk towards us, rocking from side to side. It only stopped when the main cord pulled tight. We were by then petrified. The screaming noise had woke my father, and he came downstairs shouting, but due to his stroke, the words were not making any sense. He ran into the back sitting room. My mother said, "Go get your dad, or he might have another stroke," so off I went. Entering the room, it was pitch black. Everything happened so fast, I didn't think about turning the light on. And then I looked at the back window, which led onto the very private unlit garden. A gray-white figure floated past the window, of the side view. It was very defined. He had a 3-cornered hat, a white beard, walking stick, and a long trench-type coat with 3 buttons on it with no legs visible. I ran out of the room, leaving my father, who was looking out of the other window, who hadn't seen anything. I ran to the other room to my mother. I was unable to speak properly to her for at least an hour. My father just wandered back to bed. In desperation, my mother contacted a medium. She said the spirit was called Jacob, who was only trying to help us through the difficult time. He had been a gardener who got killed when a horse fell on him, the medium said. Things became so bad, doors banging, strange sounds in the middle of the night, not helped by my father, who everybody was scared of. I had an older sister, and she moved out in 1968 to get away from the situation. In the end, my mother put the house up for sale in 1972. And that last night, it was terrible. My father was in bed asleep with those sleeping tablets again, so he was unaware of anything. Me and my mother was huddled up in the front room. We stayed awake all night, doors banging, banging from under the floorboards, moaning noises. Then dawn broke at 6:30 a.m. Everything stopped and went calm. We couldn't wait to move out. After we sold it, Nobody lived in it longer than 18 months, till it became empty 25 years ago. Around the time this event occurred, I was around 11 or 12. I am a female, and I guess you could say I live in your basic, small, no creepy town where everybody knows each other and nothing super creepy goes on. Although we do have some surrounding towns that are pretty sketch and full of druggies or whatnot. But anyway, here is my story. Me and my mother were visiting a neighboring town of ours, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away. We were there helping out my stepmom set up a reception for a wedding that would be held later in the week. It took place in a building called the Lions Hall, which is basically a place for get-togethers and such. Now, something you should know now is that the town we were in was one of the sketchier places, and it was in one of the worst sections. Me and my sister were outside of the building, walking around and talking, when this guy pulled up in a truck. Now my stepmom was expecting someone to help carry in a few things, although she didn't really know him. So thinking nothing of it, we just assumed it was him. So then he got out of the truck and went into the building. We could hear him talking to our stepmom. He was there for a while, but then finally came out of the building and went back into his truck. Now at this point, me and my sister were still outside walking around. We noticed he was staring at us, blankly with no real expression on his face. He sat like that for a while, until me and my sister had enough and walked around to the back of the building. Then that's when he started the truck and slowly crept around the building, sort of following us. We went around and around, doing this for probably 4 minutes or so. We could tell something was seriously off, but then, just as we turned the corner to where he was gone, like poof into thin air. We never heard him drove off or anything, and that was enough for us. So we ran inside and didn't go back out for the rest of the day. We never spoke about our encounter to anyone. So as far as I know, weird sketchy truck guy, let's never meet again. A few months ago, I was staying at my friend's house. Basically, I'd gone to sleep as normal. I usually sleep perfectly, but this time, I woke up at 5:35 and felt weird. I took the blanket from my face and looked to the foot of my bed and saw 2 girls, both blonde, didn't have a face and had little blue penny dresses on. I looked at them for a good few seconds and turned back over to sleep. I told my clairvoyant friend, and she told me she's always thought I had a talent for seeing the beyond. Thank you for reading. I know this is kind of short, but I guess it was a kind of cool story. I'm living in Birmingham, and I'm thinking there has to be some haunted locations that I could go to and feel around, given the history of the city. I started doing some research, looking for some local haunts, and lo and behold, I come to find out that I live 15 minutes from one of the most haunted places on Earth, Sloss Furnace. The factory was built in the 1800s, and hundreds of men died there due to the grueling nature of the work. I read about the history and ghost stories other people told about the places and decided that this was going to be my first ghost hunt. My trip to Sloss Furnace occurred over the course of 2 days, the first day being my first time, and all I did was just walk around the place, read the exhibit signs, and explore the grounds. They turned the furnace into a museum that is open to the public, and they also use the grounds to host concerts, weddings, and other social events. They happened to be planning for a wedding the first day I was there, and a few tourists were milling around, so I wasn't completely alone, but the place was fascinating. I was able to walk into a few of the off-limits areas and look around. I pulled out my phone, started recording, went into the boiler room, and managed to catch a few orbs in the footage. It was cool, but nothing to write home about. I left, went home, and that was that. On the second day, at Sloss Furnace. My second day at Sloss Furnace will go down in the history books of ghost hunting.
I managed to do what the Ghost Hunters, Scariest Place on Earth, and countless paranormal investigation teams have failed to do, and that is film an actual ghost. One ghost would be impressive indeed, but what if I told you I filmed at least 5 ghosts? I can almost guarantee you that you have never seen ghost footage ever that comes even close to what you are about to see. When I pulled up the second day, it was a rainy, gloomy Sunday afternoon. As I drove to the gate, I saw a sign blocking the entrance saying that the museum was closed. It was hardly secure, so I just parked my car across the street and walked in through the front entrance. There was a construction crew working on the left end of the facility away from the actual furnace itself. When I walked into the entrance, I could see remnants of the wedding party from the day before. Apparently, they weren't responsible for cleaning. I made my way into the boiler room, took out my phone, and started recording again. Here I am all alone in a damp, dark factory, listening to the sound of the rain beating down against the roof, armed with only a cell phone. I walked through the boiler room, filming as I went along, and decided to call it a day. It wasn't until I got home, watched the rest of a playoff basketball game, and looked at my phone when I realized what I just captured. I was able to count at least 5 ghosts. The best part about it all is that I have proof. When you look at the film, go to the 320 mark, you will see a ghost. Go to 344, you will see a ghost, and up to 350, and you will see a literal ghost scene. If you slow it down, you will see ghosts peeping from different corners. Amazing. This is hands down the best ghost footage you will ever see. When I was younger, my father told my brother, sister, and myself that there was a ghost story that happened in a family apartment in Chinatown. Apparently, it had something to do with a friend who was visiting the family from out of town. The story took place in the 1950s or later, and whatever the friend experienced scared her enough that she left in the night and never returned. For a long time, my father denied ever having mentioned that there was a ghost story. Only recently, and seeing that my siblings and I were grown, did he finally admit ever telling the story and gave us the full tale. During the 1950s, my grandparents still owned a large Chinese restaurant on Mott Street. Since it opened until very late, they often came home after closing around 4 in the morning. My father and his siblings often helped out working there and would often come home late as well. It just so happened that a friend of my aunt's was staying over that week. Since my aunt was busy working at the restaurant, her friend relaxed in the family apartment, which had a piano in the living room. One evening, the guest was alone in the apartment and decided to play several songs on the piano. She knew that there was nobody in the apartment and played without disturbance. At a certain point, the guest stopped playing, and when she did, she heard the sound of someone clapping their hands in the same room with her. The guest knew that she was supposed to be alone in the apartment. She was so scared by this that she left before anyone from my family returned from work. Through all the time that I'd spent with people and alone in that apartment, I'd never experienced anything strange at all. One possible explanation may be the thin walls that the old buildings in lower Manhattan have. The building was built in 1886, and the fact that someone in the building's stairwell could hear a lot of what's going on inside the apartment. Could the guests have mistaken the sound of someone clapping in the stairwell with someone in the room? Or were the clapping hands so unmistakably near that there was no mistaking that the invisible person was in the same room? I guess we'll never truly know the answer to that question. Chinatown in Manhattan, New York, is the largest Chinatown in the United States, although fast becoming upserved by 2 additional New York City Chinatowns. Chinatown, Manhattan has a long history from the mid-1800s when the first Chinese immigrants arrived off of Ellis Island. As we all know, different cultures see the world uniquely through their own personal beliefs and customs. Many of the earlier Chinese immigrants arrived from Guangdong province in the south of China. At the time, it was a very poor part of the country that had felt the effects of war, famine, and general unrest. The vast majority of these early immigrants even came from just a few hometowns in that same area. Perhaps it is a unique belief from that part of China, but some of these immigrants believe that ghosts don't have chins. When my grandfather arrived in New York City around 1919, he worked in a grocery store that was owned by his brothers and some relatives on 32 Mott Street. Like many of the stores in New York City today, there was, and still exists, a cellar directly below the store, accessible by a metal door on the sidewalk. These cellars were, and are still used today, as stockrooms for inventories. It was in one of these basements where my grandfather had a very strange experience. One day, my grandfather had to go down the cellar to bring up boxes. Climbing down by himself, there was no one else in the cellar. Although it was during the day, it was still very dark in the recesses of the cellar, which stretched back under the store into the shadows. Midway between moving boxes, my grandfather noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a figure standing in the shadows. My grandfather recalled that the figure gave off a very malevolent presence. Knowing that there should have been no one in the cellar, my grandfather continued facing away from the figure, but kept looking at it from the corner of his eye. My grandfather said, "Who's there?" From the direction of darkness, the figure gave a low and undistinguishable reply, more a mumble than a word. My grandfather knew that the figure would disappear if he looked straight at it, so he tried to get more details of its appearance. The low voice showed that the presence was a man. Its shape was definitely that of a man. My grandfather also noticed the presence had no chin. Surely it was a ghost. Giving in to the urge, my grandfather finally turned his head to look, but there was nothing in the spot where the figure had just been. Knowing of this story as he was growing up, my father also had to frequently enter that same cellar to get things. Sometimes he would look through the corner of his eye into the shadows, but was always disappointed not to see anything. For those of you who live in the New York City area, you might be interested to know that the grocery store is still around. Instead of selling groceries, it's now a gift shop. The original woodwork has not been changed, and the store looks like the same as it did when my grandfather worked there in the early part of the 20th century. It's located on 32 Mott Street. I do know the people who currently run the shop, but I've never mentioned this story to them. Chinese believe in a phenomenon that can be translated into to be weighed down by a ghost. This is a fairly common occurrence in which someone wakes from sleeping to find themselves completely paralyzed but conscious. During these short moments, people often report unexplainable experiences, including hearing voices talking to them, feeling sensations, and hearing people in the room that should not be there. A relative of mine lived in Confucius Plaza in Chinatown, New York City. Those familiar with this part of town will recognize it as the tallest building in Chinatown. This curved brick, 44-story co-op rises at the foot of the Manhattan Bridge entrance and forms a unique wind tunnel. There are many urban legends about Confucius Plaza, which slowly emerged since it was built in the mid-70s. My relative lived alone in his Confucius Plaza apartment, which had a kitchen, bedroom, and living room. On one particular evening, my relative fell asleep on his couch in the living room. He later woke to find himself totally paralyzed and unable to even open his eyes. As he lay there, he heard someone enter through his front door, walk through every room of his apartment, and leave through the front door, slamming it as they left. At the moment the door slammed, my relative was suddenly able to move again and immediately sprang up. He opened the front door, but saw no one going down the long hallway. He searched through the entire apartment and found nothing missing or disturbed. In the summer of 2011, I accompanied my uncle back to the US. He now lives in Iowa. I spent a week with his family before returning back to the Philippines. On my return trip, I decided to take a few more days off and see the sights of Chicago. I've been to the US on numerous occasions, but this was my very first to Chicago. I was looking so forward to baseball and food. I booked a room at the Congress Plaza Hotel because of its accessibility and reasonable rate. It was close to subways, where I could go with ease to a Sox game at Comiskey Park and to O'Hare for my flight home. The hotel is quite old, and it looks old. You can hear it creak in some areas. The room I was assigned to was on the 4th floor, I think. It was on a corner, and you could see Roosevelt University on East Congress Parkway when you look out the window. The hallway outside leading up to my room was always eerily quiet. The first night after I got back from eating out, the room became really cold. I thought it was really strange because it was nice and warm outside. Also, it got cold suddenly, but not gradually. I ended up sleeping with the bed sheet, blanket, and bed cover on top. It was cold just that one night. I would be out during the day to explore the city and get back after dinner. Every time I got to my room, some of my stuff would be moved. I initially thought it was the cleaners, so I hung a do not disturb sign outside my door. I would still get back to my room with my stuff moved. Nothing was missing though. All my stuff was accounted for. What validated the rumors I've heard that this place is haunted was when I saw a shadow figure. There was a dresser at the foot of my bed with a biggish mirror. While in bed one night, recalling my visit to Chicago's Field Museum that day, I saw reflected on the mirror a shadow. It was peeking out from the bathroom door that was slightly ajar. The lights were off inside the bathroom, but I could still make out a distinct human shape. It was darker than the dark bathroom, but it was solid. I stared at the reflection for I don't know how long. I couldn't really tell if it was staring back at me, as it had no face, but somehow I had the feeling that it was spying on me. There was just solid blackness where a face should have been. I blinked to make sure I wasn't just seeing things, and sure enough, it was still there. I got out of bed to confront it. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking then, but it vanished. I went back to bed, looked at the mirror again. It was no longer there. Has anyone been to the same hotel and experienced these? Thanks for reading. Now, this is not an event that had taken place in front of my own eyes, but it has surely happened to my grandfather. My dad told me this story, and it gave me a chance to look at spirits who have yet to rest, but are not actually scaring people to death. Here is my grandfather's tale. My grandfather was only 36 years of age, and he of course needed a job. He had looked in agriculture, the stores down the street, even the Starkiest factory that was quite a ways away. No jobs whatsoever. Finally, after 3 weeks of looking, he had seen an ad for a wanted bus driver for the night shift position. At the time, he didn't care what kind of job it was or when he had to work. All he cared about was supporting his family. After a few days, he had gotten the job to work from sundown to an hour before sunset. The bus driving job was steady. He really didn't have any riders unless it was someone who also worked late. Soon, he had picked up on which riders came on, what time they came on, and where they should be dropped off. But a year into the job, he had gotten a new rider who would only ride for that one night. He saw the man standing at a stop to which no one had stood before, and for the first time, he could stop there. The man was described as well-rounded, pale, with a blue suit, which was very odd because it is so hot in Samoa, even at night. Like every other customer, my grandfather had welcomed him with a smile. Being the kindly fellow, my grandfather also tried to talk to him. He asked him, "How are you doing this evening? Where did you come from?" and just normal conversation questions. The only thing this man replied to is where he should be dropped off. My grandfather tried to get something cheerful out of the pale man, but there was no response. As soon as the bus got to the destination as stated by the man, my grandfather opened the door, looked up to the mirror, and said to him, "Here is your stop, sir," and looked behind. Usually, at this time, you can hear the passenger get their stuff together and proceed to the front, but not this time. He heard dead silence. He looked up at the mirror again and saw nothing. This is a true story, and although I don't believe in ghosts, it did raise some goosebumps. The first week, I was driving around 1 to 2 a.m. I got a signal to pick up a rider at the music factory. At that time of night, the streets were dead and the music factory was empty. The address didn't seem right to me and kept having me circle around back to a deserted old road. Thinking that the GPS must be off a few blocks, I decided to circle around the next few streets. I even made 5 phone calls to no avail, no answer or voicemail. I started thinking maybe I was being set up to be robbed. But I guess my curiosity got the best of me, and I had to see for myself. After all, somebody could be drunk or hurt. Let me backtrack a bit and explain that the Uber screen shows both my car and the figure of a person and a closing distance as you approach. The road behind the building is old and unkempt. I thought to myself, this doesn't look good. I kept driving further back, and the distance between me and my rider closed in, until finally the road came to a dead end. My display spoke and told me to turn right, and my rider would be 100 feet away on my right. I turned slowly to my right and saw a very old cemetery. The gates were standing wide open. Off in the distance, about 100 feet away, was a white foggy figure standing by a headstone. My hair stood on end, and I was instantly covered in goosebumps. Needless to say, I decided to skip that fair. In October of 2009, I started a new job working security. I got posted in Banning, California, at an Edison substation. I was working graveyard, patrolling around the outside of the substation. I'd been there for a few nights. Nothing really seemed out of place at first. We had 4 checkpoints we had to tag with a GPS device. We didn't have access to the inside, nor the east side of the area, due to a neighboring business. The south side fenced the street. The west had a narrow path to walk, and a business beyond that, surrounded by a chain-link fence. The north side had a field, and after about 50 feet, a set of train tracks. Checkpoint 1 was the southeast side. Checkpoint 2 was the southwest corner, which I posted my truck. The northwest was checkpoint 3, and 4th was the northeast. There was an area by the train tracks not on the patrol, but it was the actual northeast corner. I walked up to the far area beyond my normal patrol area, as I was prone to do. As I came back around, I felt the air suddenly get colder and heavier. I thought nothing of it and continued on by checkpoints 4 and 3. As I started down the corridor between 3 and 2, I saw a figure about 6 foot, blonde hair, thin build, and slightly glowing walk through the fence, from the inside the substation, and through the fence on the opposite side, traveling from east to west. I carried a handheld spotlight since there was so little lighting to the area, and the guy was nowhere to be seen. I ran back towards checkpoint 4 and regained my composure. I cautiously walked back to the area I had seen the figure to make sure the fence hadn't been cut. No holes, cuts, or anything else I could find. No footprints, nothing that suggested it had happened. I went back to my truck and dropped the tailgate and sparked up a cigarette. I set it down to grab something out of my lunchbox, and as I went to retrieve my smoke, it glowed like someone was dragging off of it and then fell to the ground. I thought at first maybe it was a breeze, but the night was completely still. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or maybe residual energy. I'm not sure if the substation still has security there. I was transferred off that post for a better position a week or so later. If there's no security and you decide to visit, I don't remember directions. Watch for Banning PD because they do frequent the area. I guess it started when I was little. My mom and I have always been a little more open to the things unexplainable. I was about 5 years old, making my brothers 4 and 3. My brother, who was 3, is autistic, and his tick was trains. My mother would hear his toy train go off. It made choo-choo noises and played music and flashed lights when you push buttons on the side. Every night for months, and she thought it was just us playing at night. She would come back to check in on us, and we would be sleeping. At the time, me and my siblings shared a room. Finally, my mom took the batteries out of the toy train. The next night, without it having batteries, my mom once again heard the train going off. Me and my brothers were downstairs, and my mom went upstairs to check on the noise she heard. She turned the train off and returned downstairs. A few minutes later, I swear I heard giggling, and I know I was young, but I clearly remember the figures of a little girl and boy walking down the stairs. It was just shadows on the walls, like their outlines. When I looked from the wall to the stairs, nothing was there. When I got older, my mom told me that night, after we saw the shadows of the kids, that she told the kid ghosts, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you have to leave. My mom said she never had experiences with them again. The toy train never went off on its own again. I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. To this day, my mom still swears she saw the two kids. I don't know if they were bad. My mom said we were never harmed. The train thing going off went on for months until the night it went off without having any batteries. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I have no idea. I was a long-haul trucker for many years. In December of 2004, I had a delivery in Winchester, Virginia, and a second stop in Washington, D.C. At my first stop, I was delayed and didn't get unloaded until 2 a.m. I left Winchester heading east on Highway 7. Around 2:30, I came to the intersection of Highway and a Route 601 near Bluemont. At a gas station, I pulled in to check my map of Washington in anticipation of my delivery. The station was closed at that hour. There was virtually no traffic going by, and it was a cold, moonless night. While I was sitting there, someone knocked on my door, startling me. I jumped and turned off my interior light so I could see outside and rolled down my window. A man was standing there in an airline flight crew uniform. He had 4 stripes on his shoulders, indicating a captain. He was without a jacket on a very cold morning. He climbed up on the step of my cab. He smelled like he had bathed in kerosene. When he got close to my face, I could see that his cap had the TWA insignia on it. "Could you give me a lift?" he asked in a voice that seemed raspy. I assumed it was from the cold. I was really taken off guard. It was odd. I was in a dark, rural area on a freezing night being asked by an airline pilot wearing short sleeves for a ride. I asked him where he was headed. "I work for TWA. I gotta get the Dullies to work a flight. Please give me a ride. I'll pay you," he responded. "Well, how about I give you a ride to the next open store where you can call a cab?" I offered. "Okay, thank you, he mumbled. He said that we could descend. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I didn't want the guy to freeze out there. He climbed down and shuffled around the front of the truck. When he passed the first light, I was struck by the fact that he seemed to have long sideburns, a la Elvis. When he continued on to the right, he totally vanished. I don't mean faded away. He just ceased to exist. I jumped out of the truck and looked all around with a flashlight, even under the truck. He was just disappeared. As I continued on towards Washington, I remembered something odd. TWA had gone out of business over 2 years ago. What was going on, I wondered, totally perplexed and shaken by the experience. When I got home, I did some online research. What I found has totally turned my beliefs upside down. I've always thought that ghost stories were hokum, but with what I learned, I'm no longer sure. It turns out that on December 1st, 1974, a TWA Boeing 727 Flight 514 descended prematurely through a low cloud deck and slammed into a rocky outcropping on Mount Weather, Virginia. The aircraft disintegrated with all 92 people on board killed. The flight had originated in Columbus, Ohio, and was supposed to land at Washington National Airport. It was diverted to Washington's other airport, Dulles International, because high winds had closed National. According to cockpit voice and flight data recordings, the crew mistakenly believed that air traffic controllers had cleared them to descend to 1,800 feet from their previous altitude fix of 7,000 feet. This error, combined with strong downdrafts, caused the aircraft to hit the mountain at 1,600 feet above sea level. At the last second, they broke out of the overcast, only to see the rocky and snow-covered mountain looming in their windscreen. The captain's last words to his co-pilot were, "Get some power on," just moments before the recording abruptly ceased. The place of the impact was less than a mile south of where I encountered whoever or whatever it was that I saw almost exactly 30 years later. I don't want to definitely say it was a ghost, but the fact remains that there was someone who appeared to be an airline pilot with a very dated hairstyle, wearing a uniform of a defunct business. I no longer am a trucker, but this has troubled me for over 2 years. If anyone would have any insight into this, I'd appreciate your help. Thank you. Maybe most of us have experienced driving at night, maybe in a foggy night, a cold night, or even some people have been on a bus on their way home. In my case, I was on my motorcycle. It all happened in Mexico. This was exactly 2 years ago. That night, I had gone to my friend's house. We watched a movie. It started around 9 p.m. and finished at 11 p.m. It was around 12 a.m. when I left his house. There I was, at max speed on the road, just feeling the breeze on my bike. To get to my house, there is only one trail. There is another road to get to my house too, but it takes forever, so I took the one I always go on. It was a silent night. I could only hear the owls and the air as I was passing through this trail. At a long distance, I saw a kid. He was just standing there in the middle of nowhere. I got surprised, and at the same time, I felt really scared. As I got closer to him, I slowed down a bit. He asked for a ride, but of course I denied to give him one because it was midnight, and this was not normal. I continued the trail like nothing ever happened. Whenever I'm on my bike, I sometimes close my eyes for a bit just to feel the breeze. Somehow, it feels like I'm flying, so I close them for a couple of seconds. Once I opened them, I was not on the same trail anymore. I was on the other road I did not take. I noticed because I know my trail like the tip of my palm. I also knew I was on the other trail because sometimes I would take that trail to visit my uncle. I decided to go back and take the same trail because it was going to take forever. Once I got on the same path again, I noticed the same kid up ahead. This time I felt pretty scared and nervous. I slowed down and decided to give him a ride. He got on my motorcycle. I did not even talk to him. I just kept on going. After a few minutes, there was a curve up ahead. After passing this curve, I turned around and the boy was not on my motorcycle. I felt really scared at this moment, and I just had this weird feeling. And so I got home. I told my parents about it next day. And they surprisingly said that there was another person who experienced the same incident that I had. My parents told me not to drive so late, and as a result, I tended to listen to them. As some of you know from reading my previous stories, I've just recently moved to Los Angeles with my fiance and little brother, and you would also know about the new houses I've lived in. I'm currently living in, and the things that have taken place in those houses. Well, I guess that isn't enough for me, because I have to deal with them at work now. I'm a mechanic at a very popular and very busy motorcycle shop. Every day, myself and 6 other guys pull through maybe 25 plus bikes in a 10-11 hour day. Now, that doesn't seem like much, but we don't just do repairs. We also do custom paint jobs and other custom jobs, so it's quite time consuming. So in other words, it's ridiculously busy and we don't have time to mess around. However, someone seems to have the time to pull pranks on us. This past Monday was busy as hell. The showroom was having a huge sale, and for some reason, the owner thought we should have a sale on a few things in the shop, which was retarded because, as I said, it was busy as hell. It was around noon, and I decided to take an hour and go to Jack in the Box. When I got back to my work area, all of the drawers on my toolbox were open, and every single one of my sockets were scattered across the floor. I yelled over at Rod and told him if he needs to borrow something, not to make such a mess.
I used a little more colorful words, though, because I wasn't too impressed. He told me he wasn't even near my bench. He was doing airbrush the whole morning. Well, the pranks went on for the rest of the day. Nothing as bad as before, just missing tools, and I would turn around to find that drawers were open when I knew they were closed. Finally, it was time to close up for the night. Since I am the manager of the maintenance department, I have to stay an hour after everyone has left to do invoices and whatnot. I was at my bench pricing out a few things a customer wanted when I heard some coughing. It was coming from the long hallway at the rear of the shop that leads to the dumpsters. A special code is needed to open that door and can only be opened from the inside. Plus, it makes a very annoying creak, followed by a loud slam when it is opened. So I was a little shaken to find no one there when I went to check it out. I walked down the corridor to go see if the door was propped open at all. No, closed tight. I just turned around to head back to my bench when I heard the coughing sound again, only this time it was coming from the shop. I jogged down the hall and into the shop to see who was there. No one. This is when I just stood there and went, great, now I have to deal with them at work too. I went over to my bench where I had left my invoices, which were very important and needed to be put into my computer right away. And they were missing. I gave up. I had enough. So I grabbed my coat and left. Didn't finish sweeping. Didn't power wash the floors. Nothing. I got home and told my fiance and brother about what happened. Chris thought this was hilarious because he usually gets all of the annoying ghosts pulling pranks on him, so he got his little cheap shots in, and that was it. The next day, I got to work, and when I turned on the shop lights, I could not believe my eyes. Everyone's tools were spilled all over the floor, and a hose that I had rolled up nice and neat before I left was pulled out. Finally, I had enough, so I started yelling at the spirit. After yelling at it, I began cleaning up the tools and putting them back where they belonged. As I was cleaning, I swear I heard a very mischievous chuckle coming from the corridor. "Yeah," I said, "hilarious. I'm having the time of my life over here. So funny." Basically sounding like a retard. If someone came down and saw me arguing with nobody, I'm sure that would have looked a little weird. The rest of the day wasn't that bad, until closing time came and I was alone again. I started to smell the faint smell of a cigarette. I followed the smell to, you guessed it, the corridor leading to the dumpsters, and, yep, you guessed it again, nothing. I turned back to my area to finish sweeping, and I noticed at the corner of my eye, the missing invoices from the previous day were neatly stacked on my workbench. I leaned on my broom and smiled. I guess I finally got through to the spirit, and he felt bad or something. Since that week, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, other than a power outage that happened when two other mechanics got into a yelling match. Was the spirit angry that they were arguing? I don't know. I'm just going to say it was a coincidence. Until next time, God bless. It was the middle of August, and the harsh wind blew hot and humid, kicking up a storm for the evening hours. Off to the north, the black clouds had started to brew and roll. It was about 6:30 p.m., and my date was late. He would not tell me where he planned to take me. It was a surprise. Now, being 30 minutes late, I begun to wonder what could possibly be going on, if I would be going anywhere. I walked out into the open front porch and could almost smell the rain coming. It began to grow darker. I decided if he arrived, we would just stay at my house until the storm passed. I then started to worry that he may be riding his motorcycle. Motorcycles and thunderstorms do not mix. He knew I despise motorcycles, but, well, hopefully, he would be in his truck. As the dreaded motorcycle came around the corner, the rain began to spit big fat drops. He got off the bike and indicated we needed to hurry up. I told him I was not going. It was raining. I was not getting on the bike, and I wouldn't even if it was not raining. After he became increasingly angry with me and refused to stay at my house until the storm passed, he got on the motorcycle and started off into the downpour. I looked up, and all I could see was flashing red and blue lights, such as those coming off an emergency vehicle. I watched for a few minutes, thinking there must have been an accident right in front of my house. I could hear screams of agony, sounding if they were coming from a few feet in front of me. No one was there. I turned around to grab my iced tea I had brought on the porch with me. As I turned back, the lights were all gone. There was no evidence of an accident either. I shook my head and turned to go into the house. As I turned, I could hear the unmistakable roar of his motorcycle starting and then screeching tires. I whirled around and nothing was there. I turned back around after a few moments and decided I would sit on the porch for a while. Surely the heat had gotten to me, causing me to see and hear things. After 20 minutes later, my mom called me at the screen door telling me I had a call. I asked who it was, as my mom was familiar with all of my friends. She stated she didn't recognize the voice. I went in and answered the phone. The voice on the other end of the line clarified my name and asked how I was related to Mark, my would-be date from earlier. I told him I was not related, that we had been dating for a few weeks. I was then informed that he had my name and phone number. Mark had been in an accident on his motorcycle. The roads were wet and slick. He skidded out of control and came to a rest on a couple of those sand barrels that are used for street barriers. As the accident was being described to me by phone, I looked up and saw the flashing red and blue lights again. I heard the screech of tires. I closed my eyes tightly and said a silent prayer. As I opened my eyes, again the lights and the screeching sounds were gone. I was told to contact his parents and come to the hospital. They would not release his condition to me over the phone. I told my mom. She drove me to his parents' home, and I told them of the call. We all went to the hospital together. By the time we arrived at the hospital, Mark's left leg had been put into a cast all the way to his hip. His scrapes and cuts had been cleaned on his arms and face, and he was arguing that he did not need to have the cervical collar on. Mark ended up staying in the hospital overnight for observation, but he eventually recovered completely. We did not continue to date after that night because he stated I jinxed him. About 3 years later, he had another accident on a motorcycle, which ended up breaking his back and his pelvis, causing him to give up motorcycles for good. In 2009, I was living in Texas at the time. I was working out at the prison on day shift. It happened to be on lockdown at the time, meaning no one out of cell movement for the offenders. I was working with my partner, having a conversation with them to keep us awake, because if you didn't, you would fall asleep. It was that boring. I was talking to him when I stopped in midsection. What I saw did not frighten me, but surprised me, as I usually did not see any or much activity in the ghost area in the prison. I worked there almost 2 years, and this was the first sighting out of 2 that I had at this prison. I saw a white man walk up to the last cell, dressed in offender's clothes, look over me, and then walk through the prison door. I got up to check on it, thinking no way. All I saw was an offender sleeping on his bed. He was Hispanic. I walked back to the table where my partner was sitting. He asked me what was wrong. At first, I refused to tell him because the last thing I wanted was for him or offenders overhearing it and being ridiculed. Finally, he came out and said he believes in ghosts, that he's seen them before, and then started telling me stories of the other prison he worked at. Keep in mind, most ghosts are seen most active at night, or when there is not much activities going on. I finally had the courage to tell him. Thanks for reading my story. Located in Munnsville, West Virginia, is the old West Virginia State Maximum Security Prison. Now, this prison has a long and sometimes violent history. Prisoners were murdered in their cells by other inmates during riots, and most notably, they were put to death in the electric chair, Old Sparky, who was built by an inmate from that facility. The prison is closed now, but you can still tour it. and if you are brave enough, even spend the night there. Once we had received our initial briefing about the facility, we were allowed to tour it on our own and pretty much go wherever we wanted, even places the public isn't allowed. While touring the facility, I was in a section of the prison known as the Sugar Shack, supposedly where some of the worst offenders were housed. I was the only person in this section of the prison at the time, and while I was up on the third tier, inspecting some of the old cells, when down below me, the cell door slammed shut. Now, this wouldn't have come as much of a surprise to me if it weren't for the fact that all the doors had closed at once, which is what they are supposed to do, but they are controlled by a lever from a central location, which I could see from my vantage point, and no one was there, and the lever was still in the up position. Taking that as a cue, I left that section of the prison and made my way down to the basement in the location of the hole. This was a place they say drove some inmates mad. While in the basement, I kept having the feeling of someone following me, and as I grew near to the hole, a feeling of dread and despair almost overwhelmed me. I kept my senses, though, and started to make my way deeper into the basement. I caught the glimpse of a figure, just off in the shadows, moving from right to left, that should have brought them into light. What little there was, but they never appeared, and I didn't see them go the other way. Once again, I took this as a cue to leave. I went from there up to the medical and dental ward of the facility. No physical events took place there, just a sense of foreboding over the area. This all led me to believe that something is still behind the walls of the prison, and that they may never be able to leave. I'm going to do an all-night ghost hunt of the facility, and I plan on taking some video and audio equipment and see if I can capture anything on film or tape. Thanks for reading my experience. My following story is about my visit to the famous Fremantle prison, Western Australia in 2009, when I was around the age of 14. I attended the Torchlight Tour with my best friend and her mother. The Torchlight Tour runs for 1 hour and 30 minutes and is completely in the dark. All you have is a small torch that the tour guides hand out to you. The prison itself was actually pretty old. It was created in the 1850s. Back then, I wasn't very informed of the paranormal, and quite frankly, I was a bit of a skeptic. I had heard that the Fremantle prison was quite haunted and very notorious for sightings of apparitions. I eagerly wanted to experience some kind of ghost for myself to put my skepticism to rest. We toured Fremantle prison because it was my friend's mom's idea. She thought it'd be a little fun outing for us, as she'd like to keep us entertained and interested. This tour, from what I remember, was around the winter months, so it took place at 6:30 p.m., and being winter, was very dark by then. I had a digital camera, the basic kind, that I had brought along in the hopes to try and capture something out of the ordinary. I'll just note that since this was 5 years ago, I can't remember every single area we were shown, but I have vivid memories of the places I do remember seeing and being in. So if you've ever had a tour and mine seems off as to which areas were entered first, I apologize for my poor memory. I've tried remembering what each area was called, but I'm still unsure and can't be bothered doing tons of reading to research it. We were waiting for the tour group and to be called, as we got there quite early, so my friend and I were sitting on a low rock wall, mucking around just near the entrance to the prison grounds. I remember taking a few silly snaps together and taking random shots of the entrance here and there, reviewing them with my friend to see if we had discovered anything in the photos. Nothing came up, yet. The tour guide yells out for the group to gather and get prepared. He pulls out a large box full of little black torches and says, "These are yours to keep as a souvenir to remember your time here." As each person in the group took a torch, we entered the block. I think it was one of those rooms where they search the convicts, strip them, and give them prison attire to wear. There was a long locker room type bench, big enough for the whole group to sit on. The tour guide told us to find a seat, then proceeded to tell us a little history, what we can expect from the tour, and basic rules. The first room in the building we entered was what I believe to be a kitchen.
It had these huge metal-type containers, and I don't remember if we were told what they were used for. I took a couple of snaps and followed the group to the next area. I believe the next place we were shown was the courtyard leading to all the other areas of the prison. The tour guide stopped and gave us some more history as I snapped pictures of each section of the courtyard, including a picture of the guide. He then led us to the main cell block, which felt super eerie and cold. Above us was what the prison named the suicide net. As there were numerous cells on different levels, it was popular for inmates to throw themselves off the side and fall to their death. It took 2 years for the government to install the suicide net, so as you could imagine, prisoners were still launching themselves over the railing. As the guide was telling us about the stories, a dummy appeared out of nowhere with a net catching its fall. Most of the group were quite jumpy, as you could imagine. Exploring deeper into the block, the tour guide told us about artwork that the convicts had done on their cell walls. We weren't allowed to take photos of the art with flash on because it can fade the paint. I took pictures of the other cells in the hopes of capturing something paranormal. After we toured the cells, we moved out to another courtyard for where the inmates would go daily to stretch their legs. The next thing we came across was the whipping post in another section outdoor area. The tour guide explained it would be used to punish convicts by whipping them and lashing them, and then covering the convicts with salt. The guide asked for a volunteer, and being the weird child that I was, raised my hand immediately. Giggling like an idiot, I gave my friend the camera and asked her to take photos of me while the tour guide demonstrated the punishment procedure. I remember that I couldn't stop laughing as he was showing the demonstration. In the courtyard, there was a freedom mural that was painted by an inmate. It was beautiful, a sunset behind a beautiful field of lush green grass and tall trees. The tour guide then proceeded to show us death row, to which I snapped a picture before we entered, when an actor wearing prison attire popped out of one of the cells and scared the living poop out of all of us. He then explained the history on death row while each of us briefly popped our heads in the cells before a guide then took us to the gallows. The gallows felt extra eerie. Seeing the rope and the open trap door was super creepy. I took a couple of snaps before the guide stopped us to tell us about the convicts who were hanged. After that, we went to the church. This area felt almost frantic, as if it were full of people. Noting that torchlight tour groups are less than 35 people, even though the church was very spacious. I took a few photos of the cross, then sat down on the bench to rest with my friend and her mom. As we took in the atmosphere, I turned around to take more pictures. We got back to my friend's house rather late. The prison is quite far from where we live, and we're extremely tired. Before we decided to hit the sheets, I thought it'd be a good idea to review all of the pictures I had taken. A few silly pictures of my friend and I, a few of the entrance to the prison, and some rather odd photos. The first odd photo was in the kitchen of the big metal tubs. In between the two tubs were these perfectly round, different color orbs, about 4 or 5, some of them transparent and some of them full. They were all different sizes. The next photo was of our tour guide in the courtyard. Above him looked like what I assumed to be the moon, but with zooming in and inspecting further, it was transparent. It almost was like a creamy color. The photo after that was of a random spot in the courtyard, the creepiest of the entire series. There in that photo stood a man in what looked like a white doctor's coat. You could barely see his facial features, but I could make out that he had glasses. He was completely transparent, and only his head, shoulders, and torso could be seen. He had no legs in the picture, but you can see his long coat hanging freely. Next to him was a large transparent orb that almost had like a green aura around it. The rest of the photos had a substantial amount of orbs. It was crazy. Numerous sizes, colors, and transparency. The most orbs were in the church, floating around the cross. Maybe that's why it felt rather crowded in there. Unfortunately,
I deleted these phones off my camera after having them for a few years. I didn't feel the need to have them anymore, but I highly regret it now after thinking about my experience the other day. It would have been great to share the photos with you all, especially the one of the doctor. I apologize if this was a rather long submission, but thank you so much for reading. When I was 9 or 10, my family and I took a ferry to Port Townsend. We walked along the beach and eventually began to explore the town. One of the first places we came to was a courthouse and jail turned museum, a single lady running it. I remember it being empty except for us and the lady. The first floor is the courtroom. Go down a staircase, and that leads to the jail cells downstairs. We looked around for a short while, and then decided to go downstairs. As you were going down the stairs, the cells slowly come into your view. Poised inside the cells were lifelike dummies positioned in various poses. If you don't expect to see them, then you're going to be startled. Once we reached the cells, my mom saw two evil-looking spirits inside the cells. One of them was an old lady shackled to the wall, with long shaggly hair, staring at her with an evil expression, a terrible, able grin with no teeth. The second was a man. She said he was very nasty looking. My mom later told me she wanted to bolt up the stairs right up then. My experience there was a lot tamer. My dad walked into the cells to see what it was like. When he wanted me to come in, as I tried to walk towards the cells, it was like there was an invisible shield around the cells, and it was preventing me being close to them. At least that's what it felt like. Needless to say, we went to that museum again. The lady in charge never mentioned any ghosts. Either she never went downstairs, or if she did know, kept it a secret. We didn't come across any ghosts in Port Townsend that I can recall. Thank you for reading. When I was 12, which was last year, I went to work with my mom. She worked at Boulder County Jail until I moved. Now, my mom was a nurse at this jail and worked nights, so I went to work with her. Being the adventurous type that I am, I went wandering off. I explored everywhere. I went through every building I could find. It was cool. That night, at exactly midnight, I was looking through the little window on a door that leads to the kitchen in the jail. So as I was looking in there, the big metal spoon to one of the pots started turning. Now, with that being creepy enough, the figure of a man started to appear, or at least the outline of him did. From what I could see, he looked like he was maybe in his late 30s or early 40s and was a little bit plump. As I watched the figure turn the spoon to the pot, he looked at me straight in the eye, and then he kind of faded away. I stood peering through that window for a second or two to see if he was going to come back. He never did. A few hours later, at about 2 a.m., I went back to the kitchen to see if he was there again. And he was. But this time, there was another figure in the kitchen with him. This one looked like he was about my age. I stood there amazed for a few minutes. Then both of the figures looked at me, smiled, did what looked like a wave goodbye, and faded. I never saw them again. A few nights after going to work with my mom, I asked her if any of the cooks that worked at the jail had died. She told me this really long story about how he brought his son to work one day, and they both mysteriously died at the jail. She told me the night that I went to the jail with her was the 5-year anniversary for the death of the cook and his son. I never forgot that night, and I don't think I ever will. I am a 56-year-old Vietnam veteran and business consultant. I do not do drugs and do not understand the following story. We used to live in a 2-story, 10-year-old house in Fremont, California. We lived there until May of 2003. In December 2002, just a few days before Christmas, I woke up at about 5:30 or 6 a.m. and walked over to the bedroom window. I parted the vertical blinds and cursed under my breath because it was still raining like it had been for days. As I turned away from the window, my body chilled from head to toe. Standing right in the middle of our bedroom doorway was this huge ghost dressed in a hooded brown robe.
The guy was at least 7 feet tall and filled the whole doorway. Where his face should have been in the big hood was just like a swirling mass of energy, and you also couldn't see any hands or feet. But he totally filled the whole doorway. As I looked at him, he extended his arms forward like he was offering me the short staff or rod that he was holding. It was maybe 24 inches long. Then I turned my head away for a moment, and when I looked back, he was gone. I left my wife asleep as I drove to work, still kind of in shock and debating whether to tell my wife. I decided to and called her on my cell phone. She was silent for a few months, then said, "Oh my God, that explains it. I thought I was dreaming, but I opened my eyes after you left, and this huge figure in a long brown robe and hood was leaning towards me from your side of the bed, like he was offering me this short rod or stick. Then when I sat up in bed, he was gone." Now we were both feeling kind of strange. That night, on the way home from work, my wife stopped to use a gas station restroom, something she'd never done before since she only worked 20 minutes from home. When she arrived home, she pulled into the garage and pushed the button to close the garage door behind her. As soon as she stepped into the house, she could see it had been robbed. Our son Colin, who lived with us, had come home 5 minutes earlier and had surprised 2 armed gunmen up on the second floor in the dark. Colin ran out of the house with the robbers behind him. They got away, but hadn't stolen anything. If my wife had arrived home just a few minutes earlier, as she usually did, she would have locked herself in the house with 2 armed robbers. I do not understand what has happened. Who was the brown robe figure? Was he there that morning to warn us about what was going to happen that night? I don't know, but it's kind of creepy. He never appeared again, but that night Colin reminded us that several weeks earlier he had been alone with his girlfriend in the living room sitting on the sofa. Something caused him to get the chills. As he looked up, he saw this robed figure looking down at them from the railing in the loft above them. They quickly left the house. When Colin originally told me his story, I had told him that he had a very active imagination. Then a couple weeks later, the robed figure appeared to me and then my wife. That night, as I was cutting sections of round, rod-like wood dowels to put in the window sashes, I got the chills again. Was the guy trying to hand me a staff or rod to try and tell me to put it in the windows? If anyone has info on ghosts in hooded brown robes with a rod or staff, I'd sure like to hear it. An Asian lady friend told me about a house of hers who knew of this kind of thing and called him a guardian angel that somebody has to give you or will to you. My brother-in-law Larry was killed in Vietnam on September 20th, 1970. To say his death left an enormous hole in our lives would be an understatement. To this day, we often speak of him and remember him fondly as a much beloved member of our family. I've always been very close to my eldest sister. She and my brother-in-law were married only 3 years when he died. Having been widowed at age 23, she decided to remain on her own and live in the house they had recently purchased. Thus began my frequent visits to stay the nights on the weekends and keep her company. One night, not quite 2 years after Larry's death, we had both been in bed for less than half an hour. I was 15 years old. My sister was 25 at the time. Neither one of us had ever had any type of encounter that we considered out of the ordinary, but this one night would change that. As we began to doze off after our customary chatting between rooms, I slept in our spare room directly across the hallway from our bedroom with our doors open. We both clearly heard footsteps crossing the kitchen floor, not a dozen feet down the hallway from where we slept. The footsteps sounded like someone was wearing heavy, leather boots, and when they reached the carpet in the hallway, the footsteps naturally silenced a bit, with only the sound of heady padding and an occasional creak to give away the fact that they were still coming down the hall. While this was happening, my sister called out from her room and asked if I could hear that, and I answered her immediately that I could. By this time, the covers of the bed were securely over my head. There was no way I wanted to see what was going to soon pass by my door, or worse, maybe into my room. The next thing I knew,
My sister was reporting a nearly opaque, adult-sized mist forming in her room, just opposite her bed in front of her dark pine closet doors. The moon was full that night, so there was just enough light filtering through her shutters to softly illuminate the room so she could clearly see what was happening. Although I was nearly sweating with fear, I still asked what the mist was doing, of course hoping in part that it would not float my way. Apparently, it hovered for a bit in front of her closet doors, then floated around the bed to the other side of the room before it began to dissipate. Her dog, who slept in her room and would bark at the smallest of unfamiliar sounds, never awoke. Needless to say, we slept little for the remainder of the night. Still, we were convinced that Larry had returned for a visit. After that incident, while she never received such a visit again, my sister did have a lampshade that would repeatedly turn askew during the day while she was at work. The lampshade was rectangular in shape, so it was easy to spot when someone twisted it around. I witnessed this myself. We would go to bed at night, only to find the shape askew again in the morning. This went on in spurts, off and on, until she sold the house and moved nearly 8 years after the night of the footsteps. The shade was twisted tightly down. An earthquake couldn't jar it loose unless the lamp fell completely to the floor. The lamp itself stayed perfectly stationary, only the shade was twisted. We always thought this was Larry's less scary way of letting us know he was still around. The day my sister moved into her new home, the lampshade never twisted askew again. A few days ago, I was sitting on my bed in a small room that has a side window. I turned on my computer and started listening to music. Everything was okay until suddenly, I saw a human shadow through the window. It was just a shadow, yet I could make out the head and the body. There were no hands or legs. It disappeared after 5 seconds, and I was shocked. I turned on the light and ran down to find out who it might be, and you know what? My yard was empty. I looked around for a few minutes, then I came back home. I still didn't know who or what it was. But that wasn't all. That night, I went to bed around 11 p.m. I had just fallen asleep when I suddenly woke up and felt frozen. I couldn't move. Something was pushing my body and I was hurting. After a few minutes of being frozen, I then felt like I was about to blow up. I got out of my bed and I was breathing hard. I had no idea what was happening. Then, I heard some strange sounds from my kitchen. It sounded like chewing sounds. I ran down my kitchen, turned on the light, and there was nothing down there. Around midnight, I was freaking out, so I called my friend to come to my house. When he drove up, I saw a girl in a white dress and with long hair standing next to the gatehouse. I felt scared, and I screamed to my friend, "Hey, watch your back." Just then, the figure disappeared. My friend saw it as well, and he was more frightened than I was. He said the shadow had been right next to him. The figure looked like a 20-year-old girl with a white face, but also Vietnamese. It was extremely unusual. We sat next to the bed until morning. The next day, I invited another friend to come over and take some pictures, but nothing happened that day or the day after. I think the ghost just visited the house to make us look horrible and to scare us a little bit. Isn't that what ghosts do? Thanks for reading. When I got back from Vietnam, I went to live with my mother in Chicago. Chicago is where I was born and lived all my life. My encounter happened either in 1968 or 1969. My mother had a summer home in northern Illinois and would go there every weekend, so I would be home in our third-floor apartment every weekend by myself. I would usually fall asleep on our front room couch watching TV. One night, I woke up somewhere in the middle of the night and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I walked through the doorway, going into the kitchen, a transparent short-haired or bald man or boy ran out from our pantry, looked me straight in the eye, almost like he hesitated for a split second, then ran into the gas stove area and disappeared. The look in his eyes was like someone being startled or caught doing something wrong. It was so real that when he ran closely by me, I kind of moved back, like if someone is going to bump into you. It all happened so fast, and I was in the process of waking up, so it didn't really hit me as to what just happened or what I just saw. I just continued to the sink for my glass of water. Mind you, this all took place in seconds. As I turned on the water and filled my glass and started to drink, it then hit me. Wow, I stopped. I was just in a little shock. I was frightened. Then I thought maybe some intruder was in the house, but no. This figure ran right into the stove and disappeared. And this figure was semi-transparent. Needless to say, I was afraid. I thought that maybe because I saw him, he would kill me in my sleep, so I couldn't tell anyone. I stayed up half the night and finally did fall asleep. 1 or 2 years later, I found out that the landlord's son had died in our house. I don't know what floor or exactly when or how, but I do know it was before my encounter. My mother moved out of the house, and I got married and went on with my wife. I never went back there to see if I could find a picture of the landlord's son. For many years, I thought about it and wished that I would have gone back, but now it's too late. This was over 40 years ago now. I'm somewhat of an artist, not very good, but I did draw a face picture of my encounter. I don't know what happened to that picture. The vision that I have of him is vivid in my mind to this day. Maybe I should try to draw another picture. And that's my story. In my senior year of high school, the Vietnam conflict was still going on, and I had a pen pal who was over there. At lunchtime, I would leave the school and go over to a small church located a block from the school and sit in there and pray that my pen pal was okay. One day, I was leaving the church to go back to school, and I noticed a very old 1950s car across the street. There was a man standing outside of the car, and a very young boy playing with the wheel. The boy looked to be about 5 to 6 years old. As I was walking out, the man beckoned to me across from the street. When I got there, the man said that the man looked too old to have a son that age, wants to know why I went into that church. I smiled and said, to pray for the end of the Vietnam conflict. The man told me some things that were personal, then stated that the conflict would end soon, but another will start. I smiled and walked about 10 to 20 feet and looked back. There was no car, no one around. I was close enough that I would have heard the engine start and see the car go away, but nothing. Way back in the 70s, when our neighborhood wasn't very occupied and only a few houses were around, my aunt, one of my sisters and my mom, was left alone in our spooky, dark, and silent house. She was left playing in one of our living rooms where a lot of spiritual activity happens. Suddenly, she could hear footsteps coming from the ceiling, hard and loud footsteps that seemed to linger right above where she was playing at. Chills crept up her spine, and she began to move away, but the footsteps and banging just kept following her wherever she went. Even when she was running and screaming, the steps ran and followed her until she finally ran outside to daylight. This story has been validated by my other aunts and uncles, but let me share my own experience. Since my grandfather is a World War II veteran, he's seen and experienced a lot more than most other people. The whole family believes the spirit protected him through the war, since one of his experiences was running back and forth along the front line in an intense gunfight between Filipino and Japanese troops. He was commanding his troops back then. In any case, fast forward to the year 2004. My whole family was relaxing in our rest house about 40 miles north of this city. The land the house is standing on is cursed. All those who have owned have gone bankrupt. I believe this is true since my grandfather is losing a lot of money to an evil and possibly possessed eldest daughter. My experience happened while falling asleep in his room. Strangely enough, I felt an intense presence within the room, but I didn't feel scared or creeped out, which is something I am prone to feel. The presence just felt safe, but it sure was there, as I could feel it enveloping me. I was half asleep then, and simply fell back into my deep slumber a minute later. I later narrated my experience to my grandfather, and he simply smiled and said, "Yes, it's true." I wasn't born with the ability to see ghosts, unlike most of my maternal family, but I do know when they want to be felt, and I can somewhat read other people's minds and form somewhat of a subconscious link with them while talking or engaging in casual conversation. Another story involves the death of one of our longtime nannies in a spot she loved to sit on during the afternoons. She died of an embolism close to a year ago. One of our maids told us that on the night of her funeral, our maid was cleaning the plates up all alone in the house. Our whole family was in a rest house where the funeral was held, when all of a sudden, the dog started barking rather wildly. She looked out the kitchen window towards the porch where the dogs were barking and could see them looking up at an invisible figure while howling and barking all at the same time. The porch was where our nanny used to sit during the afternoons before she died. The invisible figure soon retreated back into the house, as if retiring for the night. Take note, this all happened at the night of my nanny's funeral, probably visiting one last time before passing on to the other side.
When I was 2 years old, my family and I moved into a quaint little neighborhood in a small city outside of San Antonio, Texas, where I still reside today. It's a quiet place with virtually no crime. In fact, most of the people who live here are retired Air Force families from nearby Randolph. The streets in this neighborhood are named after ancient civilizations and important figures in ancient mythologies. One particular street was named Gothic Drive, after the Gothic tribes which ransacked Rome towards the end of the Great Empire's reign. As one would expect, this street was constructed in a way which mirrored the Goths' macabre reputation, if you will. Trees are planted so close together that sunlight is obscured, and most of the street is blanketed in shadows, even in the middle of the day. The houses on that street, though small, are Victorian in design and are always dimly lit at night. Hedges and lines line the trees, adding to the eeriness and mystique of the street. In spite of the dark aesthetics, I never felt uneasy or disturbed when I walked or drove through this street, until one night when a stranger appeared. The year was 2007. It was a clear, moonlit summer night, and I was driving home from a particularly bad date. Goddamn. The radio was tuned to my favorite station, and my thoughts were geared heavily toward what had happened earlier that evening, of course. As I turned on to Gothic Drive, the beams of my headlights struck something unusual on the other end of the street. Once I got close enough, I was able to make out the figure of a slender woman who was dressed in a black outfit of some sort. Soon I was able to see the figure almost as clearly as I can see the laptop in front of me now. It was a nun. The sight of a nun in my neighborhood was unusual, but not so unusual that I paid much attention to it. I remember shrugging my shoulders and saying to myself, "That's weird," and continuing on with my commute. Then something strange happened. When I looked back to catch another glimpse of her, I saw nothing. She had disappeared. I am a practical and skeptical person, so I initially wrote this incident off as product of the situation that I was in that night. I figured that my heightened emotional state from the bad date had caused my mind to play tricks on me. Why my subconscious chose a nun as a manifestation of my frustration, I could not seem to figure out. Until I realized a few weeks later, during a brisk midnight stroll, that my explanation was dead wrong. It was later in the summer,
and I had decided to go out for a late night walk to alleviate some boredom and bum off some energy accumulated in the form of energy drinks. Yeah, I know. It was stupid to drink those kind of drinks so late at night. Give me a break. These late night strolls were part of my nightly routine, thanks to the fact that my neighborhood is relatively safe, and I am usually not the only one out. The neighborhood was quiet that night. Everyone seemed to be in bed, with the exception of one jogger and a few stray cats. And a raccoon. I hate those things. Anyways, I deviated from my usual routine slightly and decided to walk through Gothic Drive. Something I rarely did because it leads to the main road in my neighborhood, and I typically did not like to venture out that far. Tonight was different. I seem to have been emotionally drawn in that direction. The houses on that street were unlit, and the street lamp was off. I slowly made my way toward the end of the street. Suddenly, the street light lit up brilliantly, and there she was, standing in the rays of the lamplight. I was not afraid, not even close to being afraid. It was apparent that she wasn't an ordinary woman, or even from this dimension. Her dress was black. Even the bright light from the lamp above her seemed to be absorbed by her dark ebony remnants. She appeared to float slightly above the ground. It didn't seem to have any feet. For some reason, I could see her face quite clearly, even though I was more than 20 feet away from her. She was a comely woman with dark eyes and soft crimson lips. She was smiling. I walked towards her, shouting "Howdy" or something to that effect. The nun didn't move or speak. As I approached her, I blinked once. She vanished. I was in shock. Had I really seen a ghost? Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Then, a terrible thought hit my mind. Was I hallucinating? I have a history of mental health problems, yes, depression and different anxiety disorders, and I knew that schizophrenia can cause one to lose touch with reality and even have hallucinations. Was I going nuts? My fears were relieved when I found out that I'm not the only one who has seen the nuns. My brother told me he saw her one night while driving home from night classes at a local community college. Many of the neighbors I've talked to say that they've encountered her on different occasions. They told me that her facial expressions tend to reflect the moods of those who cross her path. If you're angry, she will have an angry expression on her face. If you're happy, she will smile. And so on. The mystery of the ghostly nun fascinated me, but my focus soon shifted away from her when school started up again. I did not think much of her for several months after that. Then, one night, I saw her again. This time, things were way different. I had stormed out of the house after a vicious verbal exchange with my mother over something absolutely stupid and trivial. I'm not going to get into it. I had no intention of returning home until after my mom had gone to bed, so I decided to take a long walk, which meant going down the main road. To access the road, I turned onto Gothic Drive. I did not expect to see the mysterious nun, but sure enough, there she was. She stood under the street lamp, looking straight at me. I could see her face from where I stood. She was not smiling this time. I could feel hatred and pure anger emanating from her. The expression on her face was beyond menacing. It seemed as if she was ready to lunge at me and rip my heart out. Her eyes were dark and piercing. She knew what had transpired in my home after a few minutes prior. This time, I was afraid. Deathly afraid. I turned around and ran home as fast as I could, looking back occasionally to make sure the woman wasn't following me.
When I finally reached home, I locked the door and apologized to my mom for starting the fight earlier. I told her what I saw, and she forgave me and helped me calm down a bit. My frightening encounter happened in February 2008. I've not seen the nun since, and frankly, I don't even want to see her again. This experience has certainly turned my skepticism of the paranormal on its head. Prior to these last few experiences, I'd never seen anything that I could not explain through logic. I certainly have a more open mind when it comes to the paranormal. You better believe it. And I still wonder about the nun from time to time. Who is she? Why is she wandering the streets of a suburban town? How is she able to sense our emotions and reflect them back at us? I may never know. Long story short, recent breakup, very distraught, cried out for help, felt abandoned by everyone, and finally fell asleep. Around 3:30 in the morning, I wake up to go to the bathroom and realize I'm completely paralyzed. I can't move except turn my head from side to side. I can't speak. I feel like I'm sinking deeper into the bed. After watching the clock for about 30 minutes, I decided to try again and can't get up. I'm scared because I have no control over my body. My mind is clear though. I'm not dreaming. I'm wide awake. Next thing I remember is a man in a black suit. His face is a black void. He's standing on the side of my bed. I know I would be terrified, but I'm not. Strangely, everything about him was pleasing. Creepy, but pleasing. He didn't speak, but somehow I knew he wanted me to go with him, to take his hand and go with him. That's when I looked away. At the foot of my bed are 3 monks. No faces, just brown robes. Every time I tried to get up to go with this man, it felt as if the monks were pushing me back down. This went on for about an hour. I just kept trying to get up and go with him, and the monks kept pushing me back down. Eventually, I quit looking at the man. I refused to look at him. When I finally got the courage to turn and check the time, the man was gone. I looked at the foot of my bed, and the monks were gone. Only then was I able to get up. A couple of years later, I had a near-death experience. Has anyone seen a man in a black suit or monks, all without faces? Back in May, I moved into an upstairs apartment. At first, I experienced nothing out of the ordinary. Then I met my downstairs neighbors, and that was when things started to get very strange. The first thing that I noticed was being so tired after I got home from work that I literally would come home and fall into a deep sleep. The first time that happened, I had someone stole money from me. At the same time, my neighbor's electric was about to be off. The amount of the bill was $120, which is the exact same amount that was stolen from me. Next, things went from very strange to downright creepy, as in like a haunting. Not things moving around as much as pictures being drawn on my floors and walls. This individual had me believing that he was Satan and that he was my guardian angel from the beginning of time. I found that very hard to believe. I began communicating with what appeared to be a spirit. I asked him questions, and he would grab my head and shake it yes or nod it very lightly. I moved out last month, but my neighbors are still with me. Now, I live with my friend, more than 20 minutes away. There's a symbol of Satan on their flat screen TV. I can grab this entity in my hands and stab it to the wood floor. Sounds incredible, huh? I can see him in the air, where he is floating around. And the house is warm, and it's also distorted, like when you look at a barbecue grill. My question is, how do I make him go away? Is there a way to block his energy from me? Any advice would be welcome. I googled projecting yourself from your body. That is how I found out about astral projection. I've been having these bizarre, terrifying experiences on and off for almost 20 years, but most frequently in the past 5 years or so. This week it has happened to me 3 times, and although it never occurred to me before to do any research on the internet, My sister suggested it, and the first link I looked at brought me here, to another woman's story. I was astonished to find that her experience was almost identical to my own, and now I'm bursting with curiosity about it. Maybe someone out there will read this and will be able to give me some sort of explanation. It always happens when I'm in bed, either just as I am drifting into the sleep state, or later at night when something awakens me and I begin to fall back asleep. I always think that I am awake when it begins, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like I'm awake, feel like I'm in my body, and then suddenly I am not in control. It didn't used to happen this way, but for the past few months, anytime it happens, it begins with a ringing in my ears that rapidly grows louder. The ringing is so unpleasant. It's like a super high-pitched monotone. This is accompanied by a sudden sensation of floating or weightlessness. The floating sensation is actually nice. It feels free, and sometimes I get the feeling that I just need to let go and let it happen. But I don't ever seem to be able to do it because it quickly becomes very scary. Always with these episodes, I have the sensation that something or someone is there and taking control of me. Perhaps that's just my mind's interpretation. I don't really believe in malevolent entities, but it's a powerful sensation. The floating feeling feels like something is taking me away. I don't know how else to explain it. Taking me away or trapping me, and immediately I have an overpowering urge to fight it. That's where the paralysis part comes in. I get terrified at this point because I feel myself as floating, and sometimes I actually do move around. I'll be carried off of my bed or through a wall into another room, and the whole time I'm struggling against it. I feel like I'm under 100 feet of water, or like I have chains around me. I try to move my arms and legs, and I can't, or if I manage to do so, it's with an incredible lethargy, and it's so slow, so feeble, that it's useless. Sometimes I try to shout or scream, and I can't make any sound come out. Other times, I've literally tried to throw my body around, so that doesn't really work either. Generally, I struggle for some period of time, and then suddenly I'm opening my eyes for real, and in my bed, right where I started, and I'm always shocked to find that I haven't moved and the world hasn't ended. This has happened to me so many times now that I can recognize it when it happens. Even as it is happening, I'm telling myself that it's not real, and I just need to wake up, even though I feel like I'm fully awake. This is definitely not a dream, and not the normal dream state. It feels 100% real and physical, and I remember every episode so vividly, all the way back to the first one when I was 17 years old. I don't know what to make of it. I was stunned when I read the other woman's account. It is several years old at this point, and saw that she described these exact same sensations. Many people had comments about being an out-of-body experience or the beginnings of one, and this is something that had never occurred to me before, but I suppose it all makes sense now. My questions are, why does something that I would think would be a fascinating experience feel so negative and terrifying? As I've said, some part of me always does have this urge to let go and not struggle, and tells me that everything really is okay, and I should just go with it. But every time I try, I just feel like there is something, or this someone, a very negative something, trying to do something to me, and I always end up fighting against it. I know I'm probably opening a big can of worms by putting this out here and asking for opinions, but my curiosity now, after reading some other people's experiences, is too strong to resist. Can anyone give me any idea what's going on? And if this really is me attempting to have an OBE, why does it feel so terrible? And how can I let go and have a positive experience? Thank you so much for reading. About a week and a half ago, I was sleeping next to my boyfriend, and about 4:30 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom and play a little bit of my RPG game on my iPhone. When I was done, I turned off the lights and slept on my stomach. I held my boyfriend with my left arm. I couldn't sleep. My eyes opened in the dark, even though they were shut. At this point, I leaned up,
still on my tummy, and looked at the clock. 5:08 a.m. I looked at my boyfriend, and then he was gone. At this point, I knew exactly what was happening. I was astral projecting. I knew I astraled at this point, but I didn't want to deal with this. I've always astraled by accident, so I slept back down on my stomach. At this point, I felt continuous tugging, and I turned to my right. We slept on the floor, and I'm on the wall side. A sparkly, glittery, blue human with arms, heads, legs was pulling me. It was even on its knees on my legs. I was scared. I said, "Oh my God, please, you're ruining my sleep. Stop." My eyes shift from reality to spirit realm. Finally, I got back. I told my boyfriend. It was like 5:30 a.m. Anyways, I googled someone in the psychic experience site and said, imagine a human glass vase filled with glitter and blue static people. So, I was like shocked. I'm not alone. It was baby blue, white, little pink, lavender, sparkly as hell. Thing is, no one died around me, so I didn't even know what it was or what it wanted. I joined this site to see if any more people can give me answers of what these spirits are. Thank you. For as long as I can recall, music has been a big aspect in my life as far as my emotional state. It has this way of invoking emotion in a way quite like nothing else can compare to. One thing I always wanted to learn was the piano, which up until recently, I haven't been able to play as well as I wanted to. I guess it was this aspect of how much you want something versus how much you imagine it that led me to the current situation. I'd often imagine myself playing some musical instrument while listening to some song in my memory that eventually and accidentally start to project itself to the point that I can hear it in the friggin' sky. As much as I try to focus on somehow keeping it in my own mind, it just so happens to manifest outward into the real world. Now, I apologize if anyone has heard music in this sense, as it may be my fault and I'm still working on containing said abilities. It's to the point now where anything I imagine sometimes projects outward, which I'm not sure if it's normal or not. One of my favorite things to imagine or project are thought experiments involving my favorite topic, astrophysics. I can picture exactly how the universe works and have written a formula on how time itself theoretically works, which solves Einstein's theory of relativity. It's an ongoing thing which I've developed over time, with the first part of it, as I recall, happening in the 6th grade. I was explaining to my teacher that you could go from point A to point B, being any distance apart, and that the only thing that was a factor was velocity. He said that there was a problem. You'd break every bone in your body under acceleration, and said he'd love to read a book about it someday. Time volume theory, basically time itself, is a whole separate thing when spoken in relation to the universe. Time, from my perspective, is more of a volume than a numerical scale which moves one way. Einstein's theory needed space-time to be infinite, but due to the tools he had available, was unable to prove it definitively. Mine proposed that time is not infinite, as it has to have a start and an end. Otherwise, there's no way to tell how much time has elapsed. Time which is finite, over the universe which is infinite, by space which is just a container, equals relativity of 3 parts, your observational time span, over time variables which are mass density, mass velocity, and gravitational field, over an observed object's time span. A big aspect of today's current astrophysics view on the cosmos says that space is expanding, which doesn't take a few things into account, primarily distance measured using redshift techniques. It measures via the star's luminosity, but in a way that proposes light travels in a straight line. When you factor in that line has to go through dark matter and the warping of space around mass, that its trajectory path is curved, it would cancel out the aspect of space expanding, and most likely would show that space is static with dynamic objects that move within its environment. A lot of what I learned over the years as a result of my passion for astrophysics came from Isaac Asimov books, encyclopedias, and documentaries such as The Universe on History Channel.
The rest has come from pure thought experiments in my head where I can imagine a set of conditions within a specific environment and simply imagine the outcome of the situation due to my scientific, electrical, and mechanical aptitudes. A few years back, when I first started to learn about my psychic ability, the first thing I did was explore deeper into the realm of my imagination, which led me to some amazing discoveries, in addition to many theories on how life in the universe worked. In theory, of course. I definitely look forward to future experiences as I hone my abilities and push myself to explore new horizons, with the only limitation being those I impose on myself. Thanks for reading. I found myself at church as every week. I hadn't slept at all the night before, but all in all, I felt fine walking in and sitting down. A few minutes pass. I drink my coffee and I wait for the music to start. The band begins playing and I relax into my chair a bit, with this strange feeling starting to overwhelm me. The best way I can describe it is that I was distancing from everything and everyone around me, and there was this extreme pain growing centered in between my eyebrows, along with this extreme warmth. I felt shaky and weak, and this pull was growing. I knew that I could resist it if I wanted to, but I chose not to, for the sake of seeing what would happen. It was almost as if I was being pulled to my left and forward, not physically, but mentally. The pain in between my eyebrows split, and started to move to slightly above my temples, on each side of my head. As the mental pull got stronger, the pain from my temples began to grow. Everything around me felt far off. I was watching from a third-person perspective as I stood over my body, which was still lounging in the chair. The area around me and my body was an expanse of gray, and I could see the silhouettes of the people who were sitting beside me off in the horizon. I was alone in this expanse of gray, floating beside my physical body, just watching myself. I watched and felt horns start to tear out of my physical body's skin. The pain was intense and overwhelming throughout this entire process. The horns continued to slowly grow. As I watched solemnly, an orb appeared about 6 feet in front of my physical body. The orb itself was translucent with a slight golden sheen, but it held in it a liquid of yellow and white that I could only describe as liquid light. The orb slowly floated over to me until it was about 3 feet above my physical body. It floated there for a moment before the liquid inside the orb was released to flow down into my face. As soon as the liquid came in contact with the horns growing on my head, the horns melted as if they were made of metal. The liquid light relinquished the pain I'd been experiencing as soon as it touched my face. The metal that used to be my horns fused with the liquid light, and they slowly moved down my back together and pooling as one at my shoulder blades. Extreme warmth followed by excruciating pain as the metal liquid launched off my back, forming jagged metal bones like those of bird wings. I felt hurt but confused and also enlightened at the same time. I slowly felt myself drifting back into my body, and I felt physically ill and weak. I felt like I just went 3 rounds in a ring with a professional boxer. I haven't really ever been a religious person before. This was my 3rd time going to church, and I don't know what to take from this. I know this last bit isn't astral projected related, but I feel it is relevant to the story. The day after this happened, I was meditating, and I had this image of a masculine figure with the metal wing bones I had. I knew he was me, but he looked hurt. He was sitting up, and there was dirt all over the metal bones. Then there was a flicker of blue light, and there were these tendrils of light extending down from the bones where feathers would have been on normal wings. The tendrils of light slowly undulated, as if they were seaweed floating underwater. Thank you for reading. Last night I had a very vivid, multi-sensory lucid dream. After a few minutes the visitor left. They dematerialized or whooshed away off my right-hand side. With it came a sound I've heard before. It was a very quick but drawn-out note or chord that seemed to become louder before disappearing. Previously, I've had experiences when meditating of a person's light body entering through the crown of my head, with a similar but lower and uncomfortable noise until they are in and around me. They then proceeded to communicate through hand signals and images and gestures they made with my body. When they left, there was a similar sound, but much louder, and I felt the being pulling away. It is almost as if a whole person is sucked into a vortex, like manna down a plug hole. Once the last of the form disappears, the noise ceases. Last night, when the visitor appeared, I said yes to it, in that I had a conversation with the person. We were face to face. It was therefore unlike the full body takeover described above. It was a two-way conversation, and I could feel their physical body too. Then they left with a whoosh. Was I receiving an astral visitation from someone projecting directly to me? Does this low, quick, pulling noise sound familiar to anyone? If so, is this typical when being visited by someone performing astral projection? Thank you in advance for your input, advice, and guidance. I see these visitations. They're not infrequent, but this is the most recent as benign. I have no fear associated with them. I would just like to know what type of experience this is, and whether the sound is somehow characteristic.
I feel kinda silly writing this, since I haven't talked much about it since it happened. I'm 17 now, and still can't come up with any explanation other than spirits. I've always been a believer, and hoped to one day have my own encounter with ghosts. I never thought it would be as terrifying as it was. 8 years ago, summer of 2000, my dad's family was having a reunion, and we all decided we would stay at Oak Island Beach in North Carolina. I'm not sure if that is the exact name. I know it was something to do with oak in it. The week we were there, the weather was very fickle. It rained most days, and the sun was only out 3 or 4 times. Most of our time was spent indoors. My parents, sister, and grandparents shared one condo. My dad's brother and sister and her family shared another, and his step-siblings were in the third with their children. One night, while it was storming, my cousin Josh and I went to the condo to play video games and watch TV. Everyone else was in our condo, playing cards and drinking. We played Dino Crisis and an X-Men game, and decided to watch cartoons after about an hour. We spent another couple of hours just goofing off, when the storm really started picking up. We were sitting on the couch, talking and laughing, when we heard a creak on the balcony outside. Neither of us is scared easily now, and we weren't then either. I looked out of the sliding doors, but everything was pitch black. We went back to our conversation and had no interruptions for a couple of minutes. When a bolt of lighting lit up the beach, we saw a man standing on the balcony, dressed in a trench coat. He seemed to be looking out at the sea. It all happened so suddenly. We didn't believe what we saw, no matter how skeptical we were. We weren't about to go and check like I had with the noise. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the door was fogging up. Not the entire thing, just a little patch, about 6 feet off of the floor. We were very spooked now. During the next bolt of lightning, we both saw the man standing against the door, looking in on us. He screamed, and I screamed, and we jumped over the couch, headed for the door. We yanked it open, and as we did, we heard the sound of glass breaking. We didn't look back, just ran across the parking lot to the other condo. When we came in, we were soaked and out of breath. Our parents started to freak, asking us what was wrong. When I told them, they just laughed and brushed it off. We kept begging them to call someone, but they refused. After about a minute, they got fed up with it. They grabbed us and their umbrellas and dragged us over there. When we went in, the place was just as we left it. The door was intact, and no one was on the balcony, not even a footprint.
I know I didn't imagine it. I believe that the spirit was drawn to me for some reason. My cousin has had no other experiences that he has told me about, and I've had quite a few, but none as intense as the first. Anyone that has had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. Finding the site has opened my eyes to the world of ghosts and those that have been affected by them. Thanks. My Aunt Terry, from my father's side, lived in Oklahoma. When I was about 16, she came here to Memphis, and she told me about a house that she lived in. She said that when her husbands and kids moved in, there was a barn out back, and she said when she walked in there was an upside-down pentacle on the barn floor. After she saw that, she never went back out there. One night, when everyone went to bed, my Aunt Terry heard the dogs barking in the kitchen. She went into the kitchen and watched her dog bark at a corner in the room. The next night she went to bed, and the TV in the living room came on by itself, and she said it did it every night. So one night, she decided to unplug the TV, and she went to bed as normal, and the TV still came on. Then another day, after everyone ate dinner, they were all sitting in the living room. My aunt looked out the window and saw a pair of red eyes. Her husband saw them too, and it really freaked them out. On yet another night, my aunt and uncle and the kids were leaving to go see a movie, and on the porch stood a beast with red eyes, and half his body was human, but the rest of him was like an animal. She described his hands and feet as hoofs. Well, after they got home that night, my aunt and uncle made the kids sleep with them, and Catherine started to get really sick. When my aunt and uncle tried to take her to the hospital, the car wouldn't start, so they had to push the car all the way down the street, and it started right up. The doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with Catherine. My aunt and uncle decided to move, and every morning the car wouldn't start when my aunt had to go to work, until my uncle pushed it down the street. After my aunt and uncle found a new place to live, when they got everything they owned out of the house, Catherine got better immediately, and the car never gave them a problem, and the TV never came on by itself again. Some strange occurrences, but I swear they're true. Thanks for reading. The Hampton Inn on Warner Road, off Route 279, has a haunted room, which is number 417. My husband stayed in this room while on a business trip in March 2008. He frequently stays at this hotel while in Maryland, but never had an experience like this until he stayed in room 417. This was his room for 3 nights, and for the first 2 nights, he was very restless and didn't sleep well, which was not a normal occurrence for him. On the 3rd restless night, he realized that he was hearing noises inside the room, not from adjoining rooms. These noises were hangers moving around in the closet, the refrigerator door opening, noises from the bathroom, and the sound of glass being set on the nightstand next to the bed. Final thing that really spooked him was that something grabbed his side as he laid on the bed, trying to ignore the sounds and fall asleep. He was not imagining any of this. He could still feel the sensation of his side after jumping out of bed. He looked around the room and checked the deadbolt lock on the door, and all was secure. He considered packing and checking out, but it was 3 a.m. He finally fell asleep and checked out the next morning. He has since stayed at the hotel and was offered the same room upon check-in, but he refused it. The hotel clerk wanted to know why, but he didn't want to sound foolish and wouldn't elaborate on his experience. For the record,
he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits until this happened. We believe that someone must have died in this room, heart attack or something, and their spirit is trapped there. We dare anyone to stay in this room. It is creepy. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience, I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out, but I was sitting in my living room on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the second story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me. Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy. This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't, like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away.
We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here." And she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, Army or Sea, I didn't quite get. But he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in and began looking for a house. During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second-floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter
who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets. No lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall of my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all. By the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet. So yeah, I took them into my room again. On another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in our room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here. The husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. One on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone can move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in Lagrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping, and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had. Kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to that house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, this collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere, except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kid's hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or 2 from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada.
Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me," and leave my son alone. It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog, and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattle when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door. But no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the four of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy-looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, which has never ever felt anything but perfect there were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. While I was working at a hospital in town, I had the opportunity to come in contact with many ghosts. I worked on the geriatric floor, and elderly people died there every day. If the power suddenly went out and immediately came back on, a person had just died. This happened every time. One of the most notable apparitions that I've personally seen was a man with a cane that is seen wandering the halls at night. People admitted to the hospital would often report tapping sounds and seeing an old man's face grinning at them from the hospital door, which all of them had. One lady of about 80 kept telling me that she saw this man's face in the mirror in the bathroom, and that half of his face would look badly beaten and disfigured. There have been reports of a cloaked man praying over the dead bodies of the recently departed. I can remember one incident where I walked into the morgue, and I saw a body that was recently pronounced dead and covered. I could have sworn that I saw the fading presence of this monk kneeling over the body for a few seconds, then disappear. I would feel the air in the room be so cold, but after he vanished, it warmed up. Another popular ghost at the hospital was the Grim Reaper. The Reaper was a dark figure that would come through the window at the end of the hallway. He would shut doors, touch you on the shoulder, etc. Late at night, you could feel that someone was there, and you would see a dark figure out of the corner of your eye. As soon as you looked up, he was gone. My favorite story to tell is this. I was helping a woman get her bath early one morning. I was asking her how she slept, how she felt, etc. She told me that she did not get a wink of sleep because of the man's face she saw in the window.
She said that she thought it was tree branches, but she got up in the middle of the night and saw that it was a man's face staring at her through the window. This woman was just in the hospital for a kidney infection. She wasn't on any drugs that would make her hallucinate. On third shift, you could hear children giggling and hear them running up and down the halls, but there are no children on the floor. If you went past the operating room at night, it would be locked, but inside, you could hear instruments clanging and things being thrown around. Haunted church stories seem to be popping up frequently lately, and I'm here to say that I have a brief story that will involve just that. There's this Catholic church that I used to constantly clean. This was in Vermont, and the church had to have been built in the late part of the 19th century. Very beautiful windows, looked immaculate. Anyway, I used to work as a janitor cleaning the halls late at night, when I would be the only one there. There were many times when I would hear the organ notes playing repeatedly. I would hear the echoes of human voices speaking together, like whispers, and sometimes even clear words. One night, I was cleaning around the church once again. I was all the way at the end of the church when I heard the organs going off. It wasn't the usual sound either. It sounded monstrous, as if someone was literally stomping on the organs. I looked immediately in the direction of where the organ sounds were coming from, and I could have sworn I saw a cloaked figure at the organ and playing it. It was the typical transparent-looking apparition, and when I walked even closer to get a better look, the figure had seemed to disappear. That was, of course, the worst of what I had witnessed, but there were times where I would see the organ once again playing by itself. I'd see a note or two being pushed down by itself when nobody else was in the room, and it was quiet. Anyway, that's all I have to report. I don't work at this church anymore, I'm happy to say, but I thought it was worth sharing. I wish I could say that this wasn't a real experience, but unfortunately, I can't. At least this will always make for an entertaining read. My name is Shannon. I'll be 18 in 11 days. I live in Georgia, and I'm writing to you because I feel so alone. For as long as I can remember, I've dealt with ghosts. I don't know what they are or what they want from me, but they seem to follow me. For the first 5 years of my life, I lived in a trailer in Mississippi. I can only recall one incident from them, because I was so young. I remember it was a beautiful day in spring, and I was sitting on a picnic table in our backyard, making mud pies, when suddenly, I heard what I thought to be my mother's voice calling me from the woods. I started to follow it. The closer I got, the further out into the deep woods the voice seemed to go. I almost followed it all the way into the woods, thinking my mother was calling me, but suddenly, I heard my mother's real voice calling me from the trailer. I turned and saw her waiting for me next to the picnic table, so I ran back and told her what had happened. She, of course, said that it was my imagination. About 12 years ago, our family moved here to Hiram. Every single night for years, I was terrified to sleep because I saw shadow people. They were like three-dimensional shadows that looked like people. I saw them in my room at night after my parents would put me to bed. When I'd call my parents into the room, they would turn on a light and the shadow people would be gone. They said it was my imagination. Lots of other things have happened, and there have been witnesses to some of the events. The house will shake at times. The doors will open and close on their own. I've seen dolls move on their own. A glass has exploded in my hand for no reason. I know glasses will explode from temperature changes, but there was no change in temperature at all. There was a music box that music would play in other rooms of the house when the music box wasn't around. I've heard footsteps when no one was home or awake. I've heard voices. The list goes on. I thought maybe that there was something wrong with me, so I went to a psychiatrist. She said that there's nothing wrong with me. I've learned to verify that I'm really hearing something, because even my cats notice something and hear a lot of things. If they hear it too, their ears perk up. I've tried talking about it before, and they either don't believe me and think I'm making it up, or they think I'm crazy. I really feel alone, and it would be nice if you could give me some sort of guidance. What should I do? Should I do anything? Well, I apologize for the long email. I'm sure that you get a lot of mail every day, and I hate to add to the pile. Thank you for your time. My name is Luann. I'm 19 years old and live in a little redneck town in Virginia. I live with my grandparents and have lived all my life. My mom was 14 and in the 8th grade. My mom had a very best friend named Wendy, who was 13. They did everything together. Soon after our house was built, Wendy's parents were not getting along and were going through some separation and divorce procedures. Wendy and her mother had moved to Woodbridge, Virginia, soon. During the time of the separation, Wendy spent a great deal at my mom's newly built house. They spent much of their time in my mom's room, which is now my room. Then came the time for Wendy and her mom to move. It was very early one morning. Wendy was in the back of the van, holding a glass coffee table steady. This was in the days before seatbelt laws. There was a drunk driver on the road and hit the van head on. Everyone made it out with semi-serious or minor injuries, but not Wendy. The corner of the glass coffee table hit her in the head and killed her instantly. Years later, in 1985, a week before my mom found out she was pregnant with me, she was in the family room talking to my grandparents about going on birth control. My grandmother and my uncle both caught a glimpse of a girl standing behind my mother, and after that 2-second glimpse, she was gone. My uncle and grandmother agreed that it looked like Wendy. Oh, and she was actually shaking her head when she appeared. We believe that she was shaking her head because she knew my mom was pregnant and didn't want her to go on birth control. Ever since then, everyone in my family has caught a glimpse of her in our house. I usually never get any negative feelings when she materializes, but there was one moment I witnessed her ghost that completely terrified me. I was in the shower, I was home alone, and I had the door completely wide open. It was late evening, and I heard the door to the bathroom slam shut. It startled me so much, so I got dressed and headed out the door. I could have sworn I heard my name being called in a gentle, quiet whisper. It sounded like a little girl. I go downstairs and walk into the living room, and then I see the lights flickering. I also start to hear the sounds of footsteps walking across our hardwood floors. At this point, I thought I had an intruder in the house. I go to call the police, and after I hang up, I rush upstairs to hide in my bedroom. The thing was, as I was running upstairs, I could have sworn I saw the presence of a little girl, in black, in the corner of my eye as I ran for the stairs. It was only for a couple seconds, and of course, my mind was just thinking about hiding from this intruder. I could have just been seeing things, but I swear, I saw a girl for a second. The police showed up, of course, couldn't find anyone, and all was quiet. My parents came home, and I told them what happened.
They were just happy that I was safe. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized it could have been Wendy. Because my room used to be my mom's room, she's in my room most of the time. I feel her presence there a lot. When I'm upset, no matter where I am in the house, I can feel her there. No one has seen her until my mom became pregnant. My family believes that she was sent to watch over her best friend's daughter. This happened to my cousin and I in Lato too, in a ranch-style house my family and I used to live in. My cousin woke up in the middle of the night to my voice, or so she thought it was my voice. She looked at me, and I was sound asleep and not talking. Also that night, it was probably 4 or 5 in the morning, and I felt someone pecking on my knee, and it wasn't my cousin because she was sound asleep, so I just thought it was my imagination. As we were eating that morning, my cousin had told me what she had heard. I freaked because I knew that whatever had pecked me on my knee was not my imagination. Nothing was ever actually seen in this house, but a lot of things were felt and heard. A few months after that incident, my cousin was staying the night again. Everyone in the house had been asleep for 2 or 3 hours, but my cousin, she was so addicted to the game The Sims, and she was still on the computer. As she was shutting down the computer, she heard voices coming from the hallway directly to her right. She looked down there and saw nothing. The voices she heard, she knew were not any of ours, so she ran to the floor where she had made her bed and covered her head up. I guess the voices must have stopped after that. A lot of times I would hear cabinets shut, dishes clank together, and other odd unexplainable noises. One night, my brother got home from a friend's house around 1 or 2 in the morning. I'd been asleep on the couch in the living room for at least 4 hours, and my parents had been asleep in their room for about the same amount of time. As my brother got out of his car, he looked towards the door that went directly into the living room from the outside. It had a little window on it. He could see the light from the TV that I always left on at night, but he also saw a black figure looking at him from the inside. He ran in the house and noticed I was on the couch sound asleep. Then he went into my parents' room and asked if they'd been up, and they hadn't. What is scary is that the thing was in the same room with me. The next night, I slept on the couch again. Do not ask me why. My brother was not home yet, and my parents had went to bed. I was watching TV, and I got kind of uneasy, so I laid down and covered up my head. After a while, I heard the glasses in the kitchen sink clanking together. I started to sweat. Then I felt as if someone was coming into the living room, where I was. When my brother arrives home and the noises stop, I got up and looked at the dishes in the sink, and none of them had been moved. About 14 years ago, we moved into a house that was built in the 1950s. I believe that used to be a boarding house and was right in front of a cemetery. There were lots of noises heard there, and a few spirits as well. I remember staying home one day from school, and my mom was asleep because she worked nights, and I heard a voice say my name. It scared me because we were the only ones home, and it was a voice I had never heard before. My mom would be home during the day by herself, while my brother and I were at school, and she would hear a music box playing. At the time, we had music boxes, but they did not play the song she heard. My mom would be sleeping on the couch, and she would hear footsteps coming through the kitchen, which was right next to the living room where she was. One time, when that happened, she grabbed her shoes and didn't come back till we got out of school. She also would be sleeping in her bed, and it would start shaking. This also happened to me. The shed in this house was directly behind my parents' bedroom, because their bedroom used to be a garage. Well, anyway, my mom would be lying on her bed, and she would hear someone or something walking in there. The odd thing was, it sounded like boots on wood, but the floor in there was concrete. We had a little dog out there at the time, but there was no way it could have sounded like that when it walked. One night, my mom, dad, and brother, we were all sleeping in my room because we put the air conditioner in there in the summer. Well, anyway, it was a cool night, so they had turned the air off and left the door open. My mom, for some reason, looked at the doorway and felt as if there was a presence there. She just put her face into my dad's back and went to sleep. The next day, she found out that her beloved dad had died, who lived in Kansas, and hadn't been found for a few days. She believes that it was him in the doorway. My brother saw a ghostly head in his bathroom one night. It was in a mist. It was bald on top, with hair around the edges of his head. We believe it was my great-grandpa. This happened at my grandma's house on September 2nd, 2004. It was my grandma's birthday, and my mom, my little cousin, and I went there to have cake and ice cream. Well, my little cousin decides she wants a Miracle Whip sandwich. She pressed up against the door frame, asking my grandma if she could have a sandwich, when all of a sudden, she looked towards the microwave in the kitchen and screams, drops the jar, and runs to the couch where my grandma is, and my little is crying hysterically. We were all like, what just happened? For some reason, I became very cold and got goosebumps and had the urge to sit up. My little cousin wouldn't tell us what she saw. My grandma tried to tell us it was a mouse or a bug, but I highly doubt it, because she wouldn't have acted like she did. My grandma believes in ghosts, but I think she said that to make herself feel better, because she knew she was going to be there alone when we left. My little cousin, I believe, has forgotten about the incident, so I did not know what happened. Other things have happened at the grandma's, like something kicked her bed very hardly one night, and she also seen the spirit of a young girl dressed in white one day while lying on her couch in her living room. She's seen a shadow-like figure outside her window, which she knows wasn't human because her cat started hissing and acting weird, and there's probably been other things that happened that I do not know about. I don't believe I've actually ever seen a spirit, but I know I felt them, because in certain places, or sometimes when I talk about the spirits, the back of my neck starts to hurt and feels weird, and sometimes my head will start hurting. I have so many stories to share with you, but I will send them at a later time. My cousin and I were out in Glenpool, towards the boondocks where my grandparents used to live, watching TV late at night. We weren't really tired, hyped up on caffeine from Pepsi and Sprite, just hanging out and trying to see how long we could go without passing out to sleep. At first, I thought I was just hearing things, or my cousin thought I was being a jerk and screwing around. But the louder the sound got, and closer, that's when we both turned the volume down. We then went to turn to each other and ask the same question. Was that you? Did you hear that? Of course, it was like a scratching, shuffling sound outside, and we both dismissed it, thinking that perhaps it was the family pets or wild animal, since the house was out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, curiosity got the better of us. I suggested that maybe it was a ghost, and she promptly crawled towards the window for a peek. She didn't say anything, standing still, like if she moved something would see her. I started to talk, but she silenced me with the wave of her hand. When I got over to the glass, I stared off into the black yard, expecting to see a deer or something. Instead, what I saw was a thing. Best word used to describe it. It was all black, nearly invisible in the shadows it clung to. The only way we were able to see it all was due to a distant light pole. It was skirting around. I guess the dogs must have felt the tension in the air, because at that moment, they all went into wild barks at this intruder. It swung its head, or what seemed like a head, towards the sound of the barks, then up to the window we both watched it from. There was nothing there, no face, nothing at all. Needless to say, both of us were terrified to see a hooded, faceless figure staring back at us. It disappeared, melting into the shadows. The dogs yipped, dashing for cover. Both me and my cousin were cold, shocked, afraid, and speechless. We don't know what it was looking for in our yard, or what it was at all. I used to believe it was a person thinking of robbing our house, or at least I tell myself that so I don't get freaked. Though the truth seems a lot creepier, it is still the truth, and neither I nor my cousin can deny that. When I was 11 years old, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to hear the sound of my dad plowing our driveway. He soon left for work, and I couldn't fall back asleep. After all was quiet, I got out of my bunk bed and climbed down my stairs and walked into the hallway. I went to the bathroom and then back to my room. I climbed into bed and crawled over towards my pillow. It was then that I turned around and was about to pull my blankets over me when I noticed two bright green lights in the corner of my room, directly in front of me. They were glowing and hovering in the same spot I just walked through. I was confused and tried to think of all the possible things they could be. Smoke alarm light? Glow-in-the-dark plastic stars? Anything? I started to get more scared as the time passed, because I tried to eliminate the fact that it could be a spirit. I tried to figure out if it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Perhaps I saw the lights from a clock, and my eyes just needed to adjust to the darkness. I didn't turn any lights on while I got up. I blinked my eyes in a different spot on my wall, and tried to see if the lights would follow my eyes. They didn't. At this point, I looked back to the spot and there they were. I was so scared. They were eyes, and they were staring at me. I was terrified. I couldn't move at all. I was laying down resting on my elbows, just staring at them. They moved forward a foot or so, very slowly. Then, they moved back, and just as slowly, vanished to the left through my wall. I was so scared they would come back, and that's the end of the story. Riverdale Road has a lot more than just that certain place by 132nd. Riverdale Road is spooky throughout the entire road. It's weird. Sometimes the road stretches and shrinks. The bad side of the road actually starts on 104th, North Glen, and goes all the way to the end of the Highway 7, Boulder. But anyway, from 104th to Highway 7 is approximately 13 to 15 miles. I was paying attention to the mileage, and I was going about 35 to 40 the entire time. I started at 104th, and by the time I got to Highway 7, I had only gone 9 miles when I turned around to go back the other way towards 104th again. When I got there, I went 16 miles. Now tell me that isn't creepy. If you pay real close attention to the road, you could almost see it stretching. There's also this turn called Dead Man's Curve. It's a real sharp turn. The recommended speed is 25, but easily done at 40. There's a cement block wall bordering one side of the turn. If you turn that corner around 2:30 a.m., you will see a woman in the middle of the road, holding her hands up, waving for you to stop. When I went around that corner, I didn't have time to stop because she's right there after you do a half 90-degree turn. I ended up hitting her. I got out of my car and looked all around. Absolutely no one was around, but there were handprints on the hood of the car. Also, if you turn onto Riverdale from 112th and turn left, there will be a huge line of trees on the either side, and it just looks like a dark cave of trees. And there's a very mean jogger spirit that hitchhikes and jogs around there. My sister and I were driving around on that road and went through that little cave of trees, and she said she first got a glimpse of the light on his shoes on the left side going away from 104th, and as you get closer you can see that it's a person, and he was holding out his hands for hitchhiking. Then all of a sudden knelt down in the running position, and as soon as we got close enough, he jetted out in front of us. My sister said that there were bodily fluids and body parts all over on the windshield, and she blinked, and it was all gone. She said as soon as he knelt down getting ready to run, she saw that his face was just a skull, and his hand was bones. So yeah, it's not just that spot right by 132nd. There are millions of ghost and spirit stories for that road, believe me. I've gone up and down that road billions of times. I used to do it about 5 to 7 times a day for about a year, so I know that road pretty well. I moved to Overland Park, Kansas, during my 6th grade year, along with my brother, stepfather, and brother. The 5-story house we lived in was in a new neighborhood, and I never took the time to research the land on which our neighborhood was built. Of course, I didn't know what experiences I would find myself in throughout the next few years. My night's routine consisted mostly of sitting in the sunroom on the 4th floor that looked towards the hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a linen closet, and the staircase which led to the master bedroom, while reading whatever book I had at hand. I can't recall how long it had been since my family and I moved into the house. However, I remember this night clearly. My parents went out to eat, and I stayed behind, at home. I was curled into the corner of a sofa that sat in front of a set of windows, reading Guardian by John Saul. The first incident happened well after the night sky had darkened. I was concentrating heavily on my book when I began to hear a knocking coming from outside. It sounded almost exactly like someone hammering on the side of the house. Looking up from my book, I turned and looked outside to see who could be outside at such a time. However, I couldn't see anyone, so I turned around and made myself comfortable to engross myself in my book. Again, the banging continued, and the most effort I put into looking out the window again was angling my head and looking out of the corner of my eye. After a few minutes, the sound outside stopped, only to begin inside. This time, it sounded as someone was banging a hammer on the pipe in the basement, 3 floors below. The banging was 4 or 5 short clangs, and then silence. I'd raised my book again until I was interrupted by another round of clangs. The only thing I can do was try my best to ignore it. As I continued to read, I experienced this unnerving feeling of being watched. I tried to reposition myself on the couch, shifting my legs from underneath me and stretching out, but nothing would unshake their presence. I finally settled on propping my feet on the table and resting the book on my knees. It was then where I could see in my peripheral vision a man standing on the top step of the staircase leading to my parents' bedroom. He stood in complete black, perfectly still, and watched. When I looked directly at him, he disappeared. I figured all the noises and the man I saw were a result of reading the book, and because of this conclusion, I refused to look up at the staircase again, regardless of the fact that the man was still there. I never spoke of the clanging of the man once my parents came home, because I figured it was my imagination. My parents were arguing when they came home anyway, so I tried my best not to get in their way. Most of my time was spent in my room when there were others in the house. You could blame it on adolescence and wanting to be by myself. It was there in my room where another strange incident occurred. I had my radio cranked to the highest decibel and was rocking out when I heard a knock on my door. Turning down the radio, I rushed to the door and opened it to find no one standing outside. I shrugged, thinking I was hearing noises due to the loud radio, closed the door, and cranked the radio back up again. A few minutes later, I heard the knocking again, but this time, instead of turning down the radio, I opened the door while the radio blared. Again, no one stood at my door. I walked into the bathroom, which was immediately to my right, and checked behind the drawn shower curtain because my mother would love to hide and jump out behind me as I walked down the hallway. Well, she wasn't going to get me this time, only she wasn't behind the curtain. I walked down the entire hallway, checking the kitchen and bedrooms before going to my parents' bedroom. It, too, was empty, so I hightailed it to my bedroom, shut the door, and sat on my bed. I figured whoever wanted to come in would, so I no longer answered the knocks. Whoever it was knocked twice more and then stopped. Months passed, and the knockings continued, and the man stood on the top step of the staircase. After a while, I became so used to it, but I never mentioned it to anyone in my house. I always figured it was my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually, the sounds and the man disappeared, and I never experienced them again until years later. My mother and I were standing on the back porch one night while she smoked a cigarette. No one was allowed to smoke inside because my younger brother was an asthmatic. While she smoked, she mentioned, "I see people in this house." I casually looked at her and replied, "You too?" I can't remember the look on her face, but the sound of her voice distinguished her fear. She told me that she continuously saw 3 people standing on the staircase leading to her bedroom. Only the people she saw were dressed in white. She said that the people she saw stood on the stairs day and night, whereas the person I saw was dressed in black and only stood at the top of the stairs at night. She told me of a night when she was smoking in the garage, and she heard a knocking on the door. Figuring it was her husband, she knocked back in return. Moments later, another knock, and she returned it, and again, until the door opened, and her husband asked why she was knocking on the door. Her answer was, "Because you were knocking." He informed her that he had been downstairs watching television. A year or so after I shared our experiences, my mother and brother, and me, of course, moved out of the house and into an apartment across the street from the neighborhood. My mother and her husband were separated, but he continuously stayed at our apartment anyway. One night, My mother decided to drive back to the house to feed our dog that we left behind at the house, while my stepfather was inside our apartment sleeping. I remained behind as well, sitting outside on the back patio. My mother was gone for 10 or 15 minutes before rushing back through the front door. The hairs on her arm were standing on edge, and she couldn't seem to collect her thoughts. She finally asked, "Do you think I'm crazy?" I laughed and asked why. She explained. While the dog was eating out in the garage, she had gone inside to close the blinds in the formal living room. While her back was the rest of the room, she heard a distant voice saying, "Get out of the house." She said she shook it off and walked up to the sunroom to close more blinds, where she again heard, "Get out of the house." Finally, while closing the blinds in the kitchen, she said that the voice was so close that she ran out of the house without closing the remaining blinds, jerked the dog into the garage, and sped back to the apartment. A year later, we moved to Georgia, where there have been no experiences in any of the houses we've resided in. I've been debating with myself as to why she and I would see people standing on the same staircase, and if their different clothing represented anything. Maybe because that's where most of my parents' fights would take place, or what was trying to get our attention by knocking on the walls. What I do know is that now that my mother is no longer married to the same man, we haven't experienced anything of the like since.
Unfortunately, this is a true story. This was back before the internet was a news source, so I don't have any articles to link, but I do vividly remember reading about it in the newspaper afterward. I was really young when this happened. 1990s to ballpark the time. Back when I was in elementary school. I'm 27 now. Back then, I lived in an apartment complex some ways away from school, so every morning I would hop on my bike and pedal begrudgingly to school. Same route every morning. I also had a Hindu family for my next door neighbors. They were nice people, and I often had their kids over because they didn't really have any toys at their house. And you know, kids can't hang out without their toys. This particular morning will always stand out in my mind from any others. I was biking to school, coming up on a cross street. My neighbor and her son were walking ahead of me. I remember seeing them a couple feet from the curb, in a car turning from the far lane on the street leading into the one they were crossing. I must have looked away, because the next thing I remember is looking up and seeing the boy laying flat on the ground right next to the curb, his mother kneeling, leaning over him, and screaming. This was a while before cell phones. I remember with acute clarity being in shock and riding past them. Time seemed to slow down. The boy was face up, staring blankly at the sky with blood trickling out of his nose. His foot was twitching, but other than that, he seemed motionless. I will never forget that face. His mother's wails will never leave me. I went to school that day because I didn't know what I should do, what I could do. I ended up reading in the newspaper some days later that he'd slipped into a coma, and they'd found the person who had hit him. It was a female drunk driver. Thankfully, the boy did survive and came out of his coma, but he was paralyzed from the neck down thereafter. I don't remember talking to him or playing with him again after that. Maybe they moved. But this experience will always stay with me, and will always be a reminder of why you should never, ever drink and drive. No excuses. My place of work is very haunted. I work in an old veterans hospital that has been converted into offices. It does feel a little bit strange consistently entering a room, only to realize that it isn't a hospital anymore, but an office building equipped with cubicles and computers. On my first day on the job, I encountered some really unsettling activity. I consider myself a pretty logical person, so I don't want you to dismiss this as merely fiction or chalk this up to seeing things or hallucinating. Anyway, I was in my usual office, tending to my daily activities. I was alone in the building that day and had to close up, when I heard what I thought was a male voice coming from down the hall. The voice sounded raspy, but soft. Again, I was the only one there at the time, so I walked down the hall to trace the source of the sound. I was able to catch a glimpse of a male spirit peeking out from what is now the photocopy room, but I'll never forget the look in that man's eyes. It was a look of helplessness, a feeling of absolute despair, and before I could even think anymore, the image of the man faded into thin air. Then there was perhaps the most peculiar experience of them all, and happened a few days after seeing the raspy-voiced man. I know before I get into this particular one, you're going to laugh, but I shit you not, I was not laughing at this particular moment. Sure, you can tell me that this was bullshit, that I was making it all up, and all that other crap, but all I can give you is my word. I was running behind schedule on this particular day at the office and getting frustrated. On top of that, my boss asked me to work overtime and close up for him, and I reluctantly agreed to do so. Finding myself alone again, it was just after 9 p.m. when I finally got caught up with all my paperwork. I quickly tried to close up everything and head out through the hallway and out the door to the parking lot, but I stopped before that. Again, this was highly unusual because there was no logical explanation for this, but what I saw next was perplexing. I looked into the conference room, and I could have sworn I saw a bearded man dressed in all white with long brown hair, kneeling over another man, as if trying to resuscitate him, and the man throwing up a peace sign a millisecond later. It was creepy to me at the time, but I felt an overwhelming sense of peace too. This all lasted not even 30 seconds. Now, I'm not going to say that this was Jesus or something like that, but the timing was too impeccable. I couldn't tell if this was the same man from the day before, or if it was another spirit, but it almost seemed as if the bearded man came to his rescue, possibly taking him up to heaven. Again, I'm not even close to being a religious person, so I don't know how these circumstances work. The following experiences weren't as climactic as the ones above, but still unsettling to say the least. A couple of months later, I could have sworn I saw 2 shadow people at the end of the hall early in the morning, then immediately noticed another bolt in front of a desk halfway down the hall. Wasn't able to get a good look at them, just knew they were shadow people. At the same time, my husband got the chills when I told him. Months later, I even saw a soldier standing outside of what was the operating room at one time. His head was down as if praying. The rest of the experiences here are still filled with much activity. I've had my husband visit the office, and he's experiencing things as well. There used to be a morgue on another floor, and he once heard a yelp coming from the used-to-be morgue room. My husband had even encountered seeing shadows in the men's bathroom and would constantly experience spirits turning off the lights in the bathroom. The only sensible conclusion I could come up with was that there was no way that a person could sneak in because the doors are very creaky. We're not the only ones who have experienced these things, as other employees have openly discussed spirits being in this building. One gentleman took the elevator up and had a conversation with another gentleman. When his floor came, he turned to wish the other man a good day, and no one was there. Some have spoken of footsteps late in the evening. One guy got to a point he would tell the spirit it was just him, and the steps stopped. Yeah, to say this is a haunted area is kind of an understatement. Thanks for reading my story. I had to come back home 7 years ago to help my mom. My dad had passed the year before, and it was becoming too much to go back and forth. I was working at the time, and Mom could still get around. I have to mention that Mom has since passed away. She's been gone for nearly 4 years now. Anyway, this particular event happened on a Wednesday, and I will forever remember it. My mom had already gotten up and was going downstairs to fix herself something for breakfast. I went into the bathroom to wash up. I had a funny feeling come over me. I can't explain it other than to say I felt something was very wrong. For one thing, I haven't heard any noises from the kitchen. The bathroom is at the top of the stairs, so I opened the door and listened. Nothing. I grabbed my robe and was about to go down the stairs when I saw this woman at the bottom. She startled me and I froze. We stood staring at each other for maybe 10 seconds. She had shoulder-length brown hair and a white floor-length gown. She never spoke. She did, however, point towards the kitchen. My heart sank. I understood immediately. I ran past her and into the kitchen. I turned into the dining room and screamed, "Mom." She was lying unresponsive on the floor. I ran over to her crying like a baby. I kept calling her and trying to pick her up. I pulled up one of the chairs and tripped while trying to get my mom into it. We both crashed to the floor, but I finally got up and pulled her onto it. I was hysterical. I kept trying to talk to her, but she just stared at me. I ran to the phone and dialed 911. The fire department is right around the corner, so they got there in no time. Her blood pressure was sky high. We went to the hospital and I called my sister. My mom stayed for 3 days and came back home. We found out she had a clot in her heart. She had gone into the dining room to sit down and catch her breath and just collapsed. Later that day, I went home and only did I remember the lady. I got on my knees and thanked God for letting me be at home that day, and for finding my mom and myself worthy enough for him to send an angel to alert me about her situation. That was May 2013. She died November 13th, 2013. Let me finish by saying that I've been in the healthcare field for over 20 years, but when you see what I described, everything you ever learned goes right out the window.
Out with my two brothers and my dad fishing at around 12 in the morning. Me being maybe 12 or 13 at the time, William was older and Jason was younger. We were on a bridge that stood over a large body of water, and I was honestly becoming a bit bored since we had been fishing for the past hour. The only real exciting thing that happened was when my dad hooked a skate. It was a kick watching him struggle to maintain the pole. He had let out a mean stream of curses when his line snapped, signaling his loss in the battle. The area was surrounded by forest and was beautifully lit by the night sky. I would look over the bridge's wall countless times just to see the moon's light reflecting off of the dark, steady waves. The bridge wasn't made of wood, but concrete. It was strange looking. Now that I think about it, instead of being only about 3 feet off the surface of the water, it was maybe 10 or 15. I assumed that it was made for walking or riding across. It was narrow, but just wide enough to fit 3 average people side by side. Upon stating that I wasn't having much fun, William led Jason and I down to a large blackberry bush. It was set just next to the beginning of the bridge, so my dad could still see us. With our group, we had 4 dogs. It seems like a lot, I know, but we currently still have only 2 of our said 4 dogs. Tragedies happen, I suppose. Back to the story. 2 of the dogs are German Shepherds, the dogs we have currently. Other than them, we had a border collie and a foxhound and Muda mix, a very beautiful dog, tall and slender, but with just the right amount of muscle. He was all white with the exception of fall points and freckles. Also, very, very fast. Here's the confusing but necessary part. The female German Shepherd was Charlie, the male German Shepherd was Simon, the foxhound mix was Buddy, and the border collie was Sophie. Okay, now that we've gotten that down, on with the occurrence. We weren't really collecting the berries. It was more of a pick and eat thing. Every now and then, one of us would shout out, startled by the sudden prick of their finger from a thorn. Charlie and Buddy were my personal dogs, leaving Jason with Sophie and my dad with Simon. As I was feeling around for berries with Charlie sitting at my side, Jason left to get my dad some. I turned around to watch him go, Sophie at his heels. Before I could turn back around to face the bush, something caught my eye. Something big.
My first thought was that it was a tree, that is, until it turns its head towards me. It locked eyes with me. I felt paralyzed by fear. I barely managed to wave my arm around in William's general direction, trying to catch his attention. He must have noticed as he responded with a quiet yeah. Turning to see what I was looking at, he began to say something, but immediately stopped. All emotion drained from his now pale face. "Who is that?" he would ask me. I could only mumble what. Not that I didn't hear him, no, I was correcting him. This thing was massive. Really, the only color you could see on the creature came from its eyes. They were wide, human-like. From where I stood, they almost looked orange. The rest was basically a silhouette. I could feel the presence of the dog next to us. Charlie snarled, stalking closer bit by bit. I wanted to jump at her, do anything to keep her away from it. Simon was staring intently, as was Buddy, but kept his position in front of William and me. The thing was standing on its hind legs, but looked like a big, hairy dog, at least something with long, pointed ears. It had lengthy fingers, or more than likely, claws. It leaned forward a bit, but not much, almost as if it wanted to intensify its glare, or maybe just to get a better look at us. I jumped at the sound of Charlie snapping her jaws at the thing before bounding towards it. I nearly choked on my breath as Buddy followed her. I frantically looked around for Simon, who was cowering behind William with his head bowed down, growling. William started to run faster after them, and I started to cry, from both fear and slight anger. I heaved a breath and willed my lungs to run as fast as I could. William was on the track team and played baseball, but he was the least of my worries, because I was too. It was the fact that we were chasing two dogs, and a terrifying animal-like creature. Now that I think back on what I did, I must have been insane. Nevertheless, I chased them in the woods. We eventually slowed to a stop as we saw the dogs ahead of us. They were standing defensively, barking and snarling the cryptid. I couldn't see exactly, but it looked as though the creature was now on 4 legs and smaller. The dogs fell back, as though they had been pushed and scurried away from it as an ear-piercing scream sounded. Buddy took off back to the bridge, where we later found him, and Charlie crouched in front of William and I. The scream sounded strangled, unlike anything I'd ever heard. I had let out a fearful shout before I felt something grab hold of my wrist, which, believe me, did not help my situation. William was trying to pull me along, trying to get us the hell out of there. All 3 of us ran towards the bridge. The whole way there, it felt as though the creature was on my heels, me being in the back by maybe a foot. Once we were free from the trees, we didn't stop. We bolted into the water, William and I. Charlie merely followed, not knowing what to do. I whipped my head around as we stopped and saw nothing but pine. I choked on my tears, feeling both relieved and terrified of what had just gone down. Back on the bridge, we told our dad. He called bullshit, that we were just playing a prank. "But you heard the scream, right?" we would ask him. He would blow us off completely and continue fishing. He was, and still is, a skeptic. Gotta see it to believe it is his paranormal motto. I honestly don't know what that thing was, and I don't think I want to. Part of me is curious, but all of me wants to know what I'm dealing with, so I have more information on the subject. I can't be the only one who's seen it. Today, I'm going to tell you a story I haven't told anyone before, simply because they will think I'm crazy. I don't know why all this even began, but what I do remember is when. It was 7 a.m. in the morning. I was all alone in my house, which I share with my family. I was sitting in the dining room while reading a book. I knew that I was alone. I heard someone. I heard my brother's voice. He was calling my name and asking me where I am. I was extremely confused because I checked his bedroom and saw that it was empty. I stood up and walked towards the voice. It was in the hallway. There was nobody there. I suddenly saw someone's shadow. I was so scared I ran out and waited for my bus outside. For the next 2 years, things moved in our house. My bed moved. My bedroom was also colder than everybody else's. I always had a feeling somebody was watching me as I fell asleep, but yesterday, there was something far worse. I fell asleep with a huge feeling of being watched, but I also smelled some kind of cologne, a man's cologne that I have never smelled before. I shook it off and soon fell asleep. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, I woke up gasping for air. I couldn't move, breathe, or even scream. I felt my arms touching my head, neck, my belly and legs. I heard some kind of language being spoken in my ear. I tried so hard to scream, but I wasn't able to. That went on until the morning. They would let me go for 5 minutes and then continue their torture. After they finally let me go, I had a huge panic attack. I didn't sleep. Today I'm scared. I don't want to eat. I see them. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to sleep and I'm afraid of the dark. My husband and I moved into a house built on an old battlefield ground. This field goes on for miles and miles, then there's nothing but graves. Such a bloody massacre happened a long time ago during the Civil War in Nancy, Kentucky. When we first moved there, strange activity immediately started happening. We began hearing voices outside mumbling to each other. Note that we have no one that lives close to us for miles. We go outside to investigate and find nothing. We go back inside. It starts up again. We try to fall asleep and hear old music, kind of like an old music box. This keeps us awake for some time. We were never able to pinpoint the location of the music. Every there on out, activities increase. We go on outside on our porch and sit. At night, we see shadow figures moving along the trees within the woods. We'd also be in the living room and hear something walking on our front porch often. We run outside to investigate. Nothing there. My body was numb from fear. My husband, trying to act calm, was looking at me. I could tell he was in shock like I was. We knew this was something paranormal, and we are very skeptical people about paranormal stuff too, until this happened to us. It changed everything. A whole new door opened up that we were not familiar with. We thought maybe if we don't think about it much, maybe it would just stop. So living there for a week now, we decided to make a flower garden together and enjoy the beautiful weather. I put some little bunny figurines in the garden and also little chickens and turtles. That night we started hearing footsteps again on our front porch. This time I told my husband, let's not go out. I was hoping maybe it'd just stop if we just ignored it. It kept going on for a good while. We also noticed it's now pounding loudly on our windows. Okay, we had a candle on the windowsill outside. We lit it nightly to keep mosquitoes away, but we hadn't lit it for days. The pounding was getting aggressive after a few days. I look out the window and the candle was lit. My husband and I were surprised to say the least. So we went outside to investigate and look at the candle. I noticed that my little chicken figurines in the flower garden were turned upside down. The next night, I put an app on my phone that allows me to capture EVPs in video in low light situations. My husband thought I was crazy and was skeptical about capturing anything, but I started talking and asking, what do you want and who are you? My EVP app was going off in the direction where my husband was standing. I snapped a picture outside in the dark with my husband posing against the wall. We went inside and reviewed the photo. Amazingly, we saw a dark shadow figure of a man floating behind my husband in old clothes. Now we got proof. We showed it to family and friends, and they agreed something is going on here. The place crept me out so much, we decided to move. I found out later that someone died on that property in a garage fire a long time ago. I don't know if that death is related to the Civil War, or is the cause of our hauntings, or it's the old soldiers still there, or maybe both. What I do know is that strange things happen there. This whole ordeal happened when I was around 10 years old to 13 years old when I lived in a particular house. The house was quite old. It first belonged to my grandmother when she was younger, and at the time, we were renting from her. Many of my grandmother's antique personal items still occupied the house that had belonged to much older relatives that had passed. The importance of these objects was that objects of those who passed away could channel their energy, and this shadow man I had seen could have possibly been an old relative. He could have even been one that had passed away in my lifetime, since there was actually quite a few deaths of older male relatives whom I still quite miss a lot. The first I was aware of this man, I was around 10 years old. The memory is faint, but I am positive what I felt and saw at the time. I was in my room with a friend, and we were chatting away when we heard sort of a distinct creaking sound. When we turned our heads, We noticed the shade on a lamp that was on my dresser had somehow flown off of the lamp to a nearby spot on the dresser. Being the young child I was freaked out, and we stayed in the living room the rest of the night. I was about 12 years old, I believe, when I first actually saw the figure who had done plenty of subtle disturbances throughout the years since my first encounter with it. I had stayed home from school since I was pretty sick and was watching Drake and Josh on television to pass the time. I heard the front door open, and then saw, as well as felt, a tall man out of the corner of my eye passing by the entryway to the TV room which I was in. Automatically I called out, "Hey Dad," thinking he had returned from work early. There was no response. I paused the show and the house was dead silent. The feeling of the man's presences was gone too. I knew that I had seen something tall and shadow-like walk somewhat quickly past the entryway. I got up to investigate and found that the house was indeed empty. My whole body was shaking, so I did what came to mind. I cuddled up in my blanket on the couch and turned the volume up to try and erase the so prominent fear that had filled me and waited for my parents to come home. I had seen the shadow man a couple of times after that, each time thinking it was my father, and each time finding out it was not. Those memories are far less prominent in my mind, but are still there. We moved from the house later the next year, and since then, I have not seen nor felt the shadow man. Have you ever seen a shadow figure like this? This is my story of what happened to me at work. I don't know if it's a ghost or anything, but I hope that someone may have opinions. Okay, so I was walking back from giving someone their food to go back to the kitchen. Then I saw a little boy outside of the door. He looked like a normal little kid, so I smiled and walked on. I didn't think anything of it. But then, he was at the drive-thru window. Then again, was back at the door. And so on until the last part. I saw his head at the same time in the door and the window, with a little smile. Then he went back to one and I saw him running. Then he disappeared into the parking lot. The weird thing about it was 9 p.m. and it looked to be about 5 years old. No adults around. It's not the first time I've seen a little boy appear before. One time I was at home and I'd seen a little shadow boy. I went to tap him on the head because I thought it was my brother. My hand went through his head. Description: around 5. Not pale skin, but not tan either. Bluish gray eyes, sandy brown hair. Wore a striped shirt with gray pants. Cute little smile with a few crooked teeth. Was he a ghost too? Thank you. New Orleans, the Bayou, cemetery tours. Witnessed the devastating effects of Katrina, and right on time to watch my son play college baseball. Then my guests entered into my experience. My first experience started when I captured the most beautiful sunset from home plate facing the swampy area where we were playing. As I looked at the picture, I noticed 2 orbs. One was quite noticeable, as it was a small ball of light in the bottom of the photo. The second was the strobe of light coming from the sun behind the clouds. Okay, I'll get to the best part. So I checked into the Whitney Hotel, located in Midtown New Orleans, rich in history. An old bank that is still in use, but is also the hotel that has been renovated with 9 floors of winding halls, leading one to get very confused and turn around, so to speak. Let me mention, the entire time I stayed at this hotel, there was not one other guest ever spotted by myself or my parents. In fact, the only people you saw were the same 5 employees that all seemed to be interacting amongst themselves in an odd sort of way. They were always there. One was the chef, yet never saw one person sitting, eating, or drinking in the restaurant and bar. These same characters were always around, out of nowhere. They were eager to share stories of the hurricane, history of the hotel, and the architecture and other tidbits of the city. What I thought so peculiar was there was nothing ever mentioned of ghosts or hauntings. I will preface this by saying there was a strong sense of something, but I could not quite place my finger on what it was exactly. I finally put it out there and asked, "What about ghosts?" The 2 staff members shared a look and stated, "Oh, you can say that." They shared hearing silverware falling in the middle of the night, sounds from the 100-year-old basement, and the bank vault closing and locking when no one was around. I retired to my room, 611, at around 8 p.m. I noticed the complete quietness of the floor. Again, not one other room guest was around. I laid down and fell asleep. Approximately 2:13 p.m., I became aware of a feeling between my legs, as if I had been punched. I was in somewhere between sleep and wake, and had remembered the feeling in the pit of my stomach that told me someone is in this room. I laid there paralyzed as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Was there someone in my room? Why isn't the spot where it was hit not as excruciating as it should be? There was still the feeling, but no pain, rather a strong pressure feeling. Then I felt the most gut-wrenching, gut feeling, sick to your stomach feeling began to rise in me. The feeling that someone was there, and this was not going to be good. My heart was racing. I was frozen, unable to roll over to look in the direction where I felt the person was standing. 30 seconds in, I am now fully aware and awake and scared to death. I thought, I need to get control. I can either lay here or take action. At this point, I leaped out of the bed and walked 3 feet to where I felt the person standing, as it was in the direction of the restroom. It was at this point that I swear there was a figure, see-through, dressed in black and white, streaks on the face area. It wasn't a pleasant presence. This feeling I had was of sheer terror. Then it was gone. As I gathered my bearings, slowed my heart, and tried to rationalize what I just experienced, I felt a sort of calm presence come over me. I laid back down, and I instantly fell right back to sleep. I awoke refreshed and wondered why it was so easy for me to fall back to sleep. In the past with nightmares, it's always been difficult. Not this time. I didn't mention this to anyone for a few days, but that feeling of complete terror, dread stayed with me. I returned to work and shared the experience with a coworker. The fact that it was so real and the feelings it caused me is what prompted me to share my experience, and hopefully can find others with similar stories so I don't feel like I am crazy. Thanks for reading.
Several years ago as a child, around the age of 7 in the town of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, there was a Mexican restaurant that was operational in the same building that is now known as Clancy Irish Bar and Grill. I'm 34 now, so that tells you how long it has been. It's been so long that I actually have no recollection of the event that I'm about to speak on, but my sister swears that the story is true. It was questionable until several years later, my 5-year-old daughter had a similar experience in the same restaurant. Now let me rewind to the beginning of the story. Keep in mind the building still exists under the current restaurant name of Clancy's Irish Pub and Grill. My sister is 8 years older than me, and every now and then, she would always talk about the event that happened when I was 7. At that time, it was a Mexican restaurant that was very popular and well known. As a family, we had gone there one night to eat, and being the ordinary little punk that I was, I'd wandered off to explore and ran up the stairs to the next level of the restaurant. The upstairs was apparently closed to customers and is where the restaurant office was held. My sister said she saw me run up the stairs, and so she chased after me to take me back downstairs. All she remembers is seeing me stop, as if I was frozen, at the very top of the stairs for some reason. She called out to me from the bottom of the stairs. However, she said it looked as if I was staring at something and was in a trance and would not budge or acknowledge her. She then walked up the stairs to grab me, thinking I was ignoring her. Immediately upon reaching the top, she felt a cold chill and said she had felt also extremely uneasy and even scared. A few years later, the restaurant closed down and the building was left abandoned for over 10 years until another restaurant decided to take it over again. My family and I were living only a few blocks away at the time and saw that there was a construction crew remodeling the inside and just doing minor touch-ups to the exterior. Seeing the remodel, I couldn't help but think about the story my sister would speak about from time to time. I told my wife about the story, and of course, she did not believe it. A couple weeks after the restaurant had been open for business, I decided we should go eat there, just to see what it looked like after the remodel, and to also try the food. When we arrived to the restaurant, I picked my daughter up and carried her toward the building. As soon as we got closer to the building, my daughter instantly started screaming and yelling, and having a fit, even though she was perfectly happy while in the car. When we got inside the restaurant, my daughter started screaming even louder.
And as we passed the staircase, she looked up and pointed up to the top of the stairs while still screaming her head off. We decided to leave shortly after because she would not settle down. As soon as we got in the car, she instantly stopped screaming and calmed down. This may be a coincidence. However, the next week, my wife and I talked to my wife's mom while visiting her and told her of the story of when I was young. We also told her the situation with my daughter when we went there recently. Her mom asked where it was located, and after we told her, she gave us a very serious and shocked look and told us a story of her own. Her mom told us that her friend at work had recently spoke about her son doing an electrical job at the same building during the remodel. Her friend's son apparently was an electrician and was working upstairs when he heard someone whisper in his ear, "Look outside." Just after hearing that, he heard a loud crash outside. He ran to the window and saw that someone had crashed directly into the parked work truck. He also had told her that he was the only one upstairs at the time when he heard the voice and then the crash happened. This restaurant also later closed within a month and was then bought out by Clancy's. Clancy's is still there, and I also believe it is still haunted upstairs. I've always wanted to visit again and speak with the employees just to see if they had any stories of their own. However, I've never been back since. Thank you for reading. When I was a teenager, I had kind of a chip on my shoulder from family problems, etc. So often, I would not be very emotional with friends or show my feelings. I had a best friend. Her name was Rhonda. We just clicked from the moment we met 2 years prior to her death. We both liked talking about things like life after death and paranormal stuff. We once told each other that whoever passed away first, we would contact the other. Little was I to even imagine at that time that this would indeed come true. I remember one time we went swimming with a few friends, and one friend took me in the deep part of the water, knowing I could not swim, and let me go. I almost drowned, and Rhonda was the only friend who came and sat with me while I was crying because it scared me so bad. She was very empathetic to me. Rhonda herself was an excellent swimmer. She had awards on her bedroom wall that she had earned from swimming events, yet she understood what it must have been like for me to have almost drowned not knowing how to swim. That is the quality of a best friend. In 1982, I was 15 years old and my best friend Rhonda was 17. She was looking forward to turning 18 in 3 short months. We talked daily, went for walks, did all the teenage stuff together. One day she called me on the phone and asked me if I wanted to go to an outdoor type of party at Cullen Park, a small boat dock park at the Maumee River. It was a very hot day in July, the 27th to be exact. She said about 5 other people were going, and that they were going to have a cookout, play volleyball, and go swimming. I said to her, "Swimming? Why would you go swimming in the Maumee River?" She said she had done it before, and that you just had to wear your sneakers or water shoes to not get cut by rocks or glass under the water. I still did not like the idea of going in that fish-smelling dirty water, so I told her, and she said, "Well, you don't have to go in the water. I know you don't swim anyway." She said I can just go for the cookout and maybe playing volleyball. I said okay. I have $20 in my pocket and I could chip in for food and drinks. Yes, I will go. We hung up the phone. I sat there thinking to myself and thought, I just don't know if I want to go. I called her back and I said, "Rhonda, I don't know. I think I'm going to pass on this." And she responds by saying, "Oh, come on, Rose. You will have fun." At first I said, "Okay, I will go." And then I changed my mind again. Finally, I said for sure, "No, I'm not going to go. Sorry." And she responds again, "Fine, be that way," and hung up the phone. That would be the last words I would ever hear from her. I sat there in my kitchen and I felt so bad. I had nothing else to do that day and I thought to myself, maybe I should go. I called her back and her mom answered the phone and she already left. So I pretty much dropped the idea then and there. The next day, I was sitting in the dining room of my home where I live with my dad, and there was a little black and white TV we had on a table that was turned on. The new news was on. I looked at the TV and saw a picture of my boyfriend Doug, who was 18 at the time, and it said that he had gotten electrocuted to death by climbing an electrical fence the night before, July 26th. I was in shock. I could not believe what I was seeing or hearing on the TV. The first thing I did was dial Rhonda's phone number. I wanted to tell my best friend what had happened to my boyfriend. I guess you could say I really needed my best friend at that moment. Her phone was busy. I tried another 3 or 4 times and kept getting a busy signal. I ran down the street 2 blocks down to another friend's house. He was an older friend of the family. I was very distraught and just in total shock. I ran all the way there. He answered his door and I spurted out what had happened, and he said, "Come on, you need to calm down. We can go for a car ride and a talk." So we go to get in the car, and a neighbor of his came running up to his car and said, "Did you hear what happened?" He said, "What?" The neighbor said Rhonda, who lived 1 block from him and that he also knew, had drowned in the Maumee River. He said that they were looking for her body. Now, I was already in shock about my boyfriend, and then I hear my best friend is dead. I didn't believe it. I said, "No, you are a liar. That's my best friend." My other friend got me in the car, where I proceeded to fall apart crying. I can't remember the ride or even getting home after that, or even what we said. The next thing I can remember is standing at Cullen Park, looking at the river where many others were looking for my friend. I told myself, no, she couldn't have drowned. She was such a good swimmer. With all the awards she had hanging on her wall from swimming, there's no way she could have drowned. But what I didn't know was the river has currents in it, and that is what took her down. I had told myself, she must have swam to one of the little grassy islands around there, and she is knocked out, but someone will find her. It was 2 days before they found her body in the river. All I can remember is not being able to sleep, shaking a lot, for months and months. I worried that my best friend and boyfriend never knew how I felt about him. Because I didn't show my emotions or say things like "I love you" or "you are my best friend," my biggest worries were that they left this world and did not even know how much I cared about them. There was no funeral showing for either of them, for obvious reasons, which made it kind of hard to accept they were really gone. So now, skip ahead 5 years. I've been bothered by them not knowing each day of my life. It was something I felt horrible about. One night, not even specifically thinking of either of them, I went to bed. I had a dream. I was sitting in my bedroom and the furniture was arranged just how I had never had it before arranged, and Rhonda, my deceased best friend, was sitting next to me on the bed, and we were talking. I wanted to tell her she was my best friend and that I missed her so much and how much it had hurt me that she died. But I could not get the words out. And then I just realized, in the dream, that my left arm was itching really bad. Before I went to scratch my arm, Rhonda said, "You need to scratch your left arm, Rose." I looked at her and I said, "How did you know my arm was itching?" And she said, I know how you feel." She had a smile and that unique giggle she had that I missed so much, and she kept saying, I know how you feel." The dream ended there. She was telling me she knew the things I was feeling without me actually having to say it. This was a visitation in my dream. I know that for sure. Very shortly after that dream visitation, I also had one from my boyfriend, Doug, who had died the day before my best friend did. In that dream, we were in my bathroom and I was crying. I was crying harder than I ever cried in my life, and he was holding me saying, "It's okay, Rose. It's okay." He also said, "I know how hurt you are, and I know you cared about me." I kept telling him I was sorry, so sorry, and that's where that dream ended. These were not dreams that I willed to happen. I've lost many other relatives, including my mother and father, and have never had a dream like that about them. I'd never had a dream before those two that were so real to me. I'm 50 years old now, and I remember every single aspect of those two dreams, and I know my boyfriend and my best friend and boyfriend visited me in a dream state because it would have scared me any other way. In the dream, I felt safe and everything felt normal. It was like I knew they were gone in the dream, but it seemed normal to see them and to be talking to them. Wow, I have to say, it has taken a lot out of me to write this stuff out, to go through those emotions again, reliving such tragedy. but I felt it important to share this with you. It is a 100% true story, which can be proved from newspaper archives about both their deaths, and I have copies in a scrapbook and stuff from both of them. Blessings, Rose. It was raining heavily that night. I was on my way back from the night class. I boarded a double-decker bus. Thinking that it might be more quiet to take a nap upstairs, I took a seat on the center of the bus in the upper part. The bus takes 30 minutes to reach the terminal, which was near where I stayed. I closed my eyes, thinking of taking a short nap. After about 10 minutes, I heard a boy talking to his mother. I was sure that I was the only passenger aboard that bus. Then the little boy was speaking in a very different language, from which I could hardly understand. Looking at his mom, half of her face was covered by her long hair, so I didn't really have a chance to see her face. When I closed my eyes once again, I felt like the boy was sitting beside me and was whispering in my ear. I opened my eyes again, and he was at his seat and pointing at me, laughing loudly. It felt so eerie. Then suddenly, I felt a gust of cold wind blow past me, followed by a sound of a girl in a low pitch talking to her boyfriend behind me. I turned my head, and at the same time, the rain and thunder outside the window sounded heavy and loud. I could hardly hear what they were saying. I remember I was the only one on the upper decker when I boarded, and I closed my eyes less than 10 minutes. Why were there 4 others on the bus? I did not doze off, and I'm sure the bus did not stop. This time, I told myself I need to keep my eyes open. I was worried if I closed my eyes again, another 2 people might appear. The rain was heavy and the night was quiet, so therefore the bus driver did not stop at most of the bus stops. There were 3 more bus stops to go. I walked down from the upper deck and stood near the driver's seat. The driver said to me, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." And I responded by saying, "I beg your pardon?" "There's some other foreign passenger on the upper deck." The driver did not answer me. Then suddenly, the bus skidded and crashed into a tree. I knocked against a metal pole in front of me and fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was still sitting at the bus stop waiting for the bus. It was still raining heavily. I thought I had a dream, but my head was swollen. How can that be? When I turned my head to the left, a heavy-set man was sitting at the first seat. A lady and a boy was sitting right beside me. The lady's hair covered half of her face, which I cannot see clearly, and a boy and a girl were hugging each other behind my seat. I shivered and stood up. The little boy said, "Are you leaving? Our bus is not here yet." I did not turn my head. I waved to the coming by taxi and quickly got inside. When I entered the taxi, the driver said, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." I was shocked to hear this twice and felt uneasy. I quickly aligned from the taxi and entered a night coffee shop, took out my mobile phone, and called for my dad. Then the waiter came near me and asked for my order. I ordered 2 cups of coffee, thinking my dad would be here soon. Then I heard the waitress whispering to another, "This lady is ordering a coffee for that little boy also." I turned my head and looked at them, giving me a weird look. The other waitress walked near me and asked, "Are you going to ask your boy to come in, or let him stand outside my door?" I just ignored her, pretending I did not hear what she said, and hoped that my father would be here soon. After the coffee was served, I saw my father enter, and I felt safe. On the way home, I saw the taxi that I just halted was in the accident. It was badly crashed against a tree, and there stood an overweight man, a couple, and a mother holding a boy staring at the taxi, and the nurses were busy carrying the injured man into the ambulance. Lucky, I was not in that taxi. The little boy turned his head, stared at me pointing and laughing. When I reached home, I was sick for almost a week. My mom brought me to a medium, and the medium sent me and my mom to that bus stop to do some spirit chanting and offering. I guess you could say this was one wild night.
A lot has been happening lately. Comfortable and uncomfortable things. Some of these happenings just leave me curious and confused as to why all of this is happening. I've been experiencing things to the point where I've broken down, and I shall tell you how, and why right now. One day, I was sitting in front of the door to my brother's room, just casually sitting there, listening to music as I waited on my brother to come back. When he finally came, just as I turned my head towards him to say something, I was kept completely shut and frightened over what I had just seen. I let out a small scream, which left my brother worried and motivated him to ask me why I had let out a sudden reaction. I explained it all to him about how I saw a solid figure of a man that stood right behind him. Now, I really didn't believe in the paranormal, and to see something like this just shook me. I did, and still do believe that spirits are real, but my view on seeing them had totally changed around after this incident. I am religious, and I pray more often than I used to back then, which has helped me a lot because I feel more protected and safe. But it doesn't end there. When I found out that my brother was experiencing the same things as me, we told our mother, and she sat us down to explain it all. We found out that she had similar things happening to her in the past too. And I had also learned that when my mother was trying to get pregnant with her first child, me, that she was targeted by black magic and had been attacked by a shadow person. That gives me a feeling that something or someone, the spirits, may have gotten through some closed doors. I'm not a professional or anything, but it's something I assume may have happened. Anyway, we've had our house checked out by different mediums, and they all said the same things. They told us that something was in this house. But the thing is that I feel like there's more than one spirit in this house. One I sense as good and the other I sense as bad, but not demonically bad. I can feel it in my gut. Most times, out of nowhere, I will occasionally see a black mist pass by the corner of my eyes, but I end up dismissing them as my imagination. The way these spirits contact me are through my dreams, most of the times, rather than in my awake hours, although I've seen the solid figure of a man twice in the same hallway I had an encounter with the first solid figure that appeared behind my brother. At night, I feel cold touches, especially on the side of my head, and the feelings of pins and needles stuck into my hands. Very recently, it was as if I was completely drained of my energy, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think straight. Hours later, I was totally fine and slept well. But this isn't the only time that something like that has happened. One night, I was sleeping, and I felt this voice speak into my ear. It was vividly clear enough to make me understand the words being said, and the voice was soft, yet in a little harsh tone. It said something like, "You think you're clever, don't you? I'm stronger than you, girl. Try me." That's when I woke up. My heart was racing so fast to examine if one of my siblings played a harmless yet frightening prank on me. But when I realized there was no way for my siblings to do that to me, I froze in shock. My bed was against a wall then, and since my door is a bit broken and the floorboards haven't been fitted back in properly, if you open the door, it would create a loud sound that would make anyone jolt. I'm a light sleeper, by the way, so there was no way that anyone could have pulled it off. Plus, I don't sleep against the wall. I always sleep away from the wall, so I wouldn't have known and felt something get onto my bed and lay beside me. It's just confusing me, all of this. I found myself crying one day because of it. I don't know what to do. I've decided to keep myself devoted to God and to follow the light, as I know that's the only thing that assures me safety. I'm sorry for posting such a long story, but I would like to know your opinions and advice on what I should do or about what's happening to me. Thanks. Number 2. My name is April. I'm 21 and have a story to tell you about the experience I had with the infamous Ouija board. You have heard stories of Zozo the demon, right? Well, he is real, And I have read stories on him, but didn't actually think it was true until it happened to me. 3 months ago, I had moved in with my sister, and I had brought a couple friends over to hang out that evening. We were all smoking a cigarette when I came up with the brilliant idea to play the Ouija board and ask otherworldly spirits questions about the afterlife and questions about the future. Now, I have played the board by myself for many years, with little to no negative spirits speaking with me, but this evening was in fact different. We sat at the table and put our hands on the cursor and moved it clockwise around the board as we said Ouija out loud 3 times. My friends weren't avid believers in the paranormal or using the board from rumors they had heard. I asked, "Is there anyone there?" The cursor moved slowly to yes. "Who are we speaking with?" The cursor repeatedly went from Z to O and continued to do so after the question was asked. "What do you want?" It quickly spelled out her. "Who is her?" I asked. It spelled out my friend's name, and I was freaked. "What do you want with her?" It spelled out, "I want her." Very quickly, the cursor returned to moving from the Z to the O yet again, and I was getting annoyed with this because it wouldn't tell me why it wanted my friend. It just spelled out, "I want her," repeatedly. My friend, the one the demon wanted, stupidly called him a pussy, and the board spelled out death. That's when things got bad. I got angry and told her not to provoke him because he was capable of bad things, and I sure as hell didn't want anything happening to my friends. The other friend just sat there freaked out, not speaking the entire time, as we continued to ask it questions, which I don't recall. The cursor began feeling hot under my fingers, and I asked my friends if they felt it too. They said they did. I asked it another question, but its answer didn't make any sense. It spelled out. The word it spelled out was mama, over and over, and would not move to any other letters, so I cussed at him because I was getting annoyed. The one friend took his hand off the cursor and refused to play anymore, and the atmosphere immediately changed. I could feel Zozo in the room now, and the air was heavy, and I began to get scared. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like myself. I felt if something was inside me. I felt the most intense hatred I've ever felt before. I began to laugh hysterically and then cry like I had no control over my emotions. My mood then turned to hatred again, and I turned to look at my friend, the one the demon wanted, with the most evil smile. I felt it inside. It wasn't me smiling. It was the demon. We all stopped playing the board after that, but the heavy feeling in the air and its presence remained. It took a bit before everything felt normal again that night, and I felt like myself, but when it did, I was certainly relieved. I feared for my friends' safety that night, but fortunately, none of them experienced anything after leaving. My advice: do not mess with the Ouija board. Evil presence in the flat. Since moving out of the flat, when I was going through my divorce, I've made a point of not going back in there unless it was really necessary. When we had tenants renting the place, I had no need really, but the tenants left, and my mom decided to move in there. Suddenly, I had to go there quite often. The atmosphere in the place was always thick to me. It was like the air was harder to breathe. On one specific night in April 2015, my mom sent me a message and told me strange things were going on in the flat. Not one to leave my mom alone when she was far less open than I was, I ran to the flat. She was sitting in the lounge when it came in, and she asked me to step into her room and tell me if I smelled anything. As I took the one step into her room and came to the closet, on my left, bed to my right, there was the very distinct smell of cigarette smoke hanging in the air.
I walked towards the bed, and the smell decreased, towards the closet, and the smell was stronger. No one in the yard smokes, so the chances that it could have been carried in from outside are zero. The closet is also not close to any windows, so the fact that the smoke was centralized to that spot was enough to get my hair standing on end. I went back to my mom and asked her if this was all she had been experiencing. She said no. The whole week, she could feel someone take hold of her ankles as she lay in bed, until one night, where not only did something take hold of her legs, it pulled her halfway out until she got panicked and started kicking. By then, her legs were completely off of the bed. She swore to me for a second it felt like she had kicked a solid human being, but no one was there to be seen, although she clearly smelled the smoke. The weekend, I had Tim and Eileen over and explained the story to them. Tim went into the flat alone, leaving us by the pool, and after about 5 minutes, he came out. He said that the person in the flat was a man, middle-aged. He gave features to this man that had my mom and I looking at each other. For my South African compatriots, the man looked like a thinner version of Eugene Terrablanche. I asked Tim if he could see the man's right arm, and Tim told me that the man made an effort of staying in silhouette. I went into Adam's room and fetched my mom's wedding album. I found a picture of my paternal grandfather and showed it to Tim. Tim nodded. The man in the flat was my mom's father, Johnny. Johnny had lost his right arm in a car accident. Considering he had been instrumental in the abuse I suffered in the flat, not to mention that he was responsible for the death of my gran when she was 32 years old. My mom was 5 at the time. Neither my mom nor I were very happy about the fact that he was in our home. My mom told me to take every picture of him out of the album. She took the pictures, gave them to Tim, and told him to burn them. After he had destroyed every picture, Tim told us what he needed to cleanse the flat, and he went in alone. He was busy for close to 2 hours. By then, it was late afternoon. As night came around, my mom went into the flat. For some odd reason, the main switch of the electricity was off. Strange. She switched the power on and went to her bedroom. My son, T, came into the flat and told her he smelled smoke. Since they are both asthmatics, very bad timing. My mom ran out of her room and saw the box that she had set down on the stove catch fire. Yes, not the smartest move, putting flammable materials on a stove. Curious though, my mom never cooks in the flat, so the stove mains are always switched off on the circuit. Yet, every plate on the stove was glowing red, turned up to full heat, and the box and its contents were on fire. Mom yelled and grabbed T, rushing to get out. Tim rushed in, grabbed the box, dropped it in the sink, and doused the flames. Outside, both my mom and my son were having full-on asthma attacks. When Eileen and I were able to get my mom and my son calmed down and breathing, we speculated as to why the stove would have been turned on when it is never used. Tim stated very simply, "You burn my pictures, I will burn you." A sick parting gift from a bad old soul.
At long last, the 14 hours of flying non-stop from Singapore to London was over. Max managed to get the key to his hotel room. The thought of having 2 days off in London overcame the trauma he endured during the 16 hours of duty time. The flight was packed with demanding passengers, and it was hard coping with his senior crew. After having a shower, Max took a train from Gloucestershire Station and left for Piccadilly Station, the nearest tube station to London Chinatown. Max's favorite duck rice was in a restaurant in Chinatown. He would never fail to visit Chinatown for his favorite dish. The restaurant was crowded with diners from all over the world. It was noisy too. There was only one small table available, and the waiter ushered Max to that table.
Chinese tea was served, and before Max could sip his tea, an old haggard-looking lady of European descent sheepishly asked Max whether she could share the table. Max gestured her to only the left seat. She took a bow and thanked Max. The old lady and Max had placed their dinner order, and it took a long time before their dinner was served. While waiting for their meals, Max and the old lady did not speak to each other, except for the occasional smile they exchanged with each other. After dinner, the old lady was pleasantly surprised when Max paid for her meal. She insisted on paying Max, but Max politely declined to accept. During the time when they were waiting for their dinner to arrive, Max noticed that the old lady was dressed in old tattered clothing. The dress was old and patched up, but it looked clean. She had an old, worn-out handbag. Max took pity on the old lady and decided to pay for a £5 dinner, which was nothing more than a plate of fried rice. After all, Max told himself that the allowances he earned on his London flight was more than $1,000. That night, Max was woken up from his sleep by some noises which sounded like someone talking to him. He looked up, and in the dim room light, could see an old lady seated across from his bed in a chair, smiling at him. Max noticed it was the same old lady who had shared his table at Chinatown. At this point, Max could feel the goosebumps all over his body. He was scared stiff, but the old lady lifted up her hands, smiled, and vanished into the thin air. Max could not sleep and remained so until dawn. Back at Singapore a week later, Max found out that his wife was pregnant. They had always wanted a baby, but Max's wife could not conceive. They have been married for a couple of years, and the knowledge that his wife was pregnant was indeed good news. The following news his wife was pregnant, Max also won a big sum of money by betting on lotteries. Indeed, Max and his wife suspected the old lady whom Max met in London must have given them good luck. "3 years ago, I used to study in France, and I worked part-time at a restaurant in winter. This is a very old restaurant and an expensive one. My job was to clean the whole restaurant before it was noon. So every day early in the morning, around 5 a.m., I used to start my job, and it would take around 2 hours to complete. I like to share the strange experiences I had in this place. In the morning, when I'd start work, it was always dark. Every day, the first thing I did when I entered the place was to lock the door from the inside. After this, I turned off the alarm systems and then would turn on the heating systems. Each and every window was kept closed in the building. The restaurant opened at noon, so all the other employees started work after 11 a.m. I mention this to prove that there was no possibility of someone else entering the place from outside playing a role in my experiences. While working there most of the time, I got the feeling I wasn't alone. I remember many instances where I suddenly turned back because I would feel as if someone was behind me, a feeling of thin air brushing me. Most often, I got confused, but never got scared, maybe because I didn't have much time to think about it. When I worked upstairs, the building is 2 stories. Sometimes I heard footsteps coming from downstairs, or heard someone running up or down the staircases, and at those times, I come to the ground floor to see if my boss or the chef had come. Only 3 of us had a key, but strangely enough, not even once they were present. The next thing I did when it happened was run towards the main door and see if it was locked properly, and it was always locked. Those times, I just eased my mind, telling myself maybe I didn't hear anything. Since no one ever told me about the building's haunted history, I never wanted to believe there were paranormal presences. Other than this, sometimes I heard doorknobs turning. At times, strange sounds from the kitchen were heard, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. This building had some particular locations where it got so cold even though the heating systems were on. When you are at those places, you tend to get the feeling someone or something is always there, and it never moves from there. One of the creepiest places was the huge cellar in the basement. I had to visit the basement often to refill wine. The cellar and the basement were unusually cold. I often felt humming kinds of sounds from the cellar. It is hard to explain how, since these sounds were not heard, but felt. I worked in that place for 3 months, and in all those 3 months, I had noticed lots of strange things happening. My instincts were saying to me all the time that there were entities in that place which never belonged to our world or dimension. Regardless of that, I dismissed this instinct every time. I also need to say, I never ever experienced something which threatened me. If I saw something as a threat, maybe I would have quit my job. Now, sometimes I think that what I did back then by rejecting or neglecting the presence of paranormal entities, I saved myself from lots of unwanted haunting, which might have disrupted my lifestyle. I strongly believe that the fact I never showed any weakness was the main reason I was not harmed or threatened. After 3 months of work, I found a better job which suited my education, so I decided to leave my job. Something happened on the last day of my work which changed my whole attitude towards that building. It was a conversation with a barmaid who was working there for more than a year. The last day, I was waiting for my boss outside the restaurant to get my last pay and bid goodbye. It was almost 11:30 a.m., and one of the barmaids, Sophia, was already there. Since I had the key, I opened the restaurant door for her, and she went in. While I was outside, within 15 minutes, she came back running outside, and I could see she had a pale and panicked face. She sat next to me, and I could see from her looks she was terrified. She lit a cigarette and started smoking. I asked her what was wrong. She replied to me, "It's as usual. The things inside scared me." I was confused hearing this and asked her what she meant. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said, "Don't you know? Ghosts," and said she heard the usual footsteps and voices. She also said she felt as if someone touched her shoulder from behind. At this point, I noticed she was sweating like hell. I remind you it was winter and freezing even with thick jackets on. Once I saw this, I knew for sure she was damn serious about it. I tried to calm her down and told her that I too had experienced these things, but I never took it seriously and that I never accepted the ghostly presence inside. She said I was lucky I wasn't harmed. She was also shocked to hear that I usually start work as early as 5 a.m. In fact, even my boss didn't know I start work that early. I had to finish work before noon, and they thought I started work at 10 or 11 a.m. If someone had known the timetable I used for my conveniences, I'm sure they would have never allowed me. According to Sophia, throughout its history, the building was notorious for haunting. It was believed ghosts belonged to various centuries were present in that place, and also some other entities as well. People believe the presence of alcohol, food, and other luxuries were the reasons for this building being a hotspot for haunting. The building had always been a restaurant, a hotel, or a bar in its lifetime. Some people would flood to this place to have fun, and it seems the souls of those who never saw light still visit this building. There were also some ghosts who were trapped inside the building for unknown reasons. Most of these employees and guests, when being alone, have felt the presence of these ghosts. This includes voices, touches, and moving shadows. Sophia also mentioned that a murder or a suicide had taken place in the basement long ago. She wasn't sure about it, but said the basement had the strongest sightings. Some employees were working inside the basement and had seen moving shadows and strange whispers in their ear. Unlike the voices heard, these whispers were very clear. After my conversation with her, I really felt terrified, but also lucky to not have been threatened by ghosts. Now, Sophia was only 18 and was one of the fun-loving people in that restaurant who loved playing small jokes, so it was possible that she was trying to fool me. So that afternoon when I met another employee, Adela, who's a friend and was someone respectable in her 60s, I told her about my conversation with Sophia, and this old lady friend confirmed everything Sophia said. She also yelled at me for working so early alone in that building. She said the ghosts were very violent sometimes, and she mentioned an incident. One day when Adela, my boss, and another employee were having their last drink for the day, almost around midnight, suddenly they heard huge bangs and very loud noises from the kitchen. She said it sounded like someone was screaming out of anger. They were all scared because the whole place was locked from the inside, and there weren't others present in the restaurant but these three. Then after around 5 minutes, once everything had calmed, the three of them together with some people from a neighboring hotel had gone to the kitchen to see what had happened. She said the food trolley kept in the kitchen had banged the door for the rear entrance of the restaurant, which was through the kitchen. In the rear, there was a small garden, followed by a huge wall. The door was locked. It had occurred to them that something had been banging the trolley against the door. What frightened them was the kitchen knives, which were very sharp, were seen scattered around the kitchen as if someone had thrown them all over the place. Had some employee been present at the kitchen when this happened, then most probably he would have died or severely gotten injured. After this incident, my boss had brought a priest and purified the place, and things have calmed down a bit for some time. Then everything had started up again. Luckily, the kitchen haunting had never repeated. The year was 1980, and I was 14 years old. My parents and two younger sisters were living in Saudi Arabia, where my father was stationed as part of a phone system upgrade project for the kingdom. The school for expatriates, Americans, British, Canadians, and others from all over the world, only went up to grade 9 in Saudi Arabia, and so for the grade 10 school year, I was sent back to Canada to live with my grandmother in a small Ontario town, not far from Ottawa. My grandmother lived alone, my grandfather having died long before I was born. She was very religious and very involved with our church community, along with her regular Sunday attendance. My family didn't practice any religion and never went to church, so it took some time getting used to on my part being away from my family for the first time, living in a small rural town and living in a religious household. Further complicating things, I inadvertently crossed the school bully early on in the school year and found myself a pariah at the local high school where I was the new kid. To be exact, I had a hard time adjusting to this environment, and as a result, I stopped going to school. This upset my grandmother deeply, and she sent me to go see a doctor who prescribed me some kind of antidepressant. I just threw the entire bottle out the window. Drug me was not the solution. I would take my bike and go to the library or find a park on a nice fall day and read books. At night, I would stay up and watch late night TV like The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. The apartment was on the second floor of a house by the railroad tracks on the north edge of town. It was old and musty, and the floorboards and steps up creaked. There was only one entrance to the place, and if anyone came in, I would be able to see them coming up the stairs and pass by the living room where I watched TV. One night in November, I heard my grandmother sobbing from her room, which was down the hall. I knew I was the reason for her distress because I had stopped going to school and she didn't know how to deal with me. Then I heard her talking. At first I thought she was talking to herself, as this was 1980 and there were no cell phones and she did not have a phone in her room. The only phone was in the hall and she wasn't in the hall. Then a man's voice responded to her. "Don't worry, Anna," he said. Chills ran up my spine and I froze in my chair. The voice was deep and clear and in the house, and yet I had been in the living room all evening and no one had come into the house. I heard her sobbing some more, and one more time the voice spoke, "Everything will be all right." I remained in that chair until dawn.
I'll never know if that was my imagination, my grandmother speaking in a different voice to herself, or perhaps, as I imagined at the time, it was the voice of my grandfather's spirit comforting my grandmother. Whatever the case, I've never forgotten that moment, nor the feeling of creepy dread that crawled up my spine as something from the other world seemed to pass into this one for the moment.
This is an experience that occurred over several months. In the autumn of 2012, I was home from university one weekend. On the outskirts of my town, there is an old graveyard called the Red River Cemetery. It is very old. The earliest graves are from the 1790s and associated with an abundance of local history. The Great Revival of 1800 occurred there, the first camp meeting in Christian history. A lot of spiritual activity happened at that event. This cemetery is a regular spot for me. It is a pleasant drive into the fresh country, and the entire graveyard is surrounded by ancient trees. In the back of the cemetery is a reconstruction of a log church that was once there. You feel as if you are going back in time when you go there. It is serenely silent and still, and there is a nostalgia with all the graves and arrangement of trees. In the center of the cemetery is a separate walled graveyard. It is an elaborate family plot, and the old wall dates back to the 1830s. There are many graves in there, and one has sunken in and opened. Vandalism or other natural occurrence? Not entirely sure. I walked around the plot for a few moments. I had come here many times before, and nothing strange had ever happened. But this time, I felt an unpleasant feeling. It wasn't very strong, but I felt that I should get out of this plot. I did so and continued to walk around the cemetery. Then it started that night. I mostly had insomnia, but I did drift into sleep eventually. The line between the two is blurred, but I definitely know that I was awake most of the night. In lack of a better term, my mind was tormented. Seemingly out of nowhere, my mind burned with the image of these two particular graves in the back of the walled plot. It was scorched in my mind. I had nightmares when awake of these two graves, and never could I get my mind off of them. It was something I've never experienced before. The thought and image of these graves blared and blared in my mind, and I felt terrified. I knew I was awake, and I was afraid in my own home. I felt I wasn't alone. I covered myself in the middle of my bed with this torturing thought of these two graves. As the night wore on, the thought or nightmare, I can't recall which, I had a dream of the people buried there. I remember specifically seeing a man, young, but I couldn't tell how young, and his face was a blur. He wore brownish beige clothes, pre-1850-ish style. He may have held pale hair, but I can't recall specifically. He was a little heavy-set, not fat, just big. This image is crystal clear in my mind, and in my torment, I knew it was one of the people buried in those graves. This incident was absolutely dreadful. The next day, I was emotionally disturbed. My parents didn't know what to think. If I thought about my experience, I would start to cry. A few odd things happened that can be attributed to coincidence, but nevertheless odd. My dog was barking at nothing. Then the washing machine went crazy and started moving. The repairman said a part inside had gotten loose. It never done that, nor has it again. Again, this could be coincidence. Eventually, I put it out of my mind. It was disturbing, but I couldn't let it get in the way of my studies, so I carried on with my life. Then came the spring of 2013. I became curious again about those graves. I wondered just who are buried in those graves. I thought if I found out, some sort of mystery would be solved or a question would be answered. So I gathered my courage and went back to the cemetery. I found the two graves. They were there.
I wrote down the names but misplaced the exact information, but the individuals were two siblings. There was a Jane, and she passed away when she was 28 and had 3 children. Her brother's name was Chatham. He died when he was 21 or 22 in the 1810s. They were the children of a Kentucky senator, who is also buried nearby, and the site of their old family home is nearby. Nobody special, and I thought little of it. That very night, I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. Insomnia again. I had been awake for a few moments, and then my doorknob wiggled. I stared wide-eyed at it for the longest time. It had just wiggled. My first thought is that it was my cat. Sometimes she opens the porch door, then tries to open our doors. I prayed to God, please let that have been my cat, then I can sleep in peace. I convinced myself it was my cat, of course. The next morning, my cat was on the porch, and the porch door happened to be locked. Kitty had not snuck in, so I interrogated my mom, dad, and brother. They denied my accusations. They wouldn't do that. Then, the next night came, and I awoke again at 3:30 or 4:30. When I went to bed, my brother, who was in the den, right outside my room, was watching TV. But here, I was awake again, and I could see the light coming in where I could see under the door. Then my door opened. I heard the doorknob turn, and it slowly opened, about halfway. Then it began to close again, but didn't close all the way. Then there was a flash of light in the den, and it went dark. I stared at it for a while. I thought it was my brother, because I thought he stayed up all night watching the show and opened my door for some reason. Thus, I wasn't scared, and I got up and closed the door. I attempted to go back to sleep, but was a little bothered. I asked him about it the next morning. He didn't know what I was talking about, because he swore he went to bed at midnight, and he has no history of sleepwalking. I did my usual interrogation, and everyone denied it. I was ambushed and became frightened. Later that day, I was on the computer and heard my mom scream my name twice, as if from outside, like she needed help. I rushed outside to get her aid. She was calmly tending the garden. She looked startled when I got there. "What's wrong?" I asked out of breath. "I heard you scream my name." She said she never did, and looked at me like I was crazy. She thought I was playing a joke on her. She'd never play a joke like this on me. Since this moment, nothing has happened with the incident. I even went back to the graveyard and got no bad feelings. It was a lovely autumn noon. Me, my parents, and my granny were on our way to visit relatives. Everyone was a bit on edge, as these family gatherings tend to be extremely awkward and competitive, so they thought it was the perfect time to express their views on political matters, which is always so delightful. For these reasons, I was rather annoyed when we arrived at the cemetery. Our final destination was visiting live relatives, although visiting dead ones can be competitive as well, as our culture has a knack of graveside landscape design. But my granny also wanted to pay our respects to the deceased, because she can't go there by herself too often. I used this opportunity to keep my distance and to gather my wits before standing in front of the grand jury on matters of finance and romance. I raked the leaves and started looking about. I was pleasantly surprised to notice I felt at ease. Previously, I've always felt uncomfortable in graveyards, jumpy even. I started looking around, observing the old, shadowy trees, leaves swirling down. There are mossy graves with old German names, barely possible to read now, Lithuanian names. It's close to the border. Sometimes I would notice a name I have heard, probably from local gossip. I was mostly enjoying the nature, though. At that point, I think it's important to admit, I felt anxious and a bit depressed because of the visit, but the graveyard felt to me like a park. Graves, just like some monuments dedicated to soldiers. However, when we were about to leave, I approached the graveside, almost from behind. Suddenly, I thought to myself, a young girl. Then I got scared because I didn't know if it was really a young girl. I rarely visit there, and I've consciously memorized just our family spot. A few graves around it, and some grave with, I think, Lithuanian names on the way in, because it is so close to the path, you almost step on it, and that makes me feel bad. The more I tried to brush the impression off, the more persistent it got. I don't really know how to explain it. The kind of presence I felt was like, it wasn't even physical. Let me give you a clear picture here. You are hanging out with your friends, watching a movie, laughing about this or that. Suddenly, someone says, "Oh, it's too bad John isn't here." And you feel like it would just be the perfect time if John was here, like he is truly missing at your party. That is the kind of presence I'm speaking about. You don't miss John's appearance. It's such a pity he's not here. The sofa looks awful without him. You don't miss any particular quality. You miss his presence, his being. That is what I felt. Like there was this presence of a particular young girl that I felt. It wasn't threatening or anything. I just got freaked out by my own old self. Then I also noticed, or perhaps before, I can't place these two in order because maybe that directed my attention to the grave, that a candle had fallen off the edge of the gravestone, and I felt I should have probably picked it up and placed it back. There was this little angel figurine too, and I thought maybe that was why I decided it was a young person, although I'm not sure I saw it from where I was coming. I don't know why. People just don't place angels on the graves of adults and elderly. Maybe it's because jobs and wrinkles don't seem angelic and old people mostly don't like flying. Sorry, couldn't resist a joke. I approached the front and counted the numbers that added up to 23 years. A girl. The graveside was neatly raked, not just raked to sweep away the footsteps from the sandy oil. Someone had even made ornaments in the sand in the traditional manner. I thought it was a perfectly good practical reason not to get involved. I was scared to do something awfully wrong and cause something terribly bad. I didn't want to ruin someone's thorough work, so I started stepping away slowly, having that internal fight with myself. I knew I had to go and put that candle back, but I told myself, come on, it will fall off again when it gets windy. Who cares? The candle's probably burnt out anyway. This isn't an abandoned grave. Someone will come. The grave was cared for. I can't go around picking up everything. As I later explained to my friend, I was probably worried that when you go to heaven, you still have to be preoccupied with order. I'm messy and I've been persecuted all my life for that. I hope when we die, we don't care anymore about such nonsense. I don't want anyone to visit me in my dreams, telling me to clean up under my bed. Finally, I rather unwillingly went back and placed that candle on the stone. I prayed to God to take care of this young soul and to protect me because I mostly had no idea what I was doing, so God had to take care of me. And as I walked back to the car, I suddenly felt really happy and warm around my shoulders. It wasn't a jolly kind of happiness, more like this, all is right kind of happiness. And it stayed with me until we found out my cousin had lost a lot of weight
which made everyone feel plenty of things. Thank you kindly for reading this experience. P.S. My granny saw me by the girl's grave, and she told us about her. It was some kind of tragic, unexpected death. I'm saying this because it might be that she had told me this before. The girl had died several years ago, as the grave was on the way out, and maybe I had unconsciously memorized it. It would be honest to mention this option. I just started experiencing whatever is going on, and it is really scaring me. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to the local graveyard to test out this ghost radar I got in the app market for my droid. That's my phone, if you didn't know. I didn't think it would really work. It's just a circle with lines around it and a scanner, and if there is a so-called apparition nearby, a dot appears on the scanner in the direction it is. There was a slight breeze that day, and it was sunny. We got near the graveyard, and the scanner started going crazy. Dots were appearing everywhere, red, yellow, and green dots. The colors meaning the strength of the so-called entity, red being the most present and green being the least. A word or phrase appears at the top of the screen sometimes, like something to do with their death and whatnot. A large amount of phrases and words began appearing, some names and some frightening words like hanged or murder. The creepiest part of the whole equation was when a name appeared. The name was Peter. My sister and I started wondering if the Peter that appeared was an inhabitant of the graveyard. We started looking at gravestones, and we actually found one that said Peter Longs. It was a little scary, but then again, there is a lot of people named Peter in this world. We started talking to the so-called spirits. Like I said, is there anyone here with us that would like to share things via my radar? I started getting replies like crazy. Random words and phrases were blazing around like a wildfire. We then started to go home because it was getting near dinner time. Everything was good from then on for about 2 days. My whole family started hearing footsteps, knocks, bangs, etc. My sister said that she heard her name called, and then a bottle of her perfume flew off of her shelf and across the room. I later started seeing shadows and hearing muffled talking in the room next to me, even when nobody would be in there. Everything was starting to scare me, so I spoke out to them and told whatever was plaguing my family that it had to leave my home. Everything was quiet and back to normal until the next night, when I was laying in bed trying to sleep. I felt really cold. All of a sudden, and my TV turned on really quick, and then it turned off again. I went to my sister's room and saw her sitting up in her bed, looking really frightened. I asked her what was the matter, and she said that her TV turned on and off again. I told her that the same thing happened to me. We were both scared as can be, so I just slept in her room that night. The most recent and scariest experience I have was when I was home alone one night because my family was out at the store and I didn't want to go. I was just watching TV, and then the channel flipped. The remote was all the way across the room when that happened. Later, I got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The door swung open, and one of the knobs in the cabinet hanging on the wall fell to the floor. I was so scared that I called my mom, and I went to my neighbor's house until they got home. But are these experiences attributed to me going to the graveyard recently? I don't know, but I'm really terrified of all these events that occurred. But I guess in a way, it is kind of entertaining. Not in a good way, but an interesting one. Thanks for reading.
I've lived in New Mexico my entire lifetime and never moved. As a result of living in the center of the Southwest, I've heard the story of La Lorna multiple times and in many different versions. I live very close to about 2 rivers, and when I was little, I heard a version of the story where she drowned her children in the river that I could easily walk to. I never thought I would pay much attention, nevertheless see her, hear her, and slightly see, but recently, all that changed. I have 3 friends that are brother and sister to each other. It was summer of 2008 and we were having a sleepover. We had been planning this for about a month, and earlier in the day, we had bought all the food and other snacks we could imagine. We had planned to fire up the grill and make s'mores at about 8 p.m. and just sit outside and have a good time. At every sleepover we have, it seems that the Halloween decorations seem to get taken out of the closet a lot. 8 p.m. came around and we made s'mores in the front yard. It was fun, seeing as I was the first, second, third, and last to set mine on fire. We walked around barefoot in the driveway for a bit. I set the skull on the wall of our patio. After a bit, we sat in front of the door, talking silently. During a small moment of silence and nothing to say, we heard a moan come from up the hill. It sounded outside and very close, but still far away. We ran inside, and in the haste, I nearly got shut out. We were all accounted for, and we ran into my room. When we heard it, it seemed like it was coming our way fast. We all believed it was La Lorna, but we shook it off as one of my neighbors trying to scare us. The 2 streets we lived on had ex-criminals and people with mental disorders everywhere. I eventually noticed that I didn't have the plastic skull with me. About 2 or so hours later, I walked through the dark hallway, switching on as many lights as possible right when I was in my entryway. I looked out the narrow window next to the front door. I saw what looked like a misty shape of a person hovering there. It kind of looked like a woman, but I couldn't tell very easily. It was all very light. I didn't stay to find out. I turned tail and ran back to my room. Right before I got to running half of the 2 feet into the hallway, I looked down a bit and saw my plastic skull right next to the door. I'm still not sure if that really was La Lorna, but one of the friends at the sleepover, the older sister, had heard once before, and the moaning sounded just the same, and she heard her. The other sister with us was hearing bells for the rest of the night. This story goes way back before I was born. My uncle told us the story on one Christmas day, when I was like 7 years old. He told us that when he and his work friends went to a bar to relax after a hard day at work, he saw the scariest thing in his entire life. When he got near to the ravine, he saw a lady in white weeping and crying looking down, standing at the edge of the ravine. So he said, "Are you okay? Be careful, you're going to fall." But no words came out of her. My uncle described her. He said she was wearing a long white dress and she had no feet, actually floating in the air. He could only see her back. After a few seconds, my uncle felt really bad and he started backing up. Her weeping became louder and louder. Then she turned around and my uncle screamed. Her face was indiscernible, and she had horse legs. She was part human and part animal. After that, he never walked home alone at midnight around the ravine. He said that, at night, he could hear her weeping soft in the air, and he still gets the chills down his spine. People say that when you hear the weeping lady far, far away, she is right outside your house or near you, and when you hear her really close and loud, it's because she is far away. My mom is a first-generation American. Her parents moved from Mexico to El Paso, Texas, before she was born. The supernatural was very prevalent in both sides of her family. My grandfather claims that we are descended from the Apache warlord Victorio, and that the spirit of Victorio appeared to him and his brothers when he was a young man. My mom had many experiences with ghosts and spirits, but she said that none was more terrifying than her experience with La Lorna. Her family lived in a decent-sized house on the banks of a canal on the south side of El Paso. At the time, the family had 3 dogs. My mom describes all of them as the toughest dogs in the block. One night in the dead of winter, my grandfather was telling my mom one of his great stories when there was a loud commotion in the front yard where the dogs were. The dogs were barking to wake the dead. My mom and her dad went outside into the front to see what was going on. They were joined by my grandmother. They had not noticed this before, but a fog was slowly creeping around the street. The air was chill, but different from the cold of winter. The cold went down to the very bone. The 3 dogs were barking towards the fog, or more accurately towards the canal that was by the house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night air. My mom described it as the most terrifying cry she has ever heard in her entire life. She says that it lasted for a full minute before finally dissipating. When the scream left, the fog lifted and the dogs returned to the way they were before. My mom asked her dad what the scream was, but all he said was La Lorna and told her to go back to bed. Naturally, she couldn't sleep and instead listened to her parents debate over whether or not to call the cops and report a murder or something. In the morning, when it was light out, my grandfather went down to the canal but unsurprisingly found nothing. When he came back, he told my mom the legend of the woman who drowned her own children and is now fated to cry out for them on the banks of the river where she killed them. And to this day, my mom is convinced that she heard La Lorna on that night so many years ago. Another close associate of mine who has had a close encounter with La Lorna is my former karate instructor and confirmation class teacher. He is Irish and a devout Catholic, but firmly believes in the existence of ghosts and the paranormal. When he was a teenager, he lived in New Mexico, close to the borders with Texas and Mexico. Like any good teenager looking for a rush, he liked to ride around with his brothers after dark and watch for ghosts in the old graveyards. One night, he and his brothers managed to convince a couple of girls they were sweet on to come along. They were sitting in the car in the middle of the desert when a deep fog started setting in. They were unsettled and decided to leave, but the car wouldn't start. Suddenly, he says that everything went completely and utterly pitch black. My friend flipped, but his brothers were frozen in their seats, unable to move a muscle. He yelled, but they still didn't move. He reached over and managed to finally start the car. He was 15 and didn't even have a license, but he drove out of there like a bat out of hell. When his heart finally stopped racing, he stopped the car. He turned to his brother and asked him what the hell happened back there. His brother, with his face still white, asked him incredulously, "Jim, did you not see her?" He shook his head no and asked his brother what he was talking about. His brother told him that when everything had gone black, a strange translucent white woman appeared outside of the car. She looked like a wicked witch. She reached her hand into the car, through the closed window for Jim's neck, but stopped and drew back when she touched it. She then disappeared, and that was when the car started. Jim reached up to his neck and fingered the St. Michael medal he always wore. He firmly believed that the archangel responsible for defeating Satan protected him on that night. Whatever the spirit was, a demon, La Lorna, or some other frightful specter does not matter. Jim is firmly convinced that it was La Lorna, and that she was stopped from whatever evil she intended, and he never stops praying to St. Michael. Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a mother of 4 children, but when this happened, I only had 2. My oldest was 5, my youngest was just a baby. When my second child was about 4 months old, we lived in a trailer park across the street from an open field in Sodus Point, New York. It was supposedly a battlefield in the War of 1812. One night, around midnight, he woke up crying. I heard someone or something singing, or rather chanting to him. It sounded so weird. I couldn't understand her, but she kept singing until he went back to sleep. This proceeded to happen every time he woke up in the middle of the night, up until the night before we moved. Needless to say, he slept with me every night. I was really scared that something would happen to him. I never figured out what it was. Some people tell me it was the ghost of a slave, and other people say it might have been the ghost of a nurse. Yet, other people said it could be the ghost of La Lorna. She threw her children into the water and drowned them and was condemned to walk the earth until she finds her children. She supposedly steals babies in the night trying to make up for the children she murdered. It still scares me. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving, Saturday, around 3 a.m. 2011. My sister and I were watching movies on Netflix, enjoying our days off due to the holiday. Everyone was sleeping because, after all, it is very early in the morning. All of a sudden, we began to hear a moaning or crying coming from a woman. It was very loud and it was terrifying. It sounded ugly, like a woman in pain or despair. It went on for about 20 seconds, then it stopped for 10 to 15 seconds. Then it began again, even louder. Told my sister to grab the phone to be ready to call the police because I thought a woman was being raped or being assaulted near our house. I stepped outside, scared, to see if I could prevent a crime. Shouldn't have done that, could have been dangerous. When I got to the front of the house, there was no one outside, yet the crying was literally in front of me. It was a foggy night as well. My sister came out, and the crying lasted for about 2 minutes. We were puzzled. We looked at each other, and we both got chills. We were both thinking the same thing. I don't want to come to any conclusions. I'm Hispanic and grew up with the legend of La Lorna. Many people in the Hispanic community swear that that malevolent spirit does exist, and even say they have heard the cries in their native countries and in Southern California. I'm not sure what I believe in regarding paranormal activity and such, but I do have an open mind and like to do as much research as possible before making any firm decisions. This experience happened in November of 2010, a month after having my youngest. I just had a procedure to remove a kidney stent 2 or 3 days prior. I was sick almost right after leaving the hospital and felt horrible, but it was my first time going under anesthesia, and a nurse had told me it was common to feel ill. I was running a low-grade fever about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The baby had awoken for a 2 a.m. feeding, and I was holding him standing in the living room in front of the heater. I was chilled to the bone because of the fever, and feeling a bit dizzy. I thought, oh geez, I'm going to cook the baby. Just then, about 5 feet away from me, appeared this man. He was tall, over 6 feet, buff large muscles, a stern face. He wore old brown-looking clothes. It reminded me of stories of fur trappers out on the frontier. Maybe it was animal skin, but I'm not sure. He had the same style satchel that crossed his body. The strap on one shoulder and the satchel rested almost on the opposite hip. He had long brownish hair and brown wings that went almost to the floor. He was standing beside me, one of the dining room chairs that was pushed away from the table with one foot on the seat. He did not smile, but I wasn't afraid of him, surprised for sure. But instead of freaking out, I just said a muffled hello, and then he disappeared. I felt like I needed to sit and cautiously sat on the chair his foot was on, saying, I'm sorry if you were using this chair, but I need to sit. I thought later, maybe that's why he was there. I was holding a baby with a fever and standing too close to the heater. Maybe he wanted me to sit, but I also understand that I was ill and it could have been some sort of fever hallucination. I did many internet searches trying to find out who this was, but I found nothing that matched. I suppose I was wondering if anybody else has ever seen a man like this, or may know who he is. Thank you for your time. I hope I described him well, but let me know if there are any further questions. So when I was younger, about 11, my family and I lived in a 2-bedroom trailer. We had a small little hallway coming from the living room to the main room. My mom is Christian, and she listens to a Christian music radio station, and we would listen most of the time in car rides. Keep this in mind. In the room I shared with my brother, our feet were pointing towards the door which showed you out to the hallway. If you were to go to the left, you would go into the living room, and if you'd go to the right, to my parents' room. This one night, I woke up in the middle of the night randomly. I looked up towards my feet and saw a slightly tall man singing a song I knew I had heard in that radio station before. He just sang and stared at me, but his voice was so beautiful. I don't think Zahn or anyone else could sing just like he did. Also keep in mind, my dad wasn't home at the time. He was in jail. So the man started walking out into the hallway and walked towards the living room. I was not scared. I was more mystified of the man's presence. I got up and went to my room and asked her if she had seen the man, and she said no, and so I explained to her that he was singing the song on the radio station. I don't remember the name or how it sounds. Up to this day, I firmly believe that it was an angel watching over my family and I. My grandma has gone to explain that the way you know it's an angel is if you don't feel anything but peaceful, and if it's a demon, that you get bad chills and are scared to the max. This story didn't happen to me, but it happened to my sister. In our town, there is a bridge that is on a dirt road that is said to be haunted. It's called Hollow Bridge. They say a couple were murdered, and the wife still comes around every night about 2 a.m., which is the time they died. This was about 100 years ago, or so I am told. Do I believe this story? Not really, but I'll go with it. They also say that if you are there at night and you see her, she will tell you something you don't want to know. When I was 15 and my sister was 17, I've seen something. One night, my sister, her boyfriend, my boyfriend at the time, and myself were all there around 2 a.m. It was a very clear night. Well, all of a sudden there was a fog that was rolling up to the bridge from the tree line, about a quarter mile back. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I freaked out and we left. So forward a year, my sister, who at that time had a different boyfriend, had called me bawling her eyes out. After she calmed down, she said that the hollow woman told her she would die on the hollow, which is a very dangerous road since it was not paved and it was very narrow. I told her to calm down and that it was just her imagination. She would be fine. A few nights later, we shared a room. We were sleeping and she woke me up out of a dead sleep from her crying. I woke her up annoyed and asked her what her deal was. She told me my grandmother, who neither of us met since both grandmothers passed away before we were born, had come to her in her dreams, telling her that one day she'll need her and she'll be there to protect her. At that point, I was kind of freaked out, but I dismissed it, telling her she needed to go to bed. 2 weeks after the dream, about 5 p.m., my brother comes rushing over to my friend's house, which was right behind our house, crying, and kept saying, "Amber, Amber, Amber." My sister, being a very rebellious child and into bad things with bad people, I asked, okay, what did she do now? It wasn't new that she had gotten picked up by the cops. He said she's in the hospital and that she was in a bad car accident on the hollow. I felt my color drain from my body. It felt like my soul left me. I dropped to my knees, remembering everything she had told me about the hollow and my grandmother. I knew at that time my mom, cousin, and oldest brother were rushing to the hospital and a half an hour away because she was life-flighted. I grabbed my 2 younger brothers and held on to them for dear life. Thinking I could lose my sister, I wanted to be as close to them as possible. The next 5 hours were hell to me, getting my brothers to sleep, trying not to cry while I waited for the phone call to know what happened. She had broke her neck, a hangman's fracture, along with her wrist and her upper arm, which went right through her elbow. The doctor said that she had a 30% chance of surviving the surgery, and if she did, she would be in a halo. Once she came out of surgery, if she survived the night, she would only have a 15% chance of ever walking again. The next morning, they took her out of the coma, and she was talking and being her stubborn self. They realized that she was moving her feet and legs. We all cried. We couldn't believe that she had survived this and will walk again. The doctors say she had a guardian angel on her shoulder that night because there is no medical reason as to why she should have survived. Almost 10 years later, she has a beautiful 8-year-old little boy. Yes, still has problems with her neck and arm, but has never went down that road again. That road is now paved in certain areas, and a very strict speed limit is attached to it. But still, to this day, I say that she was warned, and she had a loved one at her side that day. Sorry this was so long. I hope you enjoyed the story. First, as far back as I can remember, I've always been fascinated with the paranormal. When I was around 8, I believe, I started seeing a blue lady out of my bedroom window. She always seemed to be walking towards our house. I thought maybe I was imagining things at the home. One night, I finally went outside to make sure it was something with my window, but I still saw her. When I came back in, I told my parents, who they said they saw glimpses of her going into my bedroom. Hearing that got me excited, like there was something special about me. But not long after I stopped seeing her, I do recall hearing my name a few times clearly, but no one was home. This blue lady had a majestic aura about her. A very serene, very peaceful and tranquil aura. I can't explain it more than that, but it just felt good. Not like it was a bad presence or anything like that. Then one night, I had a dream where a lady in a white dress and long curly blonde hair looking like the lady in blue appeared out of nowhere. She had gave me a kiss on the cheek, and I woke with what felt like ice-cold lip marks on my cheek. After that incident, I had nothing paranormal happen again that I recall. Although my family says all paranormal activities quit as soon as I moved out, I happened to find this coin in my house that says Guardian Angel on it. This coin has followed me around for 18 years. There have been times I've lost it, but somehow found it randomly later on. Recently, I had lost it at my previous house and never found it. I recently happened to find it in a used car I purchased from a family friend within the time I've been at my current residence. I've had a few experiences in the last 6 years that are paranormal, but those stories, yeah, they're for another time. Thank you for reading this, and I hope that you may find comfort in this story. This all happened 6 years ago, when I was visiting my great-grandmother in the Free State. I've always been scared of the dark or sleeping alone, so I asked if I could sleep with my aunt, and she didn't have a problem. I'm 30 years old, by the way. The first night wasn't so bad, as I had the comfort that I wasn't alone in bed. I heard dragging footsteps in the kitchen and the door opening and closing, but was too afraid to wake up and investigate or wake my aunt up for something that's not there. I just laid there on the bed, listening to this thing and person dragging feet around in the kitchen and opening and closing the doors between the dining room and kitchen. I ultimately fell asleep. The next morning, I asked my aunt if she'd heard anything, and she said no. The second night was what scared me the most. As we laid there sleeping, I just suddenly turned, and my eyes opened wide, and there, inside the wardrobe, I could see, since the door was half open, was a dark male figure with red eyes peeping through. Our eyes just met, and I couldn't scream or move. I just stared right back at those red eyes, and it spoke in Soto, South African language. It said, "I'm not here to scare you, but to scare that one," meeting my aunt, and I can't remember what happened after or how I fell back to sleep. I told my aunt about it, and we had to sleep with the light on for the rest of my stay. I still can't get the black figure with red eyes hiding in the wardrobe out of my head. The first strange experience I had was during my sister's 10th or 11th birthday party. At the time, my family lived in a house in a blue-collar town in New Jersey. The house was set up where the front door was, up a flight of stairs. Once inside, there was a landing that led to another flight of stairs upstairs and another leading to the lower level. Downstairs was a long hallway with a doorway leading to the garage. At the foot of the stairs, which formed one end of a long hallway, there was a closet under the stairs. There was a laundry room at the end of the hallway, and finally large living room. My sister had invited all of her friends, and everyone was having a good time. After eating cake, the grown-ups went upstairs for coffee, and the kids stayed downstairs to play on their own. At a certain point, we all decided to scare each other by telling ghost stories in front of the laundry room. My sister and I had always thought of it as the creepiest spot in the house, and it proved to be the perfect spot to tell ghost stories. When you opened the laundry room door, you stared down a long dark room with a shaded window at the end. The doorway to the laundry room was a small recess at the end of the hallway. The house quieted down as we started talking about scary things. After a few of those stories, everyone started to get into the spirit. My sister and I were sitting at the end of the hall, looking down its length. From our vantage point, we could see the wall along which the door leading to the garage was. We were midway into someone's ghost story when my sister suddenly noticed that the door leading to the garage had suddenly popped open just a bit. She remembered that the door was definitely locked. We walked over and closed the door and made sure to lock it again. By then, all of us were terrified and thoroughly petrified in our own little recess. As little kids, not one of us wanted to move out of our spot or make a noise. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, which made everyone jump 3 feet, but was enough to kill the moment. Everyone started laughing. Our house was new when we bought it, and nothing strange had ever happened to anyone in my family there. Now that we're older, my sister and I still bring up this incident with my sister, and we both have a good laugh. She still swears that she locked the door. Growing up, I spent a lot of time reading true ghost stories and still do. When we were little, my sister and I would borrow the ghost books from the library. The best were the ones with real pictures. I remember reading one of those ghost books when I was in middle school. It was right during the time when midterms or finals were coming up, and I had a pile of school books on my desk. A ghost book was tucked away there somewhere, and for a break, I'd pull out the ghost book. At the time, I was part of the school basketball team and proudly received my practice jersey, which I still have, that I kept hung on a hook at the back of my bedroom door. That night, I was studying for finals with the bedroom door closed. My desk faced the wall, and the door was 4 feet to the right. I had my Walkman on, do you remember those things? And started getting into the rhythm of doing my English homework to the tunes of rap. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I was distracted by some movement. I looked up to see my jersey swinging back and forth on the hook. It looked just as if someone had tipped the hanger to one side with a finger, causing it to swing. Right away, I checked to see if the door was locked. Maybe my father had opened the door after I didn't hear him knocking. I didn't want to be bothered while studying, so it was logical that I would have locked it. When I checked, the door was definitely locked, and there was no noise behind the door. All the while, the jersey continued swaying back and forth, eventually stopping after losing speed. Next, I checked to see if the window was open, but it was November, and the windows were all closed to keep out the cold. Right before I noticed the jersey swinging, I'd just put down a very large, hard-covered dictionary onto the desk. The dictionary was about 10 inches long and 3.5 inches thick. I thought maybe it made a slight wind as I put it down, but no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't cause the jersey to move from 4 feet away. I didn't feel scared and just continued studying with the Walkman on. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but I can't explain what caused that jersey to swing. One of the most bizarre experiences I've ever personally had was with my family while staying at a hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It happened around 1997, and I was lucky to have most of my family there to experience it with me. Atlantic City is an interesting location for strange experiences. The casinos draw many from the New York area and beyond, but along with this brings the good and bad of social ills that come along with games of chance. The summer of 1997 was a typical one. Like we did many summers before, my family drove down the shore to spend a few days enjoying the beach and casinos at Atlantic City. As usual, my father arranged the trip and found a new hotel with a very reasonable price. The name of the hotel is called the Flagship and is still located at the northern end of the boardwalk, far from the other casinos. After a long, cold winter, my family was anxious to see the ocean and asked the front desk for an oceanfront view. We were told that the only room available wasn't facing the ocean, but with 2 queen-size beds, the room was very comfortable and that we could see the ocean from the side of the balcony. It was the perfect size for my parents, my sister and I, and we agreed, and the man at the front desk gave us 2 door cards. Our room was on the 10th floor. Looking back, none of us recalled running into many guests in the hotel at all. However, we thought that since the hotel was new, it was just beginning to attract customers. Once we found our room, we used the room card to open the door and went inside. Right away, things went wrong. The room was very dark. The curtains for the sliding door to the balcony were pulled, and extremely cold. It was a typical hotel room, except for a small kitchen area right in front of 2 queen-size beds. At the foot of the second bed was a sofa bed. Then beyond the second bed, there was a sliding glass door leading to a small balcony. Although we were facing the interior of Atlantic City, just as the front desk mentioned, we could see the ocean on one side of the balcony. Very soon, we found out why the room was so chilly. The air conditioner, which was located on the wall above the sofa bed, was turned on full blast and wouldn't turn off. As I mentioned this to my father, I saw my mother fidgeting with the front door's electronic lock. Like she often said, and did, she checked to see if the door was locked when closed from the outside. It wasn't. Inside the door, there was a sticker that explicitly stated that the door was always locked on the outside. Not so. We also realized that the stove in the small kitchen wasn't working. Then we saw that there was a small leak coming from the mini fridge as well. My father called downstairs, and soon a repairman came up and fixed the AC, the stove, the refrigerator leak, and even the front door. He mentioned that the lock should always be locked from the outside and seemed puzzled by the device. We gave the man a big tip and then quickly made our way over to the casinos. When we arrived back to our room, well after dinner, we immediately felt how cold it was in the room and turned off the AC. After washing up, we watched some television before turning in. I remember one of the programs was about ghosts, and we watched that one for a while, not realizing what was to come. My mother and sister were the first to go to bed and turned off the lights. They slept in different beds, with my mother in the bed closer to the kitchen area and my sister in the one near the balcony. I stayed up reading on the kitchen table with the dim light on. I had some trouble falling asleep that night, since the sofa bed mattress was new and was still covered in plastic. I must have felt lazy because I left it on, and suffered because it was very hot and not very conducive to a good night's rest. At breakfast the next morning, my sister told us about something strange that had happened during the night. All night long, she said she felt someone brushing past her bed as if trying to walk to the balcony door. At the foot of her bed, there was about a foot of space between her bed and the end of my sofa bed. She said it felt exactly like someone was squeezing through the tight space and rubbing against her bed. At first, she thought it was me trying to get outside the balcony. Then when she looked up, she saw my father and I still sitting at the kitchen table reading. At the time, none of us really believed her, and we went out again for a day of walking on the boardwalk and then gambling at night. That night, I stayed up later than everyone else. I talked to my sister about what she experienced the night before. I also told her to let me know if she felt it again. As soon as she got in bed, I sat down by the kitchen table to read, glancing over towards her bed every once in a while to see if anything happened. After a while, I gave up and continued reading before getting up to wash up in the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, my sister was sitting up in bed. She said that she again thought I had squeezed past the bed to go to the balcony, but then she opened her eyes and saw me come out of the bathroom at the other end of the room. I was positioned on the sofa bed so that my head was right next to the little space at the end of my sister's bed. If someone walked past, I would have surely felt something, but that night I didn't notice anything at all. As usual, it took a little bit of time for me to sleep. I listened intently and tried to feel any wind or changes in the room, but eventually gave up and slept. I had by then taken off the troublesome plastic cover and finally had a good night's rest. The next day, my father woke me up early to rent bikes for an early morning boardwalk ride. Then he went to my sister and woke her up as well. As soon as he did this, my mother, who planned to sleep in, suddenly sat up in bed and turned on the lights in the TV. We asked her why she didn't want to sleep, since it was still only about 5:30 a.m. She told us that she wasn't very tired and that she felt like waking up, which is unusual since she usually likes to sleep past 11. We all thought this was pretty odd. My mother loves to sleep late. She kept giving us vague reasons about why she wouldn't go back to sleep, and even turned on the television. Later on, she told us the reason why. At breakfast, my mother told us about the strange incident that happened that night. She had woken up in the middle of the night. It was late, and she could hear all of us either snoring or breathing the natural rhythms of a very good night's rest. She was sleeping on the right-hand side of the first bed and was lying on her side facing inwards, but gradually she realized that she felt the sensation of someone's back lying against her own. At first, she was convinced that it was my sister, but she was pretty alarmed to realize that my sister was in the other bed, 4 feet away. Slowly, without opening her eyes, she moved closer to my father. The feeling was very real, but very slowly, the other person's back gradually went away. My mother said that in the morning, she hadn't expected my sister to go riding bikes with us, leaving her all alone in the room. After we left, she tried her best to stay awake. She turned on all the lights and turned on the television, but eventually she fell asleep anyway. As my mother told us this story, my sister chimed in saying that the person walked past her bed all of last night as well. This time, though, she also felt her sheets being gently pulled away to the corner of the bed towards the balcony. For some reason, whenever she turned to face the balcony, it would stop. When she turned back around, she would feel the bed bulge a little, as if a person were rubbing past it. Also, she felt energy waves from the foot of her bed. After we came back to the room from breakfast, all of us were not so sure about our room anymore. Despite this, we still had a day of vacation and fun to look forward to. After we got what we needed, my father went downstairs early to get some brochures. Then my sister and I walked to the elevator while my mother got some last-minute things. We were both standing there by the elevator doors when we heard my mother anxiously calling us back to the room. When we got there, she looked a little shaken and said that the front door wouldn't lock from the outside again. She said that all the while, as she was rifling through her suitcase looking for something, she had a bad feeling and couldn't wait to get out of the room. Once safely outside, as an afterthought, she turned the handle to see if the door was locked from the outside. Once again, it wasn't locked. This time, we went downstairs instead of calling for a repairman. The front desk seemed puzzled about the lock. They said that the lock should always be locked from the outside. They were at a loss as how to fix it, and finally recommended that we get another room. Everyone felt very relieved, and we quickly gathered our things to get out of the room immediately. We got another room upstairs, and this time, our new room was perfect in every way. Not surprisingly, the rest of our trip was pretty relaxed, but we sometimes joked about what would happen to us if we stayed another night in that room. All of us agreed that there was something in that room that wanted to be left alone. It didn't want to scare us, but instead just gently showed us that we had to go. For some reason, my mother and sister feel that it was a child or a little boy. If this is true, perhaps something happened to the boy in the room. Everything seems to point to the balcony where things seem to emanate from. Perhaps the boy fell off the balcony, or maybe someone died in the room. Maybe the spirit felt an affinity to the woman, as opposed to my father and I, who didn't experience anything. The flagship is now a luxury timeshare condo. I'm not sure if it's still partly a hotel. While we were there, the hotel operators aggressively tried to sell us a timeshare, but of course, we turned them down every time. I wonder who bought the timeshare for that room on the 10th floor, and if anything similar happened to them. I have a brother who works in Hong Kong. Many of his clients are from this area in China. One of his clients was a Hong Kong businessman in his 40s. This client often went on frequent business trips to Shanghai and Beijing for his company. My brother was very familiar with this man, as were many other of the people working in my brother's office. My brother worked closely on him on several large projects, and they often made small talks during breaks. On one occasion, he told my brother that on one of his visits to Shanghai, he was staying in a hotel and had just returned to his room at night after a long day's work. He washed up, turned down the lights, and then got into bed. He had drifted off into an exhausted sleep when he was violently awakened in the dead of night. In the pitch darkness, he felt the ice-cold hands of a woman clasped around his neck, strangling him as he tried desperately to break free. After a few seconds, the hands finally let go, and the man jumped up and turned the lights on. As he scanned the room, he found himself absolutely alone. The room looked just as it had before he got into bed. Upon his return to Hong Kong, he was profoundly shaken by the incident and consulted with a very good fortune teller that his family knew well. The fortune teller told him that there was a woman following him around. He didn't know the reason, but that was the case. My brother's client was a businessman, and in spite of what had happened to him, scoffed at the idea of some mysterious ghost lady following him around. My brother and his client had a good laugh about this during their break. Still, my brother warned him to be careful and to make sure he was a gentleman to the lady ghost. A few months had passed before my brother heard what had happened to his client. Many of my brother's colleagues were talking about it in my brother's office when the topic came up. They had heard that the client had died in a hotel room in Shanghai. The cleaning lady had discovered his body in the room, alone and lying in bed. We sometimes wonder what really happened to this client. We wonder if he just died of natural causes, or if those cold hands returned during the night. If so, who was she? I don't know, but it's a strange story.
When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kind of laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby, and one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of that house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the 2nd floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of. A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right, and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington State. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington State scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there, my brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball of light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake, apparently because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, So I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly coabided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was, and still is, a member of AA, so he invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law, holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well, so we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair.
I had a dream about you last week. Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house, in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated, and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch, across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her, with glowing red eyes, and leaning up against the bar, right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out, to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again. And then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death,
And some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me," just loud enough for me to hear it. Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him, from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow. The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourds served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to the resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, you know, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard.
My dad was always working swing shift at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face. Even though this part of the building was barely heated, when he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room, between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears,
He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room, if you turned left, and to the right, was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album with Keith to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, She had seen movement in the front of the sink, going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghosts started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, she didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop of her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic preparing to leave when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I had seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme.
Hey, Phantoms. It is time to subscribe, do the like, and share if you like the videos. You know, this is a little bit of a longer video, brand new, scary stories for your enjoyment. Really hope you got a kick out of this. And if you got to the end of the video, please let me know by saying Oreo in the comment section because, well, I have Coca-Cola Oreos because apparently that's a new gimmick they're doing, flavor thing. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video.